Mason at your service. At Assignments Unlimited, we do anything, anywhere, at any time.
33 Half Moon Street.
The moment you feel a cold coming on, turn to Snellerin for help. Snellerin is a tried, effective remedy that defeats flu misery. You feel better quickly with Snellerin.
What does tomorrow hold for you? All the good things in life? Then you'd better start planning for them now by saving regularly each month. Yes, you've got to plan, and you've got to save.
Let's get together with the NBS. Save your money, yes, yes. Save for a brighter tomorrow. Save NBS.
Yes, the Natal Building Society is the ideal choice for today's young people, because the NBS is South Africa's go-ahead building society.
Motorists. The new name for all genuine Ford parts is FOMOCO. F-O-M-O-C-O. To get high-precision parts that are made right to fit right, make sure they carry the name FOMOCO.
The story I'm going to tell you tonight, taken from a dossier of an assignment we handled, is called Parson's Pride.
Here now is Aubrey Mason.
What a mistake it is to judge people by their appearance. This is a fact which has been brought home to me many, many times since Assignment Unlimited came into being. The assignment I'm going to tell you about tonight will prove my point very forcibly. It began when the intercom on my desk buzzed.
Mrs. Parsons, who has an appointment for 3 o'clock, has arrived. Shall I send her through?
Yes, please. At that moment, well, she was only a name in my diary. Mrs. A. Parsons. For the next moment, the door opened.
Mrs. Parsons.
She was tall, about 5'6", but her auburn hair piled on top of her head made her look taller and slimmer than ever. She had an exquisite face set on a long neck. She was expensively dressed and immaculately groomed. Her eyes were big and brown, and her mouth was soft and generous. I put her age at about 38. I stood to receive her, and she extended a white-gloved hand in greeting. How do you do, Mrs. Parsons?
How do you do?
Oh, please sit down.
Oh, thank you.
Now then, how can I help you?
May I preface what I'm going to say by showing you something?
Well, of course.
It's in my bag. Here we are.
Diamonds. Beautiful diamonds, too.
To be more precise, Mr. Mason, a diamond earring.
Exquisite. Well, tell me more.
It's one of a pair valued at £5,000. The other is lost. Or rather, it's not lost. It's... Well, this sounds so silly. I know where it is, but I can't get at it. That's why I've come here.
Do I take it that the earring is inaccessible and, well, you want us to retrieve it for you?
Precisely, Mr. Mason.
Well, it sounds intriguing. Now, before we go any further, may I take down a few particulars?
Certainly.
Now, your full name is...
Angela Parsons.
Angela Parsons. Your address?
My home address is Harrogate in Yorkshire, but I'm staying at the Hilton Hotel in Park Lane. I came down here to do some shopping and see some shows.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you. And, Where is the earring?
At the Hilton Hotel, in the basement.
Yes?
I have a room on the first floor. Last evening, I'd been out to dinner in the theatre with some friends. It was quite late when I got back. In fact, it was during the early hours. I was very tired, and I'm afraid I was rather careless. I took off my earrings and necklace and put them on the dressing table. This morning, I ordered breakfast in my room. The waitress came in with a tray, and I had it at my bedside. When I'd finished, I wanted to tidy the place up a bit, so I moved the tray and put it on the end of the dressing table. When I'd put it down, I pushed it on so that it would be safer. But in doing so, the back of the tray pushed my jewelry. Well, in the wall, behind the dressing table, there's a vent. And when I pushed the tray, the back of the tray pushed one of my earrings into the vent. Well, of course, I realized immediately what I'd done, and I called the hotel manager.
I'm sorry to have been so long, Mrs. Parsons. I came as soon as I could. Now, what seems to be the trouble?
The earring, which matches this one, is in there, in that vent. It was my fault. I pushed it with my breakfast tray.
Oh, dear.
I wanted to get somebody up here to remove the grill and get my earring out.
Well, I'm afraid it's not going to be as easy as that. You see, that grill is part of our air conditioning. The air is extracted through it, goes down to the basement through our air conditioning plant, and...
You mean behind the grill there's a duct which leads down into the basement?
Yes, just so.
Then my earring's in the basement, and I want it. It's a very valuable piece of jewelry.
Mrs. Parsons, I'll do everything I can. I'll go and investigate the situation immediately.
The poor man came back to inform me that the air duct down which my earring had fallen joined a horizontal duct in the basement. It was totally inaccessible, he said.
But, surely he considered dismantling that part of the system?
Oh, yes, and blithely informed me that the cost would be £200. Well, frankly, Mr. Mason, I considered that to be excessive.
Forgive me, Mrs. Parsons, but am I right in thinking that your jewelry is insured?
You are?
Well, then there's surely no problem.
Again, I'm forced to be frank with you. I am what the insurance companies call a liability, high risk. I've made so many claims on them in the past for lost and damaged personal effects that if I claim again for this, my next premium is going to be very high indeed. It occurred to me that there was perhaps a cheaper way of recovering my earring. I've spoken to the maintenance people at the hotel, and they hummed and hawed. They clearly weren't interested. I contacted the air conditioning people myself. They weren't very cooperative either. They assured me that the only way of getting to the earring would be to dismantle the air ducts. Oh, you can imagine how frustrated I was. I went down to the basement myself and had a look at the situation. It suddenly occurred to me that if the grill at the end of the horizontal duct were removed, and someone got inside and crawled along to where the vertical duct from my room came down, it would be easy. Do you think I can find anybody who's willing to do that? Not even the smallest page boy in the hotel. The manager won't allow it.
Why not?
Oh, apparently some question of insurance. He has no policy covering this sort of thing.
How infuriating for you.
It's such a simple job. In sheer desperation, I consulted the personal column of the Evening Standard. I saw your advertisement, phoned to make an appointment, and, well, here I am. Will you help me?
We'd be delighted, Mrs. Parsons.
You do this sort of thing?
It's this sort of thing that keeps us in business.
Oh. You can guarantee satisfaction?
I can.
When will your man do the job?
Well, will this afternoon suit you?
The sooner the better.
Good. Well, let's say 4:30.
Where shall I meet your man?
His name's Cannon, David Cannon. Well, what about the lounge at the Hilton?
Lovely.
When Angela Parsons had left my office, I gave instructions to Mrs. Gamble that Cannon was to come and see me immediately. He came promptly, and I apprised him of the facts supplied by Mrs. Parsons.
Sounds pretty careless.
Yes, Cannon, but she admitted it.
Nice?
Captivating. A lady, but married.
Pity. Well, how will I know what she looks like?
Oh, just make yourself known to the most beautiful woman of 40 in the Hilton lounge. That will be she.
Any special instructions?
Well, I think you'll need pliers, screwdrivers, spanners, boiler suit, and a lamp which you can strap to your forehead.
4:30, you said?
That's right. Well, what's the joke?
Well, I'm a sucker for a beautiful woman, but this will be the first time I've got on my hands and knees for one.
once it was a short journey for Cannon. Along Half Moon Street into Curzon Street, and then left into Park Lane. Something of a record. As I predicted, Cannon had no difficulty in identifying our client. She was having tea and toying nervously with a cigarette.
You'll be Mrs. Parsons.
That's right.
The name's Cannon. I work for Aubrey Mason.
How do you do?
How do you do? Now, where's the location?
The what?
How do we get to the basement?
Oh, we'll take the lift.
Okay, let's go.
It'll be a tight squeeze for you.
I've been in tighter spots than this. It's about, 50 feet to where the down duct joins this one.
There's a strong draft in there. Do you think it's conceivable that my earring will have been drawn further along the duct towards the fan?
Possible, but unlikely. We'll see.
It only took a few moments for Cannon to remove the wire grill from the end of the duct. He did this by standing on the boot of Mrs. Parsons' car. He then donned his boiler suit, strapped a miner's lamp to his forehead, and hoisted himself into the narrow opening. Once inside, Cannon proceeded to wriggle on his belly along the 30-inch square duct.
Only hope this thing's strong enough to support me. Well, it's not far to fall, but I'd get pretty shaken up in the process. Now then, let's see. Not much further. What a heck of a way to earn a living. Still, never a dull moment. Here we are. Now this is where the vertical duct joins the big horizontal one. It should be around here somewhere. It's quite a drop from the first floor. It must have bounced. Maybe broken. No, nothing here. Well, maybe it's further along towards the fan. Here we go again. And now I know how a rabbit must feel after a rough night out. No, not here either. There's nothing here except that envelope stuck on the grill next to the fan. I wonder.
Surf with Super Blue puts true whiteness back into your wash. A real whitener, true white.
It's Super Blue White. Trust Surf to get your wash truly white.
The white of Surf with Super Blue.
Deurbrak en pynverligting. Aspro nuwe mikroverfynde Aspro. Aspro is nou mikroverfyn vir versnelde verligting van pyn. Nou bereik Aspro die bloedstroom meer as 2 keer vinniger. Laat pyn meer as 2 keer vinniger verdwyn. Aspro nuwe mikroverfynde Aspro.
Cleaner breath, cleaner taste, cleaner teeth. 3 ways clean that Colgate Clean. Brush your teeth the Colgate way. Help clean your breath, help fight decay.
And now you could help yourself to a big cash prize in the Colgate Dental Cream Spot the Errors contest.
Yes, there's 2,500 rand in cash prizes to be won.
Full details at Colgate Dental Cream displays. Also, big savings on special packs.
Get Colgate Dental Cream now.
I was beginning to think you got lost.
Wow. It just let me get down from up here. Oh, well. That's that. No earring.
Of course not. Where's the envelope?
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Mr. Cannon, I'm in no mood to indulge you and your wisecracking. I want that envelope. Or else.
Well, you must want it pretty badly. Do you mind pointing that thing the other way? I I get pretty nervous looking into the barrel of the gun because it's been my experience they have a nasty habit of going off.
To say that the lady's change of attitude and manner was a surprise to Cannon is putting it very mildly indeed. He was shocked and not a little nervous.
Well, I must say you had me fooled. It's not often I'm taken for a sucker like this.
Please be reasonable and sensible, Mr. Cannon. You can see you have no choice. You've got the envelope. Hand it over.
Well, you know, I've often been told I'm blessed with a sixth sense. I guess I must be. I mean, why else would I have left the envelope where it is?
You did what?
That's right. Go ahead, look in my pockets.
Oh, why?
Hey, look out, there's a car coming down the ramp.
What?
Thanks. I'll take this. That's better. Now, you just keep your distance, huh?
Oh. All right, Mr. Cannon. You've got the upper hand. If you care to examine that pistol, you'll find it isn't loaded.
Correct. Okay, now you be a good girl and put it away.
Thank you.
And suppose you tell me what's going on. Why didn't you tell us it was an envelope you wanted? You'd have saved us both a lot of trouble.
I didn't know I could trust you.
We don't advertise the fact, but we're very discreet about the assignments we undertake.
All right. Are you sure it won't go any further?
Except to Mr. Mason, and it's safer with him than with the Bank of England.
Well, it happened like this. Yesterday afternoon, I came down into the basement with my car, having been to see some friends in Richmond. I parked it over there. I switched off the engine, and I opened the door to step out.
Allow me.
What?
How do you do?
Oh, you gave me such a fright I didn't see you.
I know.
You know?
I've been waiting for you. You don't know me. Allow me to introduce myself. Cyril Purdy.
Oh, how do you do? You wish to see me?
I know about you. Or to be more precise, let me say, I know about your husband.
My husband?
And, the goings-on.
I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, come, Mrs. Parsons, you're not a fool. Neither am I. Let's not beat about the bush. I assure you that what I say is true, and I'll tell you how I know. You see, I've made it my business to, how shall I put it, keep an eye on your husband's affairs. Well?
I think I know what you want. Money?
Please.
For what?
Why, for my silence. What else?
You're very sure of yourself, aren't you?
I have to be.
You must have something to justify your confidence.
I have?
What?
These.
What are they?
Allow me. Charming, aren't they? Photography is something of a hobby of mine. A very lucrative hobby.
I've never been so disgusted in all my life.
Oh, come now. You weren't unaware of this sort of thing?
No. But it's something I've tried not to think about. And now...
And now, here it is under your very nose.
How much do you want?
Well, after very careful consideration about your husband's income and position in society, I've decided to settle for £10,000.
In return for which you will give me those photographs?
Correct.
What if I can't raise the money?
Well, that possibility never occurred to me. You must. And if you want these photographs badly enough, you will.
What if I tell you to go to the devil?
Well, that would be extremely foolish of you. These photographs could ruin your husband. They could also ruin your marriage. You'd be hounded out of the country.
I'm going to need time to think about this.
Oh, but of course, dear lady. In the meantime, I'll return these photographs to their envelope. Here.
You don't feel so confident now, do you, Mr.
I'm warning you, Mrs. Parsons. If you try anything foolish, I shall be most severe with you.
Keep away from me.
You don't think I'm fool enough to let you get away with those photographs, do you? I'm not letting £10,000 slip through my fingers. I've put too much time and energy into my scheme. Give them back to me.
Keep away from me, you beast.
I'm a patient man, Mrs. Parsons, but I also have a violent temper.
You wouldn't dare lay a finger on me.
Wouldn't I?
He lunged towards me and I cried out. I didn't know what to do. I was alone in this basement garage, and I knew that sort of man would stop at nothing. I couldn't run to the lift. There wasn't time. He would have caught me. On the other hand, he was blocking the other exit, the ramp up to the street. And then I saw the grill at the end of the horizontal air conditioning duct. I remembered feeling the movement there as I walked past it to the lift early that morning. I rolled the envelope into a cylinder which I hoped would have a small enough diameter, and I suddenly dashed to the grill. Before Purdy knew what I was doing, I'd slipped it through, and I felt extremely gratified to see the draft catch at the envelope and suck it away into the darkness.
What have you done? Where's the envelope?
It's in there, and there's not a thing you can do about it.
Why, you...
No!
What's going on here?
What?
Leave that woman alone.
Blast!
I say, are you all right?
Yes, perfectly all right, thank you. You came just in time. I thought I was going to faint, but I didn't. The man wanted to call the police, but fortunately I was able to persuade him that it wasn't necessary. He thought I'd been molested.
This Mr. Purdy sounds like a nasty piece of work.
He's worse than an animal.
Do you think he'll bother you again?
I don't know. I've got no guarantee that he won't.
Well, it seems to me that I've got to go and get that envelope for you. Then it's up to you what you do with it.
Thank you, Mr. Cannon.
And so, once again, Cannon climbed onto the boot of the car, and from there he reached up and wriggled into the air duct. He crawled the 70 feet or so to the grill next to the extraction fan, on which was the envelope containing the photographs. He tucked it into the pocket of his boiler suit, and then wriggled backwards to the comparative comfort of the basement garage. He replaced the wire grill and jumped off the car to the basement floor.
Well, this time it's for real. Well, I guess we can go home now. I'll go back to 33 and make up my report.
Mr. Cannon, do you have to record all the details of what's happened?
No, I guess the report will say how our client wanted an earring retrieved and how the job was done. Just for Mr. Mason's private information, I'll tell him what really happened, but it won't go any further than that.
Thank you.
You know, Mrs. Parsons, I haven't known you for very long. In fact, it's not been an hour since we met, but it's not often a man has the good fortune of meeting a lady. And a lady with tremendous spirit and backbone. It's been quite a privilege.
Again, thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Cannon.
Purdy?
That was a very noble speech. One rarely finds a man being so gallant to a lady these days.
Purdy, I don't want to have to soil my hands on you. But if you're not out of here pretty soon, I'm going to tear you apart.
How long have you been standing there?
Long enough.
What's the joke?
I'm afraid the joke's on you, Mr. Cannon. You've been misled.
Mr. Purdy, please.
I'm surprised you haven't recognized your client.
Recognized?
Allow me to introduce you. Mr. Cannon, I'd like you to meet Lady Geraldine Farquharson. Well, Mr. Cannon?
Farquharson?
Wife of Sir Hugh Farquharson, Member of Parliament for West Grinstead and the Cabinet's Minister of Agriculture.
Oh, you swine, Purdy, you loathsome swine.
Well, thanks for the information, Purdy, but I don't see what difference it makes. Lady Farquharson asked us to do a job for her. It's been done and paid for. And if she wishes her identity to be kept a secret, it's no concern of ours. You'd better go.
You're obviously both intelligent people. I'm amazed it hasn't occurred to you that to print photographs, one needs negatives. The negatives of those photographs are in an extremely safe place. You don't think I'd be foolish enough to present myself and my demand bearing the only photographs in existence? One must allow for accidents.
Purdy, you're going to have the nastiest accident of your life.
No, don't bluster, Mr. Cannon. I hold the whip hand. Threats will avail you nothing. Now, let's talk business. The price is the same. You give me £10,000, cash, and I will destroy the negatives in your presence.
No.
Lady Farquharson, you're joking.
I'm perfectly serious. I neither want nor need your negatives.
Vir volmaakte pas, volmaakte drapering en die jeugdige weelde van suiwer nuutwol Kyk uit na die wolmerk op die etiket. Hierdie internasionale waarmerk is u waarborg van die wêreld se beste suiwer nuutwol, die mode se voorkeurvesel. Moenie raai nie, die wolmerk is u waarborg.
There are always places that are hard to keep clean, like drains, sinks, and dustbins. Places that breed deadly microscopic germs. You need a specially formulated disinfectant to eradicate germs and odors, like Sandpick with Super Pine. Sandpick liquid or penetrating Sandpick spray, perfect for hideaway places. Use it regularly. Sandpick kills germs in seconds.
Rook met nuwe lus. Rook Ransom en die smaak sal getuig. Dis Virginie se tabak op sy beste. Ransom bied u die ryk, aangename geur van uitsoek Virginie se tabak met die eksklusiewe Ransom Multifilter, wat daardie noodsaaklike balans tussen tabak en filter behou. 'n Nuwe ondervinding in rookgenot. Ransom, vir die man wat baie rook en dit geniet.
The faces of both Purdy and Cannon must have been perfect pictures of surprise and disbelief. She'd been so anxious to have in her possession the photographs from the air duct, and having been informed by Purdy they were worthless by virtue of the fact that he held the negatives, she calmly informed Purdy that she didn't want them.
Gentlemen, it seems I owe you both an explanation. Mr. Purdy, you have been laboring under a misapprehension. You assume that I would be more than willing to cover up my husband's amorous adventures. And you, Mr. Cannon, mistook me, well, perhaps I misled you, mistook me for the brave little wife trying to protect her husband's reputation and save her marriage. Not so. I've been married to Hugh Farquharson for 14 years. The misery of those years has been indescribable. My husband has had a succession of girls, secretaries, hotel receptionists, waitresses, typists, and girls who are laughingly referred to as models. My husband indulged himself to the extent of being on the threshold of bankruptcy. I have my clothes. I have some jewelry and a fine motor car. But in the event of a divorce, I have no hope of alimony. These photographs provide me with exactly what I want. A, they are the perfect evidence for divorce, and B, they're very valuable. You see, gentlemen, I have sold the story of my life with my husband to a well-known Sunday newspaper, but the editor required proof. He didn't believe that what I wrote was true. Now, when I show him these photographs, he will pay me enough money for me to live in the manner to which I have been unaccustomed. You, Mr. Purdy, have nothing. But someday I'm sure you'll get what's coming to you. You, Mr. Cannon, have been extremely courteous and kind. At least you have a fee for your services. Goodbye.
The purpose of a labour exchange is to provide employment, temporary or permanent. The fact is, I can't guarantee or recommend any applicant. Unless they have a criminal record, I'm in no position to say whether they're reliable or not.
It will be for 3 weeks only, monsieur, and the pay is good,
But I can't guarantee that the man you employ can be trusted. I merely type out the details of the job offered and post it on the notice board. You must then choose from those who apply.
I am newly arrived in England, monsieur. It will be difficult for me to judge.
I tell you what. Why don't you try one of the independent agencies? Assignments Unlimited. Grosvenor 5995. The address, if you wish to call on them, is 33 Half Moon Street.
Aubrey Mason at your service. At Assignments Unlimited, we do anything, anywhere, at any time.
33 Half Moon Street.
Chips for the fishmonger. Not all the tasks undertaken by Assignments Unlimited are spectacular or particularly dangerous. In fact, the unusual is the exception rather than the rule. The nervous little old Frenchman who came into my office requested the services of our organization for a task which was mundane in application and only unusual in a theatrical sense. I'd already mentally slotted Cannon into the vacant niche and wondered what his reaction would be. Monsieur Paul Duclair, for such was the client's name, wished the services of a night attendant over the preserved body of a dead whale. On reflection, it was perhaps an unusual request. I said so. You did say a dead whale, Monsieur Duclair.
A magnificent exhibit. A Greenland whale. I began with a blue sperm whale, but found it too large to transport through the doors of most halls that I hire.
Extraordinary.
You see, a whalebone is immensely strong, and I discovered that if the inside of the beast is removed and the carcass inflated with air, it is possible to preserve the outer skin and membrane with formaldehyde. In time, the shell hardens and the air can be released.
Well, that's most interesting, Monsieur Duclair. I take it that you then exhibit the whale.
Oui. I have had great success in France, and I have now come to your country for a short tour of 3 weeks before I go on to the United States, where I hope to enjoy singular success.
Well, just out of interest, Monsieur Duclair, how do you pump up the whale in the first place?
Good question. On top of the head is contained a pocket of ambergris. This has a high commercial value, and when removed, leaves a small funnel leading to the interior of the beast. Into this, a hose is connected, and voila!
But don't you have to make a cut in the thing to clean it?
Oh, no, that is done through the mouth. So now we have a good circulation of air that helps to preserve the beast.
Some beast.
The greatest of all living things, monsieur. The noblest creature in all creation.
Yes, I'm sure. But what exactly do you wish us to do?
I require a night watchman of impeccable integrity. He will also be required during his tour of duty at night to pump formaldehyde into the creature.
It sounds simple enough. Why must the man's character be so blameless?
An exhibit of this nature is played to vandals, monsieur. Many times in France have I been accosted by those who would cut into the exhibit to satisfy their morbid curiosity that what I have on show is really the genuine article.
Well, needless to say, I have just the man for the job. I'm not sure how you'll take it. It's an odd request, but you may rest assured that no vandal will come near your whale.
I am delighted, Monsieur Mason.
What were you thinking of paying this night watchman?
I thought £15 a night.
Cannon will be happy to pump formaldehyde all night for that money.
I beg your pardon, monsieur?
Cannon, one of our men here. He'll be delighted to take on the job. Where and when must he report?
Oh, tonight, if it is possible, at the Exeter Hall in Camberwell.
He'll be there.
Cannon, you say?
That's right. I might send him down this afternoon just to give the place the once-over.
That would be admirable, Monsieur Mason. Thank you, and good day to you.
Good day, Monsieur Duclair. Whatever the peculiarities of our profession, we never refer to any task as an odd job. We try to avoid reading gardens wherever possible. But our boast is that we'll tackle anything. And it was to Cannon's sense of professional duty that I appealed when he came into my office. He left for Camberwell at 3:30, and I sensed that our relationship had become a little strained. An hour later, he reported back by telephone. Assignments Unlimited.
You can say that again.
Oh, hello, Cannon. How are you making out?
Well, I've met the Gull's answer to Moby Dick, and I've had 5 minutes instruction on the formaldehyde pump.
Good. Is it a real whale?
Are you kidding? The caretaker's cat's had a brainstorm. It's just my luck to get a job playing nursemaid to an oversized kipper.
Oh, it's only for 3 weeks, Cannon. You're part of show business.
Yeah, and everybody's having a whale of a time.
That was corny. Remember what Duclair said about vandalism? It's on the cards that the Camberwell boys might take it into their heads to carve up his exhibit.
Well, if they do, it'll provide a light relief from the formaldehyde pump. Now, one thing about this guy Duclair, though, he's got a sense of humor. He slipped me a tip when I arrived.
Good for him. What was it?
A fin.
Well, time I was getting home, Mr. Cannon. I locked up everywhere.
Yeah, it was quite a night, wasn't it? Who would have thought this dump sported 1,000 Arctic theologists?
What's that, Mr. Kennett?
Fish fanciers.
You know, in all my years as caretaker here, I've never seen such a crowd. And just to look at a whale.
Well, now you got a new angle on a poor fish. Look, I'll lock the front door after you. What time are you coming in the morning?
Well, I don't usually get here till 10.
Then I won't see you, my friend. My French employer says you'll be here at 7.
What will you do about supper? There's a shop on the corner that stays open till 2, they say.
No, thanks. I'll munch on a sandwich. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Kennett.
Well, I guess I'll get out the formaldehyde pump, and then I can settle down with a magazine. I would have thought a guy could make money out of a dead whale, but this operator coins it. 2,000 times 2 shillings. Oh, boy. Well, Moby, here comes your first shot. Hey, now I must be going crazy. That was a scream, and it didn't come from a dead whale. No. Doors are all locked. There's nobody in the rafters. Well, I didn't imagine that. I don't believe in ghosts, but there's nobody here. Hey, wait a minute. What did Duclair say about the hollow inside of this whale? So somebody's being smart in Camberwell. Okay. Flashlight. The mouth, he said. Here we are. Okay. The party's over. Come on out of there.
It is hopeless now. We've been discovered.
Why are you being smart? Come on out, you get. Well, now give.
Give?
Before I call the cops, you better come clean and tell me what the idea is, hiding inside that carcass.
The police? Oh, no.
You're foreigners. You mixed up with Monsieur Duclair?
No, sir. We are Russians.
Russians? Well, this gets screwier every minute. How'd you get in there?
We hid behind the veil during the lunchtime closing. Then we climbed in through the mouth.
How did you know you could get in that way?
I think, Anushka, we better tell him everything. We, Anushka and I, are from the Russian Moskayev dancers. You have heard of the Moskayev folk dancers?
You are at the Empire Hall.
That is so. We came here from France, and it was in France when we first saw the veil and learned that the interior was hollow. The Moskayev company is due to return to Russia on the day after tomorrow, and Anushka and I decided to escape.
Escape? From what?
From Russia, sir.
Oh, you mean political asylum?
Yes.
But that doesn't explain why you hid out inside a dead whale.
If we ask for political asylum in England, it would be granted, but it would be easy for the Russian Secret Service to find us. They are most efficient and would track us down wherever we went. And so, Anushka and I hit upon a plan whereby we might vanish without trace.
You see, sir, the veil is to be shipped to America. We have a large supply of food and water, and it was our intention to stay hidden inside the veil until it reached the United States. We could come out at night when all was quiet and hide back inside during the day. Once in America, we know where we can find friends.
Well, what do you know? Let's one up on Jonah. You mean you got all that trouble just to get to the States?
The Russian secret police do not take kindly to escapists.
We have families in Russia, sir.
Mm-hmm. You know, you don't have a bad plan at that. You disappear without trace in England. They check and find you haven't applied for political asylum. They check the airports and shipping lines and draw a blank. It only figures that something must have happened to you, like suicide. So they forget all about you.
And they forget about our family, sir.
Mm-hmm. Tell me, Monsieur Duclair, does he know about this?
No one knows, except you.
Well, that's all right. Your secret's safe with me.
But are you not from the police?
No, I'm the watchman.
You are the watchman?
Yeah, afraid, I guess. I was born under the zodiac sign of Pisces.
But the watchman in France was a much older man.
Yes, we know that he slept most of the night. We know that if we made no noise, we could safely creep out after dark.
Well, with me, you don't have to worry about noise. Noise? Say, what were you screaming about inside there anyway?
Oh.
Well, what is it?
In the darkness, he tripped over something.
Uh-huh.
I put on my torch, and there is the body of a man with a knife through his heart.
Cannon's jaw dropped so that he resembled in miniature the very object he was guarding. Whatever my employee's faults, he's not lacking in analytical intelligence. His colleagues would say as sharp as a whip. One look at the dejected and terrified faces of the two young folk dancers was enough to convince Cannon that they at least were on the level. His reaction was straightforward and immediate.
Anushka, you stay here. And Mikhail, you're going back inside that whale.
Oh, well, if you insist.
I do insist, and what's more, I'm coming with you.
Mikhail.
It's all right, Anushka. I am not afraid.
Come on, let's go. Yeah. Now then, put on the flashlight. Now, where is it?
They're right there.
As you said, a knife through the heart. Do you know this man?
I think I have seen him somewhere. I cannot be sure.
Well, have a good look. The formaldehyde must have seeped into him. He's well preserved.
How long do you think he's been there?
No, should I know. You only stumble on him by accident. The way he's preserved, he could have been there months. Okay, let's get out of this mausoleum. It gives me the creeps.
Are you just going to leave the body there?
Sure. In this country, in cases of murder, the body's left where it's found, untouched, so as not to hamper the work of the police.
Oh.
Here we go. You first. What? Okay, now me.
Mikhail.
The body is there, as we saw it. Anushka hoped she might be dreaming. I can't say I feel much different, sir. This is the end for us.
No. Come on, cheer up. It might be the beginning.
When the police come, they will hold us as witnesses. Our defection will then be discovered. We will be taken back to Russia.
Yeah, that's the point, Mikhail. Corpse in the body of a whale, 2 Russian refugees. Hey, hang on, there's a phone here somewhere. Look, Mikhail, while I telephone, you go back inside there and remove all traces of your presence. Didn't you say that you brought food?
Yes.
Well, get it out. Make sure there's no traces of your having been in there. If there's the slightest clue to link you with the dead man, you'll wind up here the same as you would in Russia.
Cannon's call came through to my apartment and woke me from a deep sleep. At first I thought he'd lost his reason, and then that he was all a joke to get me out of bed and repay me for the task I'd handed him. But he finally convinced me that Mikhail and Anushka were real people, and that their plight was a tragic one. I gave him the only advice that seemed sensible at the time. The young Russian runaways would be safe for a while, at least, in Cannon's flat.
Okay, that's settled.
Did you telephone the police?
No, my chief. I'm taking you to my flat in Chelsea. You'll be safe there for a while. Did you get everything out, Mikhail?
Oh, yes, everything, sir.
Now, let's see. 2:15. Chances of any vandals coming now are pretty remote. I've got a car at the back of the hall, and I can have you in my place in 20 minutes. I'll drop you and come back, and then I'll ring the police. Pick up your gear and follow me. Come on. Go right in.
Oh,
it's strictly a bachelor's apartment, ma'am, but you could give it the feminine touch.
We don't know how to say thank you.
Well, then don't try. Help yourselves to anything you want. I'll just get back to the whale.
Oh, the whale?
Well, don't tell me you forgot.
Oh, Anushka, the candle. I left the candle.
What are you talking about?
You told me to make sure nothing was left inside. I lit the candle so that I could see properly. I left it burning.
You left the candle burning inside... But the blubber of the formaldehyde... That fish is more inflammable than an oil refinery. Let me through, will you? Excuse me. Thanks.
No further, sir.
Huh?
The roof's going in any minute.
Well, it'll be gutted. The entire building will be gutted.
Yeah, it looks like it, sir.
Monsieur Cannon, I've looked everywhere for you, I thought you might still be inside.
Monsieur Declare, well, it looks like my first job as a night watchman got off to a bad start.
Oh, do not distress yourself. It was well in short, but how did it happen?
Well, that's quite a question. I'm not sure.
But where were you when it happened?
I was having a smoke.
Tell me just what you did, Monsieur Cannon.
Well, I pumped in the formaldehyde like you showed me, and then I sat down on the bench to have a smoke. Suddenly, the whale started to smoke too. You know what I mean?
Yes, a stroke of luck.
Luck?
The whale is in short, as I said. I do not regret losing it.
But it's burned down the entire hall. The place is a raging inferno. There'll be nothing left.
No, nothing left. Absolutely nothing.
And, that's about everything, Chief.
Now, what makes you so suspicious of Monsieur Duclair?
I don't know. It's maybe the way he looked at that fire. He was enjoying it. Seemed like he was hoping the thing would be destroyed.
Oh, it might just have been the excitement. The entire building was razed to the ground. There's nothing but a heap of ashes.
Well, don't you see? That body inside the whale was reduced to a heap of ashes, too. Whoever that guy was, he wound up in his own crematorium.
Yes, I checked on the Russian dancers. They're officially listed as missing. Mark you, that doesn't mean they weren't responsible for the killing. We've no idea who that man might have been, and now it seems we'll never know. Just supposing he was an official of the Russian secret police.
Yeah, sure. Well, I'm going to cry about that.
Oh, that's not the point. This is England. Well, then no one has the right to take another man's life.
Okay, Chief, thanks for the moral lecture.
I'm serious. If those two youngsters did kill a man from the Russian police, then they must be handed over to the authorities.
Well, you're right, of course, as always. But how are we going to prove who he was? How can we even prove that there was a man in there in the first place? There's nothing left, not a single solitary thing.
Yes?
Monsieur Duclair to see you, sir.
I'll send him in, please.
No. What do you suppose he was?
Well, he won't have come to congratulate us on our efficiency as night watchman.
Ah, bonjour, Monsieur Maison. Monsieur Cannon?
Monsieur Declare?
Most regrettable about the exhibit,
Yes. Won't you take a chair?
Thank you. I explained to Monsieur Cannon that financially there is nothing to worry about. The exhibit was well insured, and I shall suffer no financial loss.
I'm glad to hear that.
But I shall require your assistance.
You're going to pump up another whale?
Oh, no. It concerns the insurance. At the time of the accident, I was in bed in my hotel. In fact, the hall porter woke me and told me of the disaster. Monsieur Cannon was in charge of the exhibit at the time, and I would like a statement from him accepting full responsibility.
Now, just a minute. You may be insured, but we're not. If you read your contract, you'll find the indemnity clause in case of accident.
Oh, it is not that, monsieur. I require a letter only to show that the exhibit was destroyed by accident. To please the insurance company, you understand, huh?
Yes, I do.
Of course, I would pay for the service.
When do you want the letter, Monsieur Declare?
I would like to get it off to France as soon as possible. It will save me the journey over there. If the insurance company is satisfied, they will pay out to their London office.
I'll get onto it right away, monsieur. This afternoon?
Perfect. Thank you. Well, good day, gentlemen.
Goodbye, Mr.
Bye, Monsieur Declare. You know, Chief, something about that whale smells awful fishy.
Perhaps. But I wonder why he doesn't just hop over the channel and collect the insurance money.
Maybe he doesn't want to show his face in France.
Show his face? Cannon, I wonder.
Chief, I don't like that look.
Are the Russian runaways still in your flat?
Where else?
You're sure no one's seen them?
Certain. I can't stall a cleaner forever, but he's been stalled before. For a different reason, naturally.
I can guess what it is. I want to have a talk to them. They were as Cameron described them, just two nice kids. However desperate their plight, I just couldn't imagine them plunging a knife into a man's heart, and the setting for the murder was too macabre for them to contemplate. I asked them about the exhibit they'd seen in France. How did you find out about the entrance into the whale?
By watching the caretaker. He was an old man and rather surly. The whale was on show in the Place de la Poste, and we hid behind one of the pillars. We saw him climb in through the mouth. When we heard that the whale was to come to London and then to go to America, we hit upon our plan.
Did you meet Monsieur Duclair? He's the owner.
I don't think so. It was the caretaker we watched.
You said to Cannon that you might have seen the dead man somewhere before.
I think so, but I cannot be certain.
Well, there's no chance now for a second look. If you saw the caretaker again, would you recognize him?
Oh, yes. Anushka, too.
I would know him anywhere.
I'll just use your phone, Cannon. What hotel is Duclair in?
Regent Palace.
Good morning. Oh, I'd like to speak to Monsieur Duclair, please. Thank you. I'm going to invite him to the office early. I want Mikhail and Anushka hidden in the inner office where they can see him. Hello? Oh, Monsieur Duclair. Oh, this is Mason, Assignments Unlimited. Yes, I nearly finished it. Tell me, for how long was the whale insured? Yes, it couldn't have lasted forever, could it? Yeah, I see. Right after the American exhibition, you would destroy it? Well, may I ask how? Yes, of course. What better grave for a whale than to be dumped into the sea? Can we make it 1 o'clock? Thank you, that's fine. Goodbye. There's no doubt about it now. Cannon in that outer office with these youngsters, I want 2 more people. Detective inspectors from the murder squad. The stage was set for Monsieur Duclair's arrival. The police officers were fully briefed, and Mikhail and Anushka waited apprehensively. When Duclair arrived, they recognized him immediately, not as Duclair, but as the old caretaker. Publicity photographs of the real Duclair were immediately seen to be those of the dead man and the whale. Cannon, for once, was impressed.
Well, not bad, Chief, not bad at all. But, what made him do it?
Jealousy, probably. Like you, he didn't fancy having a whale as a bed companion, while his employer lived off the fat of the land.
The fat of the whale?
No, all right. He murdered his boss and left his body inside the exhibit. Later, all evidence would have been removed when the whale was dumped in the Atlantic. Cunning. But he couldn't take a chance on going back to France. He might have been recognized by someone in the insurance company. So he had to stay undercover.
Undercover? That reminds me, 2 Russian dancers have to be smuggled into the States somehow.
Funny you should mention that. I was just about to brief you on your next assignment.
Oh, no.
Well, there you are. That's how the fishmonger had his chips.
That's right, but I work in good old London town. My last assignment took me to the States.
Really? May I ask what sort of work you do, Mr. Cannon?
Well, that's the $64 question. The company's name is Assignments Unlimited, and my boss lives up to it like a battle honor. Come up and see me sometime at 33 Half Moon Street.
Aubrey Mason at your service. At Assignments Unlimited, we do anything, anywhere, at any time.
33 Half Moon Street.
I have a file in front of me. On the front cover is boldly typed, "A kitten for Mr. Katz." To say that Mr. Benjamin Katz paid us a visit at 33 Half Moon Street would not be strictly accurate. He descended on our peace and quiet in this backwater like a clap of thunder. Mr. Katz was a man of few words, but he had a lot to say. It's part of the routine at Assignments Unlimited that I lend a patient an attentive ear.
I'm in the theatrical profession, Mr. Mason, casting mainly. Got quite a few things on the go at the moment. Theater's having a boom, vaudevilles on the way back, television, radio, motion pictures, films, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, well, it keeps me on the go all the time. Never have a chance to sit still for a moment. Now, I'm here today, and tomorrow I'll be in the Midlands. After that, over to Italy to shoot a scene of a girl on the beach bouncing a ball. That's for a TV commercial. Why they have to go all the way to Italy just to get a girl bouncing a ball on a beach beats me.
It must be very trying.
Oh, but I'll never let it get me down. Get in there and fight, I say. If you don't get the job done, your competitors will get there ahead of you. Romantic game, show business. Well, that's what you think. Cutthroat, Mr. Mason. That's the word to really describe it. A knife in the back.
What is it exactly that you wish us to do?
Oh, what's that? Oh, yeah, well, a little job. They told me you handle anything. Is that right?
That's right.
Well, great. Here's my card. Send the account there, and it'll be settled right away. Well, I must get going. You've got to be in the Midlands first thing tomorrow.
Mr. Katz, is it film stunting or something like that?
Film stunt? Oh, the job, yeah. Well, I didn't say, did I?
No.
Well, I got a little female kitten arriving on the boat train lunchtime tomorrow. She's got someone on the train looking after her, and he'll hand the kitten over to your man in the platform buffet if he's there at lunchtime. Now, just look after her until I get back from the Midlands day after tomorrow. Well, now, I really must run. Been a pleasure meeting you, Mr. Mason. Do you ever go to the theater?
Often.
Well, I'll send you tickets for my next review. Goodbye.
Good afternoon, Mr. Katz.
You okay, Chief?
Cannon. How nice to see you. Come in.
You having trouble with that guy?
No, just a client. He's a little exuberant.
Well, he must have spent his prenatal days under machine gun fire.
How was the trip to Washington?
Oh, went off without a hitch. Do I get a furlough?
Surely 5 days on the Queen Elizabeth was enough.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought you'd say, so I'm reporting for duty.
As it happens, I have a small thing here for tomorrow.
The, Mr. Katz, the man who just left?
How did you know his name?
I looked in the appointments book.
He's got a kitten arriving on the boat train at King's Cross tomorrow. We have to look after it until he gets back from the Midlands.
So you want me to go to King's Cross with a quart of milk?
Or something like that. The kitten's in charge of a man on the train. He'll hand over to you in the platform buffet at lunchtime.
Well, how'll I know this guy?
Oh, there shouldn't be any difficulty, Cannon. How many people on King's Cross Station will have kittens for company?
Well, that's a good question. And what do I do with the kitten when I've collected it?
You're in charge until Mr. Katz gets back. We'll take it to your flat if you like. Anything so long as you don't lose it.
Uh-huh. Hey, what do I feed this kitten on?
Oh, I don't know. Cream, I suppose. I've never kept cats. Well, what's the joke?
I was just thinking, you've never kept cats, and now you're working for one.
Late the following morning, Cannon, after a short consultation with a pet shop in Charing Cross, left for his assignation with the kitten. At lunchtime, he was sipping an old and mild in the platform buffet when the boat train pulled into the station. He carefully scanned the passengers for some sign of a man and a kitten.
Pardon, monsieur. Are you the gentleman who was sent to meet me?
Wow. I wish I was.
But Monsieur Katz said there would be a gentleman to meet me in the platform buffet, and you are the only gentleman toute seule. By yourself.
Uh-huh. Did you say Mr. Katz?
Oui, monsieur. He is my agent.
But, Mr. Katz said I was to meet a kitten.
That is what they call me in France, monsieur. My name is Marie Lavour.
Oh, Marie Lavour, so you're the kitten I had to meet, huh?
Is the idea distasteful to you, monsieur?
Distasteful? For once, I've got me an assignment that's the cat's whiskers.
Yes, Cannon's job was to act as chaperone to a sex kitten. I just hadn't understood the theatrical parlance of my flamboyant client. A lesser man might have been a little nonplussed by this turn of events, but Cannon was not in the least bit disturbed.
You see, Marie, the chief got the whole thing wrong. He's simply on the trail of a feline. Well, come think of it, he wasn't all that far out after all.
Well, I'm in your hands, monsieur. Where shall we go?
Well, that's a question, Marie, that causes a conflict in my mind. Should I follow the line of duty or countermand my chief's orders and change them to suit the situation?
I don't quite follow you.
Well, my orders were to feed you on cream and keep you in my flat.
Then you had to change your orders, monsieur.
Yeah, I was afraid you'd say that.
I never eat cream. It's bad for my figure.
This job gets better by the minute. Hey, do cats eat curry?
Delicious.
Then we'll eat curried chicken at Veeraswamy's, and then, let's go chew on a chicken first, huh?
Over the curry, Cannon warmed to his task. The change in diet for his charge had been drastic, but Cannon looked for all the world like a cat at a bowl of cream. This didn't prevent him putting some pertinent questions to the lovely Miss Lavour.
Oh, by the way, Marie, what happened to your luggage?
I have just an overnight bag, this one.
Do you usually travel so light?
Monsieur KATZ telephoned just 1 hour before the ferry left. He said I was to drop everything and come. That's not uncommon in show business, you know. He said he would provide everything for me at this end.
Well, I guess he'll do that when he gets back tomorrow. Where does he live, this guy, Katz?
His home, you mean? Oh, I have no idea. I wish I did. Then I would go there.
Well, if he wanted you to do that, he would have said so. Well, maybe Mrs. Katz is in residence, and if she got a look at you, she might get Papa to change his location.
Oh, but it will still be a difficult 24 hours for me.
How come?
I'm hoping for my big break in England. Mr. KATZ says there is a good chance that I will get a part in a new film there to shoot at Elstree. You know this place?
Sure, half an hour from here in Boreham Wood, but why is it so difficult?
In the cinema world, one must be seen only in the best places with the right people.
Oh, you should have said I'd have taken you to tea at Buckingham Palace.
Oh, please, do not misunderstand me. It's just because I haven't my luggage with me. I haven't even a change of clothes. If I book into a small out-of-the-way hotel and someone sees me, then it will start bad gossip for me. A cinema star must live only in the best places. Yet alas, I cannot book into a good hotel because they will ask why I have no luggage.
And the film star is never far from her Pantechnicon. Yeah, I always wondered why film stars were a bit screwy, but I'm learning. But you know, you don't have to worry, Marie. You can stay the night in my flat. How's that?
You're very kind, Monsieur Cannon, but that would not be proper now, would it?
Well, it would if I bedded down the flop house around the corner.
You would really give up your flat for one night for me?
Mademoiselle, I'm a regular Galahad, but there's a condition.
Oh?
After you've met up with Katz and gotten organized on this movie, I take you out to dinner. And we'll do it on your conditions. The right people, that's me, and the right place. Beer and sausages and dirty bits.
I shall look forward to our date with anticipation and pleasure, monsieur.
And I'll twist old Katz's arm to make sure you become a movie star right soon.
Do you think I'll be successful?
Baby, you'll be the cat's meow. Waiter, clear away the litter, huh?
It wasn't until after his lunch at Veeraswamy's that Cannon reported in. At that time, I had no idea that Mr. Katz's kitten was a lovely girl from France. Cannon, of course, was quick to inform me.
So you see, Chief, you got it all wrong. This kitten's a real dish, and our client, Mr. Katz, needs his head read for treating her this way.
I don't follow, Cannon. Are you suggesting that he's treated her badly?
Landing a potential movie star in London with no gear? You just don't know the business, Chief.
But I do know that you all know Rudolph Valentino.
Valentino? He went out with Prohibition.
Well, I must confess I don't attend the cinema very frequently. However, where is Miss Lavour?
In my apartment.
What?
Yeah, now don't panic. Those were your orders, and I've booked into the hotel around the corner for the night.
Well, Cannon, Assignments Unlimited.
Oh, is that you, Mr. Mason?
Speaking?
Yes, here.
Oh, good afternoon. How are things in the Midlands?
Oh, they're fine, just fine. Did you meet the kitten?
Yes. One of my men met her and is looking after her.
Oh, good. Now, it occurred to me that she won't know where to come to tomorrow. I wondered if your man would bring her out to the Four Swans in Waltham Cross.
The Four Swans at Waltham Cross? Yes, certainly. At what time, Mr. Katz?
6 in the evening?
I'll see to it.
Oh, good man. Now, don't worry about the expenses. I'll see to everything. Goodbye, Mr. Mason.
Good day, Mr. Katz.
Chief, you got that look again.
Miss Baines is off the switchboard. She popped out for a minute and put the line through to this office. Katz rang straight through to me.
So?
I asked him how things were in the Midlands, and he said fine. But he can't be in the Midlands because he dialed direct. You heard that wasn't a trunk call. Mr. Katz is right here in London. That's odd, Cannon. I wonder why he told me a deliberate lie. If Mr. Katz was in London, then why did he wish an escort for Miss Labour? And if she knew that he was in London, then she'd made an awful fool of Cannon. For all his ponderous bulk, Cannon is agile of mind and body. To coin a Cannon phrase, he'd gotten the message.
Mm-hmm. Let me have the phone, Chief. Cute.
Who are you ringing?
My flat.
Well, careful what you say.
That's all right, Chief. I just swallowed a jar of honey. Hello?
Hello. Who is speaking, please?
It's me, Cannon. Everything all right?
Oh, I was in the bath.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, that's all right. It's nice to hear your voice.
Just thought I'd ring to check that you're okay.
Oh, you're very kind, Monsieur Cannon.
Now, you get back to that bath before you drip all over my Persian carpet.
Is it Persian?
Well, the guy in Marks & Spencer's bargain basement said it was.
What time will you be home?
Oh, about an hour or so. Oh, by the way, Mr. Katz rang.
Oh, he's back in town?
No, he's still up north. He wanted to know if you were okay.
And I am, thanks to you.
That's what I told him. Now, look, if I'm late, you can play solitaire. There's a deck of cards in the bureau.
I'll cook you some dinner. How's that?
Great. Be seeing you, kitten.
Au revoir, Monsieur Cannon.
Well? Well. Now, I don't know. She's an actress. Could mean a lot or nothing. Hey, Chief, where does this guy Katz hang out?
Oh, here's his card.
Mm-hmm.
See anything odd about it?
Well, no phone number, just the address.
And for a theatrical agent, that's decidedly odd. I didn't bother to look at it closely before. I simply shoved it in the drawer of the desk.
17A Warder Street. Well, do I take the tube or a taxi?
Oh, I think this warrants a taxi. But don't forget he's never met you and he doesn't know that you were assigned to the job of meeting Miss Labour.
Unless she rang and told him.
Well, there's no telephone.
Check. Okay, I'll be 30 minutes. And if I find what I think I'll find, Mr. Katz, the fur's gonna fly. Oh, 4 flights. Martin Webster Publishing Company, Ann's Theatrical Hire, Chamois Window Cleaning Company, the Coal Black Bridge Club. No Mr. Katz. Well, I guess here's as good as any.
Major Farnham, we were expecting you.
No, just a minute. You got me wrong. My name's Cannon. I just want a little information.
Are you from the police?
No, I'm looking for an old friend of mine, name of Katz. I was told he ran a theatrical agency in this building.
Katz? Katz? You're American, aren't you?
Yeah. Katz?
Yes, Katz. No, there's no one here by that name.
You know everybody here?
Quite so. Well, there's Ann's Theatrical Hire, of course. It's run by a girl called Sally Manger. Not Anne at all. Sally Manger's always eating, so they call her Salle à Manger. It's terribly amusing, don't you think?
And no Katz?
No Katz.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
No Katz.
Not even on the rooftops. Chief, we've been taken.
It looks like it.
So what do we do?
Technically, we have a case for fraud, of course.
You mean the cops?
We'd be entitled to lay our predicament before the law. It's obvious that Katz never intended to pay for our services rendered. I'm not sure that I'd welcome the publicity, though. And then there's the girl.
Yeah, the girl. What about her?
From your telephone conversation, she's probably toasting you a tasty frog's leg over your gas ring.
You know, Chief, sometimes I wonder why I work for you.
I suppose the money has something to do with it. Now, our client has asked us to deliver the lady to the Four Swans Hotel at Waltham Cross. This we will do. It may well be that he wished to keep his real address a secret for some quite logical reason. If that's so, then he'll pay up when you deliver the goods.
Chief, I got a funny feeling.
Yes, so have I. But we'll play along straight at our end. Go back to your flat and act as if nothing's happened.
Okay.
Don't let the girl know where her assignation with KATZ is to be. It's just as well not to take chances. Tomorrow evening at 6, you can take her to the Four Swans and clean everything up.
I know who I'll clean up first if I don't get the dough.
There is this to it, Cannon. It might be dangerous. You never know.
No, I'll take a chance on that. Hey, what's this guy KATZ like anyway?
Oh, you won't have to worry about him. He's late middle-aged and out of condition.
Why won't you tell me where we're going?
Did I say I wouldn't tell you?
All day when I ask you, you've been evasive.
Well, the fact is, Mr. KATZ said to take you to the Four Swans Hotel in Waltham Cross. I couldn't ring him back to check because he was out of town. Now, you see, the Four Swans is really in Eleanor Cross. The two places are a stone's throw away, but, well, I thought I'd make sure first.
Is this the way to the cinema studio?
No, it's the way to the north, the Great North Road. It leads to the Midlands. You know, where Mr. KATZ has been all this time? Well, this is it. I'll just turn the corner and park. There it is, Four Swans Hotel. That statue was erected to the memory of Queen Eleanor by King Edward.
You are a student of English history, Monsieur Canon?
No, I looked it up in the guidebook. Okay, in we go. See anybody you know?
Maria, I'm so glad to see you. My most humble apologies for not being at the station to meet you.
I was well looked after, Monsieur KATZ, by this gentleman.
Oh, you must be from Assignments Unlimited.
That's right. Cannon's the name. You're Mr. KATZ.
Oh, yes, I am. You've done me a great service.
It's a pleasure. We do anything for money.
Oh, yes, your fee. Now, are you empowered to accept it?
That's right.
Well, excellent. Now, if you'll just settle down here, order yourself a drink while I show Miss LaVour to her room, I'll come right down and fix up about your fee, all right?
Okay.
Well, this way then, Marie.
Thank you for everything, Monsieur Cannon. And I shall not forget our date. You know how to keep in touch?
Don't ring you, you ring us.
I will. Au revoir, Monsieur Cannon.
Be seeing you, kitten.
Well, Maria, now, did you have a good trip?
Oh,
I was in the woods end.
Hey, waiter.
Yes, sir.
Where does the door at the back of the hotel lead to?
Oh, it's a car park, sir.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to know. Here.
Blimey. A quid.
Why didn't you come alone? That man might have caused some embarrassment.
I couldn't get him to tell me where you'd arranged the meeting.
He looks an ugly customer.
He's quite harmless. Very sweet.
Did you ask him where we were to meet?
Of course. He didn't tell me because you said Waltham Cross instead of Eleanor Cross. They have a reputation, his company. He did not want to make a mistake.
Well, he's made one now, the poor boob. I wonder how long he'll sit in that lounge waiting for me to come back.
It might have been wise to pay him.
Well, the less he sees of me, the better. I know these chaps. They've noses like Pinocchio and ask a lot of awkward questions. What's the matter?
A car behind us is about to pass. It's the same car that brought me. It's Cannon. Cannon is behind the wheel. It's forcing me off the road. Stop! Stop forever!
Oh, get over, you fool! Get over!
I'm pulling you this side, please,
Go to the devil!
You'll crash!
Il crash!
Okay? You two babies get out.
Well, I hurt my arm.
Pity you didn't break your neck. You too, Miss Lavoie, or whatever your name is. I'm in a pretty nasty mood.
You tried to kill us.
He could have stopped. Okay, hand over that traveling bag.
No.
Miss Lavoie, I'm not in the habit of pushing women around, but if you don't give it to me, I'm going to take it.
No, it's all a mistake. I'll pay you. I forgot in the hotel. There was so much on my mind, but, well, you can always come to the office to collect your money.
I already tried that. And if you've got what I think you've got, your next office will be a cell in Dartmoor. Now, give me that. A metal cylinder. Sealed, too. Well, I guess we only need a little hole. That jagged fender on your car will be just the thing. Well. Talcum powder, Miss Lavoie?
I'll pay you well.
I'll bet you would. There's enough cocaine in this cylinder to keep you on Easy Street for years. You know, you got the wrong name, Buster. They should have called you Rat.
There can be no doubt that KATZ had spoiled his ship for a ha'porth of tar. If he'd paid Cannon in the Four Swans Hotel, we'd have left it at that and put down the false visiting card to eccentricity. As it turned out, it was a profitless task, and I lost Cannon for 4 days at the trial. The narcotics people were onto Mr. KATZ, and that day at King's Cross they mingled with the crowd watching for him. He knew this, and realized that the moment Marie Lavoie made contact with him, they'd both be arrested with disastrous consequences. It was a good plan to have someone from Assignments Unlimited meet the lady. She'd be quite safe until KATZ could arrange a quiet rendezvous. Her cover story was sound and, well, indeed took us both in. It was that telephone call that really upset KATZ's plans.
Well, you gotta admit the boy's game.
He won't last around that. This Jamaican boy's as hard as nails. Punch like the kick of a mule. There, what I tell you. The referee stopped the fight. Well, it was fair.
Crazy crowd, the English. Always shout for the underdogs. But I bet it'll be different next week for the Empire title bout.
If there is an Empire title.
What do you mean by that?
Staff troubles. There's an LCC ruling at Earl's Court that the whole area must be cleaned up right after the meeting. I don't know how we managed tonight, let alone next week.
You short of staff, Mr. Moore?
Who's desperate?
Then I'm the answer to a maiden's prayer. Ring up Grosvenor 5995. That's the phone number of Assignments Unlimited at 33 Half Moon Street.
Aubrey Mason at your service. At Assignments Unlimited, we do anything, anywhere, at any time.
33 Half Moon Street.
Cannon is really a quiet sort of chap with a plebeian taste for football, boxing, and Wild West pictures. He's rugged, of course, which is just as well, because Cannon has an unfortunate habit of attracting trouble. It's never intentional. He explains it by saying he has a mesmeric metabolism that attracts the seamy side of life. Certainly Mr. Moore gave no indication of what was to come when I interviewed him on the Earl's Court job. Cleaners after the big fight next week, Mr. Moore. Well, I'm not sure that we can supply the number of workers you need for that.
Oh, it's not the actual sweepers, Mr. Mason. We can get them from the Labour Exchange. You see, they're mostly West Indians and work well enough if properly supervised. Mr. Cannon told me that you might be able to supply 2 or 3 men to act in a supervisory capacity with the work.
Oh, yes, that we can do easily. I'll put 2 of my most reliable men on the job.
Will one of them be Mr. Cannon?
Oh, without doubt. He'll be delighted at the opportunity of watching the big fight free of charge.
May I send you a couple of complimentary tickets, Mr. Mason?
For Friday night? Oh, it's kind of you, Mr. Moore, but, well, I must decline, unfortunately.
Oh, not interested in professional boxing?
Oh, it's not that, actually. It just so happens that this Friday night, my club's having its own championship match. I'm an active participant.
You're a boxer?
No, Mr. Moore, not nearly so romantic. Ours is a chess championship.
Check.
Oh, well, I think you'll find the men I send to be reliable, Mr. Moore. And I wish you a successful Friday evening.
As your Mr. Cannon would say, this Empire title fight will be a knockout.
Hi. Any objections if I park in the booth here for the fight?
Well, that depends. Are you an American?
New York. You?
Milwaukee. Well, regulations state only members of the staff are allowed in here.
Well, then I guess it's okay. Cannon's the name, boss of the cleaning team.
Come right on in, Cannon. I'm Leslie Benn, National Broadcasting Corporation.
Well, what do you know? You making the fight commentary?
That's right. The New York Board of Control recognizes this Empire fight as a world eliminator, hence the broadcast to the States. Now, if you sit quietly in the corner, nobody's going to say a word. But I said quietly and no bad words.
Oh, my old mammy sent me to Sunday school every week.
Stand by, Mr. Benn. You're hooked up in 10 seconds from now.
Here we go. Give me full sound in number 4 booth. Good afternoon to all listeners on the NBC hookup. This is Leslie Benn reporting from the Earls Court Stadium in London, England, where the time is 9:30 p.m. And the contenders for the British Empire Cruiserweight title are limbering up in their respective corners, awaiting the gong for the first round that'll set them in combat and decide who will have a tilt at the World Cruiserweight crown in Toledo in December. Both fighters are in good shape for the contest, and there's not a pound difference in weight between them. The champion, Ned Riley, with his scarlet shorts emblazoned with the green shamrock of Ireland, and the challenger, Sammy Bart, bedecked in a more somber black. The colors are symbolic. It'll be a red-letter day for the winner and a black Friday for the loser. I expect a good fight since both boys have everything to gain by a win here in London, England. Some of you keen followers of the fight game will remember 3 years back when Nigel Bart, twin brother of Sammy, who's in the ring now, fought in the States. A larceny charge ended Nigel's career, but his twin brother has stepped right into his shoes to challenge the champion tonight. And there goes the bell for the first round. They meet in the center of the ring, both fighters summing each other up. Riley has a 3-day crop of whiskers on his chin and a snarl on his face. Bart's cool, imperturbable, and large rosy tin ear, the hallmark of his profession, on an otherwise unmarked face. Riley leads with the left. Bart brushes it aside, sidesteps neatly. As he turns, that great cauliflower ear stands up like the plumed helm of Navarre. And suddenly the tempo's changed. Bart comes storming in like a flashing light. A left, another left, and a mighty chopping right that's got Riley reeling, and the crowd's going berserk. Oh, this is a Sammy Bart we've never seen before. He comes in again and slams home that left and a right and another left and a right that chops down Riley like a meat axe. He's down, Riley's down. Rest on him. 3, 4... Oh, he's up at 4, but boy, his face looks like he's dived head first into a cement mixer. And Riley's down again, and he's down again. Oh, the crowd's going wild. He has a fear something he could cut jigsaw puzzles out of it. 4, 5. The champion's game, he wants to get up, but the ref's insisting on the compulsory count of 8 after a second knockdown. And he's up, swaying on his feet as the challenger comes storming in, and it's a left, and over comes that right to chop down the champ. He's down, Riley's down, and he'll get up now this time. 60 seconds by my count, and I lead the world champion of the British Empire. Sailor Temple, the world champion, was here to watch this fight tonight, and it's not going to be a buggy ride when he meets Sammy Bart in December. Sammy Bart, the new cruiserweight champion.
Check. You're up, Sir Thomas.
I think you've got me, Mason.
Check and mate. Thank you, Sir Thomas.
I don't know how you do it, Mason. You're a fighter, all right.
Oh, it's the bulldog spirit, sir.
Excuse me, sir. Is the game concluded?
Yes, Crawley. Another chess championship out of the way until next year.
May I inquire who won, Sir Thomas?
You may indeed, Crawley. Mr. Mason, undefeatable. The most rugged fighter in the kingdom.
Then you will be able to answer the telephone, Mr. Mason.
Telephone? What at this hour? Who is it?
American intonation in the voice, Mr. Mason.
Oh, I know who it is, Crawley.
Shall I plug in the extension, Mr. Bates?
If you will.
Well, I think this calls for a celebration. A bottle of port. Any dissenters? Capital. Well, let's leave Mason to his telephone conversation and appoint Crawley potman.
Thank you. Hello? Oh, is that you, Cannon?
Hello to you all. This is hot news straight from the cannon's mouth.
Cannon, are you drunk?
No, I'm quite sober, Chief. I have watched a big fight from a broadcasting booth and seen the great Leslie Benn in action.
Oh, good show. Did he win? I mean, this Leslie Benn?
No. Leslie Benn was the commentator. The protagonists were Ned Riley and Sammy Bart. Bart won and our job's completed.
Already? But I thought you wouldn't be through until 1 in the morning.
Well, the fight lasted 1 minute, 60 seconds. What a challenge and what a champion.
Cannon, look. If ever we get a job calling for a boxing commentator, our seat's passed on to you. But right now we have a little celebration going on in the club, so if you don't mind...
Say, that's right, I forgot. You were playing in the chess championship tonight. How did it go, Chief?
Extremely well, thank you, Cannon.
No, what I mean is who won?
Well, I did, actually. Now, I must say
No,
tonight...
hang on, Chief. Look, I gotta see you tonight.
Trouble?
Maybe.
Well, what is it?
Well, one of the Jamaican cleaners found a small parcel wrapped in brown paper under the ring in Sammy Bart's corner. It's addressed to Bart.
Well, then why don't you give it to him?
There's a stain in one corner where something has seeped through.
Yes?
You guessed it, Chief. It's blood.
All right, Cannon, dump it on the table. You say you found it under the ring by this Sammy Bart's corner?
Well, strictly speaking, Chief, one of the Jamaican cleaners found it.
And he handed it to you?
That's right.
Are they reliable, these Jamaicans?
Well, if you mean honest, yes. As anybody's honest who works as janitor. They're superstitious, too. This guy, Bart, wasn't expected to win. And yet he sailed through the champion like a maniac with a poleaxe. So I told the Jamaican it was probably voodoo.
Well, what on earth did you do that for?
Mr. Moore promised me a personal bonus if I got the place clean before midnight. When they heard about the voodoo, they had that joint as clean as a widow's parlor in half an hour flat.
Cannon, you're incorrigible.
And not only that, I got bad habits. Well, what do we do, Chief? Open or deliver?
Well, it might simply be meat.
A pound of steak in case you got a black eye?
I wonder what he was doing under the ring like that.
Well, if I could offer my professional advice as a garbage expert, that entire arena was knee-deep in empty popcorn packets, torn-up tickets, newspapers for the fish and chips. And the whole place, only one small square was free of garbage, under the ring. So, when the scaffold company took the ring away, it was impossible to miss seeing the package.
That rather looks as though it was put there purposely.
Well, you've got to be very short-sighted to mistake a boxing ring for a mailbox.
Well, it's carefully wrapped and neatly typed. You know, it's our duty to hand this straight over to Mr. Moore.
Well, supposing I opened it very carefully, so as I could wrap it up again very carefully.
Well, that might be dangerous.
No, it can't be a time bomb. Gunpowder's black.
Oh, all right. But if it turns out to be a pound of liver, I'll have your blood.
Okay, here we go. Wow. Maybe it was voodoo after all.
Cannon, that's an ear, a human ear. Cannon just sat and stared at it, his hand gently stroking his own generous lobe. And then it occurred to me that this was a very large ear, severed sharply but crudely from its owner's head. What could it mean? I glanced inquiringly at Cannon.
Well, that's new. Maybe a day old.
Yes, I was thinking the same thing. Well, who can it belong to?
Search me. Maybe we got a modern Van Gogh running loose in London.
Van Gogh was an artist. Anyway, he cut off his ear to send to his lady love.
Well, it could be in reverse. A lot of these dames go dizzy over prize fighters.
A girl's ear? Look at the size of it.
Well, somebody's ears were burning last night for sure.
Another facetious remark like that from you, and I'll put a flea in your ear.
Okay, Chief, okay.
Now, look, my mind's made up. In the morning, I'm going to ring Mr. Moore and tell him exactly what's happened. Then it's up to him to take any action he thinks necessary.
Okay, that's the end of the cleaning contract.
What do you mean?
Well, Mr. Moore is so pleased with the job we did tonight, he's coming round here in the morning to offer us a regular contract at his big flat promotions.
So?
And one of the rules is that all lost property is deposited with the man in the box office. That's why he wants supervisors. Once he knows that we remove this parcel from the arena and open it, you get what I mean, Chief?
I don't like it, Cannon. The police should be informed.
Well, there's no law against cutting off your ear. I mean, legally it's like cutting toenails. So some nut cuts off his ear and sent it to the challenger, Sammy Bart. It's a man's ear, and a big one at that. How do we know why he did it?
Oh, all right, but, well, what do we do with it? I say we're morally obliged to take it round to the police station, even if we do lose the cleaner's contract.
No sense in cutting off your nose to spite your face.
Cannon.
Sorry, Chief. Now, look, let me wrap it up again and take it round to Sammy Bart first thing.
Oh, all right, you win. But I don't like it. I don't like it at all, Cannon. What on earth will Mr. Bart say when he opens it?
Sammy Bart is the Empire champion, and he comes from London, so he'll probably say...
Yes?
What's this here?
The heavy leather-bound volume of Homer's Iliad that I hurled at Cannon crashed into a closed door. In a way, I was glad that he brought the grisly parcel back to the office. I know very little about prize fighters, but I reasoned that Mr. Bart, having won his contest, would be feeling a little like myself. I must confess to a certain exhilaration at being the club chess champion, and the fighter must have felt the same. That parcel, if delivered on the night of his victory, would most certainly have ruined his great moment. But in one thing, Cannon was wrong. Sammy Bart might be a prize fighter from London, but his speech was impeccable.
Come in, Mr. Cannon. I must apologize for the untidiness of my hotel suite. I slept late this morning.
Understandably, champ. I watched the fight last night. You were great.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm a fan, you know. Never missed the big ones. Sat right up there with Leslie Benn, the commentator.
The American?
Yeah. They broadcast the fight to the States. Didn't you know?
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, he's tops in the States, you know. You ever been to America?
No, I've never been to America. They said at the desk that you had a parcel to deliver to me personally.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I've got it here.
Who gave it, you may ask?
Nobody. You see, I was in charge of the cleaners at the stadium, and one of the workers found this under the ring by your corner. It's addressed to you, so I thought I'd bring it round personally.
Well, that was very kind of you. If you wait a minute, I'll see that you're suitably rewarded.
No, that's okay. It's just part of my job. Well, I've got to get back, so if you'll excuse me...
I wouldn't hear of it. Sit down, Mr. Cannon.
Well, you see,
Sit down.
Okay.
Sammy.
Nothing wrong, I hope, Mr. Bart.
Weber?
Yes, Governor.
Lock the door.
Yes, Governor.
Look, I got it.
Sit down, Mr. Cannon. How did you get this parcel?
Well, it's like I told you.
For the last time, where did you get this parcel?
Hey, now, look, if you're trying to get tough...
Yes, Mr. Cannon.
Yeah, I should get tangled up with the future world champion. Okay, I'll come clean.
Better. A drink?
Yeah, scotch on the rocks.
Weber?
Yes, Governor.
All right, Mr. Cannon. You were about to come clean.
Well, you see, I work for an organization called Assignments Unlimited. You can check the numbers in the directory, Grosvenor 5995. I found the parcel just like I said, but I noticed there was blood that had seeped out.
Scotch on the rocks.
Oh, thanks. So I took it back to the office and opened it up to have a look. Well, the boss and me, well, we decided the best thing to do was to deliver it here this morning.
What else could you have done with it?
Well, the chief wanted me to deliver it to the police.
Have you any idea where this might have come from?
Well, I figured it was some kind of nuts.
All right, Weber. Now, Mr. Cannon, having delivered your strange parcel, what do you expect me to do with it?
Take it to the cops, I guess.
Yes, that would be the logical thing. Or throw it away. Forget the whole incident.
Yeah, that's what I do. No sense in keeping it.
Forget all about it. That'd be hard for you, Mr. Cannon. I imagine your experience would make a good talking point in the pub.
That I found an ear in a box and delivered it to the future world champion? You want to have me thrown out of every bar in town?
It is an unlikely story, isn't it?
Crazy.
Very well, Mr. Cannon. You've proved to me that you're not some idiotic practical joker, so you may go. Weber?
Well, thanks, Mr. Bart. It's nice to have met you.
Oh, and here's a $5 for your trouble.
Well, that's very generous.
I make a good friend, Mr. Cannon. Good morning.
Cannon arrived back at the office at 10:30 and outlined his experience with the champion. I was surprised that so able a pugilist should be a man of such culture, and wondered if the glorious days of Gentleman Jim Corbett were to be resuscitated. Cannon, idly twisting the morning newspaper in his hands, had no such lofty thoughts.
He didn't talk like a prize fighter. Apart from that cauliflower ear, he doesn't even look like a prize fighter.
Are you sure it was the Empire champion you saw this morning?
Oh, no doubt about that, Chief. I watched that fight from the commentator's booth through the telescope window. And that's better than ringside. I'd know Sammy Bart anywhere.
Well, then I vote we forget the whole incident.
That's what Sammy Bart wants us to do. I gave him the ear, and he gave me a $5.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Well, I got the impression that he was trying to buy me off. I don't like that. If I'm right, Sammy Bart is pushing me around. And I don't let anybody push me around, not even the cruiserweight champion. And what's more, if he was slipping me a $5 to keep my mouth shut, then he must know where that ear came from. Check?
And mate.
So that makes a skeleton in Sammy Bart's cupboard. A one-eared skeleton that's rattling a money box under his nose. And the champ is headed for the big time. Take a look at the morning newspaper. Read the headlines.
Sammy Bart to be crowned king in December. King?
Now, that's what they call the world champion, the king.
How quaint. And he'll receive a lot of money for this.
Well, with closed-circuit television rights, about $3 million.
Sure. Well, I think I'll get a trainer in for you, Cannon. Yes? Mr. Who? Ben?
I asked him over, Chief.
Oh, all right. Send him in, will you? Isn't that the commentator fellow you were telling me about?
That's the boy. I heard him make a few remarks about the champ and the challenger last night. I just wanted to hear more.
Oh, do come in, Mr. Ben.
Thank you. Oh, hello there, Kenner. Enjoyed the fight last night?
Great. Mr. Ben, this is Mr. Mason, my chief.
How do you do?
Never better. Well, I got your message. What can I do for you?
Well, we got a small problem, Mr. Ben. It's about Sammy Bart, the new champ.
Uh-huh.
Tell me, where did he get that great cauliflower ear?
Lucky you. I looked it up in the ring manual. I thought I might slip it into the broadcast as a tidbit if the fight got dull. Not that I had much chance. He got it in a fight in Millwall. Not in the ring, either. A bunch of hoodlums whipped him over with an iron bar. Why do you ask?
You said he had a twin brother.
That's right. Nigel Bart. Great fighter, too. Maybe even better than Sammy.
Well, what happened?
Say Nigel Bart?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he was campaigning in the States. He got hauled in on a larceny charge and was convicted. Now, if that happens to a fighter, he loses his license, so that was the end of Nigel Bart.
Tell me, has Sammy ever been to the States?
To fight? No. No, but I heard tell he was in America around the time his brother Nigel was sent up the river.
Mm-hmm. And this Nigel, has he got a cauliflower ear?
Not a mark on him. That's unusual for a prize fighter. Look, what's all this about?
Look, I want to have a talk with Sammy Bart, and I want you to come with me.
Are you kidding? Haven't you seen the special edition?
No.
Sammy Bart committed suicide this morning. Jumped from the roof of a block of flats.
And so it seemed that we should never know the solution to the mystery of the ear. There it was in the newspaper. Sammy Bart, suicide. Complete and final. And then the telephone rang. Assignments Unlimited.
Is that Mr. Mason?
Speaking.
Is there a Mr. Cannon with you?
Yes, he's one of my operators. He's with me at the moment, as a matter of fact. Would you like to speak to him?
Not now. I'd like to talk to you both in, say, half an hour. But I must stress that our conversation be in the privacy of your office and completely confidential.
Well, of course. May I ask who's calling?
Your Mr. Cannon will know me. We had a little chat earlier this morning. My name is Bart.
I didn't tell Cannon immediately. First, I thanked Leslie Ben, the commentator, and promised to take a more active interest in fisticuffs. Only when he'd gone did I tell Cannon about the phantom caller. Except that he wasn't a phantom. He arrived on schedule, a magnificent specimen of manhood, vibrant and very much alive. He addressed one remark to Cannon, who answered with a grunt, and then we let him have his head.
I apologize for my rather high-handed treatment of you this morning, Mr. Cannon. You'll notice that I no longer have a cauliflower ear.
Yeah.
I came to you because my brother's death this morning closes a tragic chapter in our family life. I had to speak to you because Sammy died during the time you were in my hotel suite. Once you read about his death, you'd feel obliged to go to the police. I'm Nigel Bart, of course, Sammy's twin brother. It was I who fought and beat Ned Riley last night, not Sammy. We were identical twins. No one could tell us apart, except for the cauliflower ear and Sammy's mental instability. The ear you saw on me last night was fabricated from rubber and glued over my own. It was one reason why I had to finish the fight quickly. A blow from Ned might have dislodged it. And my brother Sammy went downhill when our father died. Kept bad company, seldom out of trouble. I did all I could, but it was one battle I didn't win. I'd gladly have lost all the others, but it wasn't to be. I took him to the United States with me, hoping that a new environment might change him. But he was caught by the police, charged with larceny. And that was before his brush with the Millwall gang that damaged his ear. Oh, in short, I rang the changes, stood trial for him. You probably know the result. Sammy tried hard to go straight. He turned professional. He was all right for a time. It didn't last. The rubber ear was made a while ago as a joke. And last night, when Sammy was in no condition to go into the ring, I planned with him to swap places again. The fact he was missing his last big chance to make good threw him right off balance. Cutting off his ear and sending it to me was his last act of defiance before committing suicide.
Well, there you are. The story we called The King and the Cauliflower Ear.
Assignments Unlimited. The number? Yes, 5995. Mr. Who? Lazenby. Yes, Mr. Lazenby. I'd be only too pleased to see you. You're just next door, you say? Yes, I look forward to seeing you. It's a matter of what? Coal. You need it. Well, if I may say so, we do as well. Anyway, be seeing you. Aubrey Mason at your service. At Assignments Unlimited, we do anything, anywhere, at any time.
33 Half Moon Street.
10 minutes later, Mr. Lazenby was ushered into my office.
Mr. Lazenby, sir.
Thank you. Come in, Mr. Lazenby. Please sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. Now, I'm sorry to trouble you at such short notice.
Well, that's what we're here for, Mr. Lazenby.
You may wonder why I've come to see you. The fact of the matter is, I need help.
Well, that's the usual reason for people coming to see me. Now, how can we help you?
Lorry drivers. That's what I need. Lorry drivers.
Yes, in what connection?
Well, I have a firm, an engineering firm in Cumberland. That firm's got to keep running, and it can't run without coal. Now, my nearest stockyard is 40 miles away, and it's a nasty run in between.
I don't quite follow, Mr. Lazenby.
Well, the factory's situated up in the Fowls. It's a tough road in between. As I've already said, if I don't have coal, I can't keep my machines working, and I've only got 3 days' supply left.
Yes, Mr. Lazenby?
Well, the truth of the matter is, recently a series of accidents have taken place with my lorries. Oh, a whole heap of things. Punctures, big ends gone, and only yesterday I had a lorry go over Little Fowl.
Yes, but I still don't quite follow, Mr. Lazenby. I appreciate you have difficulties over coal supplies, but, well, I don't see how we can help you.
I want a lorry driver. Not only one who is qualified as a lorry driver, but one that I can trust.
I see. You're suggesting that someone's trying to prevent you from obtaining coal.
Exactly. I'm sure of it.
Mr. Lazenby, there are a number of haulage contractors in this country. I can't say that I'm acquainted with them in your area, but,
Why don't you get one of them to transport your coal for you?
What? With a railway strike on? You can't get anybody to carry anything for you for love nor money.
Oh, I see. So what you want is a man to drive one of your lorries and just a little more.
Yes, Mr. Mason, just a little more. I also want him to find out who he's trying to break my business.
A few minutes later, Lazenby left my office. It appeared that his factory was close to Cross Fell in Cumberland. The nearest station was Carlisle, and that's where I was going to send my dear Cannon. It was cold in London. I wondered what it was like in Cumberland. At that moment, Cannon came back into the office.
Whoa, it's cold outside.
Funny you should say that. I've just had a man to see me about coal.
Well, it's about time, too, Chief. We'll all freeze to death before long.
No, not that sort of coal. Would you like to sit down, Cannon?
I know that look. What's cooking, Chief?
Well, it's all a matter of coal. By the way, you have got a heavy-duty license, haven't you?
Yes.
Well, you've got a little assignment, driving coal from Carlisle to Cross Fell.
Is that so? And where the heck is Cross Fell?
Oh, somewhere in Cumberland. You're booked in the 10:30 to Carlisle, and Mr. Lazenby will meet you at the station. He's flown back already.
Lazenby?
Yes, he's the man. His factory appears to be on the top of a mountain. Further, it appears that somebody is trying to do him down with his transport. It's up to you to find out who's trying to do who.
Well, thanks, Chief. That sounds an interesting assignment. Did you say 10:30? Well, I'd better shift. Third class, I suppose, as usual, or am I going cattle truck this time?
First class, Captain, with Mr. Lazenby's compliments. I hope you don't find it too cold up there.
Well, if I do, I'll send you a wee lump of ice registered post.
Cannon duly arrived at Carlisle Station, where he was met by Lazenby. From there, he was driven out to the factory. On the way, Cannon decided to learn a little bit more about his assignment.
So, what do you want me to do, Mr. Lazenby, is to transport coal from Carlisle to your place at Cross Fell?
That's absolutely correct, Mr. Cannon. 35 miles. 25 miles of easy driving from the yard I showed you just now, with 10 miles of Al at the end. Now, it's that 10 miles that worries me. I've had a series of accidents lately, and all on that stretch. Aye, and now I've got me foreman in hospital with a smashed-up leg.
Is that so?
Aye, he's looking to be alive. Went over the edge at Little Fell. It appears his brakes failed. Now, I look after my transport, Mr. Cannon, and I just don't understand what's going on.
You mean you think somebody's trying to sabotage you, huh?
I think I'd better explain things a little more fully. Now then, I have a factory here in which I'm producing a form of plastic. It's indestructible, light. In fact, it's a revolutionary design for the buildings of bodies for cars, aircraft, canopies, and... Well, if you want to come near a home, refrigerators, stoves, anything you like. You may wonder why my factory's in the middle of nowhere. Well, the water that I draw from the streams here and the springs is ideal for my purpose. But it has its disadvantage. In order to keep my machinery turning, I must have coal. I'm short of it, and if I don't get it, production will come to a standstill. And it has a long way to come.
Then, I imagine you have some pretty important contracts.
Yes, I have. One in particular.
I see. Mr. Lazenby, you think that somebody's trying to grab that contract from you?
It appears to be that way. Look, Cannon, I don't want you to think I don't trust my staff. They're a fine lot of men. I've had them a long time. Nevertheless, there's something, somewhere, going on that I don't understand. The occasional puncture or breakdown, yes, but not a series of mishaps as has happened to me just lately.
Yeah, it's certainly food for thought.
Anyway, you'll be staying with me. Mill it over in your mind tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'll get you out on your first run. Now, what I want you to do is to keep your eyes open. And if there's anything that seems odd to you...
Cannon rang me the following morning from Carlisle. He was his usual efficient self. Assignments unlimited.
Hello, Chief. Is that you?
Oh, it is indeed, Captain. How are the fells? Lots of snowballing and that sort of thing?
Oh, Chief, please.
By the way, where are you speaking from?
The coal yard in Carlisle. I've just come in to collect my first load.
Yes? Well, it seems you have nothing else to report.
No, not really. Except I slept in the baronial suite last night, and the roads to this Cross Fell are like nothing you've ever seen. hairpin bends and drops into oblivion on all sides.
Well, if you've no more news, have fun and keep me posted.
Okay, Chief. There's something going on here, but I don't know what. How are we doing, boys?
Hello, John.
Fine. Well, if I can find my way back, here's some more coal for Mr. Lazenby. Well, this is no flat, and it's coal, not garbage I'm carrying, but it'll do. Jeepers, I've forgotten that corner, and here comes that hill. What? Uh-oh. Doesn't seem we're gonna make it. I don't like the sound of that. Well, let's have a look. Well, there's certainly enough heat. It's not boiling. No. Well, there's water. Well, let's have a look under. Yep. Water. That seems all right. Well, then what's this? No plug on the sump. And no plug means no oil. Yep. It seems our Mr. Lazenby's right. Somebody's trying to do something to somebody. Well, things are looking up. Two lovely slim ankles, and they don't belong to this truck. Now, come on, Cannon. Investigate. Well, hello.
Hello. Are you in some sort of trouble?
Well, I suppose you could call it that. It appears that some palooka has annexed the plug from my sump.
That's bad. Are you working for Lazenby? I've never seen you before.
Yeah, I started in today.
Ah. Seems as though you're in a bit of a jam. Look, if you like, I can drive you through to Lazenby's engineering.
Would you? That'd be most kind. I certainly can't move this heap. Are you sure it's no trouble?
Not at all. Mr.
Cannon's the name, David Cannon.
Mine's Masters.
Masters? Well, I seem to have seen that name somewhere around here.
Well, that is possible. There are quite a lot of us in the neighborhood. Anyway, jump in, Mr. Cannon.
Thank you. Hold on. I'll just get the ignition key. Not that a charge of dynamite could move that. Well, let's go, Miss Masters.
There we are, Mr. Cannon. Delivered to your door.
I can't thank you enough, Miss Masters. Well, by the way, I don't know how long I'll be up here, but I'm only on a temporary job. Maybe we could meet up sometime. Perhaps I could contact you.
That would be fine. Look, let me give you a card. I got one in the pocket here. Yes, here we are.
Oh, thanks. Fellside Haulage Contractors. Contractors? Well, that's why I've seen the Masters on the side of some of the lorries. So, you're contractors. Are you the daughter, then?
No, I'm Masters.
You're... Is that so? Well, how's business?
Oh, fair. We could do with more.
Do with more? But I understood that Mr. Lazenby couldn't get transport to bring coal to his factory. That's strange.
What's strange, Mr. Cannon?
Well, I also understood that Lazenby had asked everybody to help him with the carting of his coal.
Oh, he hasn't asked us, Mr. Cannon. He'd be only too pleased to help him. Very pleased, in fact.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll mention it to him. Anyway, thanks for the ride.
It's been a pleasure.
Well, thanks, Miss Masters. Be seeing you.
I hope so, Mr. Cannon. And I hope you have better luck with the rest of your contract.
Watching the car as it drove away. Strange. Yes, certainly strange. Miss Masters, fellow-side haulage contractors. What was it she'd said? We'd be only too pleased to help him. Very pleased, in fact. Yet Mr. Lazenby had said, I just can't get anybody to help. There's a strike and nobody will help me carry my coal. Cannon stood for a moment and then turning, walked towards Mr. Lazenby's office. A few points had to be sorted out.
Mr. Lazenby, I'm sorry to disturb you, but there are one or two things that I'd like to get straight.
Yes, Mr. Cannon.
First of all, there's something that puzzles me. I understand that you couldn't get any other transport for your coal. In other words, you'd asked everybody to help you, but no joy. There just wasn't anybody.
That's quite correct, Cannon. There wasn't anybody. Anyway, not the last time I asked.
Mr. Lazenby, I've just been dropped back here by a charming young lady, a Miss Masters.
Oh, yes. Fellside haulage contractors.
Well, what's wrong with them?
Nothing that I know of, but when I asked them to help me, they were fully booked.
I see. Look, I know it's none of my business, but can you tell me a little bit more about yours?
You mean my business?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Well, you're a reputable firm, and I'm prepared to let you know a little bit more about mine. Cannon, I have processed a plastic material. It's light, and it's as hard as steel. I'd say even harder. It's a material called tonulathene. Now, I have a contract to supply this material to one of the, well, in fact, the biggest aircraft firms in the country, the Delta Aircraft Corporation. It's possible that others have heard of my invention. Incidentally, I hold the world patent rights, and if they got in first, well, it could make quite a difference to John Lazenby.
Yeah, I understand. You said Delta. Well, you're certainly starting at the top, and it certainly seems that somebody's trying to do you dirt. Now, can you help me at all? Is there anybody that you can think of that might want to see you down?
I can think of a lot. But if we come just a little nearer home, I'm not all that happy about Masters haulage contractors.
Yeah, that's what I've been thinking. Yet she's such a nice kid.
Mr. Cannon, I thought you were impervious to the wiles of the fairer sex.
Fairer sex in that. She's got a couple of mighty nice ankles.
Lazenby? Oh, hello, Mr. Levin. Yes, well, you see, I've had some difficulties. I can assure you that I'm doing everything I can. Everything, Mr. Levin. I appreciate that. Your position. Oh, I'm sorry that you feel that way. Yes, I do assure you there'll be no more delays. I'll get the next delivery to you as soon as I possibly can. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Levin. Yes, I'll do everything I can.
Trouble, Mr. Lazenby?
Aye, that was Delta. I've got to get another delivery to them. If I don't, I'm in trouble.
Okay, Mr. Lazenby. Don't worry. This is the sort of assignment I like. How much coal do you need?
Oh, as much as we can get. We can't afford to stop production. I've arranged with Jameson on the coal boat to keep the yard open tonight. We'll run coal through all tonight.
Well, it sounds as though I'm going to be busy.
Yes, Cannon, you are. You're in charge tonight. We'll have 3 drivers on, and I don't want any mistakes. That coal's got to come through, no matter what the cost.
Yes, Cannon certainly had a tough assignment on this occasion. It was vital that coal reach Lazenby's. It takes a lot to shake Cannon, and he, as much as anybody else, was determined that the coal would get through that night. After seeing Lazenby, his mind turned to what he felt must be the opposition. He decided to ring Miss Masters.
3, 6, 1, 8.
Fellside haulage contractors, good afternoon.
Hello, can I speak to Miss Masters, please?
Certainly. Would you hold on, please?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Hello? Yes?
Hello there. It seems an age since I've seen you.
Oh, Mr. Cannon. I don't think it's more than 2 or 3 hours ago. Anyway, it's nice to hear from you. Are you in trouble again?
No. I just wondered if you were tied up this evening, say around 5 o'clock.
Oh, I'm afraid I am. One of those business dues.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, maybe tomorrow.
That sounds fun. Will you ring me in the morning and confirm that?
Yeah, I'll do that.
That evening, Cannon went down to the yard early. He wanted to keep an eye on things. One of the trucks was just leaving.
Hope you have a nice trip.
So do I, mate, though I'll be surprised if I get there in one piece. Seems there's hoodoo on the place.
Ah, forget it. You'll get there. Anyway, I'm following you in. See you in Carlisle.
Okay, chum.
I hope he does make it.
Cannon leaned against a wall. He found it easier to think that way. There was no doubt that the transport was being deliberately sabotaged. Yes, but by whom? Masters' haulage contractors led the field, of course, but Cannon didn't like that idea, not at all. The truth of the matter was, he'd taken a distinct liking to young Miss Masters. He stared out over the yard. In the evening shadows, he could see the 2 lines of trucks. 10 there had been. 1 was out. Of the remainder, 6 lay idle, useless heaps of metal. There'd only be 3 on the road that night, and his would be one of them. His? Cannon's eyes narrowed. Yes, his. Where was it? Funny he'd left it at the end of the line. Suddenly he went rigid. Was it his imagination, or had he seen someone by the trucks there? He melted into the shadows, moving swiftly towards them.
So there is somebody there. Well, you got a little something coming to you that you didn't expect. Okay, Bonzo, come on.
Please, you're hurting me.
Oh, Miss Masters. But what are you doing here?
I came to see you. I was passing and I thought I'd just drop in.
Uh-huh. And what became of the business do that you were going to?
Well, it finished early.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's all there is to it. As I told you, I came to see you. I thought perhaps you might be able to persuade Mr. Lazenby to give us some of his cottage. You see, things aren't too good with us on the farm at present.
That must have been quite a dirty meeting you were at.
Dirty meeting? What do you mean?
Your hands, Miss Masters, they're covered in oil. You got some on your face as well.
Oh, that. I mean, no, my car packed up on me as I was coming here.
Yeah, you go tell that to the Marines.
I'm telling you the truth.
You see these trucks here? Most of them are dead ducks, sabotaged. And now I find you here, opposition haulage, who wants Lazenby's, with oil all over your hands. It won't do, Miss Masters. You've got a little explaining to do to Mr. Lazenby. Now, do you come quietly, or do I have to carry you?
I'll come, of course, but you're mistaken, Mr. Cannon. Really you are.
Well, I sincerely hope so for your own sake. Well, come on, then.
Things weren't planning out at all to Cannon's liking. If it had been a large, tough man, he wouldn't have minded. But this slip of a girl, he found himself hoping that he was wrong. It was as they were passing one of the windows of the workshops that Cannon stopped suddenly. Hey, hold it. Shh, quiet.
Can you hear anything?
Yes. It sounds as if someone's sawing.
Yeah, that's just what somebody is doing with a hacksaw, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, you follow me and keep quiet. It's in the workshop here. Well, I'll be... That's my truck.
Yes. And there's someone underneath it. You can see his legs sticking out.
Okay, you stay here. We'll soon settle this. Right, out you come, whoever you are. Come out, come on. Well,
You've guessed it. It was Lazenby himself. When Cannon caught him, he was sawing through the brake fluid pipes. Just close to the factory was a steep hill. Any undue pressure to the brakes, and, well, there'd have been one less truck in Mr. Lazenby's transport, and in all probability, one less driver. Why should he want to sabotage his own transport, you may ask? Well, it was really very simple. Lazenby was bound under a tight contract to the Delta Aircraft Company. Although he held the world patent rights to his product, tenellithine, he could sell to no one but Delta. Lazenby was a greedy man. He was being well paid by them, but Boeing had offered him nearly twice as much. But the only way he could get out of his contract with Delta was if they were to take the initiative and get rid of him first due to non-delivery. But his policy of sabotage had the reverse effect, in that he could obtain no one to drive his trucks. In desperation, he turned to us. What he overlooked was the fact that we're pretty used to this sort of thing, and Cannon's certainly no fool. Lazenby got a stiff jail sentence, and another file closed on what I called a bag of coal for Mr. Lazenby.
Latest report on the transport strike, Mr. Cartwright. General strike throughout the Midlands and Southern counties, sir. For all transport not owner-driven.
We've got to get truck 64 through tomorrow to Birmingham from London. At all costs, Muller.
There'll be pickets everywhere, sir. The drivers are in an angry mood. You won't find one volunteer in the entire business.
Yeah, that's so. Well, you may be right, Muller. Not owner-driven, eh? Well, there's more than one way of skinning this cat. Take a look at this ad at the Mail. Assignments unlimited, it says. Do anything. Make an appointment for me, Muller. The address is 33 Half Moon Street.
Aubrey Mason at your service. At Assignments Unlimited, we do anything, anywhere, at any time.
33 Half Moon Street.
Mr. Johnson Cartwright appeared to me to be a typical product of the hard school of modern commerce. Tough, unrelenting, but nonetheless a shrewd, rough diamond of the post-war era, in the heavy transport game where the rule was survival of the fittest. He was obviously affluent, and it was equally apparent that he was a self-made man and proud of it. His proposition was simple and straight to the point.
Your ad in the paper says go anywhere and do anything, right?
Well, that's the general idea.
I want you to drive a truck for me tomorrow from London to Birmingham. I'll pay you £50.
It seems a large sum for such a simple task, Mr. Cartwright.
Not so simple. The man who drives it will need to be pretty resourceful. Anyone who breaks the strike is called a blackleg. That word blackleg has an unpleasant ring in the ears of trade unionists.
You mean my man might be waylaid and beaten up?
Yes.
Hence the high fee.
That's right.
I believe that strikers have things they call pickets.
They do, and in fact pickets are already established along the main arteries to make sure that no unauthorized truck gets through. In fact, from the Midlands south, heavy transport is at a standstill.
Might I inquire how you expect one of my men to spirit a truck through the pickets?
You may indeed. The strike calls for a standstill of all transport that is not privately owned. There's no restriction on an owner driving his personal lorry. It might occur to you that I might drive this truck on the Birmingham run since I own all the lorries. If I did so, it would be taken as a deliberate flaunting of the lorry driver's rights. And when the strike is over, I'd never find another driver to work for me.
I should make it clear, Mr. Cartwright, that we at Assignments Unlimited do not own any lorries.
Not yet, Mr. Mason. I have a heavy 10-tonner that must get through tomorrow. Truck 64 in my Pell Street sheds. The papers relating to this truck are in my briefcase here. All that's required is a signature from your driver, and he becomes the owner.
Oh, I think I understand. You transfer the truck into my operator's name. He drives it to Birmingham as a bona fide owner, and when the task is complete, he transfers it back to you.
That's it in a nutshell. And you have my word that you'll not be doing the transport drivers a disservice. One truckload will not make the slightest difference to their cause.
Oh, well, that's fair enough, Mr. Cartwright. If my man is safe from molestation, I see no reason why we shouldn't take on the job.
Fine. I have the papers here. What's the man's name?
Carson.
Mm-hmm. First name?
Carson's. We know him as Crash Carson. Well, that's not good enough for a legal paper, of course. Aunt, I never thought to ask him his real name. I'll send for him.
Yes, Mr. Mason?
Find Carson and send him in here, will you?
Yes, Mr. Mason.
I was right about Mr. Cartwright's affluence. He paid in advance. Carson duly arrived and signed the papers. For the first time, I discovered his real Christian name, but he swore me to secrecy. Suffice it to say that Carson's parents could have had no possible idea of what their offspring would eventually look like. It seemed a simple enough assignment, and so warning Carson not to display any belligerence with the pickets, I sent him about his business.
Oh, what's that up in front?
Oh, no, not another of those blasted pickets. Oh, well, keep calm and in good temper. Here we go. Morning! Hey, you got the wrong procession. Royal carriage is driving down the Mall.
Funny man. We don't like blacklegs in transport in general.
Me, a blackleg? You need your bumps read. Owner-driven. You want to see my papers?
We want to see you out of the cab.
What, right out here in the middle of the country? I get hay fever. Never walk anywhere except in the smoke.
If you know what's good for you, you'll get out.
Are you threatening me, chum?
If you like. Want to make something of it?
On another day, on another field of battle.
You getting out of the cab, or do we have to pull you out?
Well, for the sake of my small wife and large family, I'll comply with your request.
All right, Blackleg.
For your information, buddy, this is the fourth picket I've been through. I'm no blackleg. I'm an owner-driver. I got papers to prove it. Now, if you'll call your friend over here, the one with the tin ears and the knife scar on his mug.
What's he got to do with it?
My papers. He looks like he can read.
You're quite a comedian, ain't you? Now, give me the papers here.
Well?
Oh, I don't know.
Now, what don't you know? Apart from your antecedents, I mean.
How's that?
Never mind. Give me back my papers. I'll get on my journey.
All right. Here you are.
Thanks. Oh, don't stop the stagecoach. Dick Turpin might be a passenger.
Yeah, blimey, Chess, you killed him. I just dented his skull with a blackjack. He'll live.
Yeah, but why did you hit him so hard?
Could be that I know what the word antecedents means.
The first I heard of Carson's accident was from Mr. Cartwright. He telephoned and seemed agitated. It was of paramount importance that his truck 64 got through to Birmingham with the least possible delay. But at the same time, he showed a grave concern over Carson.
I can't think what went wrong, Mr. Mason. Unless your man deliberately caused trouble. I've arranged for Carson to be taken to the Haley nursing home, by the way.
Is he badly injured?
The doctor says he's a particularly rugged specimen.
But the Haley? Well, that's at least 5 guineas a day.
I'll pay all expenses, Mr. Mason. I've arranged to visit Carson tomorrow and explain.
Well, thank you.
The point is, do you have another man to take over? The truck is standing on the coast road near the Bristol estuary.
Bristol? I thought you said he was going to Birmingham.
Well, we plotted a circuitous route to avoid trouble. Unsuccessfully, it seems. If your man takes the main road to the estuary, you'll see the lorry on the side of the road. The papers are in the glove compartment underneath Carson's sandwiches.
I'll get onto it right away, Mr. Cartwright.
Good man. See this job through, Mr. Mason. I can put a lot of business your way. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Yes, Mr. Mason.
Send in Cannon, will you? Tell him I've got a job that's just up his alley. Oh, and Miss Fairweather.
Yes, sir.
Tell him to make sure his life insurance policy is up to date. Fortunately for Cannon, my pessimism was unjustified. I dropped him at the abandoned truck, and he continued with the journey to Birmingham without incident. A staff car from the Cartwright organization brought him back to London, where he paid a visit to the sickbed of Crash Carson in the Haley nursing home. Cheerful as always, Carson sat up in bed, his head swathed in white bandages.
Hi. You open for business, Crash?
Oh, come in, Cannon boy. Drag up a chair.
Brother, you look like you headed for trouble. How do you feel?
Oh, can't complain.
Okay, give me the lowdown. What happened?
Well, I got stopped a couple of times, but the papers were in order, so the pickets let me through. Well, then I get stopped by the estuary. I had your papers checked again. And just as I was getting into the cab with my back turned to this geezer, wham! On the noggin with a blackjack. Woke up here. Nice, ain't it?
And why did the guy slug you?
Well, how should I know? I'll tell you just 5 minutes after I found him. Well, then again, in a way, he did me a favor.
A favor?
Yeah, take a look at this note. It says from Mr. Cartwright. Cartwright by name and Cartwright by nature.
Token of my regret and the hope it will help your family while you're incapacitated. N.C.
Nicholas Cartwright.
And what was the token?
100 quid in fivers.
Hey, that's a lot of dough for a roughing up. Unless you got to pay your own bill here.
Well, he takes care of everything. Pity you had an uneventful trip.
You know, Chris, there's something here that just doesn't gel. When I took the truck through, he doubled up the money. That makes £200 for one journey, plus the hospital expenses. I wonder what was in that truck that could have been that important.
Oh, who cares? What's up, you jealous?
Look, Crash, I don't see why you should get attacked at all. And if the ownership papers gave you a passport to Birmingham, why go miles out of your way via the estuary? Then again, only thugs use blackjacks. Now, I know something about strikes. The pickets try and stop the blacklegs, okay? But all they want to do is make sure the transport doesn't run. Why beat up a guy for no reason?
Oh, don't think I haven't asked myself the same question a dozen times while I've been lying here.
Come up with any answers?
Demonstrators like to show their faces. Getting tough is just to set an example. So why choose a lonely stretch of coast road?
Well, we're getting in tune, big brother boy. Where you hijacked, there were no witnesses, huh?
Well, except perhaps anyone who was on the lugger.
On the what?
Well, there was a sailing lugger standing offshore right opposite the place where they stopped me. Someone on board might have seen. Well, then again, what interest would a sailor have in a road transport strike?
I'd like to have another look at that place you got lumbered, friend. I'd like to take a good look.
To Assignments Unlimited, Cannon asked if he might borrow the car to take a run down to the estuary. Unfortunately, I couldn't help him right then. The car was out on another job. But then fate took a hand in Cannon's favor. Yes?
Mr. Cartwright on the line, sir.
Oh, put him through, will you? Hello?
Hello, Mason.
Speaking.
Have you seen the papers?
Oh, not yet. Why?
The strike is still on and they've reached a deadlock.
Well, this must be very trying for you, Mr. Cartwright.
I have another assignment for you if you're interested.
Truck 64.
Yes, as a matter of fact, it's the same lorry.
10 tons of merchandise for Birmingham via the estuary.
I'd rather your man did take the roundabout route. There'll be no trouble this time, I'm sure. I've informed the police about the incident with Carson, and I'm quite sure no one will hang around that area for the duration of the strike. Well, what do you say?
Oh, Cannon will be pleased to drive for you, Mr. Cartwright. Oh, and by the way, I have to thank you for the care you've taken of Carson. He showed me your note.
Oh, I'd have done the same for any of my regular drivers. Well, then, the same depot, Hill Street, 6 a.m. tomorrow.
He'll be there.
Thanks again. Bye.
Goodbye, Mr. Cartwright. Well, Cannon, it looks as though you'll have your wish after all. That was Cartwright again, and he wants another load delivered to Birmingham along the same route.
Oh, that's just dandy. Did I hear you say tomorrow morning?
6 a.m.
I'll be there on the dot. If I drive fast, I can have half an hour to case that joint by the estuary and still arrive in Birmingham on time.
Tell me, why are you so interested in going over the ground where Carson was beaten up?
I got a hunch, Chief, and I always like to play my hunches alone. And on this trip, I'll be all alone.
Fate is, of course, precocious. But Cannon wasn't reflecting on that as he prepared to take over the truck and drive his lonely route to the estuary.
Morning, mate. You the bloke taking out 64?
That's me. Is she all ready?
Yes, loaded and waiting. But you've got to see Mr. Cartwright first. He's over there in the office. Dispatch. Do you see it?
I do. Thanks, old-timer. You want to see me, Mr. Cartwright?
Oh, yes. Mr. Cannon. All set for the journey?
Well to go.
It won't be so lonely this time, Mr. Cannon.
Oh? How come?
My private car drivers have joined in the strike. I have a lady on the staff who must be in Birmingham by tonight. She'll be here in a moment. She will accompany you on the trip.
Cannon disguised his disappointment and waited for the lady to turn up. His annoyance at having a passenger dissipated when he saw her. A trim figure was sheathed in an expensive, hand-tailored suit, her flaming red hair swept over her neck by the practiced hands of an artist in coiffure. Cannon vaguely wondered what sort of job in the Cartwright business warranted a salary that could pay for this kind of ensemble. He attempted to find out during the drive towards the estuary.
You worked for Cartwright a long time, miss?
Well, a few years. And I wish you wouldn't keep calling me miss. My name's Ruby Long.
Okay, Miss Long, I'll make it short and call you Ruby.
That's better.
I can't think why Mr. Cartwright should send you all this way in a truck. You might oil up that nice suit.
Well, I had old Shivers clean the cab this morning early.
Yeah, but I mean, it's only a road strike. You could have gone by train and been really comfortable.
That's true, but I have a special reason for coming by truck. You see, I have an aunt who lives near the estuary, and I want to call on her for a short while.
Uh-huh. Well, how about Mr. Cartwright? He might jib at the delay.
Well, he knows about it. That's why he let me come by truck. We'll have tea with her. It'll break the journey for both of us.
Whatever you say, Ruby. Tell me where to turn off.
It's not far from here. The house is on the hill by the main road, just before it runs along the beach.
Oh, yeah, I know it.
You do?
Yeah, that's where Carson got hijacked. Down the road where it passes alongside the sea. I picked up the truck after the thug hit him, and I drove it the rest of the journey.
Yes, Mr. Cartwright told me about it. Nasty business. But then lorry drivers are a rough lot. I should know.
What's your occupation then, Ruby? In the business, I mean.
I'm confidential secretary to the boss. Oh, there's the house now. See?
Oh, yeah.
Right on the top of the hill. And Don't bother to try and turn into the drive. Just park off the road facing downhill and we'll walk up to the house. That way we can drive off easily after tea.
Whatever you say, Ruby. Hey, tea, did you say?
Of course, you're an American. I'm sure my aunt will have something a little stronger. There's a good place to pull in.
Okay.
What's the matter, Mr. Cannon?
I don't see the key on the ring to lock the cab door.
Why do you need a key to lock the door? Who'd want to steal a 10-ton truck?
Yeah, that's just what I was thinking. Who?
Auntie's on the phone. She said to say goodbye for her. Shall we go?
We'd better, Ruby. That's the longest tea party I ever sat in on.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cannon. I haven't seen her for so long and there was so much to talk about.
Yeah, so I noticed. 1 hour.
Well, the roads are clear now with the strike. I'm sure you can make up the time. And thank you for putting up with our gossip. It must be boring for a man.
All in the line of duty, Ruby. You lead the way.
Through here.
Okay. Hey! The truck! Somebody stole the truck!
Good heavens! Oh, there it is, just down the hill. You must have left the handbrake off.
Ma'am, I did not leave the handbrake off. If I had, it would have run down the hill the minute we left it.
Yes. Well, the regular drivers always put chocks under the wheels when they park on a downhill slope. I understand that the brake can work itself loose when the lorry is heavily loaded.
Well, I just hope that the back doors are still sealed, that's all. If I goof on this job, I have to answer to my chief. I'd rather face Judgment Day than him when he blows his top.
The doors look all right. I'm sure it must have been the brake.
Look, I told you I put that brake on, but good.
Uh-huh. Are the seals intact?
Yeah. Come on, let's get into the cab.
There. What did I tell you? The brake's only half on.
I don't get it. You know something, Ruby? I'd like to take a look around here.
Well, there's no damage done, Mr. Cannon. We're very late. I'm sure you wouldn't like me to get into trouble with my boss, and he can throw a temper, too.
Well, it sounds to me like an instruction, Ruby, so if that's the way you want it, that's the way it's going to be. And you know something, baby? When the pay's right, I never ask questions. Get it?
Delivered on time and was taken straight back to London. He still had his hunch, and to placate him, I called a round-table conference in the office with Crash Carson, now out of the nursing home, but still nursing a grievance against his unknown assailant. I sat back and listened to them talking.
The sailing lugger I saw offshore was the kind of boat they use in the Channel Islands for shrimping, winkle drifting. You know, about 70 feet, shallow draft, 4.5 rig, dirty bronze sails.
That's the one. When I parked that truck outside Ruby's aunt's house, the same lugger was offshore at the same place.
So, what's your theory?
Well, the way I figure it, if somebody wanted that truck down by the lugger, all he had to do was to get in the cab, let off the brakes, and coast quietly down the hill. There was no key on the ring to lock the cab door. All he had to do was to help himself. I wouldn't hear a thing.
Yeah, but why leave it down in the dirt?
Well, don't you see? It's quiet countryside. If he drove it back again, I'd hear him coming up the hill.
Oh, it might have been any truck you'd hear.
First, there's a transport strike. No other trucks.
Yeah.
Second, he'd have had to turn that truck so as to face the way I left it.
Well, he could have backed it up.
You ever heard a truck backing up a hill? Boy, I'd sure hear that. You see, Christ, the seals were intact on the doors, but that don't mean a thing. If something was loaded onto that truck from the lugger, and Ruby Long knew about it, what would be easier than to have the loaders carry new seals?
Yeah, that makes sense, Cannon Boy. But look, if the lorry was empty when you started and full when you left the estuary, you'd have noticed it on the springs or on the steering column.
Yeah.
Well, was there any difference?
The truck was loaded all the way. That's what I don't get.
If you'll forgive me interrupting, gentlemen, it does rather look as though you're both the victims of circumstance. You've read something ominous into a straightforward job. I suggest that you forget all about it.
Except for one thing, Chief.
What's that?
Something I said to Ruby Long. If there was a switch, she was in on it. So I said to her, Ruby, if the pay is right, I never ask questions. Never. Get it?
Meaning what?
if Mr. Cartwright should ever ask for my services again.
Well, that's unlikely. The transport strike is over.
Exactly what I mean, Chief.
Oh, I think I get the trend of what you're trying to say. Should Mr. Cartwright ever ask for your services when there's no strike, then it's possible that he has a nefarious motive. Since you've intimated that you can be trusted, and, well, at a price.
Chief, you hit the nail right on the head.
Yeah, I'm not impressed. All I can say is... Yes?
Is Mr. Canning with you, sir?
Yes, he is.
There's a call for him, sir. Shall I put it through, or will he take it in the outer office?
Well, who is it? Did they say?
Yes, sir. It's a personal call. Mr. Cartwright.
Cannon made an assignation with Mr. Cartwright, who simply wanted his services as a truck driver for 2 days. The truck was due to leave at 6 a.m., but my two operators decided to play a nocturnal call on the sheds in Pell Street at 1 a.m.
Well, here we are. Now then, can you see anything?
I can see the truck. No man's still there. Don't he ever sleep?
Try the catch on the window. If we can open it, we can hear what's going on.
Well, there's nothing going on.
Well, try and open it anyway. Go on. Well, I won't ask you where you learned to do that.
Oh, shh. Someone coming.
All right, you men. You can start loading.
It's Cartwright.
Who's that with him?
Oh, that's the guy who slugged me with a blackjack.
Are you sure it's all right to use the SG again, boss?
This will be the last time.
Yeah, well, how do you know you can trust this bloke Cannon?
I do. But have no fear. He'll be safely out of the way when we switch cargoes.
You get a novelty, boss?
No, he's so crude. He'll see nothing and he won't ask questions. That's all that matters. Now, get the bars on board.
Hey, that looks like lead. So that's how it was done. They offload the bars of lead into the lugger and load up with whatever they're bringing into the country illegally.
Oh, and we know where and when they're going to do it.
That's right, Boyle. Only this time, they'll have a reception committee in the form of the police.
And so the trap was set. This time, there was no pretense about tea with Auntie. Ruby simply took him into a back room of the house near the estuary and plied him with her charms and copious draughts of his favorite drink. Cannon was happy to play along. He didn't see the two men get into the truck and coasted down to the dip in the road near where the lugger stood offshore. The crew quickly and efficiently unloaded the truck of lead and substituted another load. But Cannon had been wrong. The lead was coming from the lugger, and what had appeared to be lead was in fact gold bullion encased in lead. The haul of a daring daylight robbery on an armored truck on its way to the Bank of England some months earlier. The police closed in and rounded up the whole gang, but not before one of them had an unfortunate encounter with Crash Carson. It was he, of course, who called his story Blackjack for a blackleg.
Son of a rich and powerful Maharaja alone in a strange and foreign country will present many problems of security. But the Maharaja is an intelligent man and must needs be resourceful. He is much troubled and not unaccustomed to such a state of affairs. It is not unlikely then that the services be obtained of a bodyguard from this foreign country in order that the small boy may come to no harm. It would seem that this advertised organization enjoys a splendid reputation and should easily provide what is required. Grosvenor 5995 is the telephone number, and the address 33 Half Moon Street.
Aubrey Mason at your service. At Assignments Unlimited, we do anything, anywhere, at any time.
33 Half Moon Street.
The man was small and wiry. He sat opposite me, his delicate hands folded in his lap, the flash of his teeth accentuated by his walnut face. It was a face
devoid of any particular character. Yet he cut an imposing figure with his silk-turbaned head and flowing eastern doublet. I couldn't remember having met a Pakistani civil servant before, and yet Mr. Ranjit Singh exuded an air of official civility. We never have got to first base on the What's My Line show. After the preliminary courtesies, he confirmed my guess at his occupation.
I am, Sahib, in the service of the Maharaja of Wanpur. It is a small province of my country, Pakistan.
Oh, I've heard of the Maharaja, of course. His picture was in this morning's paper.
And then you will know, Sahib, that he is here in an official capacity during the meeting of the Commonwealth Prime Minister.
I think I read that he's a financial expert, if I'm not mistaken.
And that is the Maharaja's position, Sahib. He is the private advisor to the Prime Minister in matters of money. I might add that the Maharaja is exceedingly wealthy.
And what is it you would like us at Assignments Unlimited to do for you, Mr. Singh?
In a way, it is a matter of state and therefore highly confidential.
You may rely upon our discretion, Mr. Singh.
The Maharaja has a small son, aged 4 years. It is an only son. As you probably know, in my country, the lineage of a title is passed on only through the male members of the family. The heir to the court of Wanpur is this small boy. In the event of his demise, the title on the Maharaja's death would pass to another male member of the family. It is for this reason that the only son is jealously guarded. For security reasons, his movements are kept secret, and yet it is commonly known that he accompanies his father wherever he goes. Do I make myself clear, Sahib?
Indeed you do. But isn't the lad provided with a bodyguard?
Sometimes, yes. But if a large bodyguard was brought to your so well-disciplined country, the motive might be misconstrued.
I take it, then, that you're looking for a bodyguard from here?
Yes, Sahib. And also a female nurse to care for him.
You mean he's come to England without his nanny?
Although it is known that the boy is in England, his whereabouts are a secret. The Maharaja has rented a large house in Sloane Street through an agent. One of my countrywomen attired in the sari would be most conspicuous. It is for this reason that we require the services of an English nurse.
Well, if you'll forgive me, Mr. Singh, the lad living in Sloane Street would need to be exercised in the park. An English nanny with a Pakistani lad would be even more conspicuous.
The Maharaja is here for but a week. During that time, the boy would not leave the house. A week's confinement will do him no harm, Sahib. The house is fully equipped, and only day-to-day supplies need be purchased in Knightsbridge.
It seems the Maharaja doesn't believe in taking chances, Mr. Singh.
Unfortunately, there have already been attempts on the child's life and other efforts to kidnap him.
Uneasy lies the head of state.
The sole heir in any eastern country has an uneasy tenure, Sergeant Mason. Can you provide us with such a bodyguard and nurse?
I think so. In fact, I can do even better. One of my female operators is not only a qualified nurse, she's a karate expert, and therefore a bodyguard in her own right. Accompanied by one of my men, they will together constitute a formidable security screen.
I could wish for no better.
Excuse me. I'll call them in.
Yes, sir.
And Miss Fairweather, send in Gail Hamilton and Cannon, will you?
Yes, sir.
Would it be proper to consider payment now, Sahib?
Well, as you wish. What sort of fee had you in mind?
50 guineas a day, all expenses.
Well, that's very generous.
I did explain that the Maharaja is extremely wealthy, Sahib, and his son is the sole heir.
Then thank you, Mr. Singh. Now, Cannon, eat Gail, will you?
The broad's abroad, Chief. Ouch! How can so generous an exterior be so mean inside?
Easy, Cannon.
Oh, stop fooling around and come in.
You sent for us, Mr. Mason?
Yes, Gail. I'd like you to meet Mr. Ranjit Singh, Gail Hamilton, and Mr. Cannon.
How do you do?
How do you know, Mr. Singh?
Mr. Singh has a week's job for you. As nurse to a small Pakistani boy, and also as his bodyguard.
Which one's the nurse, Chief?
Gail, of course. No, don't be facetious.
Well, she's liable to use chainmail for the kids' diapers.
I'd like to remind you that I'm a qualified nurse, Mr. Cannon, and if I'm to endure your company for a whole week, I'd advise you to keep a civil tongue in your head.
Well, the voice of Florence McNightlight.
Oh, take no notice of them, Mr. Singh. Childish banter is their one failing.
Mr. Cannon and the Mem Sahib fill me with the greatest confidence.
Right. But then let's get down to business. A 4-year-old Pakistani boy is to be taken to a house in Knightsbridge and kept out of sight for 1 week. Mr. Singh will brief you on all the details and tell you where to pick the lad up. Understood?
Yes, Chief.
Okay, but what's so special about a small Pakistani boy?
He is heir to a vast fortune. From the moment you collect him, there will be those who will take him from you by force.
Cannon's granite face slipped into a smile. Anyone could tell he was pleased with the assignment. Gail remained impassive, standing there demurely, listening to the details supplied by Mr. Ranjit Singh. The boy was to be collected at a barber shop off Oxford Circus and conveyed by car to a house in Sloane Street. The diminutive Pakistani official pressing home the point that publicity was to be avoided at all costs. Half an hour later, the office car was parked ready for exit on the ground floor of a nearby multiple garage, and Cannon with Gail walking towards the barber shop down Oxford Street.
Just a minute, Cannon.
Oh, what is it now?
The new beetle boots in the window.
Look, we're not on a shopping spree.
I just wanted to look at the price. There's no need to be so testy all the time.
Look, I repeat, we have no time for window gazing. Anyway, what would you want with beetle boots? Jack boots would be more in your line.
Is that so? Well, let me tell you.
Oh, for Pete's sake, come on.
Oh, all right. You know, you just don't know how to treat a lady.
Wrong. I do know how to treat a lady.
Mr. Cannon.
Look, there's the barber shop. You wait outside.
What for?
It's an establishment for gentlemen, no dames.
Rubbish. Who do you think usually takes small boys to have their haircuts? The butler?
How would I know?
Exactly. This is not America. We as civilized know how to treat young gentlemen.
Touche. Come on in. Here we are. Wally's, gentleman's hairdresser. This is the joint.
That must be him in the corner. Oh, poor little chap. He looks quite lost.
Poor? The kid's a millionaire.
Good morning, sir. May I be of assistance?
Yes, buddy. The kid in the corner, is he clipped?
I beg your pardon, sir.
Did you give him a haircut yet?
I would have thought that was obvious, sir.
We've come to collect him.
Collect him?
Well, what's the matter with you? You got cloth ears?
Weren't you expecting us?
We had a telephone call asking us to keep the young Maharaja until a member of the Pakistani legation arrived with a message. I passed on the message to the 3 gentlemen waiting outside.
What 3 gentlemen?
They're in the corridor. I understand that they were something to do with the young gentleman.
Is that right?
Are you from the legation, madame?
Yes, we are. We were sent by the legation's representative anyway. He has to come with us.
Then you will not be requiring service here, sir.
No service.
Well, thank heavens for that.
Well, maybe they do allow women in this joint at that.
Oh, come on. Hello, Ramat. Your name is Ramat, isn't it? Is that all you can do? Nod your head?
One thing, he understands English. That's lucky for you.
I don't know. It's not really important. Gurun Bukhai, Ramat. Tika Sab.
Well, sit on my head and call me a sofa.
You're to come with us, Ramat. I'm going to look after you, and we're going to play lots of lovely games.
You come from my father, Nansab?
Yes, your father sent us.
Then I come. I was tired of waiting. There are no toys to play with. In the Napi shop in Kanpur, they have many toys. Do you know the Napi shop in Kanpur, Sahib?
Me? No, I'm not married, son. In any case, we call it a diaper.
Napi is Urdu for Baba.
Okay. So that's what they've been wrapping around my face after a shave.
Oh, come on, you great big lug.
I think Big Sab's very funny.
You know, I'm not sure I go for the kid's sense of humor.
Don't let it bother you. He probably thinks you're the reincarnation of a Buddhist idol.
Very funny.
Come on, Ramat. We haven't got far to go. We have a car waiting nearby.
I'm tired of this place. There are no toys like the Napi in Kanpur.
You just wait until we get home, Ramat, and you'll have everything you want. Through here.
Just a minute, Gail. I'll go through first.
Why?
The 3 men that nappy flapper spoke about. Come on, let's go.
Hey, Joe. Here goes the kid with the bloke and a woman. Get her quick. Bert, come with Louie and me. Here.
Yeah?
Just a minute.
This is where you've had your chip.
Yeah.
Grab the woman, Bert.
Just for a
Wow. Who was the guy they called Bert?
He was the first one to embrace the arms of Morpheus. He's under the banister sleeping like a baby.
Hey, you did that to him? He looks like a prize fighter, and he must weigh over 250 pounds.
I can look after myself, Mr. Cannon.
That is the understatement of a lifetime.
Shall we go to the house in Sloane Street now?
What about these babies? Shouldn't we hand them over to the cops?
Mr. Ranjit Singh made a special point that we should avoid publicity at all costs.
Yeah, that's right, he did. But these gorillas tried to snatch the kid.
I know.
And the snatch record is a capital offense.
Not in England. We'd have to prove their intention. And that would mean publicity with a capital P.
Okay. You don't have to spell it out.
And there's little Ramat here to think about.
Yeah, you're right. That the poor kid must be scared still.
Big Sab is very funny.
You know, like I said, I don't go for the kid's sense of humor.
I think the child has royal discernment.
Royal discernment, is it? Well, I've got a funny feeling that we two are in for a king-sized packet of trouble.
Shannon and Gail Hamilton lost no time in taking the young Pakistani charge out of the building and into the office car. Not until they were safely behind the locked doors of the house in Sloane Street did they breathe easily again. Gail, to the grudging admiration of Cannon, set about preparing an Indian dish for Ramat, and my top operator, with time on his hands, rang the office and reported to me. I was rather disturbed when I heard about the three-man attack on them, and only then did I realize that Ranjit Singh had not left a forwarding address or a telephone number where I could contact him. I considered bringing the Maharaja suite at the Waldorf, but remembering Singh's plea for no publicity, and knowing that young Ramat was safe, I decided to wait until the little civil servant called on me. As it was, Cannon had hardly put the phone down in the house in Sloane Street when it rang. It was Ranjit Singh on the other end of the line.
Yeah?
Is that the Sahib, Cannon?
Yeah, is that you, Mr. Singh?
Yes, Sahib. Is all well? Do you have the boy with you?
Sure, he's having an Indian summer.
And no trouble, I hope?
Well, some. 3 guys jumped us. And from what I could make out, their names were Joe, Louie, and Bert. We dealt with them and brought the kid here.
Excellent, Sahib. Did anyone see you arrive?
Not a soul, but you sound out of breath. You all right?
I've had an unpleasant experience. Our enemies are determined to lay their hands on Ramat at all costs, it will seem. I was apprehended by 2 gentlemen posing as plainclothes policemen. I did not realize the deception until it was almost too late.
Posing as cops? Say, these guerrillas will stop at nothing.
Fortunately, I was able to escape in time, but I'm feeling a little shaken. To take care, Sahib Cannon. The police have no reason to question you. If any bogus police visit you, I trust you will deal with them as you did with the 3 men at the barber shop.
You leave everything to me, Mr. Singh.
I have complete confidence in you, Sahib Cannon. Goodbye.
Thanks, and so long, Singh.
Hurry up, Cannon. Supper's getting cold.
Coming.
Oh, there you are at last. What were you doing on the phone to the chief? Giving him a blow-by-blow description of the fight? What on earth's the matter with you?
I was thinking.
The process is obviously too painful. Don't.
You know, after I spoke to the chief, Singh rang.
Did you tell him about the barber shop?
I told him about the 3 monkeys who jumped us.
That's what I mean.
But I didn't tell him they jumped us in the barber shop.
So?
He mentioned the barber shop.
Well, perhaps he got the details from the chief.
That's impossible. I only just told the chief.
But...
As I put the receiver back on the hook, it rang immediately. It was Singh. It would have been physically impossible for him to have spoken to Mason.
Then Ranjit Singh assumed the fight took place in the barber shop.
Are you kidding? What would 3 beaten-up jerks like that be doing in that cream puff spot? Unless they had a good reason.
Cannon, your supper's getting cold. They had a reason, and we know what it was.
To snatch the kid?
What else?
Then tell me something, Mata Hari. Why didn't they go right inside that scented Snipper's den and lift the kid from right under his Roman nose? Tell me that.
They were waiting for him to come out.
Why? He was all alone, and they knew about the phone call. They knew somebody was coming to contact the kid. Why wait? Don't make sense. And another thing, who took the kid there in the first place?
I never thought of that. Chicken?
Oh, don't be stupid. You know I'm not chicken.
I mean, do you want some of this curried chicken?
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess so.
Listen to Mr. Grateful. I spent an hour making this for Ramat and you.
You know, it looks to me like we might be in a spot. This is a fine time to go domesticate him.
Gee, I pity your wife if ever you get married. But if those thugs weren't there to steal the child, then they must have been his official bodyguard.
Exactly.
And if those men were Ramat's bodyguard, then we...
kidnapped the kid ourselves.
Oh.
And you know something, baby? The public hangman don't play games when he works the Indian rope trick.
To say that my operators were a little dismayed would be putting it mildly. Kidnapping is not a capital offense in England. It is, however, in America. And although Cannon was on the right side of the Atlantic, he found it hard to erase the spectre of the executioner from his mind. He relayed his story to me, but I had no means of appeasing his anxiety. I hadn't the faintest idea of how I could contact Ranjit Singh. I consoled myself with the thought that young Ramat was safe for the moment anyway. In fact, in the hands of Cannon and Gail Hamilton, he was probably safer than he'd ever been. It was Gail who hit upon the idea for the solution to the mystery.
I've got it, Cannon.
You've had it.
No, listen to me. We don't know where to find Ranjit Singh, right?
Yeah, that's right.
But if he's genuinely in the service of the Maharaja, then that gentleman will know where he can be found.
But he asked for no publicity.
If he's not genuine, that's just what he would ask for. Don't you see it? A little man called Ranjit Singh, who lives in England and has never set eyes on the Maharaja of Bhwanpur, hits upon an idea whereby he can kidnap the Maharaja's only son and hold him to ransom without doing a thing himself.
Hey, you catch on fast.
Oh, shut up. He comes along to Assignment Unlimited, posing as the Maharaja's personal aide. He knows that Ramat here will be at the barber shop at a certain time, and he also knows the kid will have a bodyguard hidden in the background somewhere. So he engages us with a cock and bull story about kidnappers. He hires this house and instructs us to pick up the child and bring him here. But he first of all instills in our minds that an attempt may be made to kidnap Ramit.
So, we think the genuine bodyguard, who naturally try and stop us lifting the kid, are the kidnapper.
Yeah.
We beat him up and bring the kid here. Now, all Ranjit Singh has to do is post off the ransom note and collect the rupees. It's a very sweet setup.
But all we have to do is to contact the Maharaja. He'll know by now that his son has been kidnapped. If what we think is true, the bodyguard will have told him.
And if I know anything about rich fathers, he'll keep quiet about it and pay up to get his infant back.
He won't have to. Not if I deliver the ransom note.
You?
Why not? If he accepts the ransom note, then we'll know Singh is a phony. I'll simply tell the Maharaja the truth and hand Ramit back to him.
And how do you get next to the Maharaja?
By posing as a columnist on a woman's magazine. They always fall for that. I'll put on my best dress and enter the fourth estate. Maharaja, here I come. Good afternoon. My name's Gail Hamilton from Woman's World. I have an appointment with the Maharaja of Wanpur.
The Maharaja's in his suite, Miss. 309. I'll wait.
No, don't bother. I was told to meet the secretary in the foyer. I'll wait. I just wanted to check that he was here.
The secretary went up a few moments ago, Miss. You'll have to see him first anyway. Let me tell him you're here.
I'd rather wait as he asked, if you don't mind. It's a rather important story, and you know how these Orientals regard women.
The way I'm regarding you, Miss?
You'd better be careful. You might end up with a date.
Well, I'm free from 6.
I bet you say that to all the working girls. 13. Thank you. 306. 307. 309. This is luxury if you like.
Tommy?
Hello? Anyone here?
Miss Hamilton. Good afternoon.
Ranjit Singh. Then you're Maharaja's secretary.
I beg your pardon, Miss Hamilton?
Nothing. I just came to report that all is well.
That was not necessary. But since you're here, how is Ramat?
Oh, he's fine. Well, I won't keep you, Mr. Singh. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mamsahib.
I still don't know if he's genuine. Even if he is the Maharaja's secretary, he's still got to engineer it. Probably works for 10 rupees a day. Kidnapping Ramat would mean a fortune to him. He would do the child's every movement.
Talking to yourself, Miss Hamilton? That's bad.
What? Oh, you.
Sounds like the interview didn't go too well. I told you to let me ring him first. Did you see the Maharaja?
Not a chance. I came to see a millionaire, and all I got was the secretary.
Ranjit Singh. Well, he's not really the secretary, you know.
He's not?
A relation, I believe. Anyway, if you wanted a story about a millionaire, you should have interviewed him. He's got twice the money the Maharaja's got. They say that Ranjit Singh is the 3rd richest man in the world.
Cannon! 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 Cannon, darling!
Take it easy, baby. I'll be okay. Lost a bit of blood.
Those men on the floor!
They're deader than a mummified fake here. They were after the kid. I didn't have the strength to get before.
And Robert?
He's safe. He's in the attic. I hid him.
You fought them with your bare hands?
Why not? You got a monopoly on karate?
Oh, Cannon, I shouldn't have let you. I'll get some bandages.
No. First get on to the chief. Tell him to ring the cops. Ranjit Singh. They gotta stop Ranjit Singh.
Cannon's suspicions were right the first time. Ranjit Singh organized the kidnapping using my operators as his unsuspecting henchmen. But Singh wasn't after ransom money. He was next in line for succession as the Maharaja of Wanpur, once little Ramat was out of the way. He took no chances. Even his story of the plainclothes police was a fake, invented as a precaution in case Cannon was tracked down by the forces of law and order. Fortunately, Cannon was on his guard and was able to deal with Ranjit Singh's hired assassins when they arrived. The Maharaja's gratitude allowed Cannon to take a month's recuperative leave in the south of France. He insisted on Gail Hamilton going with him, since she was a qualified nurse. Well, that's what he said anyway. And so he wasn't present to read the report in the press about Ranjit Singh's suicide. And that's how the file came to be marked the Swan Song of Mr. Singh.
Early 19th century, and as perfect as the day the craftsman made it. I shall hate to part with it from the shop.
Is there any demand for old grandfather clocks, Mr. Merriweather?
Well, for a perfect antique, there is always a demand, even at the price I shall ask.
And that is?
2,000 guineas.
Oh, you'd better double the locks on your doors, Mr. Merriweather. At 2,000 guineas, it's a great temptation.
I've done better than double the locks, Mr. Perry. I've an appointment this afternoon with a gentleman who supplies night watchmen.
Is he reliable?
Oh, yes, indeed. They call themselves Assignments Unlimited, and they have an office at 33 Half Moon Street.
Aubrey Mason at your service. At Assignments Unlimited, we do anything, anywhere, at any time.
33 Half Moon Street.
And so it occurred to me, Mr. Mason, that I would be wise to place a night watchman in the shop while the grandfather clock is there, provided the cost is not too exorbitant.
Oh, I don't think you'll find the fee exorbitant, Mr. Merriweather. It rather depends on how long you'll need a watchman.
Well, now, that's hard to say. Of course, I'm delighted with the grandfather clock myself, but you never can tell with buyers of antiques. I remember a beautiful example of tenement pottery, 12th century, you know, that came into my possession. I thought it would go the next day, but it stood on the shelf for 3 years before the Duchess of Barford happened along and took it up.
3 years? But surely for that length of time you'll be better off employing someone permanently.
Oh, the clock won't stay in the shop as long as that. I have an option on it for only 1 week. I could never afford to buy it myself.
And if you fail to sell it?
Then it goes back to the auctioneering company to be knocked down to the highest bidder.
Oh, I understand. Since it's not your property, you want to make sure of its safekeeping.
Precisely, Mr. Mason. If anything happened to the clock, I really don't know what I'd do. I could never reimburse the auctioneering company.
So I take it you want us to supply a man for, well, any time up to a week, is that it?
Precisely, Mr. Mason. Oh, dear, I do hope somebody takes it up. You know, I heard of a similar clock that was knocked down for a few shillings to a dock labourer. And you know what he did? Took out the clock for his children to play with, and used the case to keep his pigeons in. Oh, I can't bear vandalism, Mr. Mason.
Well, perhaps the poor fellow didn't know its value.
Yes, I suppose so. Oh, well, I suppose I must get back to the shop. I'll expect your man about 6. I don't usually leave until then. Well, good day to you, Mr. Mason.
Good day, Mr. Merriweather. And we never did discuss the fee after all. Yeah, well.
Yes, sir.
Put Cannon on, will you?
Yes, sir. You're through to Mr. Kennan, sir.
You want me, Chief?
Yes, I got a job for you. How are you feeling after your Riviera holiday?
All keyed up, Chief.
Then I've got the perfect job to help you unwind. You're going to play nursemaid to a grandfather clock.
Take the bus, he says. Night watchmen never go by cab. Why I keep working for that guy at... Oh, this is it. Clement Merriweather, Antiques and Objet d'Art. Well, might as well meet the new boss.
Good afternoon, sir. I was just about to close up. May I help you with something?
Sure. Show me the water faucet.
I'm sure I don't recollect that piece.
I'm Cannon, the watchman, and since I'm going to be here all night, I figured it might be a good idea to know where I can rustle up some coffee.
The watch? Oh, yes, of course. You must be from Assignments Unlimited.
Check.
Check?
That's right, Assignments Unlimited. I understand that I start on the job from 6 p.m., and I'm right on time.
Well, a little early in point of fact. Can't mistake the time here, Mr. Cannon. Look around you. I have more than a dozen clocks in the shop of all ages. But they all keep the present time.
Yeah, so what do I have to do?
Well, you simply have to guard the shop during the night. Oh, especially this beauty here.
What is it?
Oh, come, Mr. Cannon, it's a grandfather clock.
You mean this old piece of junk can tell the time? Holy smoke.
A lovely sound, isn't it? Music to the ears.
Music? Why don't you play a record of the Rolling Stones for accompaniment?
I beg your pardon, Mr. Cannon?
That's all right. Forget it. Wow.
You won't have much chance of sleeping on the job, Mr. Cannon, eh?
You mean these clocks go off every hour on the hour?
Of course, yes. I keep everyone in apple pie order. Oh, perhaps you'd like me to explain the origins to you, eh?
Some of the time, Mr. Merriweather. That faucet for the coffee?
Oh, that's out at the back. See? You go past the medieval armor, under the early Norman tapestry, and turn left by the warming pans.
Boy, Davy Crockett should have seen this.
Well, I leave you to it then, Mr. Cannon. Browse round if you wish.
Yeah, I'd like to, with a blazing torch.
Good night.
Good night. Now, what did he say? Past the armor. Push aside the tapestry. Brother, this must have been hung up by the doll who made it. Warming pans. Now, what do you suppose a warming pan would look like? This, maybe? Copper kettle on the end of a baseball bat? Turn left. Eureka. And I'm wrong at that. Archimedes used a bath. It works. Now the gas ring. Great. Now all I need is a pot. The warming pan. No, on second thoughts, I don't know what they use those pans for. There's somebody at the door. Who do you suppose that is? It could be old Merriweather forgot to wind up one of his clocks. And I'm on this job for a week. I better steal his keys.
Oh, has Mr. Merriweather gone home?
That's right, ma'am. Something I can do for you?
Well, I wanted to have a look at a grandfather clock he's just acquired. Unfortunately, I was delayed in the traffic.
Well, he'll be back in the morning, ma'am.
Oh, that's no good, I'm afraid. It'll be too late.
Ma'am, this timepiece has stood around for a long time. It'll still be here in a couple of thousand years more. In fact, I go so far as to say that this is the grandfather of all grandfather clocks.
I've come in from the country, you see. I have to go back tonight. Daddy will ring through in the morning and arrange purchase by telephone if I can inspect the clock this evening.
You mean you want to buy this thing?
If it's worth the price Mr. Merriweather asks.
Step right in, lady. Just step right in.
Oh, thank you.
While you're at it, there's a dozen more draped around. Maybe the old boy will give them to you wholesale.
Are you the new assistant here, then?
No, I'm the night watchman, first day on duty.
Oh, I see.
But only until somebody buys that grandfather clock.
You don't sound too happy with your job.
I'm not. Say, do you know all about this time gear? I mean, how they wind up, you know?
Oh, I do indeed. Why do you ask?
Look, is it possible to fix a clock so that it won't chime? I mean, just temporarily, of course. You see, there's more than a dozen ticking away in here, and every hour, on the hour, they all set up a chiming together, and, well, it makes me feel like a mouse trapped on the bells of St. Mary's.
He's a quaint old chap, isn't he, Mr. Merriweather? I can fix them for you if you like.
Ma'am, you're an angel in disguise. Oh, and there's one other thing.
Yes?
Look, if this is an embarrassing question, just forget I asked it, but do you happen to know what a warming pan was used for?
Of course, to warm the bed.
No kidding. But what about the long handle?
Well, they used to put hot coals in the pan and push it in far up under the bed covers. Now, don't tell me you're going to warm your bed with one.
No. I was going to make coffee. The water's there, the gas ring's there, but I don't have a coffee pot.
You really are most amusing, Mr.
Cannon. Just Cannon.
Oh, I'm Jane Fenton, by the way. I'm sure there must be a coffee pot of some sort. Yes. Here we are. What about this?
Well, that's great. Look, suppose I go past the armor, under the tapestry, out back and make coffee while you fix the clocks. I've got sugar, instant coffee, and a can of cream.
Oh, that'd be wonderful, Mr. Cannon. I'd love a cup of coffee.
Then I'm on my way. You muzzle these chronometers for me, and I'll be your friend for life.
When I've finished, not one clock will chime tonight. Now, you go off and make the coffee.
But you got to show me how to start them up again in the morning.
You look after the coffee. I'll take care of the clocks.
Delighted with the company of this most attractive girl, went up to the back of the shop to boil water for the coffee. Jane Fenton, he thought, must really know about clocks, for he half expected to hear her clattering around the shop. But she made no sound. Eventually the coffee was ready, and beaming with delight, Cannon returned to where he'd left the girl by the grandfather clock.
Come and get it. Coffee's ready. But you know something? We forgot cups to drink from. Maybe you can rustle up a couple of Ming bowls of... Miss Fenton? Miss Fenton, where are you? Did you fix the clocks? Miss Fenton? Holy mackerel. There's something screwy about this. Hey, Miss Fenton! She's not here. But she couldn't have gone through the door, and I've heard the doorbell. Bell, yeah. Well, what do you know? The striking pin on the bell is held back by tape. She didn't even look at the clocks. The only bell she fixed was the one on the door. Now, I wonder why she did that.
Wildered Cannon shook his head and, turning, marched back to his coffee. The girl, Jane Fenton, had taped the shop's doorbell so that he wouldn't hear her leaving. But why? If she objected to fixing the clocks, or if she objected to Cannon for that matter, surely all she had to do was thank him politely and go. It was then he noticed something about the grandfather clock.
5 minutes to 7. Must have stopped. So she did fix one of the clocks. Now, how do you suppose I start it up again? The pendulum's inside the door. Oh, it's locked. And there's no key. How do you think she opened it without a key?
Hello there. Oh, I'm lucky. I thought you'd be closed already.
The shop is closed.
Oh. Well, the door was open, so I came in. Are you Mr. Merriweather?
No, I'm the watchman. Like I said, the shop's closed.
Oh, pity. Look, I wanted to look at the grandfather clock. I understand it's for sale.
Well, how is it you want to look tonight? It's after 7. The clock will still be there tomorrow, my friend.
Yes, I realize that. You say you're the night watchman?
Uh-huh.
Then I'm sure a pound note wouldn't be out of place.
If it was in my pocket, it would. What's the idea? You trying to bribe me?
Bribe? Good heavens, all I want to do is have a look at the clock. You know, to see if it's worth what he's asking.
And what is he asking?
2,000 guineas.
You're not serious?
Very serious. And I wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Merriweather had a dozen buyers in here tomorrow morning.
2,000 guineas for that load of junk?
If it's genuine, it's early 19th century. A masterpiece of construction and a very valuable antique. Well, can I have a look at it?
I still ask you, why tonight?
You see, if it's the genuine article, then I shall be outside the shop at the crack of dawn to be sure of getting in first.
For 2,000 guineas?
In cash. Here's the pound note.
Well, you'll get no joy out of that, grandfather. It's locked and there isn't a key.
No, I can manage all right. I'm an expert with clocks of all kinds.
Well, in that case, you can do me a favor. All these other clocks are wound up and going. At 8 o'clock, they'll all start right off chiming together. Could you fix them for one night so that they keep the peace? I'd want to know how to start them up again before Mr. Merriweather arrives.
Very well. Come with me and I'll show you. With the pendulums, you just hold them still.
Mm-hmm.
See, this is the pendulum.
Yep.
Now there are 7. I'll show you the first one, and we'll do them together.
Okay.
All right?
You just...
Yeah.
Hold it
now,
still, huh?
Yes.
Ah, simple as that. Then, why didn't she fix them?
What's that, old man?
Oh, nothing. I get into the habit of talking to myself. You know how it is. A night watchman leads a lonely life.
Yes, I suppose so. Well, let's fix the pendulums. Now, look, will you fix the others while I take a look at the grandfather?
Okay, but see you don't damage it getting the door open.
I won't, don't worry.
What are you doing in that thing?
Testing for dry rot. It's a beautiful piece, but if a worm gets into the wood, the clock is useless. In time, the whole thing will be reduced to powder. Oh, not the working parts, of course. This pendulum, for instance, is made of solid brass. It's heavy. It'll last forever.
So, what's the verdict?
Unfortunately, there is a trace of worm. It's still in magnificent condition. It's a magnificent piece to acquire, although I'm not sure that his price isn't too high. However, it was good of you to allow me to examine it.
Well, it's the easiest pound I ever earned and you ever lost, Mr.
Oh, Trigg's the name. Mr. Trigg. Mm-hmm. Yeah, now I must go. It's getting late. Oh, only 7:25. Oh, of course all the clocks are stopped.
It's 25 to 8.
Yes, and you've got a long night in front of you, I suppose. Good night.
Good night. I think I'll have a look at that clock myself. He locked it again. Wonder what they were looking for. Oh, well, the clock's on chime again tonight, so I may as well get a few hours sleep. Oh, brother, business as usual. Old Merriweather should move his store onto the railroad station. Okay, I'm coming. The shop's closed.
I know that. Do you think I've lost my sense of sight?
What do you want?
Who are you?
The night watchman.
And if you'll just stand to one side, I'll come in.
Look, I'm the night watchman. Nobody comes in after hours.
Do you know whom you're addressing?
No. And what's more, I don't care.
Look, you impertinent fellow.
Okay, take it easy, Grandad.
I'm Lord Blenstoke and a customer of Mr. Merriweather. I'll see you lose your job over this.
Be doing me a favor. Now, good night. The shop is open for business at 9 in the morning.
Just a minute. Perhaps I was a little hasty. The fact is, I left a briefcase somewhere today. It has some important papers in it which are confidential. I've retraced my steps to everywhere I can think of that I've visited today, but I've had no luck. I was in this shop this morning, and I wondered if by some chance I left it here.
So you want to come in and look around, is that it?
Yes.
Okay, come on in, but make it snappy. I want to get some rest, huh?
Well, are you allowed to sleep on the job?
Well, I've tried 3 times to make a pot of coffee. Every time it goes cold on me. This shop is busier when it's closed than when it's open.
What's that? You've had other nocturnal callers?
Not only that, I've had other night visitors.
Who were your other visitors?
A dame called Jane Fenton and a guy named Trigg.
What?
And why the surprise, Duke?
What did they come here for?
Well, Mr. Merriweather has a valuable possession in the shop. He wouldn't think so to look at it, but it's worth 2,000 guineas. That clock over there.
The grandfather clock?
The same.
Oh, may I look at it?
Oh, no, not you, too.
I'd make it worth your while.
You know, a couple of months on the night watch and I could retire. Okay, go ahead, help yourself. It's locked, but I've no doubt you can open it.
As a matter of fact, I can. I am...
Yes, an expert in these things, I know. So were the others. At least they said they were. Mind you, I know that Trigg knew his stuff. He fixed all the clocks so they wouldn't chime on account of they were ruining my beauty sleep.
What excuse did Miss Fenton and Mr. Trigg make?
Well, it wasn't a lost briefcase. They came right out and said they wanted a pre-inspection of the antique.
Did they tell you who they were? What's your name, by the way?
Cannon.
Well, Cannon?
They only said that they might be interested in buying it, that's all.
How odd. The clock was delivered here from the auctioneers. If they were all that keen, they could have made a deal with Merriweather at any time today.
Well, Jane Fenton said she'd come in from the country.
Yes, that's true. She lives just outside London. It was only an hour away, and the clock was well advertised. Everyone knew it was in this shop.
So you've got my interest roused. Who and what are Miss Jane Fenton and Mr. Trigg?
Antique dealers.
Then I don't get it. I mean, why didn't they give Mr. Merriweather a ring?
You may well ask. Isn't it obvious that they wish to examine the clock unobserved?
But I watched Trigg at work. He said he was looking for termites.
That's not true. He wasn't looking for termites. He was searching for something else.
Well, like what?
That's what we're going to try and find out, Cannon.
You mean you don't know?
No. And I really did come to look for my briefcase. It's there on Merriweather's desk.
Oh, yeah. You know, it's screwy. So, how do we find out what they wanted to find out?
Merriweather loves his possessions as a mother loves its child. The difference is he makes copious notes of the history of his antiques, whereas a mother keeps a snapshot album. His ledger is on the desk. Let's get to work.
Thoroughly intrigued, Cannon pored over the ledger with Lord Blenstoke. The fiery old man attacked the pages with gusto, and at last...
I've got it. Here, Cannon. It's here.
Where? What have you found?
Now, listen to this. In 1847, on the death of the Duchess of Pionte, the clock was held under guard by members of the household. Rumor had it that the Duchess's jewels had been secreted in the clock, since no sign of her jewels was ever found, and it was known that they had not been sold. Well, what do you think of that?
Well, they were looking for jewels. Or maybe Jane Fenton found them. I didn't tell you that she left in a hurry while I was in the back making coffee.
You may be right, of course, but I see no reason why we shouldn't search for them. They must be carefully hidden if they are there. Merriweather must have carefully inspected his prize, and it's obvious that he didn't find any jewels.
Then, what are we waiting for?
Stay right where you are.
Oh, no, not another visitor.
Come on, both of you. It's a fair cop, my lads.
My good fellow, do you know to whom you're talking?
No, I don't, but the sergeant will be interested at the station.
I beg your pardon.
You made a big mistake, my lads, stopping those clocks. I hear them every night on my beat, but I didn't hear them at 8 o'clock. So I thought, that's funny, and I came to investigate. Now, are you coming quietly, or do I have to use force?
Voluble protestations, Lord Lenstoke and Cannon were marched off to the police station. It took but a few minutes to establish their identities, and they were promptly released with an apology. Lenstoke and Cannon hurried back to the shop in Brompton Road.
Oh, vandals, Mr. Cannon. Its beauty lost forever.
I don't know what to say, Mr. Merriweather. I mean, the cop insisted that we accompany him.
I know. Oh, vandalism is the most evil of all vices.
Well, they might find the culprits. I mean, we know that Trigg and Miss Fenton came here. They must have found out about the jewels.
A fairy story, Mr. Cannon. I examined the clock myself. There were no secret compartments.
Tell me, was this clock insured?
No.
Oh, holy cow, 2,000 guineas. Who's going to pay the auctioneering company?
Well, I can't. I haven't got 2,000 shillings.
Gee, I just don't know what to say. Well, the working parts are okay, though. Maybe you could build a new case or something. I mean, Trigg said the pendulum was made of solid brass. He said it'll last forever.
Then Trigg's a fool. A heavy pendulum needs a counterbalance. This clock was fitted with a light copper skinned bulb-type pendulum. But what does it matter now? Without the case, the clock is valueless. Mr. Cannon, are you all right?
What?
Why are you looking at me like that?
Mr. Merriweather, don't bank on anything, but I've got a funny feeling that your sentiments about vandals are going to undergo a rapid and violent change.
The axe used by the interloper was lying handy. My operator picked it up and with one blow severed the bulb at the end of the pendulum.
You see? It's hollow.
Of course. Much like a ball valve on a cistern.
But, Mr. Merriweather, it's not empty. Here, take a look.
Well, I never. So it wasn't a fairy story after all. The old girl did hide her jewels in the clock.
Yes, a small fortune in precious stones lay at his feet, small enough and light enough not to affect the working of the grandfather clock. And now you know why the story tonight was called Saved by the Gong.
But there's an advertisement in the paper here that on inquiry might bear fruit. I'll give them a ring anyway. Grosvenor 5995 is the number. Assignments unlimited. Yes, who knows? They may possibly live up to their title. Here's the address. It's in town. 33 Half Moon Street.
Aubrey Mason at your service. At Assignments Unlimited, we do anything, anywhere, at any time.
33 Half Moon Street.
Since Maud, my wife, passed on some 10 years ago, I rather allowed the family discipline to slip. I suppose I should have married again, but, well, the flesh pots of Europe claimed me in my initial sorrow, and somehow they've never lost their grip. However, it's not on my behalf that I come to see you. It's my daughter, Valerie.
May I ask how old she is, Sir Roger?
Valerie? 19. And it isn't parental pride talking when I tell you that she's quite beautiful. Intelligent, too. But she's had no proper family life. Boarding school from the age of 10, finishing school in Switzerland, and now kicking her heels with the Chelsea set.
Has she tried getting a job?
No, it's not easy for a girl like Valerie. She's never had to work and hasn't trained for anything in particular. Marriage is the answer, of course, provided there's money. Well, at the moment, her interest centers on the modern beat mania and the long-haired layabouts of Soho. Oh, can't say that I'm surprised. My fault, really. But I feel that if I let her have her head, she might get it out of her system and eventually settle down to a pattern of normal behavior and find the right kind of husband.
Yes, but where do we come in, Sir Roger?
Well, I wanted to try an experiment, Mason. Let her have her head, yes, but with a chaperone. Not a boy from her own class. She's a bit wild, and in London society, gossip ferments in the grapevine via the cocktail party. You know, give a dog a bad name. Or rather, in modern-day parlance, I suppose I should say, give a cat a bad name.
Most apposite, Sir Roger.
Yes. Well, what do you suggest, Mason?
That I supply the young lady with an escort and we wait and see what happens.
Valerie might not take to the idea with pleasure. The man will need his wits about him. I regret to say that I know all too much about London nightlife, and many of those who frequent the dens of iniquity that pass themselves off as beat clubs are very tough customers.
Well, not to their clientele, surely.
I wouldn't put it past Valerie to drop a quiet hint that our chaperone was not welcome. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Well, I think I have just the man for you, Sir Roger. When would you like him to start?
Well, no time like the present. I'll send the gal around this afternoon, if that's all right with you.
Good. I'll introduce her personally to our escort.
All right, thank you. We'll give it a try for a week and see what happens. Oh, I'll pay whatever fee you require, but, well, I can't be responsible for any unpleasantness that might happen.
I'll see that's written into the contract, Sir Roger.
Right. You can reach me during the day at my office. You have my card. I'll tell Valerie to be here at 4 o'clock. Good morning, Mr. Mason. Thank you.
Leave everything to us, Sir Roger. My man will look after your daughter well. You need have no fear on that score.
4 o'clock, then. Bye.
Goodbye, Sir Roger.
Yes, sir?
Miss Fairweather, get hold of Cannon. I've got a job for him.
An interesting job, Mr. Mason.
For Cannon, decidedly interesting. Tell him to be here at 4 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Better tell him to take his evening suit out of mothballs, too. He's going to a party.
Lucky him.
I wonder. You'd better advise Cannon to pick up a large bottle of aspirin. This party's going on for a week. From what I gather, there are no holds barred. I remember Valerie Lansbury because, for the first time in my life, she made me regret the passing of my youth. She produced in me a decided remarshalling of my red corpuscles. If Sir Roger resembled a canvas of Dorian Gray, his daughter was a portrait by Wagner inspired. Her long legs were encased in scarlet tights and delicately balanced on tiny feet gold-shod in sandals. Perfect features were poised on top of her remaining anatomy, all of which was of copybook proportions. She tossed back her thick raven hair and flashed me a friendly smile. I recovered my breath and motioned her to a seat. Then Cannon opened the door.
4 o'clock, Chief.
Oh, yes, well, come in, Cannon.
You okay, Chief?
Yes, well, of course I'm all right.
You got a sort of, moony look. You sure you're okay?
Will you stop passing remarks about my appearance? I want you to meet someone, a young lady, Miss Valerie Lansbury.
Hi.
Hello.
Is that all you can say, hi?
Well, what am I supposed to say?
Is this gentleman my escort, Mr. Mason?
Yes. The best we could do at short notice, I'm afraid.
Hey, now, just
I
a minute.
hope you approve, Miss Lansbury.
Oh, I do approve. I approve very much.
Well, that's great. This is 1 week's assignment I shall attack with zeal and ability.
Only 1 week?
We must apply for an extension.
If we could finalize the arrangements.
Say, you got a pad in town?
Sorry, Daddy-O keeps me on the hook.
Oh, that's offbeat.
There's limbo time on the boardwalk.
Oh, I'm in tune.
Look, do you mind if I get a word in edgeways? I may be a little old-fashioned, but I haven't the faintest idea what all that jargon's about.
The chief is square.
I'm sure Miss Lansbury doesn't question my integrity.
Very square.
Are you making me an object of ridicule, Cameron?
Oh, Chief, how can you say a thing like that?
Very well, then let's get down to business.
Yeah, the sooner the better.
Sir Roger Lansbury, Valerie's father, is engaged you as an escort for her for a period of 1 week. You'll go with her to any place she names, accompany her anywhere as the wind takes her. You'll never leave her side.
It'll be a pleasure, Chief.
You will conduct yourself with decorum, Canon, and protect her from any unsavory elements in the places of, enjoyment that she may frequent.
He means we have a ball together for 1 week.
Oh, boy.
Oh, and don't keep saying, oh, boy.
You're kidding, of course.
No, Canon, he's not kidding. Daddy arranged it all.
Brother, you must have a great old man.
Sir Roger Lansbury has been most explicit. Valerie must be home at midnight every night and never late. Now, is that understood? Canon, is that understood?
Oh, yeah. Understood.
Well, then I think that's all.
You know, I love you.
Already?
No, not you, doll, the Chief. This is the first assignment he's ever given me that I really want to get my teeth into.
How was the drive, Canon?
Oh, there's some car you got there.
What's the time?
Close on 11. Hey, sir, I gotta get you back by midnight.
Well, just look in here for a moment. Ever been in here before?
No, looks pretty classy.
The Stones are here tonight. We might just catch them. Come on, this way. Not a very good table, but it's always packed when they're here.
Yeah, that's great.
Enjoying yourself?
Can a duck swim?
Order some more champagne.
Tell me something. Do we beat it up every night like this?
That's the general idea. Daddy says I get it all out of my system if I give it a full go.
Well, maybe he's got something there. After a whole week of this, I'll be crawling home on my hands and knees. Hey, waiter. Bring a bottle of champagne, 2 glasses.
Daddy said that you're a very tough gentleman.
You did, huh?
Are you?
Well, could be.
I've got a confession to make, Canon.
Oh, he's the... Hang on. Thank you. Here. Keep the change. Talkative bunch, the widows in these joints, aren't they? Well, say when. Wow, to the brim. Well, here's mud in your eye.
I said I have a confession to make.
So?
I had arranged to go to Johnny's cellar tonight. I purposely avoided it. Well, aren't you interested?
Well, I go where you go. That's the assignment.
I didn't know that my escort would be so nice.
Well, that's the best news I've heard this year, and I'm not exactly complaining.
Do you find me attractive?
Well, you're beautiful. I keep pinching myself to make sure I'm not dreaming.
Oh, Canon.
Hey, look at the time. We better get moving. Deadline is midnight, remember?
Oh, just a few more minutes. The car will get us there in time.
Look, if we're late, my dream will come to an abrupt end, and I wouldn't like that.
You haven't heard my confession.
About Johnny's cellar?
I wasn't happy with Daddy's arrangement. I didn't want an escort. I arranged for one of Johnny's strong-arm men to...
Work me over?
I'm sorry.
Oh, Johnny's muscle man might have been sorry, too. I don't work over easy.
I'm glad. Am I forgiven?
Sure, he just paid me a compliment. I like it.
Are you really afraid of nothing?
Not unless it's getting you home late.
I don't want to spoil it either. I'm ready, darling.
And I'm willing and able.
What's the time?
10 minutes to midnight.
Oh, we'll make it easily. Patton closes up at exactly midnight. Only another 3 miles.
Well, at this rate, that means 3 minutes.
Or less. Oh, no.
What's wrong?
Oh, Cannon. I've run out of petrol.
That's the oldest trick in the world, but it's usually worked by the guy. Okay, I'm at your mercy. I will offer no resistance.
Cannon, I really have run out of petrol.
You sure?
Quite sure.
What a lousy break. Say, how far are we from the house?
About 3 miles. 2 if we cut across country.
5 minutes to midnight. We can't make it. Well, how about your old man, Sir Roger? You can explain to him, can't you?
Oh, no. No, I can't.
But you can bring him over here in the morning. He'll see for himself it was an accident. Anyway, you'll only be half an hour or so late. Look, how about if I...
Oh, look, you don't understand. Oh, Patton, he's the butler. He locks the house at exactly midnight. Daddy doesn't allow me a key. If I'm late, I have to knock up Patton, and he never fails to report to Daddy.
So, in the morning, you report to your old man what happened.
Daddy's not at home.
Well, looks like we're in a fix.
You don't know, Daddy. He likes the high life, but he's got a will of iron. He was quite definite that I had to be home by midnight, and he won't take any excuses. Oh, darn it, just when everything was going so well.
Hey, come on, don't let it get you. We can work something out. Look, couldn't you sneak in without this Patton guy knowing?
I wish I could.
But then he'd know you didn't come home on time.
No, he wouldn't. If I could sneak in without him knowing and get up to my room, I could say in the morning that I got home early and went to my room with a headache. Oh, but it's hopeless. Patton locks and bolts the whole house.
Well, let's get walking. Before we give up hope, I'd like to look at that house of yours.
Cannon, you think you might break in without anyone knowing?
Well, I've had experience. In the line of duty, of course.
But what will you do after you've let me in?
Walk over to Potter's Bar and catch the milk train into town.
You really think you can do it?
Honey, you're looking at the only honest housebreaker in England.
Of the modern teenager lends itself to a cross-country walk. Indeed, the uniform for doing the shake was perforce to resemble a tracksuit, and so it was that Cannon and Valerie approached the rear of the house from across the fields. The house was a large, rambling affair, silent as a tomb and wrapped in Stygian darkness. Silent as a shadow, with Valerie quiet as a cat beside him, Cannon went to work on a small side window leading into the kitchen. In 2 minutes, it swung open, and Valerie was lifted inside. A gentle kiss in gratitude and farewell, and Cannon was once more crossing the fields to the road.
And that ogre Patton don't even know how she got in. Well, I guess I'd make a pretty good cat burglar at that. Oh, there's the car. Well, I'd just better make sure she left nothing in it. Ah, that silly thing. She left the keys in the car. Now what do I do? Well, better take them out and bring them around here first thing. Now then, which way do the keys turn? No, that switch is on. Hey, this car's half full of gas. Now, why do you suppose she said she'd run out of gas? Maybe a fault in the engine. Starts like a bird. I just don't get it. We could have made the house easy by midnight. I wonder what got into that cat. Who is it?
Cannon. Oh, sorry, I'm in a call box. I had to put the shilling in.
Valerie, what's the time?
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock? What are you doing up at this hour?
I thought I'd get the car before Patton started asking questions. It worked like a dream. He said he knocked on my door and got no answer. But I told him I'd taken a sleeping pill. We fooled him completely.
Meaning we can work the trick again?
I don't think we should push our luck, do you? Midnight's the next time and no mistakes. But I've got a wonderful idea. Daddy's going down to our house in Cornwall for a week, and I can go with him.
Cornwall?
We've a house right on the coast. You can come as chaperone.
Sounds great.
Oh, there's one thing. I hope you won't take offense. Dad is a bit of a snob, and he won't have you as a house guest. He looks upon you as an employee.
Which I am.
So you'll have to stay in the hotel at the village. Oh, Cannon, please say you'll come.
Sure, I'll come.
Stay where you are. I'll drive over to your flat and give you all the details.
Say, how did you get the car back to the house?
Oh, I walked over to the village and got a bottle of petrol. Just enough to start her and get me to the filling station. And then I filled up and telephoned you.
Was empty, huh?
Dry as a bone. I'll be more careful in future. Hello. Are you still there?
Yeah.
Is something wrong, Cannon?
No.
Don't you want me to come over to your flat?
Sure, I want you to come over to my flat. I want very much for you to come over here. I don't want to let you out of my sight.
It's been a wonderful day. The drive down, the lunch in Red Roof. And now this. I didn't know you could handle a boat, Cannon.
There are a lot of things you don't know about me.
I know all I want to. I think I'm falling in love with you, Cannon.
Yeah, well, that's not the way Daddy planned it, you know.
I know. If I married out of my social circle, he'd disown me. He'd settle a fair-sized sum of money on me, but he'd never want to see me again.
Then maybe I'd better go back to London tomorrow.
No. Oh, no, please. I hardly ever see my father. My mother died when I was 10, you see, and he took it badly. I've always been alone, and I know Daddy doesn't really care for me at all. Not the way a father usually cares for his daughter.
So that's pretty tough.
Cannon, if it did work out that we fell in love with each other...
Look...
Just pretending. I mean, we could go somewhere together, couldn't we? I mean, I'd have enough money for both of us, and we could start a new life in another country. Australia, perhaps.
Look, let's not talk about it now. It's getting late, and this time we have to make sure there'll be a tomorrow.
Tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow. Oh, Cannon.
Hey, it's 11, and I have to pilot this boat back to harbor.
Aye, Skipper. I'll start the outboard motor.
Okay, and I'll bring you into the swell.
Cannon. Oh, Cannon, I can't get it to start.
Hang on, I'll come over there and join you. Okay, let me have a try.
What's the matter with it?
Bring that light closer to me.
Uh-huh.
Water.
What?
Seawater in the carburetor.
Oh, can you clean it?
No, not a chance. There's water in the gasoline. This baby won't run tonight. We'll have to scull the boat back to the harbor.
Oh, how long will that take?
Best part of an hour and a half.
What's the time now?
After 11.
Oh, Cannon.
I know. The deadline's midnight. Did Patton come down to Cornwall?
Yes.
House is locked. The old man still carousing in Red Roof. Looks like history's repeated itself. That butler's going to start thinking you've gotten addicted to sleeping pills.
You mean you're going to break in for me again?
That's right. I'm going to break in for you again. You having trouble, Miss Lansbury?
Oh.
Don't wear down the battery, baby. I pulled the lead out of the rotor box.
Hammond, why did you come here?
Maybe I wondered why you kept your car in the village when there's space for 6 in the house on the bay. I mean, then again, what does a guy do at 2 o'clock in the morning on a lonely Cornish village?
You knew I was coming here.
I guessed it. I broke into that house for you at half after midnight. And I figured that if you left the way you got in, you'd be here an hour after that. I reckon it took a little longer to find what you were looking for.
Then you know.
I checked on your car last night at Potter's Bar. It was half full of gas.
Oh, no.
That outboard drove us out into the bay, so there wasn't any water in the tank when we left. We were the only 2 people on board, and I didn't slip a tin of seawater in the gasoline tank.
I can explain,
You
Canon.
can. Last night at Potter's Bar, I figured you wanted to test a way that you could get into the house anytime you wanted, so that we could stay out half the night despite what your father said. But when I as good as asked you, you said that we shouldn't push our luck. Now, that had me worried, but I still believed you. On the boat, you had me fooled all along the line until the outboard was sabotaged.
Canon, I meant what I said on the boat. Oh, please believe me.
You played me for a sucker.
No, I didn't. I meant it, Canon. I do love you.
Nuts. You were just about to ditch me and drive off to London.
That's not true. I didn't take longer to find what I was looking for. I'm half an hour late because I stopped over at the hotel and left a note with a night porter to be delivered to you at 6 o'clock with your morning tea.
And what did you write on the note? So long, sucker?
Please believe me. You can read the note yourself. It tells you to catch the 6:45 to London and meet me at your flat.
And you thought I'd do just that?
Would you, Canon?
I guess I might have.
Oh, darling.
No, hold on. You forget I was an unwilling party to your little scheme. You lied to me all along the line.
Not when I said I love you.
And where's that phony Sir Roger Lansbury?
In London.
Were you going to ditch him?
And you would have received his share of the loot.
And where's that?
In this bag.
From last night's?
In the glove box of the car.
The glove box of the car. All right. Now, give me the bag. Thanks.
What will you do, Canon?
All that gripe about your old man and how he didn't need you. How he disowned you, but leave you a nice fat legacy that we could both live on. Another country to start all over. But you didn't say how you'd get the money, did you?
You wouldn't have known, Canon. We could have been out of the country in 24 hours. You'd never have known. Oh, it's not too late. No one will ever know.
What do you take me for, a cheap crook?
I'll give it all back.
Don't worry, baby. I will.
Oh, please, Canon. Please. Give me another chance.
Sure. Yeah, I'll give you a chance. There. The lead's back in your rotor box. At 6 o'clock exactly, I'll walk into the local cop shop and tell them the whole story. That gives you 3.5 hours start.
I'm sorry, Canon. Please try and forgive me. I didn't mean to fall in love with you.
So long, baby. It was too good to be true anyway. I'm just sorry you had to pick on me.
Well, of course, there never was a Sir Roger Lansbury, and Valerie wasn't his daughter. They were a team of confident tricksters, and they worked out a clever scheme to enlist the aid of a strong young man, unwittingly to help them in a series of burglaries. It worked, too. Canon made an excellent cat burglar when he didn't know the real purpose of his nocturnal excursions. In fact, who knows? If it hadn't been for the petrol in that car on the first night, Cameron might now have been dunking his offspring in the warm waters of Bondi Beach, while I would be minus my top operator. So now you know why the file was marked Cannon and the Cagey Cat.
Under Secretary's office. Good morning.
Give me Michael James, miss. Confidential.
Who is speaking, please?
Charles Lane works.
You're going through, sir. Mr. Charles Lane to speak to you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, Charles.
Hello, Michael. Sorry to worry you, but there's a minor snag in the barrister strip for Bernard Higgins.
Bernard, the assistant public hangman?
Yes. You know he's been detailed to, perform his duties in France on the Avenue Foch murder.
Yes, that's right. One of our soldiers was found guilty. What about it?
Higgins has left by air, but he's also left instructions that his rope is to be sent over by special messenger.
The hangman's rope?
Afraid so. Who shall I send? One of your men?
Well, I can't spare anybody, Charles. Tell you what, there's a firm just off Piccadilly who specialize in odd sort of jobs. Give them a ring on Grosvenor 5995.
5995. Got that. What's the address?
Just a minute. Assignments Unlimited. 33 Half Moon Street.
as Lane outlined the job he had for us, it seemed so simple and straightforward that I thought it hardly worth the attentions of a special operator. A British soldier had been convicted of murder in France and was to be executed there under British law. The assistant hangman, Bernard Higgins, had been detailed for the task and had left by air for Orly Airport in Paris. But for some reason, he left his rope behind with instructions that it was to follow him. There was apparently some urgency, and the rope was to be dispatched immediately by special messenger. A macabre assignment, perhaps, but a simple one. Lane handed me a closed suitcase and a return ticket to Paris, and since the weather was fine, I decided to enjoy a few hours in Paris myself. Leaving details of my whereabouts with Miss Fairweather, I left with a suitcase for London Airport, boarded the Paris plane, and half an hour later touched down on French soil.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Bonjour.
You will be staying long in Paris, monsieur?
Oh, just 3 hours. I'm catching the afternoon plane back again.
Do you have a reservation?
Yes, here it is.
Thank you, monsieur. Now, where would you like to sit on the return journey? Up front?
Well, that'll be fine.
Your luggage, monsieur?
The suitcase? Well, not exactly. I'm to deliver it.
May I see?
Of course. Oh, these papers go with it.
Merci. The British Ministry of Works, I see. Just a moment, monsieur. I think there is a message for you.
Anton, oui. Il y a un rapport, monsieur, au premier maison. Oui, c'est ici, monsieur.
It was left by a gentleman an hour ago. Merci. There.
Thank you. Oh, yes, it's just to change the address to where I'm to deliver the suitcase.
Up here. Is there anything you have to declare, monsieur?
No, nothing at all.
The suitcase, may I look inside?
Of course.
It is quite heavy, huh? What do you carry here from the Ministry of Works?
It's a hangman's rope.
Pardon, monsieur.
The soldier who's to be hanged tomorrow. The hangman is here already, and the suitcase contains his rope. Well, don't you want to look inside?
That will not be necessary, monsieur. Thank you. That is all.
This note from the hangman.
It was the hangman who left the note?
Yes.
Parbleu.
Oh, is something wrong?
No.
Well, it says I'm to go to 16 Rue Fiable. Do you know where that is, by any chance?
I am sure that the taxi driver will, monsieur. Manuel?
Take this gentleman to 16 Rue Fiable, at once.
Si, senor.
Many of our taxis are driven these days by Spanish immigrants, monsieur. But Manuel knows Paris intimately. Good day, monsieur.
The Capitano seemed in a hurry to take his leave of you, senor.
Yes, he did, rather. You speak English very well.
In Paris, the language is as necessary as French, senor. The Capitano did say Rue Fiable.
Yes. Well, why do you ask?
It is a quarter of Paris that has a bad reputation, senor. But no doubt you have a good reason for going there.
I have.
Must I wait for you, senor?
No, that won't be necessary, thank you.
You are to meet someone there, senor?
Now, look, Manuel, I suppose you drive me to where I want to go and don't ask so many questions.
Now I understand.
What do you understand?
An English gentleman is put into my taxi by the Capitano of Customs, and I must drive to Rue Fiable. The Capitano gives me much work, senor. Manuel will ask no more questions. No questions at all.
There you are. Keep the change.
Grazie, senor. And good luck, senor.
16. Well, he was certainly right about the area. Unsavory is a mild word. I wonder why Higgins wanted the suitcase delivered here. Oh, well, there's one way to find out. That's odd. Unlocked. Hello? Hello? Anyone at home?
Hello. Oh, there's no one here. Oh, there's a note on the table. Please leave suitcase on table. Thank you, Higgins. There's something fishy about this. I don't know what your game is, Mr. Higgins, but I'm not leaving the suitcase here.
Where are you going to, mate?
What? Oh. Well, where did you come from?
The kitchen. You brought Higgins's rope?
Yes, it's in this suitcase.
Well, why don't you leave it on the table like he asked in the note?
Who are you, may I ask?
A friend. You should have told the taxi to wait. You'll have to walk halfway back to the river to get another one. Well, go on. Put the case on the table and scarper.
Look here, let's get one thing straight, old chap. I've not the least intention of leaving anything here until I meet Higgins in person. My instructions are to leave the suitcase with him and no one else. Now, do I make myself quite clear?
I told you I was a friend, didn't I?
Can you identify yourself?
Are you trying to be funny, mate?
Well, perhaps I was, unconsciously. Well, then, if you're a friend of Mr. Higgins, you can tell him that I've left his suitcase at the original address, the Hotel Cormorant. He can collect it there at the desk.
Now, just a minute, mate. Not so fast. I tried to be friendly with you, didn't I? Now, just give me the case like a good bloke and scarper. And if you know what's good for you, you'll keep your mouth shut, see?
Are you threatening me, my fellow?
Give me that case.
What an unsavory character. Like the area you live in. Well, I'll leave you to your sweet dreams and walk towards the river.
Stay where you are.
Oh, who the blazes are you?
Let's say that I'm a woman with a purpose. Now, put the suitcase on the table. I warn you, I'll use this gun on the least provocation.
It seems to me that a lot of people are going to do a lot of trouble just to lay hands on a hangman's rope.
Perhaps. Just do as I say.
Oh, who are you trying to fool? That gun you're waving at me isn't fitted with a silencer. If you fire it, you'll have half the neighbors about your ears, followed by the gendarmerie.
See that vase on the mantelpiece?
Yes. Nice shot.
Nice sound. It's as familiar here as Beatle music in a working-class suburb.
I'm beginning to believe you.
That's better. Now, what's your name?
Mason, Aubrey Mason. Yours?
It's not important. Are you from the ministry?
No. No, I run a private organization, Assignments Unlimited. I was employed to bring the suitcase here by the ministry.
I thought you looked a bit too intelligent for a ministry man. You can handle yourself, too. The tiger got quite a shock, and he's an ex-pugilist. No, don't turn around. I'm not quite sure what to do with you, Mr. Mason. You've upset our plans quite a bit. Now, tiger.
The rotten lousy.
Hold it. Once is enough. You could only get better of him when he wasn't looking.
Why, he took me by surprise,
Yes,
Nada.
didn't he? Pity a man like him has to come to an untimely end. He'd be worth 6 of you. But I have a feeling that Mr. Mason, whoever he might be, has far too many scruples. All right, tie him up and dump him in the corner. The hatchet will be here at midnight, and he can write Fini to Mr. Mason.
Okay, I'm coming every time I try to take a bath. What do you want?
Mr. Cannon, do you have to shout like that?
Oh, it's you.
How do you know it's me?
Look, what is this, a guessing game? Miss Penny Fairweather of Assignments Unlimited. I know your voice anyway. I was taking a bath and it's my night off.
Well, there's no need to stand on your dignity.
I'm not standing on my dignity. I'm standing on... Oh, never mind. I suppose the chief wants me.
I'm afraid he might.
You're afraid he might. Look, he either wants me or he doesn't.
If you'll just let me explain, Mr. Cannon.
Okay, what is it?
Mr. Mason left for Paris late this morning. He was supposed to take the afternoon plane back. He booked, but he hasn't returned.
Well, maybe he got tied up.
And you know he always leaves a message.
Did you check with the airport?
Of course.
So what was he doing in Paris anyway?
Delivering a hangman's rope.
Well, that's one way of boosting the export drive.
It was for Mr. Higgins, the executioner. I phoned him in Paris, and he hasn't received the rope, nor has he seen Mr. Mason. I got a little worried, so I phoned you.
Okay, so I'll go to Paris in the morning, see if I can find him. Now, do you mind if I get back to my bath?
Couldn't you go tonight, Mr. Cannon? There's a Westbury freight plane, leaves in half an hour. It would all be on the expense sheet.
Well, what am I supposed to do all night in Paris? Well, that wasn't a very intelligent remark, Miss Fairweather. Okay, I'll go.
Well, I've booked 2 seats.
2 seats?
Oh, I thought I'd come with you to give you the full brief.
Oh, well, then that remark wasn't so unintelligent after all.
What's that, Mr. Cannon?
Never mind skipping.
I'll pick you up in 10 minutes, Mr. Cannon. Well, that should give you time to make yourself respectable.
Well, my life became respectable when you booked that second seat. Okay, Penny Fairweather, but if you've got me off on a wild goose chase, you know what I'll do with that hangman's rope?
Yeah, well, you've just told me, Mr. Cannon. Skip it.
My head was throbbing like a million devils gone mad. I felt sick and my tongue was twice its size in my throat. After a while, I became conscious of my surroundings. The dingy room, the table, and the suitcase. The suitcase? Oh, yes, there it was on the table just as I'd left it. Fragments of the cheap vase littered the floor, and I remembered the girl with the gun, and the lout she'd called Tiger. But I was alone, bound hand and foot. My eyes alighted on the suitcase again, and suddenly I had an overwhelming compulsion to see what was inside. Then I saw the broken fragments of pottery again. I rolled over and over towards the mantelpiece. Sitting up, I searched behind my back with my bound hands, and with numb fingers caught a sharp fragment of the vase. My head swam again, and I lost my balance. The sharp edge on the broken pottery knifed into me, and I felt the warm trickle of blood oozing from a cut in my thigh. I tried again. This time, I wedged the piece of vase in between a crack in the fire grate. Then I began to saw the rope binding my hands, slowly, slowly, with infinite patience, slowly, slowly.
Are you sure it's all right for us to come in here, Mr. Cannon?
Look, the guy at the airport said this is where the captain goes to relax. We gotta talk to the captain, so we come here. Come to think of it, the captain hasn't got bad taste at that.
Table for two, monsieur?
No. I was looking for the captain of customs, Orly Airport. They said he might be here.
Ah, oui, monsieur. Captain Jacques Leroy. That one, monsieur.
Huh? Not the blonde.
Lady friend, monsieur.
Oh, I see, yeah. Well, thanks very much. Come on. Excuse me, Captain Leroy?
Yes?
Well, my name's Cannon. I'm looking for a man who should have boarded the afternoon plane back to London. He didn't make it, and I wondered if you might remember him.
How could I remember him if he didn't arrive?
Well, he came in on the late morning plane. You couldn't mistake him because his luggage was, let's say, out of the ordinary.
Not the man with the hangman's rope?
Yeah, that's right. Any idea where he went to?
I most certainly do. Pardon, chérie. Tout de suite. The Camel this way. My wife, you know. She would be upset if she knew the contents of that suitcase.
Yeah, well, it was only a quarter of hemp rope.
I know.
I always make it out of hemp stronger, you know.
Yes.
Couldn't afford to have a snap.
Monsieur, I put your friend in a taxi. There was a note left for him to go to number 16 Rue Fiable. It is what you call a rough quarter of Paris. He was taken there by a Spanish taxi driver, Manuel. I do not know his other name. That is all I can tell you. Good night.
16 Rue Fiable, you said?
Yes, that is correct, monsieur. Au revoir.
Well, now we know where he went. Let's grab a cab. We're hot on the scent, which is more than I can say for the captain's wife.
He seemed quite upset about the rope.
And do you know why, Penny Fairweather? His wife.
His wife?
Yeah. She's giving him too much rope.
The driver wouldn't wait for us, Mr. Cannon.
Well, this looks like a crummy joint to me. Maybe I shouldn't have brought you along.
You'd have no compunction about bringing Gail Hamilton.
Well, that's different. Well, then, number 16. Here it is.
Shall I ring the doorbell?
No, not yet. There's something here that's offbeat. The chief came over here at the request of the Ministry of Works. That makes the journey official. Now, why would they have something delivered to a flap house like this?
The customs captain said Mr. Mason received a note asking him to change the assignation.
Well, that checks. You said this hangman fellow Higgins didn't get the rope that was sent to him.
Well, that's what he told me on the phone.
Okay, you stay close behind me. We're going in. What is it?
Look, under the door. Blood.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh.
It's locked. Look, I'm going to bust it in. Stand back.
Is that you, Cannon?
The chief? Yeah, yes, me, Chief. You all right?
Yes. Listen, don't break down the door. Have you got your skeleton keys?
You bet.
Well, use them.
Okay.
Mr. Mason.
Oh, it's all right, Miss Fairweather. May I ask why you brought her to a place like this, Cannon?
Oh, it wasn't his fault, Mr. Mason. I wanted to come.
We only played a hunch, Chief. We didn't know.
Lock the door again, will you, Cannon?
You lock it from the inside?
Yes. Our birds will be back sometime, I think. I'd like them to find the door just as they left it.
Okay. Well, what happened anyway?
Oh, I was held up at gunpoint by an attractive young lady and coshed by an ex-pugilist. So far as I can gather, simply so that they could get their hands on a hangman's rope. But after messing me up, they left the suitcase containing the rope behind.
You mean the rope's still in there?
Coiled, but fortunately not knotted.
Well, it could be they're friends of the condemned man and just wanted to keep the rope from the hangman.
Oh, possibly. Would it be kind to delay the execution of a friend when he's doomed anyway?
No evidence, maybe?
Oh, there's machinery of law to take care of that contingency.
Yeah, but this is France, Chief.
Well, the man was tried by British justice. Hence the hangman and not Madame Guillotine. How did you find me here?
The captain at the airport said that you could...
I can hear someone coming.
Look, move at the window, Chief. I'll deal with whoever it is.
Not on your life, Cannon. That's a heavy tread. It just might be an ex-pugilist named Tiger. I've a small score to settle.
Well, not bad at all. We haven't lost a touch, Chief. And, looking at him, I'd say that you've more than even the score.
I haven't, Cannon. That's not the Tiger. I've never set eyes on this man before. We waited in that filthy hovel until dawn, but no one else came. A search of the heavily built stranger revealed an armpit holster that carried a small, shiny steel hatchet, honed to razor sharpness. Well, the purpose of his visit was pretty obvious. He didn't recover consciousness. I must have hit him harder than I intended, but reflecting on the reason for his presence, I felt no regrets. At dawn, we delivered the rope to the hangman, aloof in his officialdom and surly at the delay. And 2 hours later, spruced and clean again, we were winging our way back to London.
Well, Chief, it's got me bamboozled. That gorilla with the hatchet meant business. Now, who'd go to all that trouble just to keep a public hangman from his hempen rope?
I can't fathom it either. Unless they thought I was the hangman.
You mean some nut working on an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth?
Oh, it's a remote possibility.
You know, maybe that's why Higgins, the hangman, travels with no luggage.
Charming thought. Well, they might have warned me. Good heavens.
What's the matter?
Keep your newspaper in front of my face. All right. She's gone past. Watch for her coming back. She mustn't see me.
Yeah, it was some dame. Who is it?
The young woman who held me up at gunpoint last night.
No kidding.
I was never more serious in my life.
Well, shall I tell the pilot to radio ahead?
No, not yet. I'm absolutely sure it's the same woman, of course, but it's another thing to prove it. When we land, we'll check with the manifest and see who she is. Then I think it'll be time for the police.
Will all passengers extinguish cigarettes and fasten seatbelts, please? We're coming to land now at London Airport. Will all British and French nationals report through exit B, other nationals through exit 1?
All right, I'll use my own paper this time. I made a slit in it. Well, she's seated. It's her, no doubt about it. A girl like that, it's unbelievable.
Maybe, Chief, but that hatchet was awful real. You know, I'm going to tell her, though. I just got a feeling that if we give her enough rope, she'll hang herself.
Miss Helwell, sir. The passenger list. Seat number 18, Mrs. Nada Lazare.
Do you know anything about her?
Oh, Mrs. Lazare. Well, she's reckoned to be the best dressed in England or France. Not surprising. Her old man's supposed to have left her a fortune. She's always on the society page. Goes to the continents just about every week. Anything else you want to know, sir?
No, you've been most kind. Here's something for your trouble.
Thank you, sir.
Come on, Cannon. Well?
Well,
is there a word to describe that?
Sure. Screwy. Look, Chief, I'm going to tell that Don like I said. If you don't hear from me for 3 or 4 days, don't worry.
You won't do anything illegal, Cannon.
Oh, Chief, you know me better than that.
Yes, I do. That's why I asked.
Just leave it to me. I've got an idea about this hangman's rope deal. Could be I'll use it to tie up the loose ends.
I'd noticed that Cannon had made a note of Nada Lazar's address and wondered what reception he'd received when he paid her a call. I wasn't kept wondering long. The morning newspaper headlines screamed the news from every corner.
Read all about it. Society woman missing. Mrs. Lazar missing from London flat. Read all about it.
Where was the mysterious Mrs. Lazar? Only Cannon knew. But she was safe, well cared for and nurtured by the patient Cannon. In fact, he was the lady's only companion for 3 days. He did nothing at all. He didn't even talk to the lady. Yet at the end of 3 days, it wasn't just the headlines that were screaming.
All right. Whoever you are, you win. You win, I tell you. What do you want? Money? I'll give you anything you like. Just name it, but let me free.
I just want to know why you sent a hatchet man to carve up my chief. I also want to know why you stole a hangman's rope and then threw it away.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you anything you want to know.
I'll bet you will. But you know, I don't think you have to tell me a thing, Nada Lazar. I think I know it already.
Cannon phoned the police, and the mystery was ended. Mrs. Nada Lazar was not left a wealthy woman on the demise of her husband. But she had grown accustomed to the sweet life, and didn't take kindly to giving it up. Accepted as she was in social circles and known to be a constant traveller, she took to smuggling. Mrs. Lazar was a resourceful woman. Narcotics were her speciality, and like most dope peddlers, she fell for her own wares. Addicted to drugs, she broke down under the 3 days' surveillance by Cannon and told him everything. Cannon had guessed right. On my trip to the continent, the suitcase containing the hangman's rope also contained a fortune in marijuana. She guessed that the customs official would never open the case to examine its grisly contents. Nothing is more unnerving than a hangman's hempen rope. Marijuana, by the way, is also called Indian hemp, which gave the story its title, Hemp for the Hangman.
Grosvenor 5995, assignments unlimited. Good morning.
Good morning. I want a man to pick up a light van for me. It's in the country. Can you supply me with such a man?
Yes, sir. Whereabouts is the van?
Near Colchester, but it's a bit off the beaten track. I'd have to come round with a map of the area. Is that possible?
Shall I make an appointment with the managing director, sir?
If you will. It's rather urgent.
3:30 this afternoon, sir.
That will suit me very well. What's the address, by the way?
We're at 33 Half Moon Street.
The story tonight, as always, comes from the private file. It's headed, The Moon and a Million. To say the man was well-dressed wouldn't be strictly accurate. The word natty would better fit his sartorial elegance. His clothes were as carefully chosen as his accent, and he was faultless right up to the carnation he sported in his buttonhole. I must say I wondered about him at the time, yet his request was ordinary enough.
Your lady fixed the appointment, and I made a point of being on time. In fact, I always make a point of being on time, Mr. Mason.
A praiseworthy trait, Mr. Duke. I beg your pardon?
Duke. No, not a title. My name is Duke. Plain Mr. Duke.
Oh, I see. I believe you want us to pick up a car for you.
A small parole van, actually. I'm a little apprehensive at leaving it untended in the country. You see, Mr. Mason, I'm in town on business and can't get over to Colchester myself. The van developed some mechanical fault whilst I was driving it, and so I left it where it was and begged to lift it to the nearest village from a passing motorist. The local mechanic drove out to repair the fault, but he has no one to bring the van back into Colchester.
Colchester, I take it, is where you wish the car delivered.
A van? Yes. I should explain that I'm a printer. The van is full of handbills, and it would be most inconvenient if vandals broke in and scattered them all over the countryside.
Oh, I understand. Do you want the van picked up today, Mr. Duke?
If you can.
We can indeed.
Your man can take the evening train to Colchester, and from there he can walk across the fields to my benighted vehicle. I've drawn a small map. Here you are. Now, you say, it's on a cart track. I have some property along the track and was returning from an inspection when the fault occurred. Do you think your man can follow the directions on the map?
Oh, I'm sure he can. You've made it quite clear and precise.
Precision is my speciality, Mr. Mason. I learnt the art of the cartographer in the service of my country. Army, you know.
I see. And where in Colchester shall we deliver the van?
I've written the address down here. My foreman will take it over. His name is Wilson, and he'll sign for the delivery. The Colchester train from London will arrive at 9 to 2, and the walk across the country shouldn't take your man longer than half an hour. Is everything clear?
In a nutshell, Mr. Duke.
Now, payment. In advance, of course.
Well, that's not strictly necessary.
I prefer it that way. I have here the train ticket, return, second class. 10 shillings for a meal on the train. A room is booked at the King's Hotel, and they will furnish him with breakfast. I thought 25 guineas for the service would be adequate.
Quite satisfactory, thank you.
Then, that concludes the business. Thank you again, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Duke. Phew. That man has a mind like a machine.
Yes, sir?
Send Cannon in, Miss Fairweather, and tell him to fix an overnight bag. He's off for a jaunt in the country. Having supplied Cannon with all the relative information, I dispatched him to the railway station, where he took up his seat in the train, a little disgruntled that it was only second class. The train rattled on through the early evening, with Cannon alone in his compartment. He remained in solitary possession of the compartment throughout most of the journey, munching morosely on a dry sandwich purchased at one of the frequent stops. And then Cannon brightened considerably. An attractive young woman boarded the train half an hour out of Colchester.
Good evening. Is this seat taken?
No, I'm the sole occupant.
Do you mind?
I'm delighted. Now, let me help you with your bag.
Oh, it's all right, thanks. It's only an overnight case.
Have a sandwich?
Oh, thanks.
Hard as a brick, I'm afraid. Station Bruford.
It's fine.
You going to Colchester?
Yes. You?
Just for the night. My name's Cannon, by the way.
I'm Janet Dale. How do you do?
Well, fine. You work in Colchester?
Not at the moment, but I'm hoping to. As a matter of fact, that's why I took tonight's train. There's an ad in the Gazette and Observer for a lady's companion. It gives the address, so I thought I'd take the bull by the horns and make a personal application tonight.
Well, I wish you luck, but, why a lady's companion? I mean, a young and attractive girl like yourself.
You sound as though all ladies' companions are wizened old spinsters.
Well, aren't they?
Not a bit of it. Anyway, I'm used to it. Housekeeping and so on. I've never worked in an office or anything like that.
Beautiful. And she can cook, too.
Mr. Cannon, that was a very forward remark.
It was intended to be.
You're American, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am. Yankee through and through.
I could tell by your accent.
Not by my forward manner?
That, too, I suppose.
Say, what gives if the old doll has filled the position?
Then I'll have to go home again, won't I?
Tomorrow?
Why, yes. There's no train until tomorrow.
Then you'll spend the night in Colchester. That's great.
I don't quite follow.
Well, I'm down here for one night only. I have to pick up a van and deliver it to Colchester. The guy who employed me booked me into the King's Hotel. Do you know it?
Yes, it's a commercial hotel.
I'll bet it is. The old skinflint booked me into this crummy railroad car with half a note for spending money.
Half a note?
10 bob, you know? Well, I thought you might show me the town. That's if the old doll has found a dried-up spinster.
Mr. Cannon, you're incorrigible. And a snob. I'm traveling second class, too. And for a very good reason that I can't afford to go first.
Well, I stand humbled, ma'am. Can I make it up to you with a decent dinner in Colchester?
All right.
if you don't get the job.
If I do get the job, we celebrate. And if I don't, you console me.
And I'm very good at consoling.
I bet you... What was that?
Oh, fog signal, I guess.
But there is no fog.
Well, they use them to warn a locomotive that there's something on the line ahead. We're slowing down.
Dear, I hope there's not going to be a delay.
Well, I could think of nothing better.
What about my job?
Oh, you can come and keep house for me.
Is that a proposal or an improper suggestion?
You know you're cute. I find I like you very much.
You stopped.
Yeah, so I noticed. Want me to go outside and see what's cooking?
Let's both go out. It was just my luck to miss a good job through the British Railways.
Say, but... Hey, who are you?
Sit where you are and don't get off the train. This is a hold-up.
You don't say. Well, put that gun away, cowboy, or I might bend it round your ear.
I warn you that I'll shoot the lady if you so much as bat an eye.
Who are you?
Oh, no, Mr. Cannon.
You scared of this floppy-head hobo?
I think he means what he said.
That's very sensible.
Oh, hold up in England with guns. This sort of thing only happens in America. This is a civilized country.
Oh, thanks for nothing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear
Sure. Say, what are you taking off the train, buddy?
You'll read about it in the morning papers.
Oh, publicity he's after.
That's the sign. Stay here for 2 minutes, and then you can go outside.
So, it wasn't the fog signal.
That dirty louse.
Oh, hold it, Mr. Cannon. What's the point of getting yourself shot?
I could break that monkey in two.
I know you could. But what about my dinner?
Okay, you win.
Does that mean we're moving off again?
Well, let's go see. Fishface is gone by now. This was carefully planned. Hey, you, guard! What gives here? Guard!
Never seen anything like it in all my born days. Here, honest, I haven't. Held up the train, they did, with guns. Poor old Harry Pethy tried to stop them on the fireplane. Got bashed over the head for his trouble.
Dear, is he all right?
Well, his old mother always said he had a head like a Swede.
Tell me.
Lucky in the end.
Mister, what did they swipe from the train?
Oh, can't tell for sure until the police get here.
You mean we've got to wait for the police?
Of course, it can't move till they get here. All the evidence, you know.
Oh, but the police might take hours.
Oh, not so long as that, miss. But the train won't move until they get here.
Oh, well, anger is my chance of a job.
Oh, it's tough, Janet. No, honest, I mean it.
Never mind. There'll be others.
Hey, wait a minute. Well, like I told you, I have to pick up a panel van and deliver it to Colchester. The guy who owns it broke down somewhere around here and had to hitch a lift. The van's fixed, and I'm supposed to do a cross-country hike to collect it. Just a minute. Your map, you see? And the guy who drew it sure knew his stuff. Now, if I'm not mistaken, we should be, here. See?
Well, I'm afraid I don't understand maps, Mr. Cannon.
Now, look, drop the mister, will you, Ken?
Oh, but I don't know your other name.
Just Cannon. Everybody calls me Cannon. Now, looking at this map, we've stopped across country from where that van was ditched. Yeah, it figures. If we head in that direction, we'll come to the van.
But there isn't any road out that way.
Yeah, I know, but according to the map, on the other side of these fields is a cart track. That's what it is. So what are we waiting for? We can still get you into town on time to interview old Sourpuss, okay?
Like you said, Cannon. What are we waiting for?
Happy in each other's company, they began their march across the fields. A big yellow moon winked at them from behind scudding clouds, and the fields smelt fresh and damp from the early dew. Cannon had already forgotten about the train robbery. In fact, Cannon had forgotten about everything.
Penny for your thoughts. You, Cannon, are dreaming.
That's right. And what a dream. A daydream under a moon. Say, would you mind if I kissed you?
The man in the moon might be looking.
Well, it's nothing he hasn't seen a million times before.
A million times?
We'll make it a billion.
First time for me.
You know, I think I see a frown of disapproval on the face of that man in the moon.
Then perhaps we'd better make him smile again.
Okay. Oh, that moon man works magic.
Work? Oh, my hat. Cannon, this is Prendergast.
Is that the old dragon's name?
Oh, please, Cannon, let's find the car. I don't want to be late.
Prendergast, the Witch of Endor. Okay, let's go.
Don't be mad at me. It's a good job, and I need it.
Sure thing, and the night is young. Well, comparatively. Hey, hang on. Let's take another look at the map while we're walking. There we are. Now, the cart track should be on the other side of this hedge if it's accurate.
There's a stile over there.
Well, I'll lift you over.
Stiles are made to climb over.
I'll still lift you over. Hold it. Okay. Up you come. There.
Oh, Cannon,
Yeah, I know. Bedoured you. Here we go. Yeah.
There are tire marks on the track. 2 sets.
Well, the mechanic drove out to fix the van. Now all we've got to do is follow the tracks to fame and fortune.
And started at the touch of a button, and Cannon drove happily down the road to Colchester. Dropping off Janet, he made an assignation with her for an hour later in the King's Hotel lobby. My star operator was enjoying himself hugely and whistled happily as he drove the van into a small printer's yard situated on the west side of the town.
Managed to find the van? Well done.
Thanks. Are you, Wilson?
That's me. Come on into the office.
Thanks. I'm Cannon. Assignments unlimited.
Yes, so the Duke said.
The Duke?
The fellow who employed you.
Oh, Mr. Duke. Well, the van's delivered, and if I could have your signature...
Yes, not that it's going to help me much. Look over there on that machine.
Blood?
That's right.
What happened?
An accident. Let me explain. You see, we're short-staffed. Can't get anyone to work on the pay the Duke dishes out.
Yeah, I know. I came up second class.
And so the transport bloke sent and had to fill in on an urgent orders of pamphlets. Got his hand caught in the stamp mill. Now I'm minus a driver who's worked here for years and still no operator. Not only that, but I haven't got anyone to work the mill. Wilson?
Wilson, I hear you've had an accident in the plant.
Yes, Duke. Samson got his hand caught in the stamp mill.
What about a driver to take their van to Manchester?
I don't know. I can't conjure drivers out of her act, and it's past 9 already.
There's a man arriving with the van, a Londoner.
He's here. Just arrived. And he's not a Londoner, he's a Yank.
Excellent. Put him on the line.
All right. It's the Duke. He wants to talk to you.
Yeah, I heard that phone's pretty loud. You ought to get it turned down. Thanks. Hello, Mr. Duke?
Yes. Look, what's your name?
Cannon.
Cannon. My driver's been hurt in an accident. I must have those handbills in the van delivered to Manchester urgently. You'll have to take them there. I'll pay all expenses and, £20 on top.
Well, you'll have to ring the office, Grosvenor 5995.
I know the number. I engaged you through the office. I'll ring Mr. Mason now. I'm sure there'll be no difficulty. Now listen carefully. You take the van to number 184 Salter Street. It's West Central. If you start now, you can get there by first light.
Come again?
First light. It's an army term. Dawn. You'll be paid there for your expenses, and I'll arrange to have the money for the work paid into your office.
Well, the boss must give the okay. He won't be in the office at this hour.
I know that. I have his private number. Have Wilson fill up the van for the journey and check the tires. Now, those handbills must be in Manchester first thing in the morning.
All right, Mr. Duke, but I'll have to check with the chief first.
I'll ring him now. Check with your employer in 15 minutes' time. Understood?
Okay, Mr. Duke.
Goodbye.
What did he say?
As if you couldn't hear. That phone makes more noise than a Tanway system. Oh, heck.
So what are you grasping about? All expenses paid and a fat fee for a night's drive.
Yeah, that's unlike Mr. Duke.
Well, he can pay when he must. All right, I'll get the van checked up, and you can hop down to the local for a pint.
Tell me, where's the King's Hotel?
Oh, up Nesbitt Street. Go out the door and turn right. Carry on for half a mile, and you'll see it up on the left corner.
Thanks.
You, know someone at the King's?
Yeah, baby doll.
What are you looking so unhappy about?
I'm about to ruin her evening for the third time. Mr. Efficiency, in shape of Mr. Duke, has an awful habit of ruining anything I get my teeth into.
Yes, the Duke's efficient. No one like it.
Yeah, say that again. We're just lucky he's on this side of the Iron Curtain.
I took the call from Mr. Duke at my club and agreed to the new assignment. Cannon rang from the King's Hotel to check and sounded distressed at my decision. Naturally, I had no possible conception of the reason for his sudden volte-face. He left the phone booth and at once spotted Janet sitting alone in a corner of the lounge.
Hello, Cannon. Did you deliver your van all right?
I did. That was London I just rang, the big city. Mission completed, and another one to start right away.
Then why the depression? You'll be earning more money.
But not in Colchester, not tonight.
Well, I've got good news, too, of a sort.
You mean you got hooked by that Prendergast dame?
No, the position was filled.
Oh, so what are you so happy about?
Well, it appears she has an aunt in Manchester who is looking for someone. She hasn't advertised yet, so I'm sure to get the job.
In Manchester?
Oh, I know it rains a lot, but housekeeping is all done in the house. Oh, come on, cheer up. We can have the date later. You promised, and then tomorrow we can travel to London together. I have to take the London train to get my Manchester connection.
Janet, I got news for you.
What is it, Cannon?
In approximately 15 minutes from now, I'm going to drive a panel van out of this town. We can't have dinner in the King's Hotel.
Oh.
In fact, I have to cancel my booking.
Oh, Cannon, I'm very disappointed.
No, you won't be. You know where I'm driving that van?
London?
Better than that.
Not Manchester.
That's right.
Oh, Cannon, it's impossible. I couldn't have that much good luck.
Baby, that's who the man in the moon is married to, Lady Luck. Now, let's play it off the cuff. Order me a drink, scotch on the rocks. I'll ring the printer here in Colchester and tell him I'm ready, willing, and able.
We'll see that he fills up the van properly. It would be most improper if we ran out of petrol on the way. Have you got the number?
I'll look it up in the book. Now, make that drink good, honey. No moonshine, huh? Hello, operator. I want to talk to a Mrs. Prendergast. Yep, Prendergast. Prendergast. She's in the Colchester area. Well, I haven't got a book. Yeah, I know it's a public booth, but somebody took the book. Will you check for me? Thanks. It's just one of those things. Hello? Yeah. You sure? Okay, thanks. Let's see. 4, 8, 3, 6. Oh, come on. Hello? Wilson, look, I'll be around in 10-15 minutes, okay? Yeah, right. Oh, and by the way, I'm taking that baby doll with me. No objection, I suppose. Great. Look, not to worry. Old Skinflint won't know from me. See ya. Now, then, let's see. Hello, operator. What? Yeah, that's right. It's me again. No, I know the number this time. I want a trunk call to London. I want Grosvenor 5995.
Oh, Cannon. Oh, I feel so happy.
Me too. This has been the greatest day of my life. Fulfillment, that's the thing.
Oh, what's that up ahead?
Looks like a roadblock. Police.
What can it be for, I wonder?
Train robbery, maybe.
Oh, yes. Well, luckily we've nothing to hide.
That's right. Only a load of handbills for Manchester.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Cannon, sir? Yeah, that's me. Is this the girl? That's she.
Cannon, what is it?
The game's up, baby doll. All right, officer, the loot's in the back of the van. The super will be along in a moment, sir. He wants to thank you, personally. All right, my girl, come along with me.
But Cannon, who are you?
Just who I profess to be, an operator from Assignments Unlimited.
How did you know?
Old Bee's Pants Duke was a bit too efficient. That and the fact that the arm of coincidence can never grow as long as the arm of the law. You played ducks and drakes with me, doll, and nearly got away with it. Remember? You said, first time for me. Well, that was no first kiss. I'll bet that old man's looked down on 1,000,000.
Yes, it was a cleverly planned robbery right down to the last detail. Well, almost the last detail. The money stolen from the train was loaded into a private car and driven to where Duke's van was parked. There it was transferred. Janet Dale boarded the train to keep an eye on my operator and make sure he didn't take, well, a look at the contents of the van. But she switched her plans once too often. Cannon's suspicions had already been aroused by that kiss under the moon. That was no first time.
It had been perfected by years of practice. When she sprang her Manchester story, her goose was cooked. But it was the driver who mangled his hand on the printing works who posed the big question mark. Why should Duke employ an outsider when he had a driver of his own right on the spot? For one very good reason. The driver was a paid member of Duke's gang. If he'd been stopped by the police whilst ferrying the loot to Manchester, his guilt would almost certainly have given the game away. CAMEL, on the other hand, was supposed to have, known nothing about it. He would have said he was carrying a consignment of handbills, and his sincerity would have been convincing enough. Luckily, he did tumble to Duke's game, and mainly because of a kiss that wasn't a first kiss. And after all, Cannon should know.
I urgently require 2 guards for a small freighter that will dock at the E-berth just south of Limehouse Pier. There's a confidential cargo aboard, so I want someone reliable.
Oh, we can arrange that.
Everything has been done to assure security for the cargo, but one never knows. It might be wise if you pick 2 of your most capable men. They should know how to handle themselves.
I have just the 2 men for you.
I'll send a car to pick them up. You can contact them through the customs at the East India Dock and send your account to me at Max Evans, Shippers.
I'll do that, Mr. Redden.
What's your address, by the way, Mr. Mason?
33 Half Moon Street. I called my story tonight, Confidential Cargo. Max Eben required 2 men who, as he put it, could handle themselves. I put Cannon and Carson on the job. They'd always worked well together in the past, and guarding a precious cargo on board a freighter in the East India Dock would be a simple task for them. The car from Mr. Max Eben Shippers arrived, and Cannon and Carson duly reached their appointed destination.
Hold it, mates. You don't go no further.
We're the ship's guard. Are you Smith?
That's me. Got any papers?
Right here. This is Crash Carson.
All right, mates. Come aboard the good ship Gascony and make yourselves at home. You, Cannon, you've got the port side berth forward, and you're on the starboard side right opposite Carson.
Who else on board, Smith?
Call me Smudge. Even the skipper does.
All right, Smudge.
Yes, well, now, there's me and old Curly Kleinman. You'll meet him, and 2 Lascar firemen who ain't allowed ashore. Right then, if you follow me, I'll show you to your bunks. Right, there we are. You'll have to look after yourselves. All the crew's paid off except Curly Kleinman and me.
You know, Cannon, these cabins are so close to each other, I'll be able to hear you snore. I never snore, and I have it on the best authority.
Won't get much time for snoring aboard the Gascony, mates. You'll have to stay and watch turn and turn about all through the day and night.
That's the point. What are we supposed to be guarding?
Oh, the ship. What do you think?
The whole ship? What about you and this Curly Kleinman chap?
Oh, we have to stand by the old man in case he wants us ashore. But don't sweat, shipmates. All you do is to patrol the taffrail and see no one comes up the gangway. She's stood out from the berth, so no one can sneak up on you like.
Is there a ship-to-shore phone here?
Cut off. Didn't I tell you? This is a security job.
No kidding. So if we get boarded by pirates, we've got no way of letting anybody know.
Pirates? Oh, I see, yeah, a joke. You won't have no trouble, me hearties. And the Smudge knows men when he sees them. I reckon you 2 can guard this here ship better than a regiment of Marines.
Well, it's nice to know someone's got confidence in us.
Well, I'll be getting along. Make yourself comfortable.
Uh-huh.
You take over in half an hour. That's at 4 bells.
4 bells. Who rings the bells? How would I know? Let's go look at the cabins. All right. I wonder what this security cargo is.
Oh, please. The ship comes from the China Sea, hasn't it? The cargo's a present from Mao Zedong to Her Majesty. An atom bomb with a time fuse.
I wonder how she'll thank him for that.
Mao? Easy. She'll return it with a note saying, "No thanks, me old China."
You know, I've always had a wish that I could understand your language. Well, so we inspect the good ship Gascony?
Right on time.
Who rang those bells?
Kelly Kleinman, my guess.
Or one of the Lascars?
No, they have to stay on the stern. The bell's on the bridge.
I just thought of a way we can find out.
Go to the bridge?
Genius.
$50, Kelly Kleinman.
Done. I bet it's Alaska.
Hey, what was that?
Trap door. See in the corner. As we came onto the bridge, somebody did a disappearing act down the trapdoor.
Kelly Kleinman or Alaska, I wonder?
No, the smudge said old Curly Kleinman, and I never met a seafaring Lascar who used French perfume.
Well, you got sensitive nostrils.
Nostalgic is a better word. Now, how do you suppose we find out who went through that trapdoor?
Open it.
You know, Carson, you get better every day.
Thank you.
Now it's locked from underneath. French perfume. The smudge?
No.
The Lascar?
No.
Curly Kleinman?
Hey, what you do up there?
No.
Crash Carson, we have a mystery on our hands.
Can't you hear me or are you deaf?
We're ahead, Curly. We'll be right down.
You the two new men?
That's right. You must be Curly Kleinman.
How do you know my name?
Well, Smudge told us there was only one other person aboard apart from the two Lascars. He said the other one was called Curly Kleinman, and since you don't have a hair on your head, I figured you must be Curly.
You sound like a smart boy, but don't get too smart. This ship's got a valuable cargo. You're paid to guard it, not to go nosing around the bridge. Didn't the Smudge tell you to patrol the rail and watch the gangway?
Right.
Well, why don't you do what you're paid to do, then?
We, friend, have been admonished.
You're smart, eh?
No, I'm Carson.
Funny boy. Well, you watch your step.
We will, all the way around the taffrail.
I'm in the well next to the girl if you want me. Don't let anybody come aboard, understand? No one at all.
Not even the skipper?
Funny man.
I'm in the wrong profession. I should be resident comedian at the Palladium.
Curly?
Yeah?
Since we're responsible for the whole ship, we'd like to know who's on board at the moment.
Didn't the Smudge tell you? Me, him, and the two Lascars.
Nobody else, huh?
Of course no one else. What do you think? Now get about your business, or I'll call up the skipper and have you fired.
Crash, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Yeah, he can't call up the skipper because the phone's cut off. That's what the Smudge said. If there's only 6 of us on board this floating coffin, then the Lascars must use scent. Hang on. Yeah, right down the well deck. 2 Lascars. An odor. A delicate odor. No. French perfume?
Unquestionably, no. Well, watch on, watch off, Smudge said, so I propose that you take the first turn around the deck whilst I mosey along to the cabin quarters underneath the deck house and see what I can see.
Cannon, perhaps Kelly Kleinman's right. Perhaps we shouldn't poke our noses into what doesn't concern us. If there is someone else on board, so what? They might not want us to know about it.
No, sir. We've been paid to watch this ship. If it has a stowaway, then it's up to us to find out about it.
All right, Captain Bligh, I'm no stranger Christian. Just keep out of trouble, that's all.
Oh, you can rely on me. Now, you keep an eye on those Lascars and watch out for the Smudge. As far as I know, he didn't go ashore.
You're the one who better keep your eyes peeled. I have a nasty feeling that if old Curly Kleinman finds out you've been rummaging about below decks, he'll whip us off this floating crate so fast we'll feel like we've been keel-hauled.
I'll tread very softly, friend.
You do that.
Sure. Now, just along here, at the end of this gangway, I guess. It could be the captain's cabin right under the wheelhouse. Yep, it's an Oriental-built ship, that's for certain. Even has carvings on the old woodwork. I guess Lloyd's wouldn't insure this one. There it is again. No mistaking it. And this cabin, the way I figure. And now's my chance to try the door handle. Empty. But the trapdoor
is open. I found it. Hi.
Who are you? How did you get in here?
Cannon's the name, and I got in through the door.
What are you doing here?
You know, that's just the question I was going to ask you.
Are you from the police?
No. No, take it easy, ma'am. Take it easy. I didn't mean to frighten you. I'm the official guard on this ship. I wasn't told about your presence here. In fact, I go so far as to guess that you oughtn't to be here anyway.
I see.
Now, suppose you tell me about it, huh?
What is there to tell?
Well, if you'd rather tell it to Curly Kleinman.
No.
You know Curly Kleinman?
I know only Mr. Smith. It was he who helped me.
The smudge? Helped you do what?
Please, no one must know of my presence on board this ship.
Look, I'm afraid I can't help you there, ma'am. I have a responsibility. If you shouldn't be on board, then I'll have to report your presence to the proper authority.
No, please, not that.
Well, come to think of it, that did sound like a recorder playing red tape. So, sit down, relax.
But won't you be missed?
No, my second half is patrolling the deck at this minute. As I figure it, this is the captain's cabin, right?
Yes.
And you rang that ship's bell just now, right?
Yes. Mr. Smith asked me to. He's busy below.
And he didn't want Curly Kleinman to know what he's busy with. I get it. It's the smudge who's supposed to ring the ship's bell, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Look, you better open up your heart, ma'am, or I'm going to open up that door and shout for Curly.
All right. I'll tell you what you want to know.
That's my girl.
But first, how did you know I was here?
That French perfume. It's very expensive and to a lonely man, very alluring. I'm a watchdog, and I followed the scent.
You are very observant.
And you're very beautiful. Okay, make with the explanation.
I'm a stowaway.
Who are you and where you're from?
My name is Valdemar Yendi. I'm half Russian. I was stranded in Taipei, in North Formosa, without money and with no passport. The ship was cruising in the China Sea and called at Taipei. Mr. Smith was ashore and I met him. He offered to help smuggle me to England.
In the captain's cabin?
I have used the cabin only since we docked. Mr. Smith is taking me ashore tonight.
And where did you hole up during the voyage?
In a spare cabin in the forepart of the ship.
A spare cabin? And nobody saw you on the whole voyage from the China Sea?
I see you know nothing of this ship, the Gascony. She is not seaworthy, but she was built many years ago on the slips at Amoy. The skipper hardly left his cabin the whole voyage. Most of the time he lay on his bunk with a bottle. All the crew were recruited from the waterfronts of the East. Mr. Smith and Mr. Kleinman are the only two white men aboard, apart from the skipper.
I get it. And what cargo is she carrying?
Tallow.
Tallow? I got news for you, man. This cargo's embargoed as top secret.
Oh, but that's impossible. What could be secret about tallow?
I don't know. Then maybe I'll never find out. But I'll get to know you a little better in the coming few days. Life gets lonely on board an empty ship.
On board? But Mr. Smith is taking me ashore tonight.
Correction. Mr. Smith was taking you ashore tonight. But my orders are to allow nobody on board except the Smudge, Kleinman, and two Lascars. Since you're here anyway, you stay on board. So you see, the position's reversed for you. I can't make contact with the shore. So here you are, and here you stay until I get an instruction to the contrary from Mr. Max Aben, the guy who employs me.
But what purpose can be served by keeping me here?
And for all I know, Valdemar Yendi, you might be the precious cargo.
Warning the beautiful Valdemar Yendi not to attempt to jump ship, Cannon went in search of Smith, the old Cockney seaman, known as the Smudge. But to all intents and purposes, the ship was deserted. Only the two Lascars sat sunning themselves on the well deck. Carson was leaning on the rail, wondering what had happened to his relief.
All right. The so there you are. Where have you been? I've been gazing out over the placid waters of Limehouse Reach.
Crash, I found her.
Oh?
The doll, the baby with the French perfume.
You did?
She says she's a stowaway and she's holed up in the captain's cabin.
I told you we were in the wrong profession.
You know, Crash, there's something screwy about it all. She claims to be a stowaway and says the smudge helped her out, all the way from Taipei in Formosa. According to her, nobody knows she's aboard except Smudge. Even that dried-out old fig Kleinman doesn't know. But I don't get it. I mean, Kleinman's bound to find her sooner or later.
It'll have to be later. He just went ashore in a dinghy.
Ashore in a dinghy?
That's right, completely solo.
Valda says the cargo's tallow.
Valda?
Yeah, that's the broad's name in the captain's cabin, Valda Mayendi. She's half Russian.
What's the other half?
I don't know, but it's sure mixed together well. One thing's certain. Whatever the smudge says, she doesn't go ashore until we've had a word with Max Aben, the owner.
Well, suits me. Now, what say you stand a watch in the gangway, and I'll relieve you keeping a fatherly eye on the homeless Russian.
You spoke too soon. You say...
No, wait a minute.
Watch the gangway. Where are you?
Here, by the galley.
Holy smoke. The smudge. What happened?
I came along to make tea. I found him lying there. He's dead.
Are you kidding? His throat slit from ear to ear. Crash!
Yes?
Where are the Lascars?
Still sitting in the sun. Haven't moved till afternoon. What's wrong?
Friday, you stay there. Did you touch him?
No.
Now look, you better tell me and tell me straight. Who else is holding out on this tub?
I don't understand.
All right, then understand this. The smudge is being murdered. I don't know what they do about this in Formosa, but here in England, somebody's going for the high jump. And right now, that somebody looks awfully like you.
You don't think I did it?
Well, it wasn't me. And Carson's been watching the gangway. And the Lascars. So if there isn't another mystery traveler on this ship, things don't look so good.
I swear it wasn't me. It's only 5 minutes since you left me in the cabin.
Look, it takes only 1 second to slit a man's throat. Oh, wait a minute. The blood. It's soaked into the deck timber.
Yes.
Kleinman. What do you know about Kleinman, baby?
Nothing, except that he was the ship's purser.
Looks like he kept a tight rein on the purse strings. Well, I've got to go ashore and get the police.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. This is murder, baby, in the first degree.
They will send me back.
That's too bad.
You have no idea what it's like there.
Look, I've no idea what it's like where the smudge has gone either. But that won't stop me getting the police. You get back in your cabin and stay there.
Oh, what's the matter with her? What's all the screaming about?
The smudge. Somebody played guillotine on him with a razor.
Oh, dead?
Yeah, as dead as this assignment when Max Aben finds out. Tell me, when did Curly Kleinman leave?
About half an hour ago.
Uh-huh. Then it must have been Kleinman. Can you hold the ship by yourself?
Of course. With this. There you are. One up the spout.
Okay, I'm going ashore to get the police.
It's a long swim.
Swim? How come?
Kleinman took the only dinghy.
Oh, well, I'll swing a lifeboat out of the davits.
Friend, this ship was never insured, that's for certain. I took a look at those lifeboats to pass the time. You wouldn't keep your feet dry for 100 yards.
Are you telling me we're marooned on board this wreck?
Unless you make a raft or set fire to the ship to get rescued.
A raft, that's it. Look, I just want to talk to that dame again, and then you and me are going to play Huckleberry Finn. Stay with it. Ah, so you're still here.
Is there anywhere else to go?
Listen, tell me something. If you were told by the smudge not to leave the cabin, and if you didn't want to be seen by Kleinman, how come you took a chance and went to the galley?
I saw Kleinman leave in a dinghy.
You saw him? But he left from the starboard side.
When I rang the ship's bell from the bridge.
Well, I guess you could have seen him from the wheelhouse at that. Okay, then tell me what part of the cargo the smudge was looking at when I came on the scene. Now, don't say it was the tallow.
I don't know. I really don't know.
Think. He must have said something.
I can't. All I can think of him is lying there, and all my hopes are ruined. The English will send me back to Taipei. I know they will.
Look, there's another thing. How was the smudge going to get you ashore?
at night time.
But the river police are the most active at night time.
I don't understand your customs, Mr. Cannon. All I know is he was going to row me ashore to a place he knows. He even gave me a map to follow if something happened and he couldn't come with me.
A map? Let me have a look at that.
But there's no point now.
I said let me have a look. I'll be the judge of that. Give me the map. A row of houses between Nelson Dock and Cuckold's Point. Well, this house hangs out over the river, built on piles. And the steps lead up to a trapdoor that opens into the house. Now, the Nelson Dock. That's right across the river.
Is it?
Okay, Valda. Did Kleinman know about this map?
He might know of the trapdoor. Mr. Smith and he were great friends.
How friendly can you get with a guy? Now, listen, we're building a raft. Curly took the last boat out. Tonight, I'm going ashore for the police. If a boat passes near enough to us in the meantime, we'll call for help. If not, I'll row ashore on the raft. You coming with me?
Ashore?
Now, don't get any wrong ideas, baby. You'll have to report to the police. But Crash Carson will be alone here guarding the gangway with 2 Lascars doing I do not know what. If you get scared, he might be tempted to leave his post. And I can't take that chance. So you stay put, baby, because that seems to be the best way of staying alive. Hey, now quit clutching that suitcase and give me a hand here.
It contains everything I own in the world.
But don't worry. If the police clear you, look me up. Hold this map. Yeah, that's the house, all right. The gloomy one. I don't see any lights. Don't see any river police either. Oh, well, maybe that's just as well. A guy in a bra paddling a raft through the night across the Thames River might give him the wrong idea.
You think they might shoot us?
I don't know. I guess not. After all, this isn't the lagoon across from Alcatraz. Yep, that's the house, all right. Now sit tight, baby, because I'm going to try and steer under the house and tie up by the ladder. Here we go. Got it. Now pass me the rope. Thanks. Okay, all tied up. Now, let's see what's on the other side of that trapdoor. And this time it won't be a ship's bell. Yeah, take it easy. The ladder's slippery from ceiling.
I'm all right.
Hold it. The trapdoor's here. See if I can get it open. Got it. Okay, hand me the flashlight, Valda.
Hold him, you fool. If he slips back, you'll knock Valda into the river. I got him, but he's heavy. You must give me a hand. Okay, got him. Together. Now. You next, Valda.
Shall I make sure of him next?
No, leave him, Curly. He won't wake up for a long time. Put the light on, Valda. The switch is in the corner. A tough customer. I hope you didn't hit him too hard, Curly.
Well, if I had my way, I'd finish him off.
What for? He didn't see me?
But he seen me on the ship.
As long as he didn't see you here, they can prove nothing. Anyway, 1 killing is enough for 1 day. The suitcase, Valda. Now, Curly, let's have a look at our confidential cargo. But this contains nothing but clothing.
Just a minute.
Valda, where did you get that gun?
In the captain's cabin. He must have feared for his life at sea. I cannot say I blame him.
What are you doing?
If you move an inch, I'll kill you both. You planned it too well, Max. And if it hadn't been for him on the floor, I might have well exchanged a Chinese prison for an English hangman's rope.
The suitcase that Valda Mayendi carried should have contained contraband. but she left the valuable parcel aboard the ship. It was Cannon's interrogation of her that made her see through Max Avon's plan. He picked her up in Taipei and put her on board his own ship before flying back to England. Smith was his confidant, but didn't know the reason. Curly Kleinman didn't see her on board for the simple reason he knew she was there and never looked. Smith had to be eliminated, and so had she. Once she'd brought the contraband safely ashore, Max and Kleinman would have abandoned her. There was ample evidence aboard that she'd been present on the voyage, and penniless and homeless in a strange country, or the police would quickly have picked her up and charged her with the murder of Smudge Smith. A murder committed by Kleinman. Certainly no one would have believed her story about contraband. It was the perfume that put Cannon on the scent. He described it to me so well that, well, I was sure I could smell it the last time I visited his flat. Imagination can play funny tricks sometimes. Yes, but on second thoughts, I wonder if it was imagination. Oh, well, you now know why we call the story Confidential Cargo.
I feel happy about this consignment of animals from South Africa.
You're worried because they're so valuable?
I think it might be a good idea to have an extra security guard on them. Look, be a good fellow and organize it for me. There's an outfit called Assignments Unlimited. Ring them at Grosvenor 5995 and make an appointment. They're in the West End, 33 Half Moon Street.
It's a sad admission to make, but I find little that's kindred in the affairs of my clients. Mervyn Levers, however, was an exception. A professor of zoology, he had a fantastic knowledge of all creatures big and small, gentle and savage, attractive and ugly. He knew their habits, whether they crawled, leapt, ran, swam, or wriggled. However, to begin at the beginning, Mervyn Levers entered my office with a simple request for an escort.
There's an international zoological society, of course, usually headed by someone from South Africa. They're right in front with animal conservation and have one of the world's finest zoos at Pretoria. Most of the time we try to swap animals for our various zoos, but every now and again a purchase has to be made. I hope I'm not boring you, Mr. Mason.
I've really been so absorbed in a client's conversation, Mr. Levers. But tell me, this consignment that you're expecting, are these animals swaps or are they purchases?
Both, actually. Oddly enough, we're not concerned with those we've purchased. Well, they're bought with public money, of course, and so we naturally do everything we can to ensure their well-being and safety. But the animal that comes as a gift from South Africa is far more valuable. Up to now, only the Pretoria Zoo in South Africa has had a specimen of this buck. A grey rebuck. It's indigenous to South Africa, but extremely rare. The grey rebuck has bred, and the curator of their zoo has graciously consented to let us have one. Its mate will follow in due course.
Fascinating. And you want a guard on the animals until they reach their destination. That right?
Oh, yes, please. I've been instructed by Sir Timothy Wetheram to obtain the services of your organization, if that's possible.
Oh, it is indeed. To what zoo are they consigned?
The London Zoo, until they've been quarantined. And then they're going to Whitstable.
All right, Mr. Levers. Or should I call you Professor?
Mr. will do fine.
Well, if you'll pardon my saying so, you're a little young to be a professor.
Yes, I suppose I am, really. Perhaps that's why I prefer the Mr.
I must say I found our talk most interesting. When does the ship dock?
Millwall dock at 7 a.m. tomorrow. The animals will all be crated and ready for loading onto the lorry. I thought 2 men.
Right.
They'll have to be something of a schizophrenic. The men should be tough, as guards usually are, but at the same time, gentle with the animals.
Well, if you like, I can send 1 male and 1 female guard.
A woman guard?
Yes. Oh, don't worry. This girl is gentle as a woman is gentle, but in the event of trouble, she's a terror.
Oh, sounds remarkable. I'd like to meet her.
You will. I'll have her leave with the male operator. Cannon is his name, by the way. The girl is called Gail Hamilton.
Right. Well, look, I must be on my way. Thanks for everything, Mr. Mason.
It's been a pleasure. And that was all I ever saw of Professor Lavers. The animals were loaded onto the truck, and Cannon drove out onto the road towards the London Zoo. He, Gail, and Professor Lavers were all crammed into the front seat. The day was hot and sultry.
Yours must be an interesting occupation, Professor.
Yes, it is. Then so's yours. I met a girl guard before. Well, she's a girl guard because she's too long in the tooth to be a girl guide.
Ignore him, Professor. He's from the Midwest in the States. They reared him on corn. Tell me something about the animals.
Yes, I will, but you must stop calling me Professor. When you say it, it makes me feel 90. Now, just call me Hey.
What is it, Professor? Cannon?
Yeah?
Pull him to the side quickly. I think he's having a heart attack.
Okay.
Hurry now. Help me to get him onto the pavement. Throw that coat out that's hanging over the seat.
Okay. Come on. All right. Put him down for a minute. There. Now take a look at him.
He's dead.
Dead? But can't you revive him?
Oh, it's hopeless. Cannon, how terrible.
But, well, what is it? Was it his heart?
Must have been. But to go so quickly, he must have been suffering from a heart condition for a long time. And yet...
Yeah?
He doesn't look like a heart case. He's coloring. Look, I'll stay with him. You go and ring for an ambulance.
Okay.
Yes, look, there's a booth across the road. Hurry. We'll have a crowd of morbid spectators here in a minute.
I'm on my way.
Had an accident?
Serious one, I'm afraid. Heart attack.
Anything I can do. Hey, that's Mervyn Lavers. Good gracious.
Do you know him?
Well, of course I do. He's with me at the Zoological Gardens.
Oh, that's where we were taking the animals in the truck.
Is he all right?
I'm afraid not.
He's not dead?
Yes, he is.
Mervyn. Oh. This is something of a shock to me, Miss...
Hamilton, Gail Hamilton.
Was Mervyn driving the lorry?
No, one of our men, Cannon. He's gone to phone for an ambulance.
The animals?
Well, what about them?
Well, I hadn't introduced myself. Professor Mark Tobin. I'm assistant curator of the London Zoo.
Oh, I see. Oh, you're worried about the animals?
Well, it seems unimportant at the moment, I know, but one of those animals is a gift from the South African Zoological Society. It's extremely rare.
Oh, the grey rebuck.
You know about it?
Yes, Professor Lavers told me before he collapsed.
Then you know it's important that the animal is not lost.
Lost?
Well, that it doesn't die.
Oh. Well, it looks healthy enough.
Appearances with wildlife are often deceptive, Miss Hamilton. The animal is accustomed to the warmth of Africa. If it caught a chill, it might easily die. And I think you know what that would mean.
Yes, of course. But it's not exactly a cold day, is it? I mean, it's a sticky August day.
It's not at all like Africa, Miss Hamilton. Poor Mervyn. What a ghastly trick of fate. It was his ambition to see that grey rebuck in an English zoo.
Do you really think something might happen to it?
Yes. Where's the man you spoke of, the driver?
In the telephone kiosk.
No, well, look, supposing I stay with Mervyn and you continue on to the zoo with the animals.
Oh, I can't do that, Professor Tobin. I'm a qualified nurse and I must stay with him.
Well, look, here are the keys to my car. Let me take the truck out of the zoo, and when you've got poor Mervyn away in the ambulance, you can drive on to join me and collect your truck.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Professor. You're sure it's not too much trouble?
Oh, not a bit of it. Now, here you are. It starts on the key. I'll be there in double quick time. Oh, dear, they're going to be most upset at the zoo when I tell them what's happened.
Hey, where's he going with the truck?
Don't panic. That was Professor Tobin from the London Zoo. He happened to be passing and stopped.
The animals have to be put into their cages or something, so he took them off. Oh, he's left his car for us. Here are the keys.
Oh.
Yes. Look, Canon, what a rotten thing to happen.
Yeah.
Oh, thank heavens, here's the ambulance.
Go on, kid. I know how you feel. Let's get on to the zoo.
Do you think I should have gone with them?
Duty first, baby. Let's go get that truck back from the professor. I won't feel happy until I've seen all those animals under lock and key. Why didn't this professor guy wait until I got back from phoning?
He was worried about his charges.
His charges? They were under our care. Come on, hop in.
I can't think why you should be so suspicious. The man left his car. He knew all about the grey Reaver.
I've got a suspicious, nasty nature.
I wish I'd never come on this lousy assignment.
Oh, no, in language. Well, I just figured that it was coincidental that he should just happen to be driving by when Lavers had his heart attack.
It's queer, Canon.
You agree with me? Then why did you...
No, not that. Mervyn Lavers. He didn't look like a heart case, and yet to go so suddenly.
What else could it be? Or maybe you figured somebody shot him with a poisoned arrow.
Canon, they're flagging us into the curb.
Hey, what gives?
Get out, my lad, and no funny business. Charlie, there's a girl with him. Better watch her.
What's going on?
As if you didn't know. You're both under arrest.
Arrest? What for?
Driving a stolen vehicle.
Stolen vehicle? Oh, Canon!
Professor Tobin, doing you a favor.
Oh.
Now look what you've done. We lost a valuable collection of wild animals and got arrested for stealing a car. Enough trouble for one morning? Baby, all that can happen now is the atom bomb.
At the police station, Cannon was able to prove his identity, and ruefully had to admit that he'd been duped by a clever confidence trick. He shouldered the blame, although it was Gail Hamilton's fault. A call to the London Zoo established the fact that no Professor Tobin was known there, and that the animals hadn't arrived. A call was sent out to all police posts to look out for the stolen truck, but he wasn't seen or heard of again. In my office, Sir Timothy Wentram talked to Gail and Cannon.
What I can't understand is poor old Mervyn Lavers going off like that. He'd never had a day's sickness in his life.
Yes, and it's not usual, you know. I mean, for a heart condition to strike so quickly.
Yes, I gather. Well, I'm waiting for the report now. They've done an autopsy. That might tell us something.
Yes? I see, yes. Yes, put him on. The police.
Yeah.
Some information, I expect. Hello? Yes, speaking. Oh, good day to you, Inspector. Yes. Yes, I understand. Yes, of course. Well, it's not really inconvenient. Well, thank you. Goodbye.
News of the autopsy?
Yes. Lavers died as the result of a virulent poison introduced into his body by some means unknown.
Poison?
Yes, apparently it's a nerve poison and kills a man in a matter of seconds.
Great Scott, but how and who?
Well, that's what the police want to know.
He was in that lorry all the way from the docks. How long had you been driving before he collapsed, Miss Hamilton?
Oh, 10 minutes or so.
You didn't stop for anything? Gave no one a lift?
Absolutely nothing.
But the poison, they say, takes a second to act. You and Cannon were the only other people in the lorry with him. It's hard to conceive, but did he take anything, put anything into his mouth?
I told you, Sir Timothy, he was chatting to us. He dropped down right in the middle of a sentence. Why are you looking at me like that?
Gail, the police say that you and Cannon are not to leave the country for any reason whatever. It's pretty obvious that Mervyn Lavers was murdered. Gail and Cannon home and told them to relax as best they could. Gail was stunned by the news, and Cannon, he just looked into the air, his brows knitted in thought. A man had been murdered, and the motive was sticking out a mile: robbery. The theft of an animal of incalculable value. But what use would that animal be to anyone? Why, I retired for the night. I couldn't sleep, and so answered at once when the phone rang by my bedside. Mason,
Hello, Chief. Can't sleep, huh?
No, I can't. Now, how did you guess?
Well, you answered the phone so fast. Look, Chief, I figure that Gail and me, we're in a bit of a spot. I rang the cops and said I had a bit of an idea, but they didn't want to talk to me. Gave me the impression that they'd like to go ahead in their own way and that, well, I was one of the suspects.
Well, you can't blame them, Canon. There's motive, and you were with the poor fellow when he died.
Hey, well, now, wait a minute.
Oh, of course I don't. What would you do with a grey Reebok?
Look, Chief, I want the okay to mosey around a bit. I want to go down to the docks and see if I can't check the passengers on that ship that brought the animals over.
Was it a passenger ship?
Yeah, 10 passengers and cargo. They limit it so that they don't have to carry a ship's doctor.
Why do you want to check the passenger list?
Just a hunch I got.
Oh, it's all right with me, of course.
Okay, thanks, Chief. Try and get some sleep. Night.
Mason.
I couldn't sleep.
Oh, is that you, Gail?
Yes. Your phone was engaged the first time I rang, and I'm disturbing you again. Are you all right?
Well, of course I'm all right. Just tired, that's all.
Where's Cannon? At home?
No, he's gone down to the docks. Has a hunch, he says. Wants to check the passenger list on that ship that brought the animals.
This time of night?
Well, I suppose he knows what he's doing.
So do I. Sorry again, Chief, to have worried you. Night.
Mild and bitter, please. Say, do you know anybody here from the SS Gozo? She's docked at Millwall.
Yes, there's a couple of the crew over there. Ask that big, fair-haired one. Yes, his name's Billy Johnson. Good fella. Mild and bitter, tuna tenner.
Tuna tenner, there you are.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Are you Billy Johnson?
Yes, mate. What can I do for you?
Well, my name's Cannon. I wondered if you might help with some information about a man I'm trying to trace. I think he might have been a passenger on board the Gozo on your last trip. Professor Tobin.
Sorry, mate. No, there was no passenger by that name on the Gozo.
Oh, he might have been traveling under an assumed name.
Well, what does he look like?
Well, that's the point. I didn't really get a good look at him. You see, when I was...
Well, Cannon, I thought I'd find you here, looking up the passenger list, huh?
Gail Hamilton. Well, for once, I'm glad you put your face in where it wasn't wanted.
Well, thank you.
This is Billy Johnson from the animal ship.
How do you do?
He says that there wasn't a passenger by the name of Tobin, but Tobin might have been traveling under an assumed name. Would you describe Tobin to Billy? I only saw him for a second as he drove off in that truck.
What makes you think Tobin might have been a passenger on that ship?
Just a hunch. Now, will you do as I say and describe this guy who hijacked the animals?
All right, don't get testy. He's very long and very thin, with thick red lips and beetle brows. His hair's long and heavy, eyes brown, complexion sallow.
Yeah, that's Mr. Edwin Nibbo. What did you say his name was?
It doesn't matter, Billy.
You know this bloke?
I'm getting to know him. Now, where did he board the ship?
Zanzibar. We come up the east coast of Africa from Cape Town.
Zanzibar. Billy, you don't know it, but you just saved my life. So, Timothy, you might think I've gone nuts, but if you could help with a few answers, it might clear this whole mystery up for us.
For him, Sir Timothy, I don't know a thing that's in his mind.
Anything I can do, Cannon, fire away.
Well, I want to know how the Russians fit into the animal picture. I mean, do they have zoos? Do they trade in animals? You know, anything you can tell me.
Oh, well, they have zoos, very good ones. They're on the board of the International Zoological Society and cooperate in wildlife matters as well as anyone else.
Mm-hmm. No difference between them and the Western countries as far as zoos are concerned?
No, not at all.
Tell me, do they have a specimen of this gray Reebok?
No.
Would they be happy to get a gray Reebok as a present?
They'd be delighted, as we were. But, Cannon, if you're suggesting they'd go to the trouble of murdering a British subject of his own country in order to steal a specimen, then you're barking up the wrong tree. It's inconceivable.
It doesn't have to be the Russian officials. They don't have to know about it. If they suddenly got one out of the blue, no questions asked?
I suppose they might be tempted to keep it. It's only natural, but I'm not quite sure.
Now, just a minute, Sir Timothy, if you don't mind. Why didn't the South Africans give a specimen of the Reebok to Russia?
I don't know why. I suppose we're a little closer to them than the Russians. Other than that, I can't offer an explanation.
One last thing. Tell me, how do you ship insects?
Oh, that depends. Glass cases usually, unless the insect is dangerous. There are specimens that are poisonous, you know.
Well, how do you ship them?
The arachnida family are usually kept in individual capsules.
Could you show me one of these capsules, Sir Timothy?
Yes, right here in my drawer. You see, the capsule is just big enough to accommodate one large insect. If the insect is dangerous, we put it in a colored capsule, a black one. Yes, here's an example.
Yeah, thanks. Now, what's this capsule made of?
Plastic, a special type of plastic. You see the little hole there? That's so the insects can breathe.
Well, I think I'm homing on beam. Sir Timothy, how can we check what Russian ships are in the vicinity of the British Isles?
Well, there aren't any naval visits. Lloyd's Register will give you the names of any cargo ships in port or arriving in port in the near future. The Russians don't operate passenger services to England.
Any other ships?
Yes, fishing boats. The Department of Fisheries would know about that.
Well, thanks, Sir Timothy. You've been a great help. Gail, come on, let's go. You've got work to do.
Gail Hamilton's various telephone calls established the fact that cargo vessels from Russia were tied up in the Thames, and that a fishing fleet was due off the Scottish coast the following day. Their nearest point on course of steaming would be off Greenock. Cannon made the next call to a newspaper friend who lived in Greenock.
McIver, am I glad I got you? Look, I've got something hot and urgent.
You sound hot and bothered.
Mac, look, it's only a hunch, but if it comes off, you'll have the biggest newspaper scoop of all time. The animals that were stolen on their way to the London Zoo. Did you read about that?
Aye, of course I did.
Well, I've got a feeling that they may be released in the Greenock area sometime today. Will you put out an alert for people to watch out for strange animals running around?
I will. I'll get working on it right away.
Great, Mac. So long.
Bye.
Cannon.
Cannon, it's Gale.
Oh, hi, Gail.
They've analyzed the poison that killed Mervyn Lavers. You'll never guess what it is.
I already know. Lavers was killed by the bite of a black widow spider.
McIver's call to the local people around Greenock got fast results. The animals had been let loose. All of them except the grey rebuck. That rare creature in its crate was apprehended in a motor launch with the elusive Mr. Tobin, on its way out to sea to join the Russian fishing fleet. Tobin was a Russian agent and an amateur naturalist in his spare time. He thought to curry favor with the Kremlin by presenting them with a specimen unknown except in South Africa. But, well, let Cannon finish this story.
Lavers died suddenly in the truck. Tobin was following behind in his car. Now, how could Tobin be sure of the time, give or take 5 minutes, when the spider would strike? Well, it was a hot and sultry day, remember? Tobin transferred his spider to a capsule made not of plastic, but of thin wax. He slipped this capsule into Lavers' hat when he was busy with the animals on board ship. In the truck it was hot. The heat of Lavers' body melted the wax and released the spider. I figured that was the only way it could have happened, and I knew I was right when I found out that Tobin traveled on the animal ship with the black capsules.
So now you know why the story was called A Widow in Black.
Is that Grosvenor 5995?
Yes.
Can I speak to the man in charge?
In what connection?
Eh?
Why do you wish to speak to him?
The old man's been run over by a lorry.
Are you sure you've got the right number?
Yes. Ain't you Assignments Unlimited?
We are.
That says you've got the assignment. You see, the old man was run over by a lorry, broke both his legs, and when
Just a minute, madam. I think you'd better come round and see us.
All right, then. Where are you?
33 Half Moon Street.
Marge Willis could have stepped out of the first act of My Fair Lady. She crept into the office like a a shrouded field mouse, her nostrils twitching and her bright beady eyes darting hither and thither as though in search of some hidden danger. Drooping millinery adorned her head, flapping despairingly, and appearing to cogitate on better days and grander owners. She sniffed and cleared her throat and rustled her voluminous apparel towards my desk. Appraising me with a critical eye, her mouth split into a marshalled row of gold fillings as she said,
"You the gent they calls Aubrey Mason?"
"I am. And you must be Marge Willis."
"Well, it's me old man. He got run over by a lorry."
"Well, won't you sit down, Mrs. Willis? It is Mrs. Willis?"
"To some. Marge is what they calls me." "Thanks."
"There's no need to dust it, Marge. The cleaners come in every morning."
"No. Yes, they wouldn't a posh place like this. Force of habit, I suppose." "Oh, that's better. Haven't had me weight off me plates all day."
"Plates?"
"Plates and meat, feet. You ever been in the barrow business?"
"I don't think I'm acquainted with it."
"Hawking, you know, flogging from a barrow."
"No, Mrs. Marge. That's one branch of commerce I haven't yet tried."
"Pity. You see, I want to hire a reliable bloke on the barrow. Come to think of it, you look a bit of a Charlie hawking greens round Walthamstow. But I was told you could dig up a bloke for any sort of job."
"I can do that."
"You see, my old man got run over by a lorry..."
"Marge, yes. Before you tell me all about it, I feel I should warn you that Assignments Unlimited is not a labour exchange. We only undertake special jobs, and of course we charge a special fee."
"Oh, lolly's no trouble. I'd pay 15 quid a day for the right bloke."
"Is the barrow business all that good?"
"Better if you got the right pitch. And that's the trouble, you see. My old man got run over by a lorry and broke both his legs. Now, he's got pitch 48 on the Walthamstow High Street. And the ticket comes up for taking on again in a week's time, you see. And if the pitch ain't taken on for the whole half year, then any piker can nip in and snitch it. And it's a corner, and you don't get corners anymore. Oh, and if my old man loses his pitch on account of some snitcher, he won't half give me what for when he comes out of the hospital."
"Oh, I think I understand, Marge. You want a substitute for your husband for a week, and you're willing to pay for it because it means you can renew your license if the corner stand is continuously occupied."
"Well, that's what I said, isn't it?"
Yes, I suppose you did."
"Well, have you got a bloke?"
"Yes, I have, Marge. Where do you want him to report to?"
"What's he like, this bloke?"
"Well, let me see. Well, Cannon's doing nothing important at the moment."
"He ain't a toff like you, is he?"
"He's an American."
"Oh, a Yank, eh? They don't flog off barrows, do they?"
"No, but this man's lived in London for some time. Now, I think you can quickly show him the ropes."
"Can he handle himself? He gets rough on the pitch now and then."
"I'm sure he can cope, Marge."
"Right. Tell him to come to 27 Needle Street, South Walthamstow, at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning and pick up the barrow. I'll have the greens loaded and he can knock me up for the winkles."
"Winkles?"
"Yes. We do winkles and whelks on the side. But you can't keep them in the shed, you know."
"Well, where do you keep them, Marge?"
"Under the bed, out of the way. But I'll show him. You want the lolly now?"
No, later will do. I've made a note of the address, and I'll see that he's there at 5 o'clock sharp."
"Oh, well, I hope there's no trouble over him being a foreigner. Oh, then there's lots of Yanks about since the war, ain't there? Oh, well, I feel better now. I couldn't afford to lose that corner pitch. You don't know my old man, do you?"
"I've never had the pleasure of his acquaintance."
"Well, I hope your bloke likes the flogging job."
"He's always interested in new assignments, Marge. But I'll bet in his wildest dreams he never thought he'd end up being a barrow boy." The following morning at 5 o'clock sharp, complete with cap and muffler, he knocked on the door of 27 Needle Street.
"All right, just a minute. Ooh, oh, you're a big one. You from Mr. Mason?"
"That's right. Cannon's the name." What's so funny?"
"Oh, the way you talk. You get used to hearing Yanks on the pictures, of course, but when you meet them face to face..."
Yeah, well, I got an assignment to collect a pushcart.
"Pushcart? That's what they use for nippers. You got a barrow, old cock, and that's a sight bigger than a pushcart. Come with me."
Don't you want to get changed first?"
"What, it's 5 o'clock in the morning? I'm good enough in me penny. Here's the shed over there. Now, careful when you go in.
Okay.
Jenny doesn't like her beauty sleep disturbed."
You got somebody living here in this shack?"
Jenny.
A jackass?
Here, don't stop calling me donkey rude names. Jenny was a great comfort to me when the old man was doing a sixth on the moor. Well, don't just stand there. Lug out the wheeler.
Look, I got an admission to make, Mrs. Willis.
Marge.
Marge. I've only been in England for a few years. I haven't got a grasp of the language yet.
You get a grasp of that there barra, or you'll hear some right language from me, I can tell you.
Oh, yeah, the barra. Okay. Mrs. Willis, where do I suppose she went to? This is some job. And to think I've got to lug this all the way to the high street. Well, if they talk like Marge, I should improve my knowledge of colloquial English to a degree.
Talking to yourself, Mr. Cannon. Oh, that's a bad sign. Do you drink?
Well, if I didn't, I got a hunch I'd start right after the day's work's done.
Well, you watch it. Now, let's check the barra. Only cash, see? No pay-laters. The greens are all where you see 'em, and everything's got a price written on. The scale's at the end there, see?
Yeah, I see.
Now, if you find the carrots or the beans ain't going well, you can drop. But you don't change the price of the whelks, even if Sid Lippman next to you is selling it half the price. Got it?
Carrots, beans, yeah. No, wait a minute. What's a whelk?
Oh, you don't know what a whelk is? Blimey, I might have known. What do they feed you Yanks on when you're home? A whelk is a thing in a shell. Here, these things, see? They come from the seaside. South End, most likely. I cook 'em, and then you pull 'em out with a pin.
Oh, I see.
Here's $1 for half a pint and a wad at lunchtime. Oh, and don't let anyone near the stall except them that wants to buy. See you back here at 8 o'clock.
Did you say 8 o'clock?
What's the matter with you? You got cloth ears?
8 o'clock this morning?
No, you nit, tonight. Right, off you go.
Okay. 5 in the morning to 8 at night. That's 15 hours. Well, the chief's not going to make much profit out of this barrow, boy. No, sir. Okay, Cannon. Trundle the wheels of commerce.
Cannon unsuspectingly thrust upon a world of strange customs and indecipherable jargon, was in an evil temper when, sweating profusely, he finally steered the Costa's barrow into the Walthamstow High Street.
15 quid a day. I don't need my head read. I need a private panel of phrenologists. Well, there it is. Now all I do is stand and wait for the customers. If there are any customers.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, ma'am. Greens, winkles, whelks.
You're new here, aren't you?
Ma'am, I'm greener than the greens.
I thought so. You haven't put your price markers up yet. The prices you're charging. It's marked on the tickets, but they're still lying face down on top of the vegetables.
Oh, hey, you speak English.
So does everyone in Walthamstow High Street.
Ma'am, I got news for you.
You're American, aren't you?
Well, that's what everybody says, so I guess they must be right. Hang on, I'll fix the price markers. You work here too?
Oh, heavens no. I shop here. I usually buy from Mr. Willis, but he hasn't been here for the past 2 days.
No, he broke his legs playing touch with a truck.
Oh, I am sorry. Are you looking after the store while he's indisposed?
That's right, ma'am. Cannon the coster, that's me.
Well, Mr. Cannon, now that you've got all the prices up, I'll make a few purchases. You can always remember me as your first customer.
Now, how can I remember you if I don't even know your name?
Is that necessary?
Oh, yes, it's a good customer-coster relationship.
You know, despite that cap and muffler, you don't look the least bit like a costermonger.
Well, that's the first kind thing that's been said to me today. Let me take off the cap. There. Any improvement?
Not an East End haircut.
I'll take off the muffler. No?
Oh, a silk shirt and tie. And I'd say at a guess, a Savile Row suit under the overalls. Mr. Cannon, you'd better get back in disguise. You'll frighten your customers away.
Well, that's great, so long as I don't frighten you away, Miss...
All right. Karen Langley. Now to business. How much are the whelks?
Whelks? Hey, now you don't eat whelks.
Of course all Londoners do, especially my clientele.
Clientele? You use a word like that in Walthamstow?
Well, I buy certain commodities for a group of hotels. That's my job.
In some hotels, it's caviar, and in others, Wilkes. It's as easy as that.
Yeah. Don't handle the greens. Leave alone the whelks.
Now, if I can look over your shellfish...
Oh, sure. Help yourself, Carl. You pick them over as much as you want. I don't have a pin, though.
Oh, I'm not going to eat any, just see which are the best. Oh, I see on the card that they're 5 shillings a quart. Well, that's considerably more than Mr. Lippman on the next store is selling at.
Well, Carl, I got my orders. I can't sell them at less than the price marked, you see, but... Well, maybe I can make it up by knocking something off the greens.
Oh, I'm only interested in whelks, Mr. Cannon.
Okay, here we go. 5 quarts coming up.
Oh, that looks wonderful. 5 quarts at 5 shillings, that's 25 shillings. There you are.
Thank you. Hey, you nearly brought me out. Say, I'll finish here by 8 tonight, so, how's about you and me taking in a shower?
Mr. Cannon, I never associate with common costers.
Hey, now, just wait a minute.
This afternoon, Mr. Cannon, I'll be back, and perhaps with a change of heart. Just let me think on the Savile Row suit and the other civilized trappings under that rough coster exterior.
I promise you the best Chinese dinner you've ever eaten.
Why Chinese?
Well, ma'am, I couldn't look upon a spoonful of spinach ever again. The color green makes me see red. The word chlorophyll has been smitten from my vocabulary. From now on, I'm strictly a non-vegetarian.
Well, you'll get over it. Later, Mr. Cannon.
Okay. Wow, what a dish. Never saw a dish so full of beans. Beans? Oh, no. What the... Oh, it's you.
Can't fill you up again, Mr. Cannon. Oh, there. The whelk tray's full again.
Yeah. You don't waste any time, do you?
Oh, in this racket, time and money goes together, mate. And if you don't watch the money, you're as like enough to wind up doing time.
Warning was buzzing in Callum's brain. His subconscious was struggling to reconstruct something that had happened during the day that wasn't logical. Of one thing Cannon was certain. All was not what it appeared to be. In some strange way, the greens glowed for danger. In the early afternoon, Marge returned to Cannon on the barrow.
Hello there, big boy. Trade's brisk, eh? You're good for business. Half the alley's come along to buy from you, because they wants to hear you speak.
Yeah, it makes me feel like a sideshow.
Oh, don't really worry you, mate. How's the taking?
The what?
The lolly. How much you got?
Oh, £8, 11 9
Hand it over.
Help yourself. It's in the drawer under the barrow.
Okay, big boy. Had any trouble?
Only selling the whelks.
Trouble with it?
Well, the trouble is, Marge, nobody will buy them. Lippman next door is selling at half price.
Let him. Don't you come down in price. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, I guess you do it then. Oh, and, by the way, there's a little guy over the road lounging on the corner.
Oh?
He's been there all day, and he spent the time watching me like a hawk.
Show me.
Over there, you see.
That's Wally Perkins. He's a copper's narc.
The police?
No. He watches where the coppers tell him, and then he splits on his mates.
Oh, a stool pigeon. But, why is he watching me?
Well, because you knew, I suppose. Oh, don't let him worry you. He won't see anything here.
Well, there's nothing to see, I guess.
That's right, big boy. And if he gives you any trouble, I'll put his eye in a sling. Well, you're more than halfway sold. You might even finish early.
Yeah? At $5 a quart, I'll be sitting selling seashells until this time next year.
A cannon that can't get rid of his shells. I'll be back later, big boy.
Very funny. I should have stayed in bed. That dame's right out of the comic strip. Somebody should put her back again.
Or rub her out and draw her again.
Oh, Karen. Hey, the rains in Spain rain mainly in the plains.
Are you all right?
The English language. You're only the second time I heard it today.
But everyone finds Cockney jargon terribly amusing.
Yeah, I like to hear Italian grand opera, too, but that always finishes after a few acts.
Well, can't you finish when you're sold out?
Well, then, if they were oysters, I might run up a sign saying, "Find the lucky pearl." As it is, who wants whelks for the price of caviar?
I do. Those who sold me this morning were excellent. I've come for another lot.
Look, Karen, I know you want to do me a favor, but I won't let you. You see, that old schmo next door is selling the same thing at half the price.
What do you know about English seafood? I want 5 quarts.
Okay, 5 quarts coming up.
That's 25 shillings. There we are.
Thank you very much. But, Karen, it's daylight robbery. You can't take those things. It's positively dishonest.
Because Lippman is selling them cheaper.
What else?
Yes. What else?
Okay. Hey, tonight, did my lady wrestle with her conscience and ordain to tangle with the humble proletariat?
She did, my lord, and she thanks you. A Chinese dinner sounds splendid.
You know something? That cockney noise is beginning to sound like a symphony. The captain's cabin in the Haymarket, okay?
What time?
8:30?
Will you have the barrow back in time?
I'll run all the way.
Well, the barrow will be empty.
Except for the shellfish. But they'll have been here so long by then they can run behind me.
All right, Mr. Cannon. I'll be there. 8:30.
Okay. Oh, boy. Into each life some sun must shine. A modern Molly Malone in the same piscatorial pattern. What? Oh, you again.
All nice and fresh. Cooked them this morning.
You mean they won't have lost anything by not being under your bed all night?
Now, don't be cheeky, big boy. There you are, trace full.
Now, look. The deal was that I could take the barrel back when it was empty. You keep filling it up again.
Keep your shirt on. You can sell them at any price you want now.
No kidding? You mean even lower than Lippman?
What could be lower than Lippman? Sell them at any price you like, big boy.
Marge Willis, you're about to see modern American business methods go swinging into action.
With previous permission to drop the price on vegetables, Cannon now offered the passing shoppers a bonus pack. Shellfish at $1 a quart, provided a certain quantity of greens were bought too. In an hour, the barrow was empty. Cannon reflected that not even Marge Willis, with her wealth of experience, could have done as well as he. And so, with light heart and light barrow, he proceeded quickly towards number 27 Needle Street, South Walthamstow. He opened the doors of the stable, winked to Jenny the jackass, and parked the barrow for the night. Cannon then deemed it expedient to report his dismissal from duty to Marge Willis.
Now, where can she be? Under the bed with the Winkles, maybe? Hey, Marge! You in there? Oh, not here. Better leave a note for her in the afternoon's cash. Now, where can I put it so it's going to be safe? Oh, no. With the Winkles under the bed. Nobody's going to look there. Better pull the bed to one side. Yeah. Oh, no. Wow. Buster, I don't know who you are, but somebody went to work on you with more than a Winkle pen. Oh. He's dead, all right. Cold dead. His body's been under this bed for a few days.
Mr. Cannon? Mr. Cannon?
Marge.
Cannon?
I'm here, Marge.
What are you doing in there?
Better pull the bed back where it was.
What are you doing in my room?
I just got here. I came to leave a note to say I'd finished early and to leave the cash from this afternoon's tank.
You didn't monkey with my things, did you?
Oh, I should say not. What do you think I am?
All right. But don't come in here again. You can leave the money on the mantelpiece and scarper.
Well, what about tomorrow, Marge?
Here the same time. And wait in the stable.
Okay. I told you I could offload that stuff if you brought the price down, didn't I?
You done all right. Off it now. I've got things to do.
You're the boss. So long, Marge. Don't forget to cook the Winkles. You might get lonesome without them under the bed. Hello, please? Now, listen, my name's Cannon. Yeah, Cannon, that's right. And I'm speaking from a phone booth in South Walthamstow. I work at a place called Assignments Unlimited. The phone number is Grosvenor 5995. Yeah, 5995, that's it. Now, listen, I'm going there right away. The address is 33 Half Moon Street, and I'll stay there until you call. Listen, I've just come from number 27 Needle Street, South Walthamstow, and there's the dead body of a man under the bed. He's good and dead, and he didn't die from natural causes.
An hour later, we received a visit from a police inspector who, having questioned Cannon carefully, delivered the information that number 27 Needle Street and the stable were empty at the time of their visit, and no dead body was under the bed or anywhere else on the premises. With a terse good night, the inspector left.
But I don't get it, Chief. I just don't get it.
You were standing in the sun all day.
Oh, don't give me that, Chief. You know better than that. Look, the guy was there as large as life. Well, you know what I mean. His legs were bent underneath him.
As though they'd been broken.
Yeah. Hey, you think it could have been Marge Willis's husband?
Perhaps. Well, what will you do now?
Well, I've got to keep a date with Carlin Langley. If 27 Needle Street was empty, they won't know of the police visit. And I don't want to arouse anybody's suspicions.
What's Carlin Langley got to do with it?
Plenty, unless I'm a Dutch uncle. Look, Chief, while I'm gone to the Haymarket, can you get Penny Fairweather to ring round the hospitals?
To check on a man admitted with 2 broken legs?
That's it. Now, if the result is negative, you can carry on from there with Chief Inspector Bottomley of the Yard.
But he's not the murder squad.
No, I know, but he's a member of your club. That means he'll listen to you. If you draw a blank on Willis and the hospitals, I want a few plainclothesmen around in Walthamstow High Street tomorrow.
Well, what you want them to do?
Make an arrest. The police said the stable was empty. That same stable contained a barrow and a jackass, or donkey, whatever you call it, when I left.
So?
Marge Willis alone couldn't pull that barrow, not if it had a corpse hidden on it. But the jackass could, and that's how she got rid of her late, unlamented husband.
Well, it shall be as you say. But why do you suspect Carlin Langley?
I was very green not to have seen it before. I had a feeling all along that something was phony. Look, check the hospitals first, Chief. I know you'll draw a blank, and then the police can act. Well, Singh, I'm about to wine and dine a deadly dame, and I know what a victim of Lucretia Borgia felt like.
Play it cool, Cannon.
You bet, Chief. I'm not all that green.
Cannon concluded his dinner without incident, and I had an urgent talk with Inspector Bottomley when the calls to the hospitals revealed no accident patients with 2 broken legs. Cannon's day to the market was repeated in the same pattern, but this time after Carlin Langley had made a purchase of the whelps, at double the price they were offered elsewhere. The police closed in and arrested her. An inspection of the shellfish she'd purchased revealed not an edible sea snail, but a hoard of small diamonds, 1 to each shell. Carlin Langley was a runner for a notorious receiver of stolen goods. This was their method of passing the stolen jewelry along, a method that might have gone undetected forever had Willis not had that accident with a lorry. Yes, it was an accident, but he was killed outright. If the news of his death had leaked out, Marge would have lost the corner stand, and the lucrative cover of Whelks and Greens would have been lost with him. It was Carlin's own cover story that worried Cannon. If she did buy foodstuffs for hotels, why pay double the price and why only Whelks? Why not Greens? So now you know why the story was called Green for Danger. Hello?
Hello. Is that...
Assignments Unlimited here. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. Can I see someone? I want to speak to... I'm not sure who.
Hello? Hello?
I want someone to help me. I can't talk to you now. Can I come and see you?
Yes.
Well, can I come now?
Well, certainly. Where are you phoning from?
Wood Green, in the high road. Where do I have to come to?
We're at 33 Half Moon Street. The ink is hardly dry on the file marked, "The Man Who Thought Too Much." The woman sitting in front of me in the office was aged about 30. She was frail, poorly dressed, and as distraught as ever I've seen a woman in the whole of my life. She'd cried a lot. She puffed at the cigarette I'd given her, but she wasn't enjoying it. So far, I'd learnt nothing about the purpose of her visit. "Mrs. Reynolds, please tell me why you've come here. You must understand that it'll be difficult for us to help you if you can't tell us what troubles you.
I'm sorry. I can't seem to explain. It's my husband. I want you to see him. And the baby, and tell him it'll be all right. But he mustn't.
He mustn't what, Mrs. Reynolds?
Kill himself and my baby. Oh, I'm sorry, it's no use. I'd better go.
Oh, Mrs. Reynolds, you mustn't go, not like this.
I don't want to go to the police, you see. If I do, well, they might try to stop him and... Well, you know, they're not very... Mr. Mason, he will do it.
Mrs. Reynolds, what's your name? Your Christian name?
Ruth.
Tell me about yourself, Ruth.
About myself?
Where you live, about your husband, your baby.
Oh, he's a little boy, 3. His name's John.
Your husband?
Ian. He was a soldier in Korea.
Yes?
And we've been married nearly 10 years, you see. He was so pleased when John was born. Then he began to get depressed again.
Depressed?
Yes. You see, the war was bad for him. He said he'd never go. He was 19 when they called him up. He said he wouldn't go, but there didn't seem to be much he could do about it, and he just sort of went. We weren't married then. I knew him at school, you see. We got married after he came home, when he got demobbed.
Oh, he was a national serviceman?
That's right. He used to cry a lot. I couldn't bear it.
Why did he cry?
He said Korea was more important than the 2 world wars. He said that after all the excitement and that, after the other war was over, everybody expected things to be better, but they got worse. Things in the world, I mean. And I agree with him, you see. But you can't just give up, can you? You've got to go on trying. I mean, there's the baby and everything. He mustn't kill Johnny. Not my baby.
Ruth. Oh, you must not cry. You hear me? Please talk to me.
I'm going to have another baby, too. That's what made him say he'd do it. He doesn't want John to grow up in this world, you see. He says it's best if he dies when he's too young to know anything about it. He said about the war in Vietnam, and everybody's saying it will cause a new war. Mr. Mason, do you understand what...
I understand, Ruth. I do understand everything. Ruth, will you have a drink of this?
No, I don't think I... No, really.
Oh, please, just drink this.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, Chief. Look, I'll be back
Cannon.
in just...
Cannon, don't go anywhere. I want to see you.
Oh, but Chief,
5 minutes, Cannon. Come up in 5 minutes.
Is there anything you can do, Mr. Mason? It said in your advertisement that... I don't know what to do.
Ruth. Will you take Mr. Cannon to your house? I'll explain.
Yes, but I don't think Ian will see him.
I told Cannon all I knew about the Reynolds. I asked him to go because, well, I knew that he'd fought in the Korean War. There was at least a common bond between him and Ruth's husband, however slender it might have been. At first, Cannon thought Ian Reynolds too addicted to television dramatics, but I made him understand that, well, I thought he was more serious than that. This was something new to us at 33 Half Moon Street. The least we could do was to find out just how sincere Reynolds was. Cannon left with Ruth at 1:30. At the moment of departure, Cannon still complained that he'd missed his lunch, but the events of that afternoon were to make him lose all interest in food for a very long time.
We're on the 7th floor. There's no lift, I'm afraid.
Wood Green. This is new to me.
We've only been here a few months. We had a house, but, well, Ian lost his job and we couldn't keep up with the payments. Mr. Cannon, be careful with him. Don't make him angry.
Look, will you show me your place and then let me go in alone?
What will you say?
Look, just leave it to me. Trust me.
Well, can I come in afterwards? John hasn't had his dinner yet.
Sure. Oh, 6th floor. Now, listen, don't come any further now.
It's the next landing. It's a sort of bluish door, number 37.
Okay.
Mr. Cannon.
Well, look, Can you see your window from the movie house over the way there?
Yes, I think so.
Well, it's 2:45 now. At a little after 3, I'll look out of your window if things are okay.
But
when you come up, just act like that you don't know who I am, you see? I'm going up there now.
Right. Be careful with him, please, Mr. Cannon.
Sure.
Who's that?
Can I see it for a minute?
What for? Who are you? Yes.
Say, is that Duke Ellington you're playing there?
What? Oh, yes.
Yeah, I thought so, you know. I was just coming up these stairs and I heard the Duke. 7 flights up and I'm hearing the Duke.
Sorry, mister. I'm not around.
No, wait a minute. Look, you don't know who I am, but, well, I'd like to listen to more of that.
I'm sorry, mister, but you'll wake the kid up.
You don't have an apartment for me in this block, do you? I mean, I'm looking for something.
You want to live here?
Yeah, well, I thought it's...
Mister, this is near a sweet factory. Stinks of licorice every morning. Whole place stinks.
Yeah? Well, you know, it's kind of drafty out here.
Yeah. Well, you want to hear the Creole love call?
Yeah, sure. I'd like to very much.
Okay. You got to be quiet, though.
Sure, I'll be quiet. Say, how come the music don't wake the kid?
Well, he's used to it. He can sleep through jazz. He just wakes when people talk too much, that's all.
Oh, this isn't so bad.
It's a lousy place to live.
Where's your son?
Through there. Son?
Well, I mean, you look the kind of man to have a boy. I'm sorry, I won't talk loud.
What's your name?
Cannon. So, you just sit here and play jazz all day?
My wife has a job. Don't you want to know why I don't go out to work? Outside, I mean. Well, don't you? I did, mister. I did.
Tell me, do you write? I mean, to typewriter and gramophone and... Enough here to keep a guy busy.
Look, Mr. Cannon, I don't know what you want.
Well, I just want to talk. I don't know anybody here. Understand? I just want to talk. Mind if I see your records?
If you want to.
Hey, you got Satch at the town hall here. Tell me, how do you work this machine?
Yeah.
Oh, got it.
It takes a while to warm up, see?
Now, that's nice. What I call real nice. Hey, we're high up here.
Yeah. What are you doing? There's Ruth down there.
Ruth?
Get out, Cannon.
Hey, now, look, just...
Get out! She sent you here, didn't she? What are you?
Look, I don't know... No, just wait a minute.
I thought there was something funny about you. You didn't come up here because you heard Ellington. Now get out. I know her. She sent you here to talk to me. I wonder where she'd gone today.
Hey, now take it easy, man.
It's loaded, and I know what to do with it.
Yeah, I believe you.
And you can tell my wife, my dearly beloved...
Right.
No, stay where you are, Cannon. You're a copper, I suppose.
No, I'm not a copper.
No, a copper would have been clever. How much did she tell you about me? Oh, come on, how much?
Well, only that you needed help. I mean, that you'd got yourself bugged up about the war.
Bugged up? Oh, no. Bugged up. You talk like an American picture, Mr...
Reynolds, don't wave that thing around, huh?
Out. Come on!
Ian, please open the door, darling.
No, Ruth, no more. Go away, don't come here again. I'm going to let Cannon out, and then you've got to go away, both of you.
Ian, I've got to talk to you. I'm sorry, dear, but I must see John.
He's asleep. He doesn't need you. He doesn't need anybody. Now then, Cannon, when I open this door, I want you out. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Ian. Oh, Ian.
After that, Reynolds switched on the gramophone, and apart from the soprano saxophonist Sidney Bechet, there was silence in the flat. Cannon had to find another way in, another way of talking to Reynolds.
Ruth, tell me, why hasn't John welcomed you?
Oh, expect he has. His father's told him not to come out.
Mm-hmm. Look, can I get into the room any other way?
Get into the room?
Yeah.
Room next door's empty. What? Oh, I see.
Come on.
Oh, yes. This is number 36.
36, huh?
Are those keys the ones that open anywhere?
Almost, with prayer and a bit of luck sometimes.
What you going to do?
Well, just wait here.
If you climb along there, he'll see you.
Shh. Look, just wait and don't talk to me.
He's still playing the gramophone.
Yeah, well, that couldn't be better. Guess I spoke too soon. Oh, well, here we go, cannon boy. Well, if I fall now, exit cannon before his birthday.
Back, Cannon! Come on, Cannon, back!
Now, listen to me, Reynolds. I want to talk to you.
You said it all, Mr. Cannon. Cannon, you come any closer and I'm going to kill you. I'm going to put this window down and I'm going to watch it from inside the room here. And as soon as I see your silly face, Cannon, I'm going to shoot you.
Come on, Reynolds, let me in.
Get out! Get out! Get out!
I had the telephone number of the block where the Reynolds lived, but for some reason I didn't have the address. It was about 3:30 when I rang.
Hello? Oh, hello, Chief. Yeah, well, look, I haven't any time to make any calls. Yeah, well, look, Reynolds shied a vase or something through the window. What? No, well, look, there's a cop here now. No, just a few scratches, nothing serious.
Mr.
Look,
Cannon.
Chief, look, you better come over here.
Mr. Cannon, I'll have
Well,
to
you
start
got the number. Yeah, well, it's Carlin Heights, 304 Green Lanes. Yeah, Wood Green. You got it? Okay, bye, Chief.
I can't hold on any longer. There's a crowd down there now.
A crowd? Look, officer, there's 10 people down there, so a vase came through a window.
Mr.
So
Cannon,
what? No, let me finish. A vase is thrown through a window and 10 people come to see the fun. They'll go away. Just give me a little more time.
That man's disturbing the peace up there, Mr. Cannon.
He's going to do a lot more than disturb the peace if you barge in with men in uniform. Look, I want a little time. I'll buy that time if necessary, but I need time. I'm sorry, I'm not being diplomatic.
All right, I'll wait. You can have your time, but I won't wait long.
Thanks. Reynolds! Reynolds! Reynolds, your wife's gone! Oh, I don't know why you're doing this, boy, but you're going out there again. Gotta have another talk with Mr. Reynolds. Here we go. Yeah, take it easy now. On the edge here. Here we are. Reynolds, look, you gotta come out now. Please, it's all over, you hear me?
I hear you, Cannon.
What are you trying to do? Look, what have you got against your wife?
I've got nothing against Ruth.
Then Look, I'll come in.
Stay there. I'm sick of telling you to get away from me.
Look, man, it's a long way down here.
It's your funeral.
Listen, you reckon you're gonna kill yourself, Reynolds?
Yes. Why?
Well, that's the question I want to ask you.
You reckon you got a right to ask that?
Yeah, and I'm asking it.
This is a pretty place, the world. You like it, I suppose.
Well, I can stand it. I have to.
Well, I can't stand it. I don't have to.
But why the devil...
Prime Minister Wilson, the war in the East can't be won. Moscow can't win. Peking can't win. Switzerland's getting a bomb, and Sweden. It'll be Wood Green's turn next. We'll all have bombs. We'll be getting on the bus in the morning with them strapped on our backs.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Reynolds. Hold it. Listen, you just can't blot all that out. You still gotta live. And your kids gotta live, too.
Why?
Because that's how it's always been. That's what life's all about, Mac. You get up, they smack you down again. But you get up. You keep getting up because you're a man. Look, I know how it is. I was in Korea, too.
I'm not talking about Korea to anyone, let alone you, Cannon.
Listen, you got a child in there, Reynolds. He can't still be asleep.
He's not, but he won't come out because I've told him not to.
Listen, Can you hear those kids over there, Reynolds? Can you see them? Now, why can't he run like that? You gonna take that from him? Doesn't he have a say in this?
This is no place for John, not this world. I'm going to save him.
From what?
From the politicians. From the little men in black who pull strings so the rest of us jump like puppets. What chance do you think he's got, Cannon?
Well, I think he's got a chance. Give me that gun! Well, at least I'm inside.
Now you've had it. Because you're dead too. Do you hear me? You're a dead man!
Are you there, Cannon? Cannon!
I just phoned the station.
Yeah, Chief?
Open the door!
Well, I'm afraid it's kind of out of my hands.
John hasn't had any food all day.
Shut up! Stand back. We're coming in. You two, and you'll all die. I'll take the lot of you. Get out now.
Reynolds, I'm not going.
I don't want to shoot you. You've got nothing to do with all this. Cannon!
I'm afraid you're wrong, Reynolds. I've got everything to do with it. I wrote in and said I could do it. And here I am. Now give me that gun.
No.
Come on, give it to me.
No. I'm going to shoot myself, and I'm taking my son with me. Because he doesn't want to live any longer in this world.
You haven't thought about this.
I've thought of everything. Everything there is to think about, you fool. You think I decided to do this on the spur of the moment during lunch one day at the Vicar's, do you?
Look, cut the dramatics and give me that gun.
No, Cannon. You're beginning to bore me now. In fact, you've been one big bore from beginning to end. Come on out now. It's all over.
Yeah. It's all over for you, Reynolds.
John.
Now, look. Reynolds, leave that kid be. Leave him alone. Come here, Sonny. Come here. Now, listen. I'm going to take you out there now. You come on with me. Come on.
Cannon.
Now, look. Just a minute, Reynolds. Down there, they're playing. All the kids in the world are playing right now outside this block. Every kid that's ever been born. They're skipping and playing and singing and dancing. Everywhere they go, there's music. There's music because there are kids. And because they are kids. And because nothing can touch them, nothing at all. All the bombs since the world began can fall in 1 hour. But they don't care because tomorrow is tomorrow. And there must be a sun. Even if it rains, there'll be a sun because they're kids. And that's how it is with kids. And this one here, Reynolds. Your son. You know what he'll look like with a bullet through his head, Reynolds, do you?
Oh, no.
He won't look so good, you lousy coward. He's gonna have his chance. And it'll take more than you to stop him. He'll forget you. Mark my words, he will. All right, we're coming out now, Chief. Open up the door. You better open up the door, Reynolds. Come on, open it up. It's still sunshine outside. This kid's tired of the dark. Listen, I'm not asking you. I'm telling you to open that door. Come on, give me the key. Give me the key! Yeah, that's better. Now open it up. Come on, open it.
Johnny. Oh, Johnny, baby.
Is Reynolds coming out? Is this?
Yeah. This is the kid. I don't know about Reynolds. I don't think there's any more can be done. I guess you can go in there now, officer.
Stevens! Mrs. Reynolds, take the child away now, will you?
Reynolds shot himself in that room in Wood Green North 22. He shot himself whilst children played outside the school 2 blocks away. Reynolds killed himself whilst his wife carried their son down the stairs. She heard the gunfire, and she knew what it was, but she didn't stop. There must be a multitude of men like Ian Reynolds. Wherever they look, this world has nothing to offer them. Nowhere can they see a place for themselves in the scheme of things. They carry guilt, theirs and others, around with them for all of their days. Then they crack. There was nothing we could do to help Reynolds. Cannon told me later that
All the time he talked with him, he could think of nothing to say because Reynolds was already dead. His eyes were dead. Cannon spoke words, but he said nothing, because all the time he couldn't stop looking at the eyes of this man. There comes a moment when one cannot think too long and too deep about the things that happen. Some people cannot stop thinking. Reynolds couldn't. And that's why we marked the file the man who thought too much.
Paper last week. It's in again today. Some organization that claims to go anywhere and do anything. It might be worth a try.
But have to be honest with them, Mac. Where are they?
In the West End. 33 Half Moon Street.
Charles Alston and Alistair McPhee were two businessmen who turned to profit a stretch of waste waterland on the River Lee between Freezy Water and Waltham Abbey, just north of London. The low-lying area had been dredged years before for building sand, and the resultant excavation had filled with water seepage from the river. The 100-feet-deep man-made lake was bought by the two speculators and turned into a holiday resort. They enjoyed considerable success until, well, let Alistair McPhee tell you as he told me in my office.
You see, Mr. Mason, there's 50 acres of water there and quite safe for boating, bathing and fishing. It's stocked with pike and carp and has been crowded with visitors every weekend. But that was until a young fellow with his girl in an outboard skiff lost his engine over the side. It was in water too deep for ordinary diving, and so he got a skin diving friend to go down for it. The friend didn't come up again, at least not for 5 hours. The police had arrived by then, but before they did anything, the lad's body floated to the surface.
A tragic accident.
Aye, that's what everyone thought. But the outboard motor was still at the bottom. The owner offered a small reward for its recovery, and another skin diver chappie tried his luck, with the same result.
Is there an undercurrent there, or weeds or something?
Weeds, aye, but not enough to make it dangerous. And it's still water, fed by the River Lee. There can be no undercurrent. There's nowhere for the water to flow.
I take the press had a heyday over the double tragedy.
Naturally. And business fell off a little, but not so that we had to worry unduly. However, my partner here and I thought it might be as well to have the bottom of the lake at this point thoroughly investigated. I was in the cable and maintenance service in the war, and I knew an experienced diver who was working for himself on the coast. His base was at Portsmouth, so I gave him a ring.
Another skin dive?
No, deep water equipment. I asked him to bring his diving suit, winch and air pump. I knew I could rig it from a dinghy and operate it for him. I worked on the winches in the Navy, you see. Well, he arrived and we began diving operations 3 days afterwards. He was linked to the dinghy by line, air hose and phone. His instructions were to report everything he found straight back to the boat. The day was perfect for him. Well, let's get you screwed down, Willie. Test for air. It's fine. Try the talkback phone. 1, 2, 3.
Receiving you clear, Mac. Check the line for fouling.
Line coiled and checked. You're all set to go. Alston, give him a hand over the gunnel.
Right. Give me a fathom count, Mac. Here I
go. Here's the mark. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's visibility like?
Clear as a bell. Now, I'll only be my headlamp at this rate. What's the mark?
18, 19.
I'm on the bottom. Check the line.
Line checked. How's the air hose?
Perfect.
115 feet. Give me a check on the bottom, Willie.
Fair amount of weed. Light silk with a hard undercrust. I'm walking north.
Keep your eyes peeled for the outboard motor.
Yeah, I am. Ground undulates badly. I'll have to climb up the sides just here.
That's the dredgers, Willie. Where have you stopped?
No, go away.
Huh?
Go away!
What is it, Willie? What is it? The bottles! Parston, the bottles! His airline's been cut! Start the winch! For heaven's sake, pull him up! We were too late, Mr. Mason. When we got him aboard, he was dead.
What was it cut the line?
We don't know, but cut it was, clean as a whistle.
Well, there must have been an investigation, surely.
Aye, there was. Death by misadventure was the verdict. You see, the dredgers dug down to shale and slate, some of it sharp as a knife. To the inquest, there didn't seem any other explanation. As he was climbing over the trenches, they said his line must have fouled on an outjutting piece of slate, and that was that.
You don't agree?
The war's been over a long time, Mr. Mason, but I haven't lost my touch. His air hose was taut all the time. It wasn't slate that cut that line.
Did you mention his cry just before it happened?
I must confess I didn't.
Why on earth not?
Oh, in the cold light of day and the sober atmosphere of the court, I just couldn't bring myself to say it. I had the feeling they'd have laughed at me.
Are you sure you heard him scream?
I've asked myself that 1,000 times. I know he did, but even Alston here is sceptical, and I can't say I blame him. Anyway, the newspapers did the rest. Does death lurk in the deep? That was the headline, and that was the end of visitors to Merry Lake Holiday Resort.
Well, it's an incredible story, Mr. McPhee. And you, I take it, want one of my men to dive to the bottom again to retrieve the lost outboard motor?
Oh, no, that's not necessary. The morning following Wally's death, the outboard motor was found dumped on the shore of the lake.
What? Well, who put it there?
Well, that, Mr. Mason, is what we'd like you to find out.
I didn't quite know how to put it to Cannon. Like McPhee, I had a feeling he'd laugh at me. However, McPhee had offered a large sum of money if I could induce one of my men to go down there again in the presence of members of the press. I secretly resolved to do the job myself if Cannon dismissed the whole thing as nonsense. All I could manage as he lounged into the office was, "Cannon, have you had any experience with monsters?"
Oh, plenty of times, Chief, but a civil tongue always pays off with that type of client.
No, I mean real monsters, denizens of the deep.
What do you think I am, a curb sitter on Skid Row?
We have a client, a Scotsman, who's suffering from hallucinations. He's prepared to pay a high price to have his psychological fears dispelled.
A Scotsman? Boy, that must be some hallucination he's got.
There's a man-made lake near Freezywater on the Hertfordshire Road that's claimed 2 skin divers' lives and a 3rd conventional diver who had his air pipe cut.
Freezywater? That's a long way from Loch Ness.
Mr. McPhee, that's the client, thinks there's dirty work in the muddy water. He wants one of us to dive there and do a double check.
A double check for the 4th time. Okay, when do I dive?
When can you do it?
No time like the present. Anyway, who wants to make a dinner appointment with a man-eating monster? Okay, screw me down, Mac. That water looks inviting.
Test for air. Air okay. Try the talkback phones, please, Mr. Cannon. 1, 2...
Okay for talkback. Clear. Now do a line filing check.
Line coiled and checked. All set to go.
Okay. Now give me a fathom count and watch that airline. I never did take to drinking water. Hey, just a minute. I got something to take with me. Can you hand me that canvas bag, Mike?
Aye, here it is. What have you got in there?
Professor Pickard's patent monster cure.
Huh?
It's a compressed air rifle, an underwater gun.
They tell me there's pike in this lake. Now, I'm no piker, but I'm partial to fresh fish. Okay. Over I go.
Here's the mark. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right there?
Yeah, how's the airline?
Tight. I've paid out a few hundred, Mr. Cannon, and never lost one yet.
We were right. Mark?
17, 18, 19.
Bottom. You check the lines, huh?
112 feet. Lines checked. What can you see?
Weed. But not serious. I'm
walking north. The bottom's full of ditches. I gotta climb.
Lines are all right.
Silt's about 6 inches. The ground is hard underneath. Hey, there is a current. Small, but strong enough to roll flotsam. Runs, west-southwest.
That's the direction of the river.
Could be. Hey, what?
Huh?
I know you don't.
What is it, Cannon? What is it?
Why, you lousy... Got him. Hey, Mike, take me up fast.
Engine, stand by in a moment. Full speed. You can't get the bends at this depth. Give it all you've got. You all right, Cannon?
Sure. Just keep heaving, boys. I only took one charge in the gun.
What is it, McPhee?
He's all right. He's breaking surface. Bring him inboard. Cut the engine. I'll have you out of here in a jiffy. There.
Oh, blue sky. It's green down there.
What did you see?
Fish or fowl, that's the question.
What was it, Cannon?
It was just something I saw and shot at. I hit it, too.
A fish?
Or a mammal. Know how you can find out?
How?
Take a look at that little patch that's floated to the surface. You can collect some and have it analyzed. It's blood.
He refused to discuss his underwater excursion until the blood sample was collected from the surface of the water and had been analyzed. Even then, he was vague. But discuss it we did. We had no other alternative because the blood was human blood.
You see, Chief, the lake bottom undulates all over the place. I guess it's that way on account of the dredgers scooping out the sand. They took it right to the bottom and left the understrata exposed. Now, over the years, the weed has taken root, and it grows up the sides of the ditches. So you can't tell whether there's a passage through or whether you're going to walk into a solid wall of rock behind the weed. It's a great place to play underwater hide-go-seek.
But you knew you were being attacked. You must have seen your adversary.
No, not too clearly. There was a whole wall of weed in front of me. Like I said, you can't tell if it's solid or not. He came out of one side of the wall where there must be a passage. I only saw him in time.
Well, what did he look like? That's all we want to know. Come in.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Oh, hello, Mr. McPhee. Do come in. Have a chair.
Thank you. Have you heard the report of the analyst?
Yes. We know it was human blood.
What can it mean?
Well, that's what we're trying to determine. Cannon here was just relating his experience with the, well, whatever it was.
Yeah, that's right.
What was it, Mr. Cannon?
It was a human. You got the report.
But it didn't look like a human?
Neither does any kid who dresses up for Halloween.
What are you trying to say, Cannon?
Look, Chief, I was in conventional diving gear. I only had a brief glimpse of the guy.
If it was human...
Well, it was human, all right. Didn't look human, but it was. I had to get hauled in on account of I had one shot in that gun. If he'd cut my airline, I'd have wound up like your last diver. But the next time, things are going to be different.
The next time?
Sure. You don't think I'm going to leave it there, do you? That rat tried to murder me. I don't like that. In fact, Mrs. Cannon's favorite little boy takes positive umbrage.
You mean you're going down again?
Check. But this time in a skin. And I'm taking a self-loading spring gun with me. It takes 2 people to play hide-go-seek, and in this game only one wins.
Well, whoever or whatever it is down there will be on guard the next time.
Whoever it is has been on guard a long time, ever since that first guy in a skin got drowned.
He'll know the underwater terrain better than you.
Yeah, I thought of that one, too. Right now, he's not feeling too good. I can't say for sure where I got him, but get him I did, and he lost blood. He'll be resting up for a while, I guess. So that gives me time to case that lake bed. So we'll break even when we meet again.
You've got a lot of courage.
Thanks.
Did you report to the Chief Constable, Mr. McPhee?
I did, and he reacted as I thought he would. In fact, he as good as said I was only trying to get some cheap publicity for the resort.
So you'll really be on your own, Cannon.
Well, that's the way I like it.
If you clear up the mystery, Mr. Cannon, I'll add £500 to your fee.
No kidding. Well, what do you know? A game of touch for big money stakes. Better than a gambling dive.
Cannon's pecker was up, and that's all there was to it. He insisted on operating alone and curtly refused my offer of help. He dived for 3 days in succession without mishap, and on the 4th day, after only an hour in the water, he packed his kit and returned to town and the office. For once, he seemed in a cheerful mood as he sauntered in, a hastily wrapped parcel under his arm.
Hi, Chief.
Great day for swimming.
Oh, you're back early. Tired of searching for your will-o'-the-wisp?
I found something else.
What?
Like I know why that guy was so anxious that nobody went moseying around his Davy Jones locker.
Well, out with it. What did you find?
You better ring your friend Chief Inspector Bottomley and get him round here right away.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Cannon, come on.
You really want to see?
Well, of course I do.
Okay. There.
Great Scott. Well, what is it?
It's a human head. Female.
Oh, wrap it up again.
Sure.
Where did you find that?
In the weeds. It was partly covered with silt. Remember that current I told you about? The one that flowed west-southwest? Well, it got washed along by that. The heavy boots on the diving gear must have stirred up the mud and exposed it. It's my guess this guy, whoever he is, has been trying for the past few weeks to locate it.
But it's ghastly.
And how? But that's not all. I found a small piece of cloth from a girl's dress, I think. Here, come over to the window and have a good look.
All right.
Now, take a look here. You see, it's got a printed pattern.
Yes, it is. Poplin, I guess. Well, that's a pretty cheap material these days. Do you think it came from the dead woman's clothes?
I'm sure of it.
Very clever, Mr. Cannon.
What?
Stay where you are. You too, Mr. Mason.
Alston. What are you doing here?
Well, it's not a social call, not with that Luger he's waving.
Quite right, Mr. Cannon. But then you're always right, aren't you?
No, I make mistakes, like not locking the door, or like not going to the police in the first place, or like missing your black heart with my spear gun.
Oh, it wasn't me you shot at, Cannon. I'm far too long in the tooth to cavort around underwater. A hireling. But he's well out of the way now.
Does McPhee know about this?
Oh, certainly not. McPhee is a man of impeccable character. Then so am I. Sometimes circumstances force us to unpleasant action.
Like the brutal murder of an innocent girl?
Well, she wasn't so innocent. Oh, that's by the way. I'll take the piece of cloth, if you don't mind, and the parcel. Now you'll accompany me to my car.
Drop dead.
On the contrary, it's you who'll drop dead, Cannon. What does one more murder matter? Or two?
We'd better do as he says, Cannon.
Ah, that's sensible. The gun will be in my pocket, and I'll shoot if you make the slightest move to escape.
How did you get past Miss Fairweather?
With the aid of a little chloroform. And she'll suffer nothing more than a headache when she recovers, and she didn't see who her assailant was. Sorry.
Oh, you're mad.
Am I? My car's outside. Now off you go.
Where do we go to?
My car.
And then?
They say a murderer always revisits the scene of his crime. Let's put the theory into practice, shall we? Let me enlighten you on a few things. See? A peephole in the boathouse through to the south bank of the lake. I had a man sitting here, a crippled man, bent and warped so that movement was painful. A helpless man chained to my will through an unfortunate accident many years ago. His instructions were simple. When people arrived on the south bank, he would don his skin diving suit and take to the water. Just a skin diving suit, but painted in garish colors. Frightening colors, like a Montezuma warrior engaging battle with Hernan Cortez.
You're insane, Alston. As mad as a hatter.
Oh, don't you think so? Insane or not, my plan worked admirably. To waylay the curious underwater and eliminate them by the simple process of drowning. Neat. And the resultant fear in the minds of the stupid public kept the lake clear of the curious until I'd found what I'd lost.
Except that Cannon found it for you.
Yes, he did. Now, the two skin suits from our dear departed friends are in that corner over there. You'll kindly put them both on.
How come a cripple could swim like that, Alston?
He was energetic, wasn't he?
Fast as a snake, not like a cripple.
He suffered from the bends. An accident many years ago when he practiced as a professional diver.
That doesn't answer the question, Alston.
Doesn't it? Then I'll explain. If a man's diving at great depth, his body undergoes an enormous pressure change. When he's brought to the surface, he must be taken up slowly so that the change in pressure is gradual. If he comes up too fast, the poor fellow gets bubbles of nitrogen in his blood. He's then a cripple. However, if he returns to the same depth, his symptoms disappear and he's quite normal again.
Yeah, that's right enough, Chief. As long as the man with the bend stays underwater at pressure, he's normal. The bubbles return when he comes to the surface.
Can you imagine how a hopeless cripple would feel, knowing that for a few hours he could feel normal and move without restraint? I never need worry about my diver. He'll always do what I say, or remain a miserable cripple. You see, I have the diving suit.
You're a fiend.
Yes, I am. Well, now that you're both dressed in skins, we'll go to the boat.
What are you going to do?
You'll see. Outside and into the boat. This will do, I think. Pleasant on the lake in the late afternoon, isn't it? There's no point in looking around, Mason. The Merry Lake Pleasure Resort is far from merry these days. Nobody comes here. Nobody at all. It's incredible how superstitious the public can be.
Who was the girl, Olsen?
Oh, a local working-class girl of no consequence. She died. I was forced to hide her away.
Where did you dispose of the body?
Here and there. What you found, Cannon, was lost by accident. I had my men diving for 2 weeks searching before that idiot boy dropped his outboard motor right in the area where the search was being conducted.
You won't get away with this, you know.
Oh, but I will. It's well known that Cannon's been diving every day. You, Mason, you told McPhee that you'd like to dive yourself. 2 more tragedies will be added to the mystery of Merry Lake, and no one will ever be the wiser. You see, I don't mind how much they investigate the lake bottom now. I found what I wanted.
Well, the cripple, he'll talk.
Never. He's only a danger to me under the water. And I never go into the water. In fact, I can't even swim.
He can still talk on the surface.
Yes, but he won't. It's the effort. And any great effort on his part is a strain on the heart. You see, he's not young anymore. Now, enough talk. I'll be back in the city by 7 o'clock. I'm delivering a lecture to the Ichthyological Society. Ever seen one of these before?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's a dart gun, land type. They use them to dope animals and inject serum to the lions at the zoo.
That's right, Cannon. A poison dart. But a poison that'll only put you to sleep. The water will do the rest when I drop your bodies overboard.
You got it all figured out, haven't you, Austin?
Well, gentlemen, this is...
What happened, Cannon?
The cripple. He's got Olsen. Come on, swim back to the boat.
Where is he, Cannon?
He's somewhere in the deep, Chief. He won't let go of Olsen.
Poetic justice.
Yeah. That effort must have cost the cripple every reserve of stamina he had. At a guess, I'd say neither of them will surface alive.
Poor devil.
Yeah. Poor devil. But maybe it's as well, Chief. At least he's free at last.
Both bodies were washed ashore the following day. The murder of the unfortunate girl made headlines throughout the country, but no connection was made between the cripple and the insane Alston. We informed McPhee as to what had happened, but as he rightly said,
"What's the point of telling him at the inquest? They'd laugh at you."
The last I heard of McPhee, he was prospecting for oil in the Sahara Desert. It seemed he couldn't get far enough away from water.
The new Sopwith's ready, Chief.
Great help that is.
Well, I've done a wonderful job again. It's an exact replica of the World War I Sopwith camel.
Don't give me a sales talk. They made 3 before, and every one dug the dirt.
So they've done a good job this time. Yeah. Well, where do you suppose I got a man to fly that thing?
Oh, no, I've tried the agencies, Chief. No dice.
You don't have to tell me. Only a nut would fly that plane.
Well, I thought, Chief, that the show must go on, even in motion pictures. So, well, I rang a firm in the West End who specialize in doing offbeat jobs. They've got a pilot. If you could go and see them...
Mark, to get this movie completed, I'd go and see the Queen herself. Where is this joint?
33 Half Moon Street.
The Reluctant Camel. I like to think of myself as a patron of the arts. I have a tremendous liking for theatre and music, and am at ease in the company of the artistic. But motion picture people are an exception. For some reason, they unnerve me, and where a temperamental opera star would leave me unmoved, a brash film magnate sets my nerves a-jangle. When the bulbous personage of David Sandler thrust itself into my office, well, I had an immediate misgivings and a forlorn wish that I hadn't been so hasty in my acceptance of the work telephonically.
This is a picture of a war. A war to end all wars. That's a laugh, isn't it?
Well, I suppose it is, Mr. Sandler.
The Royal Flying Corps in World War I, full of high drama, but cleaner than trench mud and poison gas. The story of a man who won your highest award, the Victoria Cross. You know the decoration, sir?
Well, I'm acquainted with it, yes.
Heroism is the meat in the picture pie these days, and this movie's got it with a capital H.
I understand you want the services of a pilot, Mr. Sandler.
That's right. One that will sign a bloodshed.
That I'm not acquainted with.
An indemnity document against accident. I might as well tell you here now that this scene I'm trying to complete has caused about as many casualties as Passchendaele. The pilot has to fly a Sopwith Camel. That's a plane they used in the First World War.
Good heavens. I didn't think there was such a thing outside the War Museum.
You'd be thinking right if you thought that. I've had these planes specially made. With the exception of the engine, which is better than the original, they've been exact replicas of the old crazy machines flown by the Royal Flying Corps.
Did you say they've been?
I'm on the fourth machine now.
And the others?
Crashed. And don't ask me why. The last one even had a regular airworthy ticket. The controls are modern. It's only the outside that's ancient design, the fuselage, you know.
And what would my man be asked to do?
Fly.
Is that all?
That's enough. The accident rate with these crates makes them the most expensive coffins ever manufactured.
Well, I'll put it to Cannon and see what he says.
Cannon?
He's one of my operators. He has an A license and will probably jump at the opportunity to work on a flick.
A flick? Oh, yeah, a movie. Well, the field's at Potter's Bar. You know where that is? Right on the Green Line bus route.
Yes, I know it well.
Made a mock-up there of Flanders. Can't tell the difference from the real thing. Had the artillery blast off 5,000 shells into a field. Great for realism.
And rather expensive, I imagine.
No, expense is no object, provided I get the rushes over the States in 3 weeks. If I don't make the deadline, we'll be beaten to the punch by Marley Brothers Incorporated, and yours truly will be for the high jump.
A competitive company.
You said it, Mr. Mason. Competitive with a capital K. Okay, I'll see your pilot at Potter's Bar at 6:30 a.m. And don't forget to tell him about that bloodshed. No sign, no fly, no pay, okay?
Okay, I mean, of course, understood.
$500 a day. And if the last 3 pilots are anything to go by, he'll earn every time.
Cannon was delighted with the prospect of flying this strange aircraft, but resolved to have a good look at it before taking off in the morning. He tried to telephone David Sandler, but the movie mogul was not available. This caused certain complications when Cannon drove up to the field at Potter's Bar.
Hey, you! Where do you think you're going?
Onto the field.
Hey, well, that's what you think, mate. This is private property. No one's allowed near the airy plane.
I'm the new pilot. I came to have a look at the machine.
Oh, in the pitch dark?
Well, I expect there's a light in the cockpit.
Have you got any identification?
Such as?
A company ticket?
Well, no, I haven't. I tried to ring Mr. Sandler, but he wasn't available.
Well, then you've had it, mate. 3 of them planes are going up in smoke already. My orders are nobody goes near the thing until the film unit gets here tomorrow.
Yeah, well, maybe it's just as well. They're having a guard, I mean. Tell me, did you see the other planes crash?
Not me, mate. I works all night, so I sleeps in the day. But my kid, Harry, he saw 'em, all three. Just went into the ground, he says. Flying along right as rain 1 minute, and the next thing, wham, straight into the deck. The daft, I calls it. All that dough just for the sake of a film. Yeah, but then that's the Yanks all over, isn't it? Don't know what to do with their boodle.
Is that a fact?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're a Yank, ain't you?
I am, but there's a big difference. I know just what to do with my boodle. And if I don't get to look at the plane before I take off in the morning, I'm thinking I might spend it on a life insurance policy.
Cannon drove off, leaving the ancient night watchman scratching his head in bewilderment. Taking the side road, he half-circled the field, and in the quiet of a clump of trees, switched off his car lights and made stealthily for the barbed wire fence. The Sopwith Camel was standing in the middle of the field on a hastily prepared runway. The surrounding pasture was torn to shreds with shell fire, every inch pitted with gaping holes. It was a startling and blood-chilling sight, even though he knew it was only make-believe. The craters afforded him ample cover as he crossed quickly towards the plane, standing ghost-like under the light of the stars. And then Cannon saw something that stopped him short in his tracks.
Hey, what's that, a ghost? Come on, Ken, what's got into you? That's a dame. A real live dame. What's she doing here? Uh-oh, she's coming this way. Well, baby, you're in for one big shock. Hi. You, interested in aviation, man?
Who are you?
Cannon's the name, chief test pilot for the Sopwith Camel.
Oh.
Now, I heard tell that nobody was allowed on the field. Doesn't that include you?
Well, I hardly think so. I'm Valerie Thompson.
Is that supposed to mean something?
I'm the love interest in the picture.
Oh, you mean you're Valerie Thompson, the movie star?
That's right, and now we've met, I'll bid you good night.
No, not so fast. You still haven't told me what you were doing over there by that plane.
And by the same token, you haven't explained what you're doing creeping around the set in the middle of the night.
Set?
That's what it's called. This field is the setting for the final scene in the picture.
Oh, I get it, yeah. Tomorrow at 6 a.m. I have to fly that old crate off the ground and into the air, but I intend having a look at it first.
But you'll be given ample opportunity to look it over in the morning.
Could be. Only, I'd like a private look-see. Well, now you know what I'm doing in Flanders Field, and maybe you'd answer my question.
I was a little worried about my movements tomorrow. I do a big scene near the Sopwith and wanted to have a private look at the terrain. So you see, we're both here for the same purpose.
You, rehearse in the pitch dark?
Inspecting a plane in the pitch dark?
Touché. Okay, Miss Thompson, I guess that evens out. You don't get to rehearse, and I don't get to look at that cockpit. Well, let's say we celebrate nothing with a drink in the local.
I'm not in the habit of drinking with strangers, Mr. Cannon.
Oh, that's a very praiseworthy trait, but then we're not strangers, are we, Miss Thompson? I mean, we have a common purpose, don't we?
Are you holding a pistol to my head, Mr. Cannon?
No, but the cannon's mouth is dry.
All right. I'll have a drink with you. The locals probably won't mind the state we're in.
I don't get it.
Grey mud, Mr. Cannon. Look at your shoes. And mine. The shell fire has churned the field into grey mud. We're covered in it.
Oh, well, if anybody asks, we'll say we're a couple of turnip pickers on a spree.
I'm glad there's a sense of humor underneath that suspicious mind.
Suspicious? What?
You think I was doing something to that aeroplane?
Now, why would you do that? I mean, it's in your interest for the movie to go ahead as planned, or do I read it wrong?
You read it right, Mr. Cannon. So let's have that drink and forget all about meeting each other tonight. Yes?
I don't see why.
You know as well as I do that we're not allowed in this field. Now be a good boy and be a fellow conspirator. After all, it's in your interest for the movie to go ahead as planned. Or do I read it wrong?
Hey, you're quite a gal, Miss Thompson, but I got a feeling that I'll be sorry when this movie does end. Well, here's mud in your eye.
And mud in your boots. Cheers.
Cheers.
Keep your feet under the table, Mr. Cannon.
Turnip pickers are never embarrassed by their own feet.
The stage hands on the lot live in caravans on the other side of the field. They use the pub in the evening. In fact, 3/4 of the clientele here tonight are stage hands.
Well, so what?
So they know about the field at Potter's Bar being blown up by the artillery. They know about the grey mud. If they see your feet...
They'll know I've been walking in the field where I'm not supposed to be. Okay, I get the message, and... my feet are hidden beneath this ancient table. Now, tell me about yourself.
Good heavens. The life history of an actress. Mr. Cannon, you're much too young.
Okay, then, tell me what you're doing moseying around that kite.
I thought we had a gentleman's agreement.
Oh, now, how could we? You're no gentleman.
Very smart. But I told you what I was doing there. And you can believe it or not, as you wish.
Well, I'd never force a lady.
Good, then that's settled. You may order me another drink.
But I don't fall for that rehearsal jazz. And what's with you?
It's Sandler. He's just come in.
You mean that man Martin at the bar?
Yes. Haven't you met before?
No, my chief booked the job. Say, he looks like a tough cookie.
He is. He's an American, too, so you should get along with him. I just hope he doesn't see me, that's all. Do you mind if I move around to your side? If I sit with my back to the bar, he won't notice me.
Sure, come on, help yourself. But why the worry?
I just don't want him to see me here, that's all.
That's no answer.
You are persistent, aren't you? The fact is, I'm supposed to be in town. He rang me earlier and asked me to go to dinner with him. I made the excuse of a headache. He'll be justifiably angry if he sees me here with you, swilling cider.
He's got no comeback. I rang him in town at his suite. His secretary said he was working on the film script and wouldn't be free till after midnight. So you both got phony excuses.
Never mind. I'd rather he didn't know I was here.
Now, what do you suppose brought the great David Sandler out here at this time?
Oh, but I know. Perhaps he wanted to speak with the stagehands.
No, I got a feeling Mr. Sandler doesn't waste his time in idle chatter with the minions under his whip. In fact, the way he's looking into his glass of scotch, I'm sure of it. Say, what happens to him if the picture isn't finished on schedule?
Nothing.
Nothing?
He'll probably lose his bonus. It won't be his fault if the film's not finished in time.
Maybe.
There's no maybe about it.
That's what you say. But I've got other ideas.
Such as?
Such as how come he has his shoes covered in grey mud? Now, what do you think the film director was doing around that sup with CAMEL in the middle of the night?
To say that Cannon was disturbed by the appearance of David Sandler would be putting it mildly, but he comforted himself in the thought that the morning would give him ample opportunity to inspect the strange aircraft. And there was no reason why he should attempt to take off until he'd thoroughly examined and tested the plane. He left Valerie Thompson by her car and drove himself back to London. Nothing disturbs Cannon for very long, and he was soon in a dreamless sleep that readied him for the morning chore. At 6 a.m. sharp, he was on the field, and this time with a specially made sop with camel. A mechanic was his only companion.
Bit of a breeze this morning, sir.
Well, just as well. This old crate will lift better in a breeze. Now you know why they call an aircraft a kite.
The first time you've flown one, sir?
Do I look like a First World War veteran?
It's only the fuselage that's old-fashioned, sir. The engine's a new Leighton. She has gypsy controls. She's got 5 times the power the original model had.
Okay, then let's have a look in the cockpit. It's going to be cold up there in an open cockpit. Okay, friend, I will take a deco at the controls. Well, it's comfortable. You climb in the back.
All right, sir. You see, they're gypsy controls, mesh joystick and twin pedals.
Easy as wink. How come the others came to a sticky end?
That's something I'd like to know, sir. I was in charge of all 3 aircraft. I know they're airworthy. The only theory I can offer is that the motor's too strong for the fuselage, but, well, it's easy to counteract that if you fly slowly.
Did the others fly slowly?
Well, they seem to. All 3 went in a dive, just above the trees at the north end of the field.
Well, the controls seem to be okay. Hey, what's this over the stick?
Oh, I can't see from here, sir.
Well, come and take a look.
Huh?
It's a horseshoe.
So it is. Tied under the stick with yarn. I suppose it's been put there for good luck, sir.
By whom?
I don't know.
I wonder.
What's that, sir?
I just had an idea who might have put that horseshoe in the plane for good luck. Well, let's give her a run.
Do I need a prop spin?
Not with this up. It's a starter buttons on the right.
Got it. Here goes. Like a bird. Okay, out you get. I'm going to taxi around the field, then do a couple of takeoffs and landings.
I'll stay in the back seat, sir.
Not in your life. Out you get.
But I'd like to try with you, sir.
Look, 3 of these babies have gone in already. I don't want you on my conscience if this is the 4th.
Well, I'll take that chance, sir. It's a mechanic's privilege.
Okay, but keep your head down. Controls okay. Shall I take her up?
Roger.
Okay, I'll turn her into the wind. She'll lift steeply, so keep your hat on. Okay, so far, Angel's 1. Now, see if she'll double. I can't get it back. It's stuck.
Let me climb over and pull with you. Mr. Cannon.
What?
It's the horseshoe. The horseshoe.
Oh, I got it.
Oh, just made it. That was close.
Yeah, too close for comfort. I'm taking her in. Lucky horseshoe. Somebody's got a great sense of humor.
How did it slide down there?
The yarn. There's acid on it, you see? The yarn's burned through. When the plane started to vibrate, the yarn snapped and the shoe slipped down to the bottom of the stick and jammed it against the floor when I tried to pull it back.
Well, do you think that's what happened to the others?
Could be. You say you've no idea who put this shoe in the cut?
No, sir. Are you sure it's acid?
Well, take a look for yourself. It didn't come there by accident. This is a modern engine, and no battery acid could escape.
I hope you're wrong, sir.
Yeah?
Yes, if you're not, it means that someone deliberately tried to sabotage the plane.
And that means the other 3 were murdered. That's quite a thought, isn't it?
Hi there!
That's the boss, Sandler.
Well, let him come, but don't say anything about the horseshoe, Alice.
Oh, Roger.
Hi there, I watched from the camera shed. She seems to handle well. I'm David Sandler.
Hi. Cannon, Assignments Unlimited.
You seem to be able to handle all right. You American?
Yep. Oh, by the way, thanks for the lucky horseshoe. That was a nice gesture.
A horseshoe?
Yeah, there was a lucky horseshoe taped to the stick with yarn.
That's so. Well, I didn't put it there. Say, you want some coffee? Your whole cast is in the canteen. They'd like to meet you.
Oh, thanks. I say there's one member of your cast I'd like very much to meet.
Who's that?
Valerie Thompson, your leading lady.
My leading lady? Is that some sort of joke, Buster?
It wasn't meant to be. I understood she had the major female role in the movie.
Mr. Cannon, I'm trying to beat a deadline. The reason is a rival film company is making a similar movie. They'd do anything to beat us to it. And you know who the leading lady is on that rival movie?
Are you kidding?
I am not. Our rival is Valerie Thompson.
The plot thickened. It certainly clouded Cannon's brain. Surely an established actress of the caliber of Valerie Thompson wouldn't murder 3 men in cold blood just to beat a deadline. Artists are more concerned with their individual performances and the purely business side of the show game. But she was on the field the night before. Then so was David Sandler. Would he sabotage his own picture? Oh, it didn't make sense. But Cannon resolved to see Valerie Thompson again that night. He telephoned and arranged a meeting. She was reluctant at first, but sensing the urgency in his voice, she agreed to meet him in Shepherd's Hotel in Shepherd's Market.
History repeats itself, Mr. Cannon.
Yeah. Nearly repeated itself this morning with disastrous consequences for me.
Really? Cheers.
Mud in your eye.
Mind telling me what happened?
That's the object of the exercise, Miss Thompson. I took the Sopwith off from Potter's Bar Field this morning with a mechanic aboard.
A mechanic?
Anything wrong with that?
No, but the last 3 planes crashed. This might have been the 4th.
It very nearly was.
Oh?
Some well-meaning person had attached a lucky horseshoe to the joystick. It slipped down along the stick as I dived and jammed against the floor. If I hadn't had that mechanic with me, I'd be part of the permanent Potter's Bar ceiling now. He spotted it.
Who put the horseshoe there?
Now, that's what I'd like to know, Miss Thompson. You see, the yarn holding it had been treated with acid.
Sure. And you think I put it there?
Did you?
You've found out by now that I'm in the opposition picture. I lied to you. I was in the Potter's Bar field last night, and it would be in my interest to delay Sandler's picture by every possible means.
Including mass murder?
What do you think?
I'm asking the questions.
You're a very determined man, Mr. Cannon. I didn't put the horseshoe in the plane. I didn't put anything in any plane. I was in the field last night for the same purpose as you, to try and find out what caused the accident.
Mm-hmm. And if I don't believe you?
You can go and join the title on my film screen.
What's that?
Hell's Angel.
I never thought to see you on this set, Valerie.
I know you didn't, David. And when you've heard what I have to say, you'll wish I'd never come. On the other hand, you may be grateful for a friendly warning.
Warning or a threat?
Whichever way you like it. It was a clever idea, putting a lucky horseshoe on the joystick of the plane.
What are you talking about?
You didn't mention it was to be a symbol of bad luck. But Cannon found it and removed it.
I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about.
But you forgot that flyers wear gloves.
Gloves?
Didn't you know? If you pick up something when wearing gloves, you don't disturb the fingerprints on that object. A horseshoe is clean and shiny when it's new. The one on the plane was made of silver. Even better.
Where's the horseshoe now?
With the police. They'll be here any minute to take a sample of your fingerprints, David.
Why are you telling me this?
Because you were once my husband, perhaps.
I'll leave.
There's no way. The roads will be watched.
There's still one trick up my sleeve, Miss Smarty. I can fly a plane.
What plane?
This one, the Sopwith. It's good enough to get me to the coast. Be seeing you, Valerie. Make my apologies for the fingerprints.
Hey, Miss Thompson, who's on that plane?
David Sandler, Mr. Cannon. I told him a lie, too. A whole pack of lies. And he fell for it. History repeated itself again, Mr. Cannon. I wonder who put the lucky horseshoe on the joystick this time.
Yes, it was David Sandler who sabotaged the planes on his own production. His bonus for finishing on time would have been a few $1,000s. But as major shareholder in the opposition company, he would have made millions if they beat him to it. Nobody knew of Sandler's interest in the other company, except his ex-wife Valerie. Hence the reason she guessed the culprit of the Sopwith Camel crashes. I hadn't seen Cannon for a few days. He offered to teach Valerie Thompson to fly, and she didn't seem the least reluctant.
Captain, I'm not quite sure how to go about getting a civilian to wear the suit.
I'm one jump ahead of you, Lightly. Here you are. Make an appointment for me to see these people at 33 Half Moon Street.
Two sides to the Shamrock. I received a call from that grand old warrior, Sir Quentin Gray of the War Office, and listened to him on the phone requesting the services of a male monaker. At first I thought it was a leg pull, but the parade square bark on the other end of the line quickly convinced me of his sincerity. He made an appointment to come over and discuss details, and I thought it better if I softened the blow for Cannon before the eminent general arrived. Cannon? Well, I had a rather peculiar request from the War Office. General Sir Quentin Gray.
Oh, what's he want, Chief? A volunteer for Vietnam?
Well, I think it must be a personal matter. Well, come to think of it, I don't see how it could possibly be a military task.
Well, didn't the General say what he wanted?
Yes.
Well, come on, give. I mean, what are you hedging for, Chief?
Well, I'm not quite sure how you'll take this, Cannon. Well, he wishes to engage the services of a male mannequin.
Come again?
A mannequin. You know, it's customary these days for men to show off the latest fashions. There's nothing odd about it. I mean, it's done all the time. Some jacks make quite a profession out of it.
No dice.
Now, Cannon, you mustn't be hasty.
Chief, I am not modeling clothes for the General or for anybody else.
Well, there's nobody else to do it. Carson's away in Ireland, and the General says that I'm the wrong bill.
Well, that's tough, but I'm no clothes horse for the shape of things to come. I have my reputation to think of.
What reputation?
Well, I mean, you know...
all I do know is that if we turn down this job, we've certainly ruined the reputation of Assignments Unlimited.
Oh, I get it. You're playing on my loyalty, huh?
Well, you could wear a false moustache.
Yeah, and a long black beard with smoky glasses. They'd go great with a bikini bottom.
Well, the General said it was a suit. Oh, come on, Cannon, be a good fellow. I don't like insisting, but, well, the fact is I promised the General that we'd take on the job.
Look, why didn't he get a model from one of the agencies?
Well, perhaps being an army man, he was embarrassed.
He was embarrassed?
Oh, look, this must be him now. Yeah, come in.
Yeah, Mason?
Yes, General. Do come in.
Thank you. Is this the man you've chosen for the model?
Well, yes. Take a seat, please.
In a moment, thank you. Now then, what's your name?
Cannon.
Hit?
You bet. Now, look, before you go...
Quiet, I'll do the talking. Is this man trustworthy, Mason?
Completely, General.
Secrecy is important in this display. I shall require you to sign a document to that effect.
Oh, certainly.
All right, Cannon, take off your shirt.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
You'll be sorry, young man, if you cause me to be truculent. Have you served any time in the army?
Well, sure I have, but...
You've apparently forgotten how to obey orders. I know you're a civilian now, and this is a job for a civilian, but you'll kindly try and remember a little discipline. Now then, take that shirt off.
Yes, sir.
Yes, good specimen, Mason. Strong chest, sturdy loins. Right, he'll do. All right, put your shirt back on. Right, I'll take that seat now.
Tea, General?
Oh, wouldn't say no to a dish if there's some going spare.
Oh, fine. Miss Fairweather, send in a pot of tea, will you? No, it's not for Mr. Cannon, and we shall not require daisy cakes. Now, please get a move on. Now, sir, if we can have the details.
Yes, of course. The display will be at 1400 hours tomorrow at Woolwich. Your man will report to the barracks at 1300 hours to, familiarize himself with the suit. I have a pass for him in my briefcase. It just requires the name to be added. Now, he's to talk to no one and report straight to me. I'll inform the guard commander to that effect. I shall require details of his next of kin, if any, and he must undergo a medical. If he's been in the army, he probably remembers his blood group, do you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, in case of accident, his dependents, if any, will receive the normal army pension of a full corporal. He will, in fact, sign army papers with the recruiting officer. These papers to be destroyed if the display is a success. It's a formality, you understand, to save trouble afterwards. That clear, Mason?
Well, yes, General, but... Well, what's Cannon to display?
The suit. I thought I made that clear.
Well, it seems to me that you're going to a lot of trouble over the modelling of a bit of natty gent suiting.
Yes, well, I should have mentioned that this is a new invention so far untried. With a live model, that is, of course. It's a bulletproof suit.
Bulletproof?
For your sake, Cannon, I hope so. You'll be subjected to point-blank machine gun fire and bombarded with electrons. If all goes well, you'll be back here at 1700 hours. Yes, well, I think that's all. Goodbye, Mr. Mason. Good luck, Mr. Cannon.
The General didn't even wait for tea, which was probably just as well, since Cannon sent it straight back again and ordered whiskey. I couldn't help thinking that Cannon's was a shattering introduction to the world of modern fashion, but he seemed unperturbed. The following day, at 1 o'clock sharp, he reported to the General.
Corporal Cannon reporting for duty, sir.
Stand easy, Cannon. Have you signed the necessary document?
No, sir.
Oh? Why not?
Well, I have no next of kin and no dependents. My blood group is O, and the medical officer isn't in the surgery.
We appear to have picked the perfect man for the job. If there is an accident, we can inform Mason, I take it.
Yes, that will be in order, sir.
Necessary to have someone you know, burial arrangements and so on?
Yes. Well, here's the suit, Cannon. Try it on.
Oh, thank you. Say, this looks like the underskin of a spacesuit.
We're not here to ask questions, merely to act as a guinea pig. It's been tested under every conceivable artificial condition. This is the final test.
I guess this will sound like a silly question, General, but were the artificial tests successful?
You don't think we'd put you in it if they weren't, do you?
Well, I must confess I had my doubts. Okay, here I go.
All right. Right. Now let me see you walk in it. How does it feel, huh?
Well, it feels heavy. Weighs a man down. A soldier wouldn't run far with this on his back.
Where this is going, weight doesn't matter. All right, we'll go to the firing yard now. It's normally used by the ordnance people to test repaired weapons. This afternoon, the first test will be several bursts of machine gun fire aimed at your chest. An artificer will be in charge.
Well, I sure hope this guy's a good shot, because my head feels like William Tell's apple.
Oh, he can hardly miss. He'll fire at point-blank range, and you need have no fear of ricochets. The suit is designed to take up the force of a bullet like a sponge. All right, follow me. Right, Cannon, just stand over there. No, away from the wall.
Okay.
The impact of the shots might knock you off your feet. You don't want to bang your head on the wall. The last thing we want is an accident. Lightly!
Sir?
Right, take over the gun, Lightly. On my command, you'll fire one burst at Cannon's chest.
Yes, sir.
Right, ready, Cannon?
Yes, sir.
Ready, Lightly?
Ready, sir.
Aim! Fire!
I killed him, sir.
No, you haven't. Just knocked him off his feet and knocked the breath out of him. You all right, Cannon?
Yeah, I guess so, General. Boy, that thing's got to kick like a mule.
Yes, well, get the suit off and we'll have a check on you.
Well, what do you know? This suit really works.
Against machine gun fire, yes. The important test is the electrons. We're not quite sure what effect they have on the human body. Yes, there's a danger of contamination even with this suit. Of course, if the test is successful, we'll have a major breakthrough.
And if it isn't successful?
No, I wouldn't worry about that, Cannon. You won't know anything about it.
A dish of char, the General's terminology for a cup of tea, and Cannon redonned the suit and was once again successfully tested. Bruised but happy, he returned to the office at 5 o'clock, the whole operation having been conducted like an army maneuver. Which, in fact, I suppose it was. Cannon had hardly sat down when the phone rang on the direct line. Assignments Unlimited?
Mason?
Oh, yes, General.
I'm sending over some travel warrants for your man, Cannon.
Did you say travel warrants?
Yes, with a place in the north of Ireland. Now, look, I want Cannon to go there for a week to rest up. He'll be on full pay. When he returns, we want him to undergo certain medical tests. See that he leaves in the morning, will you?
Certainly, General.
Right. Good fellow, that. We might call on him again. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
General Gray?
Yes. The old chap's pretty pleased with you. In fact, he's sending you on a week's leave to Ireland.
Leave? Hey, what is this? Am I becoming a professional guinea pig?
No, they want you to rest up for a week and then take medical tests.
Oh. Well, I should have been an astronaut.
Why an astronaut?
Well, that thing I tested wasn't a bulletproof vest. It was a sort of a spacesuit.
Look, Cannon, you should keep that information to yourself.
Oh, I will outside this office. I just wanted you to know what gives in case you have to take over where I leave off. This is high science, Chief, and you ought to tell that crazy general that the firm might be assignments unlimited, but the operators are certainly not unlimited.
Are you getting cold feet?
Oh, now, who ever heard of cold feet in a spacesuit?
Oh, now, who can that be? Oh, it's probably the travel warrants. Well, that's quick.
I'll get it, Chief.
Is this Assignments Unlimited?
That's right.
I have some travel documents from General Quentin Gray.
Oh, come on in.
Just for a moment. There's been a slight change in plan. The General asks if you can leave tonight. Right away, in fact. There's a plane leaving for Ireland in an hour. He'd like you to be on it.
Well, why the hurry, miss?
Oh, security, I suppose. I have a staff car outside.
And why Ireland?
Well, the General said they have a place in the north of Ireland. Can you make it, Canon?
Well, don't I get a chance to pick up my toothbrush?
The Army provides everything, Mr. Cannon.
Okay. And I thought Army life was a bore. Well, let's go. So long, Chief. I'll send you a Shamrock.
Look after yourself, Canon. You know, you're supposed to be resting.
Are you coming, baby?
Yes, I am.
You see what I mean, Chief? There's no rest for the wicked.
Oh, what a day. Spacesuit. Oh, no wonder Sir Quentin was so adamant about signing that security document. Oh, no, not again. What is it this time?
Assignments unlimited.
Well, we're closed for the night.
I understand that, sir. I'm Lieutenant Lightley, Ordnance Officer to General Gray.
Oh, well, that's different. Come in, Lieutenant.
Thank you. Sorry to worry you at this time, sir, but I believe the General rang up about Cannon going off to Ireland.
Yes, he did.
I've got his travel warrants here, sir, for tomorrow.
Travel warrants? Well, there's been a change in plan, Lieutenant. The journey was switched to tonight.
There must be some mistake, sir. These documents I have here are the only ones that have been issued. I know that because I'm in charge of them.
Then who was the girl from your department?
Girl, sir? There are no girls on the general staff.
Leaving a startled Lieutenant Lightley standing, papers in hand, by my desk, I rushed into the street after Cannon. But I was too late. There was no sign of either him or the young Irish girl. They'd both disappeared into thin air.
We'll be landing soon, Mr. Cannon. Oh, I haven't asked you. Have you been to Ireland before?
Yeah, I most certainly have. The Dublin scenery's wonderful.
Most people prefer the countryside.
Yeah, but there are more girls in Dublin.
Really, Mr. Cannon? How do you feel after your ordeal? Any side effects?
No, not a thing. I feel just great.
They're a rough mob in Quentin Gray's department. What did they do to you?
No, it's top secret.
Not to me. You forget I work for the department.
Well, then you should know better than to ask me questions about it.
Well, quite the dedicated soldier, Mr. Cannon.
Mary, my sweet Colleen, I am not a soldier. And if I was, I wouldn't volunteer to act as a guinea pig for General Gray. Now, let's talk about you some more. I mean, military matters are for military men.
I've been entrusted with the task of looking after you. If you don't talk about yourself, how am I to know whether you're fit or not?
Yeah, well, I suppose we can get a dinner in this town we're going to.
We aren't going to a town, Mr. Cannon.
Oh, a holiday resort then?
A country house, nice and secluded.
Just you and me, huh?
Well, there will be other people. You're a VIP, and you're also a security risk. Oh, we're going down.
Tell me, how come we go to Southern Ireland?
And what's wrong with Southern Ireland?
Well, technically, it's a foreign country. They don't usually send hot numbers like me onto foreign soil.
The ways of intelligence are sometimes rather strange, Mr. Cannon. Fasten your seatbelt.
Okay, done.
This is it. Out you get.
Oh, you said secluded. This joint's like a cemetery.
You'll have fun.
You must have a special date. Didn't even take time to say goodbye.
Perhaps he prefers Dublin, too. There's the car over there. It's not far to go.
Say, what's the name of this place, Mary?
Does it matter?
Well, you whip me away in the late afternoon, fly me to Ireland in the pitch dark, land me in a field, dump me in a car, and drive off into the depths of the forest. And just so as you can watch me to see if I get sick. How security conscious can you get?
See those big gates up in front? That's our destination.
Well, we could have walked.
I hate exercise.
Well, what do you know? Is that gate controlled electronically?
Yes, that's the real reason we took the car. There's a device on the bonnet that marries to another on the gate. Without that, there's no way of getting in or out of these grounds.
Like a calaboose. You didn't tell me the name of this place, but now I know. That sounded like the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Guard dogs. They run loose in the grounds. Woe betide anyone who tries to get in here.
Or tries to get out.
Are you nervous, Mr. Cannon?
No. It's just the hairs on the back of my neck. They're waving around like a radar antenna. Hey, this is some shack. All it needs is a rampart and it'll be an Irish castle.
Clever of you. It was an Irish castle once.
It was the most somber holiday resort I ever saw. How come there are no lights?
Rest and relaxation. You'll find out.
At 8 o'clock at night? Oh, more electronic bugs?
In you go.
You know, I feel like stretching my legs after that plane, Jenny. I'll just take a turn around the grounds before we go.
You can't, I'm afraid.
I can't.
The dogs, remember? Listen.
Canine conversation. But if you go with me, I'll be okay.
My orders are to deliver you here safe and sound. Once I've done that, we'll talk about a walk around the grounds.
I'll hold you to that. Well, here we go. Say, do you mind if I strike a match? I mean, I get depressed in the dark.
No need. There.
Come in, Mr. Cannon. Welcome to our humble abode.
Oh, and who are you?
You may go, McCulloch.
Yes, comrade.
Comrade? Here, what's cooking, Buster?
Come over here and make yourself comfortable. Would you care for a cigarette?
No, I use my own brand, comrade.
As you wish. Now, I imagine you are interested to know what fate has befallen you.
Well, that's no maybe. You a commie?
I have my function and my place in the pattern of things.
And I've been kidnapped, is that it?
In a nutshell, as you would say.
Why?
I'll explain. You conducted certain tests today for General Quentin Gray. We were unable to ascertain what those tests were in Woolwich, but we have a contact in the Movements Office. In this way, we were able to discover the fact that you are to be sent to Ireland for rest and observation. It was a simple matter to get to your office ahead of the General's aide-de-camp. Of course, your destination was Northern Ireland. You are in the south, neutral territory.
Oh, I get it. I tell you all I know about these tests, and you let me go home to Mama. No tell, and you give me the captured spy routine.
Almost right. You will tell us everything about those tests, but you will not go home afterwards. That would be dangerous for us. When you have told us what we wish to know, you will be shot.
Oh, well, in that case, you can go jump in the lake, Mr.
I think not, Mr. Cannon. Rather than undergo the little test I have prepared for you, I think you will talk. If you are stubborn, then I'm sure that eventually you will welcome a quick, clean bullet.
Comrade, you're a rat.
Extraordinary. You must have second sight. Come with me. I have something to show you.
Drop dead. Okay, go ahead and shoot. That's how I wind up anyway.
I would not shoot to kill, Mr. Cannon. Just a bullet in the knee, and then I drag you with me.
You think of everything, don't you?
It's important that I do. Come, there's a panel in this wall that opens onto the cellars. Down here, Mr. Cannon. You go first.
Take him! What? Get your hands off me!
Two jailers. They are very strong. It's useless resisting.
If I could just get my hands around your throat for 2 minutes.
It is frustrating, isn't it? Tie him to the table. You see, the table is equipped with steel bands to hold you down. You are quite helpless, and you won't be able to lift a finger. There are two further pieces of equipment. First, this metal mixing bowl. Secondly, this cage, which contains a little pet.
A rat? You brought your mother, comrade.
You will be sorry for that, Mr. Cannon. However, you notice that my pet is fat and well-fed. He's really quite tame. I'll take him out of his cage. There. Now I shall place him on your stomach, and so that he can't escape, I invert the mixing bowl over him. So, you see, there are other straps on the table. They go over the inverted bowl and hold it firmly down.
Can you feel him running around on your stomach, Mr. Cannon?
You swine.
It tickles, doesn't it? My fat little pet is frightened, but not as frightened as you, Mr. Cannon. Soon it will feel the pangs of hunger and must escape from its prison. It cannot know its way out through the steel bowl, so it will take the least line of resistance and eat its way out through you. Goodbye, Mr. Cannon.
I tried desperately to divert his thoughts, but to no avail, as he sweated under the horror of those tiny feet padding round and round under the bowl. The sharp little claws had worn a hole in his shirt, and he gritted his teeth, waiting for the moment when the rat might panic and bury its fangs into his flesh. And then, suddenly...
I know how to work the traps, General. I'll have them free in a minute.
Good girl. Is he all right?
Yes, thank heaven.
Not a mark on him. Well done, Cannon.
Look, if this is your idea of a joke, General, so help me, I'll wipe you and your army out single-handed.
No joke, Cannon, but we've work to do upstairs. I'll leave McCulloch to give you the detail.
Oh, I'm most dreadfully sorry, Mr. Cannon. I work for General Gray in counterintelligence. The enemy thought I was working for them. We had to find out where they had their base. And you, I'm afraid, were the bait we set in the trap.
Bait and trap? An unfortunate choice of words, Miss McCulloch.
The plane that brought us was tracked all the way here. The General was never far away. It's a full bag. They've caught the lot. The whole cell.
Cell is another word I never want to hear again.
Oh, I wish there was some way we could make it up to you.
Well, come to think of it, there is.
What can I do, then?
Come here and I'll show you.
Cannon continued his holiday in Ireland. I felt he deserved it. I've no idea what he did, but General Gray seemed rather annoyed. It seems Miss Mary McCulloch had gone absent without leave.
Hello? Is that Assignments Unlimited, s'il vous plaît?
Mason speaking.
I want you to come to Switzerland.
Really, Mr.
Well, Laurent. Guy Laurent. I am Swiss-French. But I think the peeps will go before I can tell you why I want you to come to l'auberge.
Well, you'd better come and see us then. Will you come today?
Yes, where to, please?
We're at 33, Half Moon Street.
Short-term ghost. Monsieur Laurent didn't look French. In fact, it'd be hard to say that he belonged to any particular nation by his appearance. He was 6 feet tall at least. His hair couldn't have been combed for a very long time. His beard was red, and there was a lot of it. He was untidy, and I felt a little dirty. His profession was even more of a surprise.
I am a partner in a firm of insurance brokers, monsieur, in the canton d'Auberge.
Canton d'Auberge? Where's that?
Switzerland. About 30 miles from Montreux. We drive to Montreux, our most famous neighbor, for outings. They have fine hotels in Montreux.
Monsieur Laurent, what was it you wished to see me about?
Monsieur Mason, I need your help. I will explain. L'Auberge is, of course, at the foot of Mont d'Auberge. It is not famous. No one climbs it, but through a pass in the Mont d'Auberge, one can travel easily into Austria. This pass is the Grenoble Pass. And my firm has been in the habit of issuing, how you call it, yes, I believe you call it short-term policies to insure motorists.
Short-term policies, yes.
Oui, Monsieur Mason. In a short while, we shall be out of business.
Oh, well, why is that?
So many motor cars crash and the occupants are killed.
Traveling through the Grenoble Pass?
Oui.
I see. Well, I'm sorry about that, but I don't quite see how...
The pass is a dangerous one, yes. A car or two a year perhaps might go over the edge. It's a long drop. No one could survive such a drop. A car or two at the most, but not 20 in 3 months.
20?
2 the first month in May, 8 in June, In July, there were 10. And now in August, there have been already 5 crashes, all fatal. And the month is only 7 days old.
Monsieur Laurent, well, I sympathize with you and your company, but, well, I feel that this is a matter for the proper authorities. Surely the road must be closed. Surely you must stop negotiating with motorists, refuse to issue them with these policies, at least until the road has been made safe.
The road is perfectly safe, monsieur.
But how can it be?
I repeat, the road is safe. The accidents were made to happen.
But, well, then, this is a matter for the police.
The police have investigated everything, and they have been unable to find anything. That is why I have come to Assignments Unlimited. I want fresh brains, Monsieur Mason. I must know why these accidents occur.
Yes, but why don't you simply refuse to issue the policies?
My company has a good name in the Canton d'Auberge. We have never refused business. We have been issuing these policies for a number of years. Although I am a patriot, monsieur. I love Switzerland, and more specifically, I love d'Auberge. If there are any who wish to harm other inhabitants, I wish these people to be brought to justice. People or things.
I beg your pardon. Things?
Monsieur, one of the poor people who crashed over the edge was navigating the Grenoble Pass, lived for a short time before being taken to the hospital. He said little before he died, but I have it on good authority that he believed he had been forced over into the chasm by a ghost car.
Good heavens.
A ghost car with 1,000 dead lights that screamed at him from out of the night.
We at Assignments Unlimited had not to date attempted to exorcise a ghost. I was quite ready to believe that for some reason motor cars were being made to crash, but ghost cars... There I was quite out of sympathy. I'm the complete skeptic. I thought I'd ask Cameron his views on the subject.
Yep.
Cameron?
Go on switchboard duty, Chief. Anything I can do for you?
Yes, you can come up here at once. By the way, what's happened to Miss Fairweather?
Day off. Gone to see her grandma. I thought I'd man the board for another half hour and then go and see my grandpa.
Cameron, do you believe in ghosts?
Come again, Chief?
Do you believe in ghosts?
No, but I'm scared of them.
Canon was perfectly happy to go to Switzerland. Monsieur Laurent assured me he would meet him at d'Auberge station. There was no airport in 4 days, providing he wired him from Zurich and told him the time his train would arrive at d'Auberge. I convinced Canon that this was an assignment, not a holiday, but it was difficult to persuade him to leave his skiing togs in London.
Monsieur Canon?
Oh, hello. Are you Mr. Laurent?
I am. Welcome to the Canton d'Auberge.
Well, it was no trouble at all.
You look, monsieur, if you pardon my saying so, very American. I know what you think. I do not look typically Swiss.
No, I wasn't thinking that.
I am an individualist, monsieur. I love Switzerland, but I have no wish to be taken for one of our sons wherever I go. The car is waiting, monsieur. No doubt there is much you wish to ask me. So, monsieur, there you have it, no? The whole story, just as I told it to your superior.
Tell me, Monsieur Laurent.
My friends call me Guy.
Oh, sure. Look, do you believe in this spook stuff yourself?
I do not know, monsieur. I do know that it does not pay to be skeptical. There are things in the unseen world that we cannot divine. Spectres lurk in remote and secret places. It is unwise to dismiss the possibility that a friend drives a car along that mountain pass, forcing people to their deaths.
No, you're no skeptic. Look, don't go on like that, will you? I mean, you're going to have me flying back home.
The Assyrians dreaded those ghosts who were unable to sleep in their graves, but who came forth and perpetually roamed up and down the face of the earth.
Yeah, well, how'd we get to Assyria, Monsieur...
Guy.
Huh? Oh, yeah, Guy. Well, look, let's be factual about this. I mean, otherwise what you need is an exorciser and not an investigator. When can I drive along this pass?
You wish to drive along the pass?
Sure, there's nothing like investigating the scene of the crime, if it is a crime.
It is a crime. Many crimes. Whatever is responsible is monstrous. Oh, one thing I forgot to tell you.
And what's that?
The accidents only occur in the night.
Never in daylight?
No, monsieur. You see, people prefer to begin their drive into Austria when they are fresh and feeling untired. The last part of their journeys can be completed in daylight. Or, if they drive fast, they will reach the border even before it is light.
Well, why don't they just change their minds and drive it all in daylight if it's safer?
Many of our people are stubborn, monsieur. They believe the others are the bad drivers, and such a fate cannot happen to them. It has become something of a challenge, you see. Rudolph. May I introduce Monsieur Canon from London? Monsieur Canon, Rudolph Miller, area manager of our company, La Société Anonyme d'Assurance Générale.
How do you do?
I am pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. Canon.
Monsieur Canon wishes to make the drive through the Grenoble Pass.
Oh, is that so?
Oui.
You wish to do this in daytime, of course, Mr. Canon.
No, I thought I'd do it at nighttime when the spook's supposed to do its spooking.
You realize, of course, that of the cost negotiate the Grenoble Pass in recent months...
Yeah, I know, but I mean, if nothing happens when it's light, then there's no point in wasting time, is there?
There is, Monsieur Canon. A very valid point, eh? You must make the drive in the daytime before attempting the nighttime drive. Then you will know the route well, and there will be no danger.
You know something? Huh? I need my head examined. Why didn't I think of that?
Cameron told me afterwards that he thought he'd had a brainstorm at the time. No one in their right mind would attempt a dangerous drive at night without first checking their course in daylight. Cameron had been having quite a few successes in various rallies during his spare time in England. Perhaps this made him a little cocksure. However, he completed the trip a day later, and 2 days after that, a Saturday it was, he was ready for the night trip.
You are quite satisfied then, Mr. Cannon?
Yeah, there's nothing dangerous about this drive. I don't understand. I mean, if these people were used to the route, they should have been able to do it blindfold at night. Something made them crash, that's for sure.
Well, you understand the controls of the car. Left-hand drive. The gears
I'm an American, Herr Muller.
I'm sorry, of course.
And I've already put this thing through its paces.
Yes, of course. I will lend you mine, you know. It's a far swifter machine.
No thanks, Mr. Muller. I'll stick to something I know about.
I wish you good luck, then.
Thanks. Maybe I should take along some garlic and stick candles all over. Oh, never mind.
Oh, garlic?
It's good for snuffing out ghosts. So long.
Goodbye, Mr. Cannon.
I'll be back Sunday night, huh?
What? Oh, yes, surely.
Bend number 5 after the 17-mile mark coming up. Easy does it, boy. I'm not breaking any records today. It's a long way down. Now, before 20 miles, there's a dip. We go down to the next bend. There's a long stretch where the road narrows. And that's where the rocks are covered with lichens. Well, I'm not going to be able to see much. 19 miles. Here we go. Down. Nothing wrong with this baby. Down and round. Hey, what? Hey, you darn fool! Hey, look out!
Cannon was found early the next morning by a traveller from Vienna, who rounded a small bend beyond the one Cannon had so very nearly lost his life taking. There was a great danger for a minute of a second pile-up, for Cannon's car had swerved into the rock face, bounced off, skidded along the edge of the pass, crossed the narrow road again, and had come to rest upon its side, miraculously in a small concave, a hole in the side of the rock. His speed, not being so great as other motorists along the pass, Cannon had left room for error, just. He had a multitude of bruises and abrasions, but nothing was broken. The thing that puzzled my intrepid operator most was what had happened to the oncoming car. For the car had driven straight at him, and also, when he returned to consciousness, why was he wearing only his underpants?
I don't care. Ghosts don't wear clothes. They don't wear shoes and socks, and they don't need French francs or traveler's checks. And furthermore, they don't give a hang about the time, so where's my watch?
Monsieur, I saw none of these things. I came around the bend in the road and poof! There you was all over the place. Blood. You've never seen so much blood.
That was from my nose. Look, and I'm not accusing you of taking anything, monsieur. I'm grateful to you, more grateful than I can say for fixing me up.
I was thinking I would die myself. I was thinking, here is calamity. I was thinking, here is great danger. I was thinking of my wife and my children. My little Felix, Hans, Martha, Anna, Paul, baby Peter, and little Josephine.
You had time to think all that much?
I prayed hard. My breaks would be good.
I shall arrange for your return to London, Mr. Cannon.
Return to London? What for?
You were almost killed, Mr. Cannon. You do not wish to continue with this investigation now, do you?
I certainly do. Somebody tried to kill me on this blasted Pass Grenoble. When that sort of thing happens, Cannon gets angry, Herr Muller. He gets very angry.
But my company would absolve you from all further duties connected with this business. I will make a telephone call to your Mr. Mason at London, and I'm sure he will agree.
Look, whether he agrees or not, I am staying here to find out why the Pass Grenoble spook wears big, thick rubber boots. Okay?
Monsieur Cannon, I will go now, Monsieur Cannon.
What? Oh, yeah, look. Well, thanks again.
It was a pleasure, Monsieur.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, I'm going to tell my darling wife and little Felix and Hans.
Yeah, great. Thanks. Yeah, and give them all my love, Monsieur, will you?
But I will, Monsieur. Goodbye, Herr Muller.
Goodbye. Whatever happens, you must stay for a few weeks here in your hotel. You cannot do a thing until all is properly healed, yes?
No. I don't feel in the mood for any more hauntings just now. But tomorrow I want to make that drive again.
Then I think you are being very foolish, Mr. Cannon.
That's my affair.
It is also my affair. I'm employing you.
Yeah, well, I'm going to act like I think I should act. You better ring Mr. Mason. And it was Monsieur Laurent who employed Assignments Unlimited to employ me in the first place.
Goodbye, Mr. Cannon.
Goodbye. Miller, I don't trust you one little inch. Hello, reception. Yes. What? Well, look, I'd like to speak to someone. Yeah, okay. Doesn't speak American. Hello? Yeah, look, I'd like to put a call through to the offices of La Société Anonyme d'Assurance Générale, please. Yeah, well, I guess it'll be in the book, but there's no book here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, sure. As soon as you can get them, okay? Thanks. Then let's have a look. Boy, I'm crazy about hotel reading there. Now, where else in the world would they go to all the trouble of putting English books by the bed for me to read? What's this? The Hollow Tree House Mystery by Enid Blyton. Further. Looks like junior-sized James Bond for tiny tots.
Monsieur, this is for you.
Huh? Oh, thanks. What is it?
It's your medicine, monsieur. Monsieur Laurent arranged with the doctor who was here earlier.
Okay. Never could understand how drinking can help a busted head and bruises.
Comment, monsieur?
I'll forget about it. Hello, room 4, Cannon speaking.
Hello, Mr. Cannon. Tyler here.
Oh, you from the Insurance General?
Yes. I instructed Laurent to go to London. Look, I'm sorry we haven't met. I'm sorry, too, about the accident. You asked me to ring you.
Yeah, look, I wanted to know about your Herr Muller. Say, how come you're English?
Well, I was born in Surrey, you know.
No, I mean, I thought that... Just hang on a minute.
Well, you see, the firm's only a subsidiary of a larger syndicate. I'm here for 3 years as general manager.
Yeah, hey!
I say, what's up?
I've got a visitor here, a dog. He's busted the glass, and he's now drinking my medicine. Anyway, look, what do you know about Muller?
Muller? He's an area manager for the Canton du Berg.
Yeah, but what sort of guy is he? I mean, if I'm not out of step asking these questions.
Oh, no, not at all, of course not. Well, Herr Muller isn't a nice man at all, actually. In fact, I don't think he'll be with us much longer. He said he was promised the appointment to succeed Legray as general manager here. And then when I turned up, I'm afraid I wasn't popular at all. I think he knows his job's not safe. He's also... I shouldn't really tell you this, but... Well, anyway, look, keep it yourself, will you?
Mm-hmm.
He's a bit of a gambler. Owes an awful lot of money. All over the place.
Hey, come on, boy.
I beg your pardon?
Well, look, thanks a million, Mr. Tyler. I'm sorry I got to rush. I'll ring you back, huh? Hey, come on, boy. Come on, get up. Come here. Boy, you poor little... And that medicine was mine.
The dog, belonging to another visitor to the hotel,
must have been very thirsty. It had drunk Cannon's medicine, so thoughtfully provided by Monsieur Laurent, and had died 3 minutes later.
But I beg of you, believe me, monsieur, I arranged for the medicine to be collected and for the waiter to bring it to you, huh? I never saw it from the first to the last. Mr. Cannon, again something has attempted to kill you. Herr Müller is right. I think you should not continue. I've informed the police once more of our suspicions, and they are going to have the road through the pass closed until further notice. It is...
when are they closing it?
Tonight, I believe. Monsieur, what are you doing? You must rest, huh?
Oh, my holiday with Hollow Tree House has been cut short.
Ah, you found the books I wrote for you.
Yeah, you're very kind, and I hope the books are tastier than the drink.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to see which of the fraternities on shift at Grenoble tonight.
Monsieur, it was only your assurance that ghosts do not wear boots that tempted me to accompany you tonight.
Well, you heard my views. I'd rather you stayed behind.
Monsieur, you do not suspect me in any way. Be honest.
Oh, it had crossed my mind.
Does it still cross your mind?
Well, let's say it's not so insistent now you're with me. I figured if anything's going to happen to me, you too will be landed in trouble, and I reckon you'd be a funny kind of guy to want that to go on.
Monsieur Cannon, you should change. I need not have warned you.
Monsieur Laurent, I wouldn't like to drive far with you.
I will not speak again.
Oh, no, that's all right. I want you to. I want to know what you think of Rudolf Müller.
Müller, he's a strange man, but I don't believe him to be involved with this affair.
You don't want to believe it. Well, we're a mile from where it happened now.
Monsieur,
look, you're going to be very lonely if you get out now.
No, I will stay with you. This is important to me.
Okay, here we go. You made those seatbelts tight? Yeah, well, nothing happened. You can open your eyes, monsieur. The road's clear. No ghost walks tonight.
Thank heavens. We cannot turn around here. We must go on. Huh? There's a place where we can turn about 6 miles from here. Oh, but my belt is very tight, Monsieur Cannon.
No dice. We're going on to the end of the pass.
Oh. Not too swiftly, please, monsieur. No, monsieur. Monsieur Cannon, there's a car.
Hold tight, will you?
No, stop. It will not let us pass it.
Let go of the wheel. Laurent, get your hands off the wheel. Well, there's your ghost. See the glass?
We drove through
a mirror. Those headlights we saw were our own.
But why?
Well, the ghouls made pretty rich pickings from the cars that went over the side, but not rich enough to warrant this. No, something doesn't fit. There must be something else. And I've got an idea what that something is. Come on, let's go. What time? Yeah. Okay, thanks, Tyler. Yeah, I hope so, too. No, I'm not as shocked as you are. Thanks. Miller's beaten it.
He has gone?
That's pretty conclusive, I guess. He left about 4 a.m.
But has he taken...
Yes, he took the way through the pass. They must have missed him by half an hour. I told Tyler what I thought before we left, and he called the cops. They're after him now.
Oh, they cannot catch him, monsieur. He drives a Grollet.
A what?
Oh, it is a car that is rare, monsieur. One might say it is his own invention. The Grollet has, as Miller was so pleased to tell anyone who listened, a 7.5-liter engine. It is capable of a speed of 140 miles an hour.
Well, that won't help him along the pass.
No, monsieur, but he is at a start upon the police, surely?
2 hours or more, I guess. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Once over the border into Austria, he can abandon his motor car. No, I do not believe we shall catch him.
Yep, Cannon. Yeah. You don't say. Well, I'll be...
What is it, monsieur?
No, that's right. Yeah, I guess what was left of the mirror. Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks a lot, Tyler. Yeah, I guess it does. So long.
Was that what...
Yeah, you were wrong about Muller. 7.5 liters didn't help him at all.
But why?
He went over the edge where we hit the mirror last night.
Why? It must have been light passing. And there was no mirror to see his lights in. Anyway, he knew what it was.
You're barking up the wrong tree, Monsieur Laurent. Rudolf Müller did 70 around the bend where I slowed to 40 and ran slap into what was left of the mirror. He must have had 4 blowouts at once.
It wasn't entirely greed.
that prompted Rudolf Muller to erect the great mirror in the Place de Grenoble. After all, what valuables there were left when a car plunged hundreds of feet down a mountainside wouldn't make a rich man a Muller. No, robbery was a secondary motive. His first concern was for revenge. Revenge upon La Société Anonyme d'Assurance Générale, who he considered owed him a living on its board of directors. The fact that it would have taken more than a couple of dozen deaths and car wrecks to break a company of that size didn't enter into it. Muller obviously didn't think that far. Oh, it was Muller, by the way, who poisoned Cannon's drink at the hotel. Cannon now threatens to employ someone to taste everything he drinks. He also has an immense affection for small dogs.
Master?
Yes, Tournois. I wish a message to be conveyed to the man who calls himself the peddler.
Yes, Master.
He is to meet a man in the west end of the city. I am informed that he has those at his disposal who might ease the predicament that faces us in the temple. See to it that the peddler leaves without delay.
Where is this man to be found in the west end, Master?
The address given me is 33 Half Moon Street.
Food for the dragon. When this fair weather announced a gentleman in the outer office as the peddler, I half expected to be accosted by an encyclopedia salesman. But the little man who was ushered in hadn't brazened the portals of my inner sanctum to peddle anywheres. He was merely acting as agent for a strange and rather novel client, a Chinaman, dignitary of an Oriental temple in Lambeth. There was nothing Chinese about the peddler. His flashy suiting placed him in the more seamy area of the East End, while his accent betrayed his humble birth in some south of England dockland. His request for assistance was simple enough, even if the location was unusual.
Well, it's a Chinese temple, Mr. Mason, in Lambeth. Not so easy to spot if you drive past. Set back from the road a bit. You'll find it on the corner of China Walk and Coster Street, just off the Lambeth Walk. Yeah, do you know the place?
We can find it easily enough, Mr. Peddler?
Yeah, well, the peddler's what they call me. Silly, if you like.
Haven't you a surname, then?
Well, if I ever had, I never heard it. My old man was a sailor. His ship passed in the night.
And what is it you want us to do in this Chinese temple?
Crack a dragon. Do you know anything about temples, Mr. Mason?
Not Chinese ones.
Well, I'll tell you then. Yeah, well, I don't understand so much myself, you know. They burn joss sticks around the place, and there's this red dragon right up one end.
Where we would have an altar.
Well, I wouldn't know about that, Mr. Mason. His temple's the only one I've ever been in, and I only go there when Tong wants something done. He's the mush, you know.
The priest?
Yeah, well, something like that. Now, as he tells it to me, the mouth of this dragon opens up like a door in a safe. But the lock's jammed, see? And he can't get it open. So he wants you to come and, well, crack the dragon.
Well, wouldn't you have been better advised to go to a locksmith?
Well, it's not that kind of lock, Mr. Mason. If it was ordinary tumblers, I could have cracked it myself. Now, this thing was made thousands of years ago, and not even Tong knows how it works. It's got to be busted open.
And that's beyond your ability?
No, but he don't trust me working alone in there. I've got a record, you see.
Well, I must say you're very frank, Peddler. When does Mr. Tong want us to, crack this dragon?
As soon as you can, Mr. Mason. He's sweating on the top line.
All right, I'll send a man over right away. The corner of China Walk and Coster Street, you say?
Yeah, that's right. Pull the bell rope on the iron door, and his Sheila will open it for you.
Sheila?
Yeah, well, she's young enough to be his granddaughter, but you can never tell with these foreigners, can you, Mr. Mason?
Well, I really wouldn't know, Peddler. But do you know the young lady's name?
Tournois.
Chinese?
As an Hong Kong junk. Nice-looking doll, though. Sweet-tempered as a lark. Well, that's about it, then. I'll tell Tong that you'll be over this morning, right?
Right.
Thanks, Mr. Mason. Oh, look, and If there's a bit of commission on the side, you can find me any night at the Lord Palmerston in Old Paradise Street.
I'll attend to that too, Pedlar.
Man's got to live, you know.
Oh, I know. Goodbye, Pedlar.
Cheerio, Mr. Mason.
Cameron!
Yeah?
Come in a minute, will you?
Okay.
Well, Cameron, there's a job in a Chinese temple.
Yeah, what's she like?
Chinese as a Hong Kong junk. What the devil are you talking about?
I thought you were doing the talking.
The job is an assignment. Their Chinese idol, a dragon, has got jammed up. We have to get it open. That little man was a go-between for the high priest, Tong. The temple's on the corner of...
China Walk and Casa Street, I know it.
Do you know Pedlar?
No, but I've seen the little man in that area. He drinks at the Lord Palmerston. Not only that, but you left your talk key down on the intercom and I heard the whole conversation.
Well, why didn't you say so?
You didn't ask me.
No, all right. Well, will you go and look at it first, or will you take some tools with you?
Well, I may as well take some tools with me. A jemmy, a crowbar, and a Birmingham spanner. That's slang talk for a hammer.
Explosive?
You think I might have to blow this thing?
Well, it must be pretty well stuck, or they wouldn't have sent for us.
Okay, I'll give the dragon toothache with a pound of plastic high explosive. There's some HE fuse in the store cupboard, and you've got some detonators in your desk drawer.
Try not to blow up the whole temple.
To blow up Oriental would be quite occidental.
No, why don't you get on with it?
That's just what I'm going to do, Chief. Blow.
Half an hour later, equipped like a safe burglar on holiday, Cannon walked up to the heavy iron door of the temple in Casa Street and pulled on the silk rope that hung from the high rafters over the door. A gong sounded deep inside the building.
Wow.
May I be of assistance to you?
Any time. I mean, my name's Cannon. I'm from Assignments Unlimited. I've come about the dragon.
Oh, yes. Please to come inside.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, my arms are full of this stuff. Will you take off my hat for me?
Not necessarily in Chinese temple. Come.
Sure. Say, this is some place you got here. It's beautiful. Smells like
Yes?
like a Chinese temple. Hey, you're beautiful too. What's your name?
Tunwa.
That's a nice name. You married or anything?
Not married or anything. That wagon is over here.
Say, how long have you lived in London?
A few years. Now you see the mouth of that wagon is closed. It has a locking device and it is jammed shut. We cannot open it. It is important that it is opened.
Do you ever get a night off?
You do not pay attention.
Oh, but I do.
You think you can make Lagan's mouth open?
Yeah, I guess so. One way or another. I'll try the jemmy first. That won't cause much damage. If I have to blow that thing, it won't improve its appearance. Come to think of it, how could you improve a dragon's appearance? Okay, you leave it to me, ma'am.
I am to sit here with you. There is tea on the brazier.
Oh, you don't trust me, huh?
I have my instructions.
Sure. Okay. Well, here goes with the jemmy. Nope. No, it just won't budge. Sorry, I'll have to blow.
Please?
Explosive, you know. Psst, boom.
Oh.
But you better check with your boss if it's all right. Say, what's that?
It is of no importance. You may make explosion.
Okay. I'd like to see how I do it. I mean, you might as well, since you're sitting there anyway.
I shall show concentrated interest.
Well, this stuff that looks like plasticine is called PHE. It's a high explosive. I use it like putty and cram it into the crack that runs around the dragon's mouth, like this, you see. When it blows, it should crack the metal all around the dragon's mouth. If I make a miscalculation, it'll blow the dragon to pieces. Now you must leave.
I sit to watch.
Yeah, but I can't light the fuse until you're safely out of the way. It's dangerous.
If it is dangerous for me, then it must be dangerous for you.
No. I shall hide behind that statue of Mao Zedong there.
That is Confucius.
Oh, sorry. Well, we can't light it until you go. Say, how many times do they eat in this joint?
I go to end of temple. Please to remain out of sight after explosion.
What changed your mind? That gong?
I will rejoin you here when explosion made.
Okay. Well, what do you know? A female watchdog. Can't say that I blame her. What a heyday the vandals would have had in this antique shop. It's creepy when you're all alone. Okay, Cannon, get it over with. Now, where did I put those matches? Okay, here we go. Well, open like a charm. Say, that dragon's got a mouth as big as a whale.
Come away! Come away!
What's that?
You are not to go near the dragon. I said you must not go near.
Well, I only wanted to see if the blow went off as planned. Look, there's hardly any damage at all. Now, what... Hey, Tournois, do you see what I see?
Please to come away.
Now, how did that thing close itself?
Please, you must go now.
And who's that doll lying inside?
You are mistaken. There is no one inside.
Look, I got eyes, baby. How long was that thing stuck?
4 days. Now, please to go.
4 days? That woman's been in there for 4 days. Listen, you better tell that gong-happy guy inside there to open up the dragon's maw.
There is something that bothers you, Mr. Cannon?
Now, who are you?
I am Tong.
Well, there's a woman inside that idol, and I want her out.
Impossible?
If you don't open it up, I'll break it open myself, friend.
Your explosive is finished, I think.
Look, if you don't play ball, I'll leave here and come back with the Scotland Yard murder squad. I got a feeling there's something phony going on here.
As you wish, Mr. Cannon.
Yeah, and while I'm gone, you get rid of the body, huh? Clever boy. Where's the telephone?
No telephone, Mr. Cannon.
Okay, if that's how you want it. I'll get the cops. And if I know anything about Inspector Bottomley, he'll take this place apart and you with it. That's him now, Inspector. He bangs that thing more times than the quizmaster.
The mouth of the dragon is open now, see?
What's it? Well, so it is. I told you that Oriental mastermind would get rid of the body.
Is that the girl you saw?
She's still in there.
Is that the same girl you saw?
Well, I only had a second or so. She looks the same sort of clothing.
Come on.
You want me to go inside that thing?
You don't have to.
Okay, well, you lead, I'll follow. I just get goose pimples, that's all.
These places are a little unnerving, aren't they?
Well, Inspector?
She's still breathing. She looks all right. Is in a trance. Hey, wake up. Wake up, miss. Oh, she's either in a trance or drugged.
Oh, I suppose Tong couldn't get away in time. Say, take a look at this place. That dragon's mouth is only a door into this inner temple.
Of course, the girl might have a perfectly legitimate reason for being here.
She's not Chinese.
That's not necessarily important. Well, we better go out into the fresh air. Come on, help me, Cannon.
Okay. Hey, the dragon's mouth, it's closed us in.
It's only shut. Try and open it.
No dice. When that thing closes, you can't open it again. I tried before. Had to use explosives to break the mechanism. But it still locks itself.
Well, we can't stay in here. We'll have to get out somehow.
Well, that dragon's mouth is the only egress and exit. I guess we'll have to wait for Tong to let us out. Hey.
What is it?
Suppose Tong doesn't want to let us out. You know, I've got a nasty feeling we've walked into a trap.
Mr. Bottomley's face clouded in anger. He felt his dignity to be outraged by the temporary imprisonment in the secret inner sanctum of a Chinese temple. It never for a moment occurred to him that his life might be in danger. Cannon, after a cursory inspection of their prison, turned his attention to the girl lying on the floor. She was quite beautiful, lying in a deep sleep, as though waiting for some Prince Charming to arrive and awaken her. Cannon's method of revival was, however, not as romantic as the legendary prince.
Hey, come on, snap out of it.
Easy, Cannon, easy. She may not be drugged, you know.
Well, she's coming to, I think, Inspector. Come on, wake up, baby. The dress you're wearing must have cost all of $100, and sleeping on a Chinese carpet won't improve.
You're right. She is coming round.
How do you think she got in here?
I suggest you wait until she wakes up and ask her.
Come on. Hey. How are you feeling, babe?
Who are you? What am I doing here?
You passed out, I think.
Tom.
No, he's in the outside temple. We can't get out and he can't get in.
You the police?
He is. Inspector Bottomley of the yard.
At your service, miss. Mind telling us who you are and how you got here?
My name is Grace Dalton. As to how I got here, I don't know. I don't even know where I am.
Well, if this was a real live dragon, you'd be round about where he digests his supper. This is the altar in the Chinese temple on Casa Street in Lambeth.
Still a bit hazy.
Yes, so are we, but you mentioned the name Tong. If you know the high priest, you must know where his temple is.
Yes. Yes, I do know. I came to see Tong. I had tea with him and... Well, then everything went hazy. I don't remember anything after that. Until I woke up here. With you.
Then you were drugged. Tong must have put something in your tea.
Yes. Well, I suppose that's what must have happened.
Why did you come to see Tong in the first place?
I had some business to attend to.
Monkey business?
Are you from the police, too?
No, I came here to open up this tin can we're now imprisoned in. I saw you lying on the floor, and Tong closed the mouth of the dragon and denied that anybody was here, so I called the cops.
We came in after you, and the door slammed shut on us.
Then we're prisoners of Tong?
Not for long, Miss Dalton. When I don't report back, the yard will send someone to investigate.
You know, Inspector, I've been looking at this place. It's made like a tomb, and it's soundproof. Your men might arrive at the temple, but what's to prevent Tong telling them you left? They'd never guessed that the mouth of this dragon opens onto an inner room.
You've got something there, Cannon. But then why should Tong make us prisoner? He knows that I'm a police officer, and he'll have to face the consequences when I'm finally released.
If he does release us...
What's it?
Why should Tong release us?
Well, you're not suggesting that he'll hold us prisoner forever.
She means that Tong might give us the old... Okay, Miss Dalton. I figure that this is where you tell us all you know about old Father Tong. What business did you have with him? How's that for a start?
Well, I'm employed by a firm of importers. Much of our work is representing principals in Hong Kong, bric-a-brac and so on. I called on Tong to discuss the purchase of some goods. He's been a customer of ours for some time now.
That's all?
Well, what else could there be?
I don't know. But when you came round, you sure were worried about this guy, Tom. In fact, you didn't sound like he was a friendly buyer after a few joss sticks and Chinese idols. Now, come on, baby. What else do you know about this Oriental gentleman?
I told you the truth. I have no reason to be afraid of Tong. It's just this place. It unnerves me.
No, we'll get nowhere by arguing the toss. The simple fact is we're locked up in this place and can't get out. For all we know, the secret door may have locked on us by accident. If it took cannon and high explosive to get it open in the first place, it could well be that the Chinese owner is at this moment trying his best to get us out of here. Why, what is it, Miss Dalton?
Look.
What?
Look, over by the drapes on the wall.
Say, white smoke. Come on, Inspector. If these curtains catch fire, we'll be roasted in here like a Canton casserole.
Get that, Cannon. Get that.
What is it?
Gas. Some sort of gas coming from the eyes of a small effigy of a Buddha on the wall.
Oh, so Tong was trying to get us out, eh? He can hear every word we've spoken to each other.
Go to the far end of the chamber, both of them.
It won't help, Inspector. In 10 minutes, this place will be full of gas anyway.
Good evening. My name's Mason. I'm from Assignments Unlimited. I sent a man down to open up a door for you. He hasn't returned, and I wondered what had happened to him.
The man called Cannon?
Yes, is he still here?
He left several hours ago with another man.
Who was that, may I ask?
A gentleman calling himself Bottomley.
Bottomley? Inspector Bottomley?
I think that was the name.
Well, what were the police doing here?
That I do not know.
Look here, do you mind if I come inside for a minute?
It is permitted. Come.
Thank you. I'd like to see the man in charge, if that's possible.
Tong.
Well, that was the name I was given.
I will summon him. Please excuse. Will you please be seated? Perhaps I may be permitted to bring you refreshment?
No, thank you. I wonder if I could look at Cannon's handiwork.
Please?
He was to have opened up the metal jaws of an imitation dragon. I wondered if he was successful.
Most successful.
Oh, I didn't see you arrive. Are you the man they call Tong?
I am honored to meet you. You were inquiring about the work your man performed for us. The dragon is there at the end of the temple. As you see, it is now open. The work was carried out with precision, and your man left.
This young lady says he had someone with him.
That is true. They left together.
Look, Tong, I don't like this. Cannon's a most reliable man. He hasn't reported in, and it's most unlike him. What was Inspector Bottomley doing here in any case?
They came to inspect the inner temple opened for us by your Mr. Cannon. You would perhaps wish to inspect it yourself?
Yes, I would.
Please to come this way. As you will see, the work was most expertly done, but alas, the door will no longer close. It is to be expected. Your man used high explosive. There. You may inspect it yourself?
You say it won't close?
No longer, I fear.
Oh, it's a room inside, a large room.
The private temple for meditation. Walk inside, Mr. Mason, and look around at your leisure. I have a few things that need my attention. Summon me when you require to leave.
No, I won't bother, Mr. Tong, thank you. I'll leave now. The young lady will let me out.
Well, what do you know? It ain't Mr. Mason.
Peddler, I want a word with you.
Here, have a drink.
Well, in a minute. Can we sit in the corner?
In the back, yeah. That's the good thing about the Lord Palmerston. Plenty of places to talk privately. Here, come on then. Come this way. All right. What is it?
You mentioned a commission when last we met in my office.
Well, a man's got to live, you know, Mr. Mason.
Yes, a man has to live. Especially my man Cannon.
Here, I don't get it. You speaking in riddles, mate?
No, Peddler. But I want you to help me if you can. I'll pay you well.
Here, now you're talking my language. What do you want me to do, then?
Firstly, how well do you know this Chinaman Tong?
Tong? Known him on and off for about 5 years. Why?
Is he above board?
You mean is he bent? Crooked? I don't know, mate. Never asked him.
I see. And how well do you know the temple? For instance, is there any other way out besides the front door?
Maybe.
I must know, Peddler. It might be a matter of life or death.
How much?
£10.
Here, make it a pony.
All right.
There's a trap door at the back. Leads down to the sewer. The one that runs across the Archbishop's Park and comes out into the river under Lambeth Bridge. I know Tong uses it, but I don't know what for.
I do, Peddler. I know exactly what he uses it for.
What are you going to do, Mr. Mason?
I'm going to ring the police, Peddler. I can only pray that I'm not too late. Tong was apprehended in the motor launch under the Lambeth Bridge. Cannon, Bottomley, and the girl Grace Dalton we found trussed up by the water's edge, fortunately little the worse for their experience. The four of us returned to the office, impatient to hear what Grace Dalton had to say.
Everything I told the inspector was true, Mr. Mason. Tong brought consignments of Confucius idols from my firm, or several dozen a month. The other day I accidentally knocked one over and it broke. It was full of white powder. I took it around to him to apologize. He offered me tea, and the next thing I knew was being on the floor of that inner temple.
The white powder being dope. Clever way of smuggling it.
Yes, but Tong, whatever his faults, was no murderer. He put you, Miss Dalton, out of the way in the Dragon's Temple, and then couldn't get the door open. That's where Cannon came in. And if he hadn't rushed up to see his handiwork and spotted you, Miss Dalton, heaven knows where you'd be now.
Clever boy. And he nearly got away with it. But there's one thing I don't understand, Chief. You'd have wound up with us if you'd gone into that inner temple. What made you change your mind?
When Tong invited me inside, the girl Tunwa stood behind him. She shook her head.
The girl, of course, we didn't pick her up. I'll send out an alert.
Oh, I wouldn't, Inspector. It might be embarrassing for me. She was about to walk out of that sewer mouth and into the arms of the police. She saw me, and I shook my head.
Are you serious, Mason?
Why not? One good turn deserves another, Inspector.
Assignments Unlimited.
Good afternoon. Are you open for business after hours?
If you make an appointment, madam, yes.
6 o'clock this evening?
Certainly, madam. May I ask who's calling?
Mrs. Lavery Manners. I'm ringing from Queen's Gate, and I'd like to discuss a small business matter with you.
I'll make an appointment for you to see Mr. Mason, then.
I see only your phone number in the newspaper. What is your address?
33 Half Moon Street.
Mrs. Lavery Manners was the living embodiment of her name. Her etiquette was impeccable. She swept into my office like a galleon in full sail, and, divesting herself of a priceless mutation mink, proffered a hand weighed to the plimsoll line with diamonds. With a toss of her immaculate coiffure, she introduced herself in those dulcet tones reserved exclusively for the English aristocracy.
Good evening. I'm Mrs. Lavery Manners. You must be Mr. Mason.
I am. Do sit down, Mrs. Lavery Manners.
Thank you. I'm sorry to have come so late, but your girl was most courteous and said you'd wait for me. You see, it's a matter of some urgency.
Oh, we see clients at any time, madam. Now, what's your problem?
Well, it's my dog, Tootsie. You see, he's accustomed to a regular routine, and that entails a walk through the gardens every evening at 8 o'clock. Now, this has been the duty of my butler, but unfortunately, the poor fellow has met with a slight accident and is incapacitated. I have applied to the Labour Bureau for a new butler. Oh, they're so difficult to obtain these days. In the meantime, poor Tootsie is pining away, and I thought you might be in a position to supply me with a man to take him out on his leash. Just until my own butler is well again, or until I find a temporary replacement from the Bureau.
Oh, nothing could be easier, Mrs. Lavery Manners. What time would you want him to report and where?
Oh, thank you so much. You don't know what a relief it is to find someone reliable. My address is 17 Queen's Gate, South Kensington. You know, just near the Victoria and Albert Museum. I'm sure your man will find it easily enough.
Oh, he's well acquainted with London. He'll know where it is.
Thank you again, Mr. Mason. If he could report at 7:45, I'd like him to come acquainted with Tootsie before his first run.
I'll see he's there on time, madam.
And then I'll bid you good evening, Mr. Mason.
Good evening. A matter of some urgency. Whoever dreamed up that expression, it's a dog's life. Yes?
The lady's left, sir, but the perfume lingers on.
Why haven't you gone home, Miss Fairweather?
The lady said the matter was of some urgency, sir, so I thought I'd better stay around for a while.
Well, I'm touched by your loyalty, Miss Fairweather.
Well, I was waiting for Cannon anyway.
Cannon? Is he coming here?
Yes, sir. We're going to the Flicks.
You were going to the Flicks? Cannon has work to do, tonight.
Oh, it always happens when it's Gregory Peck.
17 Queen's Gate. Well, Cannon, you must admit it's rather nice.
Yeah. I wonder what the chief's charging for this dog walk.
Why don't you ask the wealthy widow?
Well, we don't even know if she is a widow.
Ring the bell, Cannon. A faint heart never won a fair French poodle.
Okay.
Yes?
Oh, evening, ma'am. My name's Cannon. I'm from Assignments Unlimited.
You've come to take out Tootsie?
Well, that's the general idea, ma'am, yes.
Good. The tradesman's entrance is right on the corner. If you go round to the kitchen, I'll fetch the dog in his lead.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Cannon, you rough old proletarian. Head for the kitchen. Who knows? The lady might even give you a cup of tea.
Yeah, out of a tin mug.
Oh, cheer up, Cannon. It's a lovely night under the stars and really quite romantic in the gardens.
Yeah, surrounded by an iron fence 10 feet high. I feel like I was in jail. Come to think of it, I'd rather be in jail than at the beck and call of an old pussyfoot like this one.
Here's the turning. And there's a number on the back of the house, too.
Well, that must be him. Yeah, you ring this time.
Right. Come in. Come in. Don't mind Tootsie. He's quite harmless.
Is that Tootsie?
Yes. You're to take him twice round the park. He needs plenty of exercise.
But that's no poodle.
I didn't say Tootsie was a poodle. A greyhound.
Greyhound? That monster's pitch black. No, sorry. It's just a manner of speaking, you know.
Who's this with you?
Oh, Miss Fairweather, the switchboard girl. She's keeping me company.
I asked for only one person.
So, you got two.
Oh, well, I'll get the lead. If you'll excuse me.
Crummy joint, this. Old tinsel and glitter in front and a chuck wagon of a kitchen in the back. Well, the old girl sure carries her class distinction to giddy heights.
Cannon, come and look here.
What is it?
Look down the passage. The place is unfurnished.
Well, maybe she just moved in.
Well, that's unlikely.
Can you think of a better explanation?
Shh, she's coming back. Here we are, the lead and collar. Come, Tootsie. There's a good boy. That's right. Now, Mr. Cannon, twice round the park, and then bring him back to the back door again. That's all, I think.
Okay, ma'am.
Twice round this place. Well, that puts the kibosh on Gregory Peck. Oh, it'll take ages.
Yeah. Well, maybe we could tie him to a tree and look at the stars.
Duty is duty, Cannon. We walk him for an hour, just like the lady said.
Okay. Say, tell you what. Let's see if we can get him to start up a rabbit, sort of pass the time.
If you let go of that lead, you might lose him, and then the fat will be in the fire.
Taking the dog for a walk, mate?
No, we're off to the preacher for a special license.
Oh, funny, eh? Give me the lead and I'll walk him for you.
Stranger, look, I don't know who you are, but take a powder, huh?
Know what this is?
Sure. It's a razor. You better stand closer to it next time you shave.
Matey, I'm not playing games. Now, you be a good boy and take your girlfriend off into the park and hand me the dog.
Look, beat it, Buster.
All right. I'll tell you, it's a bad...
You know something, baby? He was serious. Look, bring him round. I'd like to have a cozy fireside chat with him.
Oh, the dog. You let him go.
Well, what else could I do? That guy on the grass is a qualified barber. Come on, let's get after the dog. Come on.
No use.
No, I guess not. Whoever outran a greyhound anyway. Oh, boy, what a start to an assignment. Come on, let's get back to the mug with carving ways.
Oh, well, what can we tell the lady at number 17?
Well, some hoodlum needed her greyhound. That canine cat means everything to her. She snuggles it to her bosom nights and coos nursery rhymes to put it to sleep.
Cannon, the man you put to sleep has gone.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, well, just my luck. It's all this class distinction that disturbs my sense of justice. I should have hit him with a rock. Well, I guess there's no use in delaying things. Come on, let's get back. Ring the kitchen doorbell, Miss Fairweather.
Right.
Say, how many dogs has the old girl got? Ring again.
What's the matter with it?
Try the door.
It's locked.
Let me see.
But Cannon, she might just have gone out or something. If you break in, we can get into all sorts of trouble.
Look, a guy tries to slice me with a razor. We lost the dog. There's another one howling its head off inside. How much trouble can you have in one night? I've got a bunch of keys here that'll open this door. If the old girl returns while we're inside, we'll say we left it open. There.
Cannon, I'm scared.
It's okay. I got my pocket flashlight. Say, the whole joint's in darkness. The old doll must have gone out. Yeah, like you said, place is unfurnished.
What say we mosey around some?
It's upstairs.
Come on.
Right.
Okay, fella. Take it easy. Take it easy. Say, this looks like a printing shop.
In Queensgate.
Look, draw the curtains, baby. I want to put the lights on, huh? Okay.
Cannon. In the corner. Is he dead?
Yeah. It's like a dodo.
What? How did it happen?
And I guess I'd say a razor. No, don't come any nearer, baby. It's not very pretty.
The dog. It's Tootsie.
Tootsie? That's impossible.
Well, look for yourself.
No, it's a canine double. It can't be Tootsie. That dog was shut in this room. The windows are shut. It's another dog.
It is exactly the same as Tootsie.
Look, dogs don't spirit themselves through brick walls, and they never voluntarily closet themselves with a corpse. Say, did you notice a phone in the hall?
No, I didn't.
Hey, wait a minute. Somebody's arriving. Put the light out.
Wait. Where can we go?
In that cupboard. Now, come on, don't make a noise. Shh.
All right, Tootsie, all right. Come in, Levita.
Are you sure the dog don't bite?
Tootsie, he's as tame as a kitten. Don't be silly. There's our friend in the corner.
Someone make a bad mess of him. Looks like a razor.
It was.
How it happened?
I don't know. He staggered back here from the park. He was taking the dog for a walk and someone attacked him. I did what I could, but he was too far gone.
Okay, I take him. You want for nobody to see him again?
Yes.
I make for him a nice pair of concrete boots. This cost you a plenty.
I'll pay.
Now, before I do the job.
How much?
2,000.
1,000 now and the other when you've done the job.
Okay. You get this mess cleaned up pronto.
I will. Poor Tootsie. Are you frightened here all alone? I don't remember drawing curtains. I wonder if... Oh.
Come on, let's get out of here, baby.
How?
While she's on the phone. There's ivy on the wall outside. Do you think you can climb down?
I'll try.
Good girl. Now come on over to the window.
Right.
Come on.
Quiet.
Okay, out you go. Go on. I'm right behind you. Now make sure you got a good handhold. Okay? I'll close the window. Yeah. Made it. Hey, you're a great burglar, Cat.
Don't you mean a cat burglar? Tootsie.
Yeah, the right Tootsie.
Well.
He's still got his collar and lead on. Come here, boy. Come on. Come here. Got him. First lucky break this evening.
Cannon, having made a mental note never to accept a job as butler to anyone, began to retrace his steps to the office, with the intention of telephoning me at the club. He didn't get that far. A newsboy caught his attention on the corner at Knightsbridge.
Evening Standard, all the dog fixtures. Evening Standard, all the dog fixtures. Paper, Gov?
Yeah.
Thanks, Gov.
Right.
Evening Standard, all the dog fixtures. Evening Standard, all the dog fixtures.
Cannon, what are you looking for?
Just a hunch. Hang on. Yeah, here we are. Third race at Wembley.
The dogs?
Yeah, that black greyhound races for his living.
Which one?
Now, that's quite a point. Anyway, the name's the same. Look, third race. Tootsie, owner, Mrs. Laborie Manners. Honey, do you know how these dogs race? You ever been to the dogs?
Not yet. But I have a funny feeling that if you don't report that dead butler, I'll soon be going to the dogs. And I mean that strictly metaphorically.
No, wait a minute. Just let me read what it says here. The third race being over a longer distance should prove too much for the black greyhound Tootsie. He has shown a great turn of speed over a sprint and was winner last time out in Manchester. Canine says...
Canine?
Racing tipster. Canine says that the miller's son should win this race, and he's expected to show firm favorite on the tote when the betting opens. Yeah, now what do you think of that?
Well, I might think all sorts of things, if you translated it for me.
Well, it's like this. You see, tomorrow's Saturday, and the big race meeting at Wembley. There are 6 races set for tomorrow, and there are 6 different dogs in each race. The races themselves are run over different distances. Some dogs run well in a short sprint, and others do better over a longer course because they have greater stamina. Now, at the dog track, they have a totalizator board. You can bet in 2-shilling pieces or in pound notes, and every time somebody places a bet, the amount of money shows on the tote board. The odds are calculated by the amount of money placed on each dog.
Poor little thing.
No, they love it. In addition to the tote, there are bookies who make their own odds.
I don't see what all this has to do with the dead butler.
Well, neither do I yet. But I want for you and me to be at that dog track tomorrow night and see how well Tootsie runs.
You've forgotten one thing, Cannon. You have to take a dog round the park twice, starting at 8 o'clock. Well, you'll never get to the dog track on time.
Yeah, but this is where the conspiracy begins. If Tootsie is running in the race, then he can't be walked round the park, can he? Not even a dog can be in 2 places at once.
But there are more than one Tootsies. In fact, there are 2. We saw them.
Correct, my beautiful Belle. But Mrs. Lavery Manners doesn't know that we know. And what's more, she mightn't want us to know.
Why?
If I knew the answer to that one, I wouldn't be standing on Knightsbridge Corner looking for a coin for the telephone booth.
Well, you're going to phone her?
Well, why not? If she says there's more than one Tootsie, then we'll go to the office and ring up the chief. But if she says what I think she'll say, then we keep Mum and go to the dogs tomorrow in time for the 3rd race, okay?
Well, what about tonight?
Well, I've got a frozen pie in my apartment, and you're just the doll to thaw it out. Come on. You in? That's it. Now, hang on. I've got a phone number somewhere in my diary here. Now, you keep very quiet while I'm talking.
Oh, very well.
Here we are. 5, 3, 4, 2, 3.
Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Lavery Manners?
Speaking.
Oh, hello, ma'am. Sorry to disturb you so late. This is Ken.
Who?
Ken, Assignments Unlimited. You know the guy who took your dog Tootsie for a walk tonight?
Oh, yes. What can I do for you, Mr. Cannon?
Well, the fact is, ma'am, I bought the Standard just now on the way home, and, well, I see in the sports page that your dog Tootsie is racing at Wembley tomorrow night.
Oh, he has little or no chance. The dog's a sprinter.
Yeah, well, that's not why I rang, ma'am. You see, my old and infirm aunt is coming down from Greenock tomorrow, and I thought if the dog is racing, then, well, you won't need me to take him for an exercise around the park. In which case, I could go to the station and meet the old lady. Hello, are you still there?
Yes. Very well, Mr. Cannon. You may have tomorrow off. But see to it that you're here on Sunday.
On time like a Rolls-Royce watch, ma'am.
Good night, Mr. Cannon.
Good night, ma'am. You catch all that?
Every word. But, Cannon, if only one dog is at the racetrack, who will take the other one for a walk?
Baby, I'm more interested in finding out who's being taken for a ride.
Oh, it's exciting, Cannon. We must come to the dogs again.
Yep, it's great fun if you just watch it.
Surely a mild flutter can't do any harm.
A mild flutter, no. When the gambling's big time, it gets a bit rough.
Oh.
Well, here come the dogs for the 3rd race. Just watch them as the attendants walk them around.
Look, there's Tootsie.
Yeah, but which one?
Well, I can't tell, but he doesn't look as though he hasn't got a chance.
Well, Mrs. Lavery Manners was adamant that he couldn't win.
Oh, where are you going?
To the bookie. The betting opens now, and my guess is that the odds on Tootsie are going to drop suddenly and dramatically.
You're going to have a bet, but you said that wasn't wise.
No, I don't consider this to be a wager, baby. I figure this is a cast-iron certainty.
Oh, well, the tote's over there.
Yeah, I know, but I'm betting with a bookie. Tootsie is a rank outsider. For the bookie, I'll get 25 to 1.
Oh, well, I want to bet 2 shillings.
Well, now, come on, I'll make it a quid, huh?
I've only got 10 bob.
Okay, I'll loan you the rest. You tap that guy on the shoulder, he'll do.
Excuse me?
Yes, miss. Well, what is it? Want a bet or don't you?
Good eyes.
What's with you, mate?
Nothing. That Tootsie, 25 to 1, I see.
That's right. Here. Haven't I seen you somewhere before, mate?
Sure, you're my favorite bookie. Give me 50 to 2, will you?
50 to 2, Tootsie. Oh, there you are.
Thanks. Come on, baby, let's get over to the cage.
Cannon, that's the man who attacked you in the park.
I know.
Well, aren't you going to do anything about it?
Not right now. But he's a bookie, and that begins to add up. Now, look, just stand here and watch the line of bookies. In a minute, you'll see 10 different guys walk up to the 10 different bookies and each place a bet at the same time. And before any bookie can lower his odds on Tootsie, there'll be a fortune bet on the dog. There, you see, there they go.
Oh.
Now I know why Mrs. Lavery Manners lives in Queensgate with no furniture.
Well, tell me.
Now, all in good time. There, the dogs are in the traps and ready to go. I'll only be absolutely certain after the race.
Race number 3, the third race on the card. The dogs are in the traps, and here are the numbers. Number 1, Gypsy Boy. Number 2, The Shadow. 3, The Miller's Son. 4, Rovery. Trap 5, Tootsie. And 6, Scarfell. The mechanical hare has started. It's passing the traps, and the traps are up. It's number 1 away fast on the inside, followed by 3, 4, 2, 6, and 5. Now it's 6 taking over and 5 coming out. As they race into the turn, 3 dropping back there, but 5 still going well. 1 has dropped back now, and it's number 6 from 5 by a short head with 4, 2, 3 in that order. Number 1 right at the back there. Now it's number 3 picking up with a great burst of speed. Number 3 running the best race. 3 going up through the pack and going well. But now it's 5. 5 always in the race, but now making the pace. 5 it is. 5 going ahead of run, and 5 is going to win easily. 5 running out an easy winner, yes. Number 5 it is, followed by 3, 6, and others also ran. The winner of race number 3, number 5, Tootsie. Number 5, Tootsie.
Oh, we won, Cannon. £25. Oh, just think of it. £25 each. Oh.
Tote payout on number 5, 60 shillings. The tote payout on number 5 in the third race, 60 shillings.
Hear that? 60 shillings for each 2 shillings or a multiple of 2 shillings bet on the dog. In other words, 30 to 1. It was a complete outsider and nobody even gave it a chance. Now, look at the bookies' boards before they rub them off.
6 to 4 on.
That means you have to put £6 on to win 4.
Oh.
But not the 10 men who bet just before the race. You're a clever girl, Mrs. Lavery Manners.
Mrs. Lavery Manners had hit upon a certain way to outwit the strict supervision of the dog tracks. She had bred and trained a series of greyhounds, all jet black in colour. They were trained to run over different distances, and she ran the changes with them racing what the acceptors thought was a sprinter over a long distance, and vice versa. The odds on her dogs were therefore always high, and her gang of criminal punters moved in on the bookies when she gauged the time to be ripe. The house in Queensgate was the perfect cover, and provided her with a hideaway for the dogs and a print shop in which she could forge the dogs' papers that showed their physical statistics as well as their colour. Thus it was that she had a whole litter of dogs registered under one name. The bookie Sammy suspected the truth, but thought Mrs. Lavery Manners' butler was the culprit, and so the unfortunate butler was cut to pieces with a razor. Sammy paid the extreme penalty, and at the moment, Mrs. Lavery Manners is safely inside an institution, where she has something in common with her erstwhile litter. You see, these days she too is known only by her number.
What time is it? 10:30 and a beautiful morning.
The morning is never beautiful, Mortimer. For lovers and poets, but never for thespians. The night is for actors.
Well, stop acting for a minute and give me your undivided attention.
Well, it must be serious if you drag me out of bed at 10 o'clock in the morning.
It is. An hour ago, I had a deputation from the stage hands. They won't be working tonight.
Oh, not a strike. Not those layabouts.
Call it what you will, but unless I can find 2 good men to move the truck on stage for the second act, we'll have to put up the notices.
Close the show because of a couple of stagehands? What nonsense. Assignments Unlimited will supply you with a couple of hands.
Assignments Unlimited? What's that?
It's a firm specializing in offbeat jobs. We'll go and see them. Their offices are in the West End, 33 Half Moon Street.
Requiem for a Rat.
Looking for space to hang and dry your washing? Washline distributors have the solution. Their rotating and fold-down wash lines take up the smallest spaces. Ideal for townhouses, simplexes and balconies at affordable prices. Galvanized or powder-coated and available in 5 different colors. For 24-hour delivery, installation, reliable and friendly service, phone Washline Distributors on 011 792 2486. That's 011 792 2486. Wash lines for every space and need.
Vir die eerste keer kan die ANC in verskeie provinsies gewen word. Ek is Pieter Mulder, leier van die VF+. Geen party kan alleen die ANC wen nie. 'n Koalisie van partye, waarvan die VF+ deel is, kan dit wel doen. As jy vir die VF+ stem, onderneem ons om daardie sake wat vir jou belangrik is, in so 'n koalisie in te dra en daarvoor te veg. Stem vir die party wat nie net praat nie, maar ook doen. Stem hierdie verkiesing, beslis VF+.
Some things in life are obvious and easy. If you have a business providing a good service or selling a product, you need to let people know. But how do you do that? Easy. Just tell them here on SpringbokRadio.com. Internet radio is about talking to people in their own homes. Your message becomes part of the sound they've chosen to listen to. To find out more about advertising on SpringbokRadio.com, contact Dave Dupria on Johannesburg 011 678 5176. Or for outside South Africa, 2711 678 5176. Or email Dave at SpringbokRadio.com.
I had laboured under the misapprehension that Cannon's taste in theatre was restricted to the occasional visit to the windmill, or those gloomy speakeasies in Soho. I was therefore rather surprised when I learned that he'd seen the sophisticated play Chanson the Abbé, currently playing at His Majesty's in the Haymarket. I discovered this cultured side to the Cannon character when a flowery and flamboyant gentleman called at my office to recruit a couple of stagehands for the play. We were particularly busy at the time, and I was able to offer the services of only one man, to wit, Cannon. But he, having seen the play, knew roughly what was required, and was able to recruit the second helper from among the twilight set, who live on the fringe of society and the edge of the law. His theatrical employer didn't seem to mind, and so I decided to give Cannon his head and hope for the best.
Hello, Guppy.
Hello.
Haven't seen you standing on this corner for a long time.
Been doing a 2-stretch on the moor.
When'd you get up?
Last week.
You doing anything special?
In a manner of speaking.
But you're not speaking.
As a matter of fact, I'm carrying a razor for Jack Dot.
How's business?
Sharp.
You want a night's work tonight? On the level.
What's in it?
3 quid.
Doing what?
Stagehand over at His Majesty's. I'll be with you. Backstage at 7:30 if you can get away.
Hold on. As a matter of fact, things are quiet on the road. I've heard there's a lot of trouble between Billy Mills' mob and Italian Henry.
So the Dot mob sit on the sidelines, huh?
See you there at 7:30. 4 quid, did you say?
3.
Over there. I could do with £3.10.
Okay, tell them at the stage door you'll be engaged by Mr. Mortimer Carstairs, and don't forget, otherwise they may not let you in.
Not let me in? That's a carve-up.
Oh, yeah, and leave your razor at home.
I might want it to pick me teeth.
Well, just so long as you don't pick a fight. See you, Guppy. 7:30 at the stage door.
I want to see a geezer called Carstairs, Grandad.
Someone want beer?
Oh, good evening. Who are you?
The new stagehand.
You?
What's wrong with me?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Cannon?
Coming. Yeah, what is it, Mr. Carstairs? Oh, Goppy, you made it. Good boy. This is the fellow who's going to help with the truck. Call him Goppy.
Goppy? What does he do in his spare time?
Well, you might say he's a sort of, a trimmer.
Oh, seaman, eh? Well, all right. Get in the wings. I'd just like to see you move that truck on once.
Okay. Come on, Goppy, lend a hand, huh? I'll let the brake off. That runs easily.
There's a stop on the stage so that it can't run too far. What about your friend?
Goppy? Oh, yeah. Look, Goppy, you're supposed to help me push it.
You never said.
If all stagehands were as strong as you, Mr. Cannon, we could operate on half the personnel.
Yeah, that'd be bad for the Trade Union Council. Okay, Goppy, now push it back again.
Oh, it's a jinx, I tell you, Mortimer.
What's happened now?
That nitwit of a bit player, Sammy North. He just telephoned to say he's not feeling well and can't make it tonight. At the last minute. Why didn't you ring earlier, I said to him.
All right, Jason. It's not a disaster. He only comes on in the first act to say one line. Any one of the spare stagehands can do it.
What spare stagehand?
Oh, yes, I forgot.
Yes, the curtain goes up in 10 minutes. If you have any bright ideas, they'd better twinkle fast.
Cannon.
What?
Mr. Cannon?
Yeah?
Look, I wonder if you could help us out. In the first act, a sort of butler to the abbot walks on with a tray. It's one of the men the abbot's rehabilitated, a gross, coarse sort of man who speaks with a rough accent. Now, all he has to do is walk on with the tray, put it down, and say to the abbot, "It's a cloudy day, abbot, but the birds is singing." Yes. Then he sits in a chair and goes to sleep. He stays there until the end of the first act. It's really quite easy.
Well, sure, if you think I look that rough.
Although Jason will help you with your makeup.
And with his accent.
Accent?
Of course, the man must be ugly and speak with a coarse accent. It sets the mood of the play. Illustrates what sort of man the abbot is trying to reclaim into society.
Yeah, well, I've seen the play.
Well, then you'll know what I mean.
Goppy can lift anything back here.
I never lift nothing when I'm on an honest job.
No, that's not what he meant, Goppy.
Goppy? Yes, Goppy, you're the answer to a maiden's prayer.
Are you trying to be funny, mate?
No, of course not.
Better watch it, Charlie. I don't hold with geezers who use lipstick.
Now, take it easy, Goppy, because everybody who works on stage uses makeup.
You see what I'm thinking, Mortimer?
Yes, Goppy looks the part and speaks the part. In fact, he's perfect, even better than Sammy North. Look, Goppy, all you have to do is to walk on when I tell you. Jason McIver here will be sitting in that chair, see? Now, you carry him a drink on a tray.
Just like a waiter in a pub?
Yes, you just put it down and you say...
It's a clergy, J. Abbott, but the birds is singing. I heard you the first time. I ain't got claw ears, you know.
Oh, fabulous. Then you'll do it, Goppy?
What's in it?
An extra £2.
Oh, I could do with an extra £3.
5 minutes. There's just time to make him up. Come on, Goppy.
Where to?
My dressing room. I've got to make you up.
Not on your Nelly, mate. You ain't putting no powder and scent on me.
No. Can you help, Mr. Cannon?
Now, look, Goppy, I wouldn't give you a wrong steer, now, would I?
No.
Well, if you go on stage, you have to be made up. You can wash it off again afterwards. There's nothing sissy about it. From out front, it looks better, that's all. It makes you look, makes you look more manly. Now, be a good fellow and go with Mr. Jason McIver here, huh?
All right, I'll do it if you say so, Cannon.
Good, Cheryl. It's all for art, Goppy.
No, it ain't. It's for Cannon. I wouldn't do it for nobody else, and that's a fact. And you better watch it, mate, when we're in that dressing room. I've got my protector here.
What's that?
A razor.
Oh, you mustn't shave, Goppy. Oh, no. You're just right as you are.
Hey? Did you hear that, Cannon? This bloke's dead ignorant. You know that, mate? You're dead ignorant.
Dead ignorant. 2 words that might have constituted Goppy's epitaph. The play began to a packed audience, eager for the drama and slightly annoyed at a tea girl who accidentally dropped her tray full of empty cups at the beginning of the first act.
A malcontent is made, not born, Sir Peter. All men are born innocent. It's environment that sows the seeds of evil.
My dear Abbot, with respect for your cloth, I humbly disagree. More evil is among the rich than the poor.
Not if the spirit is enriched, Sir Peter. The humblest man can store a treasure in his heart. Ah, yes, my man Grunter.
It's a cloudy day, Abbot, but the birds is singing.
Thank you, Grunter. Grunter's a case in point, sir.
Good heavens, Abbot, the man's gone to sleep on the couch.
Yes, he always does. A faithful retainer, Grunter, and yet if you'll listen to his history and background...
And the audience
forgetting the untimely interruption of the tea tray, settled back to enjoy the acting skills of Mortimer Carstairs and Jason McIver as they unfolded the threads of their play with the inert figure of Gopi as their backdrop. The first act ended to tumultuous applause as the curtains closed, screening the feverish activity of the stagehands preparing the set for Act 2.
Okay, get that furniture out. Copy. Hey, Copy, what's with him?
He's played the part too well. He's fallen fast asleep.
Come on, Gopi, wake up, fella. You're a stagehand again. Gopi, come on, your acting days are over. You've got to...
Hurry, Cannon, will you? It's time for the truck.
Hold it. Just a minute, hold everything.
What do you see you doing, Cannon?
Look. Good grief. Blood. He's dead. Dead? But how? A bullet? Right through the heart.
Oh, hello, Mortimer. Did they manage to give everyone their money back without any trouble?
Not much trouble, anyway. Have the police gone?
Yes.
The body?
Yes, gone too.
Oh, it's fantastic. It just doesn't make sense. Why? He was a bad egg. It could have been anyone in the underworld.
Wrong.
What's that?
I said wrong. He wasn't a bad egg.
But you said yourself that he'd joined a razor gang, that he'd just come down from Dartmoor prison.
Gopi wasn't bad in that sense, and he never used a razor on anybody. That was just big talk. The girl who dropped the tea tray. Know where she can be found?
Tea tray? You heard the crash in the first act before Gopi went to sleep on the couch.
Oh, yes. Why do you want to know, Cannon?
Well, whoever fired the shot that killed Gopi did it from the back of the gallery. He timed the shot to coincide with the crash of that tray. Therefore, the girl was an accomplice. She dropped the tray, the assassin pulled the trigger, and nobody was any the wiser until the end of the first act, because Gopi was sleeping on the couch.
He's right, Jason.
I know, but that's just it. The murder was premeditated. So Gopi must have had an enemy you don't know about.
Gopi was shot by accident.
What? You don't mean they were after me?
No, I don't. Gopi was never meant to go on stage. Nobody could have known he'd be on stage, or that he was even at the theater until he walked out there. So it couldn't have been premeditated for Gopi.
Well, who then?
Sammy North. The man who rang just before the show to say he couldn't make it.
Sammy North?
Yeah. And now you know why he couldn't make it. Somebody must have tipped him off. Sammy knew the chips were down, so he rang to say he couldn't come. We rang the changes with Gopi and sent him out there to his certain death.
But we can't be blamed. We couldn't possibly have known.
No, take it easy, Mr. McIver. Nobody's blaming you. But I aim to find Sammy North. And when I do, he'll talk.
Enjoy the best of both worlds. Only 2 hours drive from Johannesburg and Pretoria and half an hour by air. The magnificent Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park, just 10 kilometers from the Pilanesberg Game Reserve and Sun City Resort. It offers an exciting escape from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Reasonable rates, excellent food, friendly service and comfortable air-conditioned rooms. It will ensure a memorable stay. Activities include tennis, squash, horse riding, the Lion Park, and much, much more. Call now to make your reservation on 014-573-1000. That's 014-573-1000. Or visit their website at www.restinations.co.za/Sundown Ranch. The Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park. 2 worlds in one.
Ek is so beïndruk met die Vryheidsfront Plus die afgelope 5 jaar. Het jy agtergekom hoe hulle op verskillende vlakke vir ons morele en Christelike waardes geveg het? Wat my opgeval het is dat hulle nie skroom om die regering aan te vat oor korrupsie, onbillikheid en onregverdige regstellende aksie nie. Dit is juist die VF Plus wat suksesvol geveg het vir die stemreg van duisende Suid-Afrikaners in die buiteland. Stem hierdie keer beslis Vryheidsfront Plus. Hulle praat nie net nie, hulle doen ook en maak regtig 'n verskil.
Splish, splash, the water hogs splash all day long. Using up the water, it's too late when it's gone. If you want to help, then this is what to do. Make sure the water hog is never you. Just make sure the water hog is never, ever
don't want to be disrespectful about your police force, but this time a murder will wind up in the unsolved file if I don't do something about it.
Well, how can you be so sure?
Because Guppy had a record. I know he was shot by accident, but the cops won't figure that way. Guppy was mixed up with Jack Dutt, and that's some tough boy. He boasted that he was carrying a razor for the gang. Now, that's hooey, but the cops won't figure it like that. They'll say he was gunned down by a rival gang, assassin or assassins unknown. Who cares anyway what happens to a bum with a record?
If you're convinced, then there's nothing I can say, is there? What will you do?
Well, I'll mosey around and see what I can find out. Millie's joint in Soho to start with.
What about this man, Sammy North?
I found his digs. The landlady said he wasn't in, and she didn't know when to expect him. Said I might find him at the theater.
But I thought he rang to say he was sick.
He was sick, all right, with fear. But he wasn't bedridden. And that proves my theory anyway. I checked on the doll who dropped that tray. She left with her bag packed this morning and left no forwarding address.
So you're up against a brick wall before you start?
Not quite. When I sounded Guppy out on this job, he said something. He said there was bad feeling between Billy Mills' mob and Italian Henry. Now, the latter gentleman uses Millie's place in Soho. It's just a hunch and it's nothing, but it's worth a try. What's this, a gun?
I have a feeling, Cameron, that these gentlemen don't fight with powder puffs.
Okay. What's the other gun for?
Me?
You?
I've never met anyone with a name like Italian Henry. He sounds like a very colourful chap.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Chief. This is my fight.
Mine, too. For a brief few hours, Goffey was on the payroll of Assignments Unlimited. I'm as anxious as you are to avenge his death.
But, Chief, you don't...
And I can be every bit as stubborn as you can, Cannon, so you might as well save your breath.
Okay, Chief. That's the way you want it. Come on, let's go slumming.
Slumming, did you say, Cannon? Well, this place looks rather high class.
Yeah, especially the check. And now, Chief, that's Italian Henry on the dance floor with the broad and green. And we sit here until he's finished his dance and then call him over.
Well, how do you know where he'll sit?
Because he always takes this next table in the corner. In his profession, it's safer to sit with your back to the wall and with a clear view of the door. And Millie always vets the customers who sit at this table.
Well, she obviously knows you well.
Obviously. Now, you see that guy against the bar with the tin ears and knife scar? Well, that's Italian Henry's hatchet man. The suit comes from Savile Row, and the bad fit is on account of what he carries under his armpit. Expensive tailors won't fit on a suit for a guy carrying artillery.
It's a world of its own.
The underworld. And some of these jerks are on speaking terms with the aristocracy. Yeah, break for the band and a break for me. I hope. Here he comes. Now, don't worry about him. His manners are perfect. He'd slit your throat for a $5, but he'd say he was sorry he was doing it.
You dance divinely, carissima. Such a talent should be rewarded with champagne. The real stuff, huh? Not for you, the cheap cider and the soda water.
Hi, Italian.
Who's that?
Cannon. Remember me? I pulled you out of that car in the Kingston bypass when you had that, accident.
Cannon, yes, of course, I remember. Did I thank you for that?
Profusely. Can I talk to you for a minute?
As you see, I am otherwise engaged. But for an old friend, I can always spare a few moments, huh? Stay at the table, Cannon. I shall just be a moment. I don't think I've had the pleasure of...
Oh, this is Mr. Mason, Aubrey Mason, my boss.
Hi.
How do you do, sir?
I do all right. So, what is it, Cannon?
A man was shot dead tonight in His Majesty's Theatre.
That's right. I know.
No. But the audience wasn't told, and nobody will know until the morning papers are out.
Except the people who make the morning papers, huh?
Oh, I see.
I have friends everywhere, Mr. Cannon. Even on the Kingston bypass.
Tell me, have you got a friend who told you did it?
Possibly.
You care to let me in on a secret?
Now look, Mr. Cannon. There are things that are maybe left better alone, huh, Capito? I didn't kill him. None of my boys killed him. But that was just a coincidence. I had one of the boys waiting outside the theater for the end of the performance. I had the boys on the lookout at the railway stations. I wanted to kill him, Mr. Cannon. But somebody did it for me. So I called the boys back and we celebrated Millie's, huh? Somebody did my dirty work for me. I don't know who. But if it was you, I'll buy you a bottle of champagne, huh?
No, it wasn't me.
All right. Then there's no more to say, is there, Mr. Cannon?
Italian, do you know the name of the guy who got shot?
Good night, Mr. Cannon. Good night.
Why did you ask him that?
Well, maybe he doesn't know it was the wrong guy.
But he said his informant was a member of the press.
But the police don't always release the name before identification.
He has informers everywhere. And if it was Goppy he was after, he may have had him followed to the theatre.
Nobody could have known it was Goppy on stage. Of that I'm certain.
Mr. Cannon? I'm glad I found you here. Oh, Mr. Mason.
Hello, Mr. Carstairs.
I didn't expect to find you here.
Oh, I'm a frequent visitor. Nightclubs fascinate me. Do sit down.
Thanks. I traced you through your switchboard girl. A most intelligent girl. She gave me a list of places you might be at, and this was the first one.
All right, shoot. What's new?
Well, after you'd gone, I made a few inquiries among the cast. They'd gone to the captain's cabin for a snifter. Can't say I blame them. I was a bit shaken myself. Anyway, I found out something that may be important, so I thought I'd try and trace you and tell you.
All right, I'm all ears.
That girl who dropped the tray, her name is Betty Fuller, and she's Sammy North's girlfriend. It isn't important?
Carstairs, old boy, it's more than important, it's vital.
Why, Cameron?
Before I answer that, I want a word with Billy Mills, the rival gang leader.
Well, why Billy Mills?
Because Italian Henry won't talk anymore. He's got impeccable manners, but a very short temper.
Is he here, this Billy Mills?
You won't find one of his mob within a mile of here. There's a gang war in progress. He'll be on the other side of town at Tubby Dino's. You better go home, Mr. Carstairs.
Oh, not on your life. I've got the bit between the teeth.
For one night I work in the theater, and now everybody wants to be on the act. Okay, but it's on your own head.
Dino's, eh? That's a nice restaurant.
You know, these boys don't play for chicken feed. Well, sit down, fellas. That's Billy in the corner. I'll go over and talk to him. Hi, Billy. The name's Cannon. I wanted some information on a guy called Sammy North.
Beat it.
It's important, Billy. I gotta know.
Beat it.
Okay.
Well?
He wouldn't commit himself.
Well, what do we do now?
There's nothing we can do, is there? I can't make him talk, so Sammy North gets clear away.
You're looking for Sammy North, mate?
Yeah. You know where I can find him?
Try the mortuary. I've heard they're keeping him on ice.
I got news for you, my friend. Sammy North is very much alive.
Don't argue with me, boy. It ain't Alfie.
You, one of the Mills mob?
Don't get insulting, neither.
That's all right. I only asked a civil question.
Look, when you talk to Jack Dot, you make it very civil.
Did you say Jack Dot?
That's right, boy. And when I say Sammy North's in a drawer in the morgue, that's where he is.
Oh, this is my lucky day.
What's with you?
Jack, did you know a guy called Goppy?
Yeah, well, why the past tense?
Because it's Goppy who's in that drawer.
What are you, a comedian?
It wasn't Sammy North who was killed in the theater tonight. It was Goppy. He was shot by accident. Well, maybe not by accident either. But it was Goppy who copped it, not Sammy.
Yeah, tell me more, friend.
Before I do, this is Mortimer Carstairs, who plays Sir Peter in the play. Now, I was working backstage. Goppy was helping me. He was a friend of mine.
Goppy? Does Billy Mills know about this?
No, he wouldn't speak to me.
So I noticed. Well, what do you want to know, boy?
Anything you can tell me about Sammy North?
He runs a sneak racket for Billy. Got a boat down at Anglesey. He was supposed to bring in a load of snow, but he doubled Italian Henry. Now there's a gang war, and Italian Henry says he had him knocked off.
Anglesey. Now, if he caught a late train, we might just beat him to it by car.
Why are you so interested in Sammy North?
Look, you don't know it, Jack, but this guy not only double-crossed Italian Henry, but he's doing the same to Billy Mills, and boy, is that guy going to be sore when he finds out.
Hadn't you better tell Billy?
I told you, that guy just won't listen.
Yeah. Well, good luck, boy. Goppy was a friend of mine, too.
Thanks, Jack. Okay, fellas, come on, let's drive. Now, that must be the boat against the pier. You see anybody?
Not a sign of life.
Well, then we must have beaten them, too.
Well, should we wait on board?
Better not. You can only get to the boat along this pier. If we wait for him here, we can nab him when he tries to go aboard. We expect he'll have a girl there.
Look, Cannon, coming down the cliff path.
Is that North?
That's him. And Betty Fuller, the waitress.
The murderers. We'll keep down. Keep down because we don't want them to see us.
Let's stay that way, boys.
What the devil?
Stay very quiet. Sammy North goes aboard, all right? He's got a gun, and I can use it too. Now be quiet.
Now, look, you'll be sorry for this, Jack. You don't understand.
I understand very good, boy. Just
stay where you are.
Peter, get clear away.
He'll get something, all right. But why are you helping him?
Helping him, boy?
Well, what a caper. His boat blew up.
Oh, no.
I got a faster car than you, boy. Not only that, Sammy North was a rat. And like I said, Goppy was a very good friend of mine.
Sammy North's acting was only a front to cover his smuggling activities. He knew that Italian Henry was out to kill him, and that all the railway stations were being watched to prevent him making a getaway. So he telephoned at the last minute to say he couldn't get away to the theatre, knowing that Carstairs would use one of the stage hands to fill in. It was Sammy who shot and killed Goppy. He'd have killed anyone who stood in, reasoning that Italian Henry would call off the mob, thinking the man who'd been killed was Sammy himself. This was precisely what happened, and he'd have got away with it had it not been for Cannon's chance meeting with Jack Dott.
Careful, Percy. Have you no respect for the dearly departed?
It's a good, strong coffin, made of Oregon pine.
That's not the point. It's because of what's inside coffin that you should handle it gently.
What's in there can't come to no harm, mate.
You've no soul, Percy Paynton. That's your trouble. Did the hearse arrive all right?
Complete with the horses. The only thing is we ain't got nobody who can drive horses. These days, outside of the zoo, the nippers hardly ever see 'em, let alone drive 'em.
Well, that's taken care of, Percy. We're getting the fellow from a place in the West End, 33 off Moon Street.
Death of a Lifer.
You loved the Springbok Top 40 Volume 1 so much, here's Volume 2. Featuring 40 of your all-time Springbok Radio #1 hits. As a special bonus, a memorabilia CD with excerpts of your favorite signature tunes and programs.
Squad cars, they prowl the empty streets at night.
Springbok Top 40 Volume 2. Keep your feet on the ground and reach for the stars.
For the first time, there is a chance that the ANC may be defeated in various provinces. I am Peter Mulder, leader of the Freedom Front Plus. No single political party can defeat the ANC. But with a coalition of parties, including the Freedom Front Plus, this can be done. The Freedom Front Plus undertakes to address those matters important to you in a coalition and fight for them. This election, vote Freedom Front Plus. We really make a difference.
Splish, splash the water hogs, splashing all day long. Using up the water, it's too late when it's gone. If you want to help, then this is what to do. Make sure the water hog is never you. Just make sure the water hog is never, ever you.
Part of Cannon's childhood was spent on a ranch in the American Midwest. It was there that he learned to handle horses, and that knowledge was to stand him in good stead when a Mr. Harry Duckett telephoned to engage the services of a man capable of driving a horse-driven hearse to West Ham Cemetery. A generous fee and a top hat and black mourning coat from Mossboss completed the arrangements for Cannon's latest assignment, and he was soon on his way to Harry Duckett's funeral parlour, situated rather aptly in the murky depths of Coldgrave Road.
What's up with him? The animal's got horse sense. This top hat and frock coat's enough to make anybody shy.
Including you?
No, my face is red from watching cricket. Anyway, I don't anticipate meeting any of my closer friends while I steer this hearse across Leytonstone to West Ham Cemetery.
Even if you did, they wouldn't recognize you in that get-up, and in the dark and all.
In the dark?
Well, the streets are all lit up, but you can't see all that well at midnight, can you?
Percy, what are we going to do at midnight?
Drive the hearse to West Ham Cemetery. What do you think you're here for?
But at midnight?
Well, didn't Harry tell you?
Tell me what?
This bloke what's been planted. The ceremony's at midnight.
But, Percy, people don't get buried or married at the witching hour. You must have made a mistake.
No mistake, mate. This geezer in the box was a bit queer in the head. Left instructions in his will, he did. Told the next of kin that he had to be carted in an horse-driven hearse to West Ham and planted at midnight in the dark. No accounting for some people, is there?
Then what am I doing here at midday in this monkey outfit?
Harry wants to make sure you can handle them horses in the traffic. Wouldn't do if they motored, now would it? Think of that poor old geezer in an Oregon Pine, number 7.
Yeah, I see what you mean. But by the way, how will the wake travel?
What?
The mourners, you know, his family and friends. I take it they'll be at the midnight service.
That was something else he put in his will. No family. A short service a year by the Padre, and you and me take him to his last resting place in West Ham. So you better hitch up them horses and take him for a trot. Harry won't like it if there's any slip-up.
Okay, but first I'm changing back into mufti.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Cannon. Is it out you need?
No, they look okay. But I didn't know this job was to be at midnight.
11 o'clock sharp, lad. We have to be at cemetery at 12. That's the precise time he stated in his will. The service will be at 10:30, but you needn't be here. As a matter of fact, no one's to be here, just the Padre. Funny old stick he must have been. But then you can't deny a man his last wish on earth, can you?
No, I guess not.
Well, they look a bit frisky to me. You better give them a bit of exercise.
Yeah. Well, have you got the route to the cemetery?
Aye, I have. And you better make sure you stick to it. There are certain streets that don't allow horse-drawn vehicles in, so I've made a bit of a map for you. Here.
Thanks.
Now, you see, you start off from where we are in Coalgrave Road, you swing into Crownfield Road and across over High Leytonstone here. And then you take the Borthwick route past the Jews' Cemetery and come into the West Ham Cemetery down Tavistock Lane.
Yeah, but the main entrance is on the other side, isn't it?
No, she's allowed around that way. Now, just study up on this route and get it clear in your mind so you'll know where to go tonight.
Look, I got a better idea. When I take the horses for exercise in a few minutes, I'll take them over the route on your map.
No, don't do that, lad. There's not many horse-drawn ones in London these days. In the daylight, you'll attract a lot of attention, and that's just what the dearly departed didn't want. Now, be a good lad and take 'em for a trot over to Hackney Marshes. There's plenty of traffic over that way, and you can give 'em a gallop, if you like, on the marshes. All the room in the world.
Well, if that's the way you want it, Mr. Duckett, that's the way it'll be.
Well, I've got to go. Dearly departed in Stratford. If there's aught you want, Mr. Cannon, just ask Percy. He'll be going with you tonight. And don't forget the time now. 11 sharp. Oh, and just one other thing. No whistling on the hearse. A straight face and dignity, Mr. Cannon. That's the ticket, dignity. And you don't have to stop for traffic. Just be careful that nothing's coming fast when you cross a main road. You're allowed to go through traffic lights if you feel like it, and go slow. The poor man had a big enough rush in his earthly life. 11 sharp.
Hey, you're right on time, Mr. Keller.
11 sharp, he said. Well, where is everybody?
Inside a parlour. They're not to be disturbed until exactly 11. Everything's ready for you. Here. How do you like my suit?
Well, like me, Percy, you look as though you'd stepped out of the Pickwick Papers.
11 on the nose. Right, let's start, mate.
Okay. There's nobody here.
The Padre went out the back way.
Well, where's the coffin?
On the hearse. All ready to go. Oh, Harry asked me to give you this, your check. Saves you coming back in the morning.
Oh, thanks. Well, climb aboard, Percy. I'll just check the harness.
I'm going in the back with the coffin.
Was there room?
Enough.
Well, why not sit up on top with me? You'll be more comfortable.
Oh, it's the way he wanted it.
Oh, that old guy sure was an eccentric.
What's that, mate?
Oh, never mind, and you get.
You know the route?
Yeah, off by heart. We better start. I can't gallop him if we run behind time.
Rightio.
You all right, Percy?
All right. No more talking now. You gotta have dignity.
Yeah, I'm with it.
Yeah, come on.
Mr. Cannon.
What?
I said dignity.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Come on. Gear.
Are we there? The Northwest Gate. Now, what time do you make it?
10 minutes to 12.
That's just right.
Here, hang on to my pocket watch, will you?
Oh, sure.
I'll open the gate and you can bring those inside.
Don't they have a caretaker here?
Not at this time of night. But don't worry, I've got a key.
Hey, why are you closing the gate?
Regulations, mate. Now the grave's on the other side. You'll have to help me carry the coffin.
Look, if we'd gone round the other way, we could have driven right in.
But we didn't, did we? Come on, let's get over with. He's got to be filled up by midnight. I've strapped a couple of spades on the top. We'll take him with us.
No, grave diggers?
What, at this time of night? There's a trade union, mate. It won't take us long if we get moving.
Now, hang on, Percy. I've got a flashlight here.
Put it away.
But we'll be able to see better.
I said put it away. Orders are no lights.
Orders?
Requests from the deceased. Now give us a hand like a good chap and don't make things difficult.
Okay.
That's the ticket. Here, watch out for that spade. I'll go on in front. I know the way.
You know, Percy, I could carry this coffin myself. The man hardly weighs anything at all.
Yeah. A proper wasted away he was. Small bloke. Very small. What was that?
Just an owl. You got bad nerves, Percy?
In here. All them graves.
It's quite a job you've got. You been at it long?
Yeah? Oh, the undertaking log. 20 years, I suppose. Years, though. Already. I've got to hand it to Harry. He knows his job.
Now, careful.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I won't do no harm. It's Oregon pine. It's hard on the inside and creosoted on the outside.
Yeah. Well, now, how do we lower it into the grave?
I've got some twine here. Here you up. You wrap this loop round your end.
Okay.
That's the way. Yeah, you're dead right. Hey, we couldn't have done it better, could we? All right. Lower away.
Okay, ready.
Grab that spade. That's the way. Now the spade. Start pinning it in.
Okay. Hey, how about a headstone?
Didn't want nothing like that. What the... Oh, that owl again. That owl. Someone ought to throttle that bird.
So what happens when we finish, Percy?
You drive the earth back, and that's that. Easy as pie, ain't it? Easy as pie.
You do get to know the strangest places, Cannon. I've lived in London all my life, and I've never been in this area before.
I only came here, June, in the course of my duties. The funeral parlor's in Colgrave Road. It's not far now.
Of all things, you driving a funeral car.
It wasn't a car. It was a horse-drawn hearse, and the man was buried at midnight, lonely and silent. Only me and this comic opera guy, Percy. He had the keys to the gate into West Ham Cemetery, and while he unlocked it, he asked me to hold his watch. I put it in my pocket and forgot about it. So I'm just paying him a visit to return his watch. I have no other interest in Leytonstone.
Oh, God, don't be so emphatic about it. I only thought we might have taken a taxi, that's all.
It's my turn to pay for lunch, and when it's my turn, we take the bus. What's the matter with you anyway? It's only $4. Good for your figure.
True, but yours is a false economy. The exercise will sharpen my appetite, and I'll eat twice as much.
That would be impossible.
I don't know why I bother to go to lunch with you.
It's my irresistible charm. Ah, here we are. Colgrave Road. Now, the funeral parlor's just down there.
What's the man's name again?
Harry Duckett.
No, the one who gave you his watch tonight.
Oh, Percy.
Percy what?
Peyton, I think. Hey.
What's up?
those double doors. This is it.
What? No sign?
Wait a minute. There was a sign up there on a board. It's gone.
Oh, so is the funeral parlor, it seems. This place is empty.
Yeah, the doors are locked.
I can see in through a window. Are you sure you've come to the right place, Cannon?
Sure, I'm sure. I don't get it. He didn't say anything about moving.
Or perhaps they were temporary premises.
No. Percy said he'd been in the business for 20 years. Hey, now, come to think of it, that sign was freshly painted. Hey, wait a minute, hang on. There's an old codger across the street. He might know something. Say, have you lived around here long?
Yeah, what?
You any idea what happened to the funeral parlor over the road?
They've gone.
It was rather sudden, wasn't it?
Yeah, quickest in and out I've ever seen. Arrives on Monday, puts up the sign, and this morning they've gone again. 4 days and out of business. Must have heard we're all healthy round here.
What's up, Cannon?
Well, Harry Duckett's funeral parlor was only here for 4 days.
So?
Well, Percy gave me my check last night. He said it would save me coming round in the morning. He wouldn't have put it that way if he knew he wasn't going to be here. June, something doesn't figure.
Well, that word figure gets me thinking about lunch.
Not today, Josephine. No lunch. You don't know it, but on my hands right now, I've got a grave problem.
Enjoy the best of both worlds. Only 2 hours drive from Johannesburg and Pretoria and half an hour by air. The magnificent Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park, just 10 kilometers from the Pilanesberg Game Reserve and Sun City Resort. It offers an exciting escape from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Reasonable rates, excellent food, friendly service and comfortable air-conditioned rooms. It will ensure a memorable stay. Activities include tennis, squash, horse riding, the Lion Park and much, much more. Call now to make your reservation on 014-573-1000. That's 014-573-1000 or visit their website at www.destinations.co.za/Sundown Ranch. The Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park. 2 worlds in one.
Looking for space to hang and dry your washing? Washline distributors have the solution. Their rotating and fold-down wash lines take up the smallest spaces. Ideal for townhouses, simplexes and balconies at affordable prices. Galvanized or powder-coated and available in 5 different colors. For 24-hour delivery, installation, reliable and friendly service, phone Washline Distributors on 011 792 2486. That's 011 792 2486. Wash lines for every space and need.
This time, Shannon took a taxi, instructing the driver to go to the northwest gate of West Ham Cemetery.
Five minutes, Ellen, mate.
Here you are.
Cannon, who can you possibly want to see here?
A man.
A man?
Well, I didn't come here for the peace and quiet. Come on, follow me.
Come in.
Hi.
What can I do for you, sir?
I want to make an inquiry about a burial that took place here yesterday.
Are you related to the deceased, sir?
Yeah, in a manner of speaking.
Well, what is it you want to know?
Well, the relatives were requested to stay away from the funeral. Most unusual, I know, but I'd like to know where the grave is situated so that my friend and I can, well, pay our belated respects.
Oh, certainly, sir. Name?
I'm Cannon.
The name of the deceased.
Oh, yeah. His name. Well, now, that's a funny thing. Old Uncle Silas used a whole list of fictitious names in his lifetime, and, well, it's an even bet that he was buried under one of them. An eccentric old guy was Uncle Silas. You know how they get sometimes. Well, The fact is, he might have been buried under any one of those names. Well, I mean, anyway, you can't make a mistake on account of the time he was buried. There was only one guy buried at midnight.
I would like to remind you that you're on consecrated ground, my friend. This is not the place to play funny games or get up to any larks. Now, if you'll take my advice, you'll get out of here before I call the police.
But he was buried at midnight. If you look in your ledger, you'll see for yourself.
The West Ham Cemetery closes at 5 o'clock. We do not conduct burials at midnight. Now, do you get out of here, or do I call the police?
Now, look, don't fly off the handle, friend. I know he was buried at midnight. I was here. I helped fill in the grave.
Then you must know where it is, mustn't you?
It was pitch dark. I can't be sure of the direction in daylight.
Funny how you changed your tune. Just now you said the relatives weren't allowed at the funeral.
They weren't. I was with a guy from Harry Duckett's funeral parlor.
Canon, if my advice is any good, we leave right now.
He doesn't believe me.
Well, can you blame him?
Hello? Police? I've a man here at West Ham Cemetery who's gone a bit balmy. Can you send somebody over? In my office. Thanks.
Canon.
No, he doesn't look dangerous. Just as nutty as a fruitcake. Thanks.
Okay, you win. Come on, let's beat it, Jim. I didn't do too good, did I?
That is a gross understatement. Even I was beginning to doubt your sanity. Are you sure you did bury a man in there last night?
Sure, I'm sure. I told you. I carried the coffin with this guy called Percy Payton. I helped lower the coffin into the grave, then I took a spade and filled it in. I know I did it.
All right, don't get heads up.
But it's crazy. He said that nobody gets buried at midnight.
I heard him.
Well, if that's so, then Percy and I were in this cemetery illegally.
It seems to me that some people have gone to rather too much trouble to cart a body across London in a horse-driven cab, dress you up in funereal costume, conduct a burial ceremony dead on midnight, and then drive all the way back again. How did you get into the cemetery in the first place? Surely they lock up at night?
They do, but Percy had a key.
So the key to your mystery is Percy.
But the funeral parlor isn't there anymore, and neither is Percy.
I'd like a cocktail.
Well, that's a great idea. I'd like several. You know, June, I smell something fishy in this deal. If only I could have taken a look at the ledger. If I knew the name of that guy in the coffin, I could start from there. Well, the name must be in that caretaker's book. You just don't bury people anonymously.
That's true. Well, you can forget about looking in that ledger. If you go back to West Ham Cemetery, your next stop will be Bow Street Police Station.
Yeah. If I go back in daylight.
Gannon, what's turning around in that noble head of yours?
June, things look different in daylight. I couldn't be sure of this direction Percy and I took across the graves, but if I went back there after dark, I might pick up silhouettes and landmarks familiar to me.
Well, I suppose there's no law against walking around a graveyard at night, except maybe trespass. Well, not that you'll have to worry, of course. If they pick you up, they won't charge you. They'll simply incarcerate you in Coney Hatch Mental Home for a few years.
Very funny. Do you always have to look on the black side?
Oh, it's you who wants to look on the black side. You can't find your way around the cemetery unless it's swathed in Stygian darkness. Oh, well, hey-ho, the wind and the rain. When do we start?
You really want to come?
Only out of morbid curiosity. I used to blow up frogs when I was a little girl.
Must have been a nasty little girl.
I was. And anyway, the examination of a graveyard at midnight should always be entered into with the right spirit.
Well, the right spirit at the moment is that found inside a martini.
Which proves that you're not as nutty as a fruitcake after all. Has it ever occurred to you, Cannon, that an owl chooses the oddest place in which to conduct his romantic exploits?
Shh, quiet.
Why? Who can we disturb in a cemetery at midnight?
That's not the point.
Well, why are you standing there, open-mouthed?
It was an open grave.
Oh, that doesn't add.
Well, look, the grave's been opened up again. It's empty.
Cannon, are you sure you filled it in?
Of course I am. Now, come on, bend down here. Look, you see footprints. Now, that shower of rain this afternoon has left the turf soggy. There are two sets of footprints leading away from the grave. They're fresh, too.
Yes,
June, baby, be very quiet.
Yes.
Not yet. But we're not alone in the cemetery. You see, look at this shoe mark in the wet turf. The water is still seeping into it. That footprint was made not more than a few minutes ago.
I feel like Robinson Crusoe.
Well, this wasn't made by any friendly man Friday. Look, June, you stay here and I'll follow the tracks in the turn.
Not on your Nelly. I'm not all that gone on the company around here.
Well, if you come with me, you might join them.
I'll take that chance.
Okay, come on then, but be as quiet as you can.
Trip on something?
Yeah, a broken crate thrown to... Broken crate? Hey, wait a minute. June, look, it's the coffin. Now, whoever robbed that grave has smashed the coffin open.
Who'd do a thing like that?
How would I know? Well, the guy in that coffin couldn't have smashed his own way out, could he?
Oh, brother, I really hope not.
Then where's the body?
Or safe in the dissecting room of some crackpot doctor, I hope.
Come on, the footprints go this way.
Look, there's someone by the wall.
Yeah. Look, lie down in the glass.
Right.
You can see better from ground level. Yeah. 2 of them. They're gonna climb the wall.
Both alive?
And kicking. Now listen, June, baby. You go around that way to their left.
Mm-hmm.
Now take this whistle with you. I'll go around to their right and shout. And when I do, you blow the whistle. And my guess is they'll run back the way they've come.
Where do you want them to do that?
Never mind, I'll tell you later. Now go quickly. Go on, they started to climb the wall.
Hey, stop, in the name of the law! Hit the roses, Harry! Find back the way we're coming through the main gate! Stop, I say!
Come on, baby.
Watch out, Harry!
They've fallen into an empty grave.
Yeah. Now, don't try any funny business, Percy, because I've got a piece of that pine coffin in my hand, and I'll brain you with it if you so much as move a muscle.
Hey, Scanner. Hey, stop the roses, Harry. Hey, Harry. Oh, blimey, he's knocked himself out.
So that's why you wanted them to run this way. You knew they'd run into one of the empty graves in the dark.
Well, that's what I hoped.
Oh, it's your lucky night, Cannon. Look, Harry and me will cut you in.
You save your breath for an explanation, Percy. And you better make it good or I'll fill you in with 6 cubic yards of dirt.
For once, a strange tale had unfolded itself without my knowledge. Back in the office, I was anxious to hear from Cannon's own lips exactly why the ubiquitous Harry Duckett had opened a funeral parlor at all.
And what kills me is the thought of those cops on the way to the cemetery. 2 of them solemnly saluted as I drove the hearse past. It was the Clerkenwell bank robbery, Chief. The loot wasn't found, but a guy called Charlie Hines went up for life. Now, he had a plan with Harry and Percy on the outside to make a prison break. But he got into an argument in the jail and was knifed through the heart, funnily enough, while the loot was being buried. So the lifer died, and his clever plan to hide the loot was no more use to him. Because, you see, Chief, that coffin didn't contain a body at all. It was full of banknotes and negotiable securities. Harry and Percy, having buried it, now wanted to retrieve it for themselves. You know, when I carried that coffin, I thought it weighed light. Fancy that. It weighed light, yet it was real loaded.
I've been looking at the insurance policy for this showboat. It's due in the Thames tomorrow night. Premium is high, but I see the sum insured is £50,000. No, frankly, Buddy, I'm a little worried.
Worried, Sir William?
Yes. Looking at the specifications, I see that she was first constructed on the Mississippi in 1889. All timber construction, and she's powered by a coal-fed burner. Hence the fire hazard must be high.
No doubt that's why the premium is so high.
The actuary probably knows his business, but I'd like a special fire guard on board while she's here.
Shall I get in touch with the London Fire Brigade?
No. No, we must engage someone privately. Ring up this number, Grosvenor 5995, and make an appointment for me to see a man called Aubrey Mason. Their offices are at 33 Half Moon Street.
Seamus and the Showboat.
Enjoy the best of both worlds. Only 2 hours drive from Johannesburg and Pretoria and half an hour by air. The magnificent Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park, just 10 kilometers from the Pilanesberg Game Reserve and Sun City Resort. It offers an exciting escape from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Reasonable rates, excellent food, friendly service and comfortable air-conditioned rooms. It will ensure a memorable stay. Activities include tennis, squash, horse riding, the Lion Park and much, much more. Call now to make your reservation on 014-573-1000. That's 014-573-1000 or visit their website at www.destinations.co.za/Sundown Ranch. The Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park. 2 worlds in one.
Looking for space to hang and dry your washing? Washline distributors have the solution. Their rotating and fold-down wash lines take up the smallest spaces. Ideal for townhouses, simplexes and balconies at affordable prices. Galvanized or powder-coated and available in 5 different colors. For 24-hour delivery, installation, reliable and friendly service, phone Washline Distributors on 011 792 2486. That's 011 792 2486. Wash lines for every space and need.
Sir William Hedges was well known to me. He is in fact a member of my club. Knowing that he was concerned with a big insurance company in the city, and much of our work is connected with this type of company, I wasn't surprised when he arrived at 33 Half Moon Street requesting the services of an operator. His story, however, was interesting in the extreme.
Well, it's the first time I've seen you in your office, Mason. Quite an interesting setup you have here. Tell me, do you make good your boats to do anything, anywhere, any time?
We most certainly do, Sir William.
Oh, well, you have confidence, if nothing else.
Well, what is it you want us to do?
A man in the United States has hit upon rather a good idea. At least I think it's a good idea. He's bought an old Mississippi showboat and had it towed across the Atlantic. His intention is to sail this old craft up the Thames, putting on modern entertainment in an old-fashioned setting.
Well, it is a good idea.
Yeah. Well, naturally, the showboat is heavily insured, mainly against fire. As you know, these old boats are built of timber, and the boilers are steamed with coal bunkers. I wouldn't normally be worried, but I think the man will probably make a fortune. But I have investigated the owner, and I've discovered that he is a small-time racketeer and gambler.
Oh, well, that does put a different complexion on things.
Oh, I may be wrong, of course, but I want a man on permanent fire duty just to keep an eye on things.
Will there be any objection from this American? What's his name, by the way?
Seamus Camber. No, there'll be no objection. In fact, it's written into the articles of insurance that we can have a man permanently on board in a supervisory capacity.
Oh, then it's quite straightforward. One of my senior operators is an American, so he should get on well with his owner.
Oh, excellent, excellent. Yes.
Then where do you want him to report?
This time tomorrow at Gravesend Dock. We'll have no trouble in finding the showboat. I expect it'll create quite a stir sailing up the River Thames.
He'll be there, Sir William. His name's Cannon, by the way. You need have no fears about his ability. He's what the Americans refer to as a very tough baby.
Cannon, yes.
Well, if there is anything phony about Mr. Seamus Camber, you may rest assured that Cannon will sort things out for you.
Hello there. Anybody on board? I guess with you, Buster. What are you doing on board my ship?
Well, I didn't come for a conference with Mark Twain.
Very, very funny. Are you one of the comedians on next week's show?
My name's Cannon. I represent the North London Insurance Company. If you find anything funny about that, have a good laugh.
And what does the insurance company want with me?
They have a sizable interest in this old river boat. I'm here to protect that interest. You, I take it, are Mr. Seamus Camber.
That's right. What are you going to do on board?
Well, mosey around after people and see they stub out their cigarettes on the tap room. In short, Mr. Camber, I'm here to protect your showboat against the ravages of fire.
I've got my own fire protection. I don't need any more help.
Oh, don't worry, friend. I'm for free. All expenses paid by Sir William Hedges. It's written in the insurance clause that the company can provide an extra guard. I'm it.
Okay, but don't get in my hair. I got a show to put on here the night after next. I don't want any of my customers upset by an insurance watchdog.
That's all right. I promise to close a blind eye to the poker games and the chemin de fer.
What gives you the idea I'm going to run a gambling joint on board this tub?
Well, you're not going to run dollars in for the ship's log, that's for sure. Where's the crew anyway, or do you stoke up those fires yourself?
The crew comes aboard tomorrow, Smarty. Meantime, you and I can rest nice and cozy on board. So you can take it easy, Mr. Cannon. If anybody sets fire to this showboat, it can only be you or me.
As I said before, Sir William Hedges is well known to me. Since I had already dispatched Cameron as fire guard on the showboat, I was naturally a little surprised at the request from a gentleman who arrived the following morning in my office. He was announced by Miss Fairweather.
Mr. Duke Delaney to see you, sir.
What's it in connection with, Miss Fairweather?
Something about a guard on board a showboat.
Is he from the North London Insurance Company?
I don't think so, sir. By his accent, he's an American.
Delaney?
Duke Delaney, sir.
Are you sure it's not a Mr. Camber?
Quite sure, sir.
All right, show him in. Mr. Delaney?
That's right, sir.
Oh, do come in.
Oh, thank you.
Have a chair.
Thank you.
I understand from the switchboard girl that you're connected with Mr. Seamus Camber's showboat.
In a way, yes. I have certain fixtures and fittings on board which are on loan to Seamus Camber. Since they are on loan, I wanted the services of a man to keep an eye on things.
Are you concerned with theft or fire, Mr. Delaney?
Oh, fire mostly. I'm given to understand that the old Mississippi showboats are anything but stable. In fact, I was reading a report the other day where in 1913, 2 showboats engaged in a race up the river blew up.
Well, surely it's not Camber's intention to race up the River Thames. I mean, what would he race against? This is the only showboat in England.
I'd like to be quite frank with you, Mr. Mason. Seamus Camber doesn't enjoy the greatest reputation for honesty in the States.
Then I'll be equally frank with you. The vessel is insured by the North London Insurance Company, and they have already engaged the services of one of my operators, who is at this moment on board the showboat keeping a watch against fire.
Is he reliable?
Thoroughly.
Oh, then there's little point in my engaging anyone, is there?
Well, perhaps if you gave me a list of the furniture and effects that you have on board the ship, I could have my man keep a special eye on them.
I'm really interested in the prints in the smoker room. Have you ever been on board a showboat, Mr. Mason?
No, I haven't.
Oh, well, it's traditional that the smoker room is decorated with the prints of paintings by the great masters. In the halcyon days of the gold rush, they had real paintings on the walls. Well, in later days, they were substituted for prints. Now, the ones on board the River Queen have little commercial value, but now they hold great sentimental attachment for me. If anything should happen to the boat, I'd be most grateful if your man could rescue those prints and bring them to the office here.
You know, Mr. Delaney, I never met Seamus Camber. He must be quite an interesting gentleman. Yet I feel that, well, although he's generally at loggerheads with the law, he doesn't strike me as a practical proposition to tow an old showboat 3,000 miles across the Atlantic, well, just to set fire to it for the insurance.
Camber's mind works in devious ways. I hope that his intentions for once are of the best, however. Now, if your man can keep an eye on the prints for me, I'll be most grateful. And, of course, happy to pay any reasonable fee.
Very well, Mr. Delaney. I'll see that Cannon is instructed in that regard.
Thank you. That's put my mind at rest.
I'm glad to hear it. But it's more than I can say for Cannon and Seamus Camber.
Who's there? Well, that's clear. Camber said he and I were the only 2 people on board. Where did that come from? That was in this cupboard.
Oh!
Now, what are you doing in here?
Are you Mr. Camber?
No, I'm not. I'm the ship's guard. I repeat, what are you doing in here?
I didn't want to be seen, and when I heard someone coming, I thought I'd hide in the cupboard.
What are you hiding from? And who are you, anyway?
I'm Constance Maston.
American?
From Connecticut.
Okay, give.
I came on board to have a look round. I'm in show business, and I heard that Seamus Campbell was engaging acts for the showboat.
Well, Seamus Campbell's topside right now. Come with me. I'll take you to him.
Oh, not right now.
Well, there's no time like the present.
I'd rather not go right away. I heard tell that Campbell has an unsavory reputation.
You know something? I'm beginning to stack my chips on this guy's table. Nobody has a good word to say for him, and yet his business seems legitimate enough. If you're from Connecticut, you must have a work permit to perform on this showboat. Maybe you'd like to show it to me, huh?
I haven't got it with me.
Passport?
Why all the questions?
Look, baby, it's all the same to me whether you answer my questions here or in the local cop shop.
Can't you give me just an hour?
You know, I have an idea that you stowed away on this tub and got yourself a free tour across the Atlantic. That being the case, I want you investigated by the cops. Nothing personal, just part of my duties as the guard around here.
Hey, Cannon! Come on up here!
Okay, Mr. Camber.
Hey, you come back here. What's going on down there?
I'm locked in. I'm here in the smoker room.
Oh, how did you lock yourself in here?
A broad locked me in.
A broad? What broad? You gone out of your mind? We are the only two people on board this tub.
Look, Mr. Campbell, that door was locked from the outside. Check?
Check.
Then how do you figure I locked myself in from the outside?
Yeah, that makes sense. The door was locked from the outside.
Well, she was in here, hiding in a cupboard.
Here, on the showboat?
That's what I said.
You must be crazy.
Look, crazy or not, there was a doll right here in this cupboard. Come over here, come here. Now take a deep breath.
Yeah. Perfume.
That's right, and I don't use that particular brand.
Well, what's the girl doing here?
I don't know, Mr. Campbell. But I've got a funny feeling that there's an awful lot of people who'd like to see your enterprise go up in smoke, and that's no maybe.
The following classic Springbok Radio commercial comes to you with the courtesy of the Springbok Radio Preservation Society of South Africa.
New Pepsodent has Earlium, an amazing discovery that actually polishes teeth so sparkling clean and white, dulling film can't find a hole. Feel the difference with your tongue.
You wonder where the dullness went when you polish your teeth with Pepsodent.
New Pepsodent, the white toothpaste you can feel working.
Pepsodent, Pepsodent, Pepsodent.
Some things in life are obvious and easy. If you have a business providing a good service or selling a product, you need to let people know. But how do you do that? Easy. Just tell them here on SpringbokRadio.com. Internet radio is about talking to people in their own homes. Your message becomes part of the sound they've chosen to listen to. To find out more about advertising on SpringbokRadio.com, contact Dave Dupria on Johannesburg 011 678 5176 or for outside South Africa 2711 678 5176 or email Dave at SpringbokRadio.com.
Everyone, it seemed, was apprehensive over the intentions of Mr. Seamus Campbell, one-time gambler and racketeer from the Bronx. However, to all outward appearances, Mr. Campbell was conducting his affairs in an honest and straightforward manner, and I could find no real cause for alarm. 2 days later, prompted with pertinent advertising, the showboat got on its way up the River Thames, loaded with sightseers and the party spirit. The vessel was now fully crewed. Steam was up in the boilers, and a good orchestra pounded out lively music to an enthusiastic audience in the smoke-room. Having inspected the ship's furnaces and found everything in order, Cameron was relaxing at a table in the corner. Hello, Cameron. Everything in order?
Apple pie order, Chief.
How about the boilers?
Well, Campbell has a crew of Lascar firemen who seem to know their job, and he's running on half steam.
So Sir William's fears were groundless.
Looks like it.
Have you seen Duke Delaney?
The man who owns the prince? No. Why is he so worried about a few prints anyway?
Well, there's no accounting for taste. Anyway, you had your orders. If anything should happen on board, you must first ascertain the cause of the trouble, then rescue his prince and get them ashore into our office.
Okay, got it.
Why, Mr. Mason, I didn't expect to see you here.
Hello, Mr. Delaney. Well, looks as though your fears were groundless.
I hope you're right.
Now, I don't think you've met my senior operator, have you? Cannon, meet Mr. Duke Delaney.
How do you do?
Nice to know you, Mr. Cannon. How are the boilers?
Oh, just great.
You know, maybe Canberra's got something after all. This is just like the old days on the Mississippi River. Oh, not that I remember them. No, too long ago for me, but... Well, I figure that this gimmick will go down big with the Londoners on the Thames.
Hi there, gentlemen. Having a good time?
Just great.
Shouldn't you be fire watching?
Well, there's not much to worry about on board this ship, Mr. Cameron.
These friends of yours?
This is my chief, Aubrey Mason, and Duke Delaney you already know.
See you later, fellas. I just spotted a particular friend of mine.
Who'd you say that last one was?
Some little stray
Hey, that
from your heart.
girl up there, Sam.
Oh, you like her? I engaged her yesterday.
What name did she give?
Connie Maston. Why?
Well, that's the doll who locked me in this smoker room the day before yesterday.
Oh, you don't say.
What's all this about, Cameron?
Well, Mr. Campbell here and myself were the only two people on board the River Queen the day before yesterday, and I came down into the smoker room here, and, well, I found that girl hiding in a cupboard.
Well, did she give you any explanation?
She said she was in show business and was looking for a job on the show business.
That's right, and like you see, she got the job.
Look, Mr. Campbell, I know it's maybe none of my business, but, have you ever met that broad before?
Never saw her before in my life. What are you worried about? So she came aboard for a job, and she got the job.
There's something phony about this setup, and I wish I knew what it was.
Look, buddy, somebody told you I got a record back in the States? Yeah, I thought so. Well, for once, my business enterprise is on the level. Real level. Don't you forget it. Well, that's my cue. Stick to your job, Cannon, and I'll stick to mine.
Well. You seem to have upset the gentleman.
But there is something funny about this setup, Chief.
Well, when Mr. Campbell's around you should keep your ideas to yourself.
Chief, who hired the furniture and effects to Seamus Cameron?
Duke Delaney. Well, that's why I wanted you to... Of course. When you introduced me, you also introduced Delaney, and Cameron didn't know him.
So now you think there's something phony?
Well, it is rather odd, isn't it?
Campbell doesn't know the man from whom he hired the prince on the war, but he does know the girl who was stowed away on his ship and is now working in his cabaret. I'm going down to take another look at those boilers. I think that maybe if we're not careful, we'll have a problem on our hands that's too hot to handle.
Cameron inspected every inch of the showboat, but could find nothing wrong anywhere. He began to think his fears were groundless, and that the Canberra enterprise, well, was in good faith after all. His misgivings would have returned with alacrity had he been able to overhear a conversation between Canberra and Delaney just before midnight, when the cabaret was ended and the gambling began. The mysterious Constance Maston was sitting with them at a table in the now empty smoke-room. Canberra was flushed with the evening's entertainment.
Well, I don't mind telling you, Mr. Delaney, this is the first legit enterprise that I ever attempted. I don't want you to think I'm boasting when I say it's been successful beyond my wildest hopes.
It's not the first time a camera's gone straight.
Oh, gambling's legal in this country.
You mean you still have a flutter?
Oh, not on board the River Queen. This is strictly for entertainment.
I must compliment you on the entertainment.
Oh, Connie, best find I ever made.
Why, thank you, kind sir, she said.
That watchdog for the insurance company, Cannon, had some crazy notion that he had met you 2 days ago.
He's crazy.
Yeah, seems like everybody's slightly crazy on board this tub. Tell me, if gambling's not in your line, how come the poker game up on the bridge?
Oh, just for my personal friends. You interested?
Yeah, I like a game now and again. Anything in mind?
Anything you name? Pinochle?
I wasn't thinking of small stakes. I had something bigger in mind.
Such as?
Like I was wondering if you could get 20 knots out of this old tub.
Oh, just a matter of steam, yeah.
Gentlemen, suppose you let off steam in the bar. It might be safer.
Yeah, I guess it would at that. You'd lose your money anyway, Seamus.
What money?
Success has gone to your head. I'll wager $5,000 that this old tub can't do 20 knots.
Have nothing to do with it, Mr. Campbell.
Hang on there. Did you say $5,000?
I did, and what's more, I got it right here in hard cash.
Cover it.
Please, Mr. Campbell. Remember when the River Queen was built?
Now, what do you think, my ship is a dowager? You're on.
Oh, no.
Why are you so worried, Miss Marston?
Well, forget about her. This is my ship. $5,000. Is it for 20 knots, huh?
Yep, my money's on the table.
Okay. Let's get down to the engine room.
Come on, you monkeys. Get the coal on the furnace.
What's the reading, Johnny?
15 knots. You won't go any faster.
Come on, steam. Give me more steam.
Hey, what's going on down here? Smoke's coming out of the stack like the whole ship was on fire.
Oh, Mr. Campbell, thank heaven you've arrived. Mr. Campbell has a crazy bet with Duke Delaney that his showboat will reach 20 knots.
20 knots? Have you gone out of your mind?
Hey, you keep your nose out of this. Get that coal on the furnace. There's a $50 bonus for each and every one of them to make 20 knots on the game, all right?
Look, Mr. Campbell, listen to me. Those boilers are old. They can't take that measure of speed.
Delaney laid the bet, and I'm gonna win it. Once a gambler, always a gambler.
But what about the insurance if anything goes wrong?
There's nothing in the article that says I can't sail my ship at any speed I like.
But if something goes wrong, your business goes with it.
I can always pick up another showboat.
Don't kid yourself. If this old club founders, you'll never get another holidaymaker within 10 miles of a showboat.
He's right, Mr. Campbell.
I stand to lose $5,000.
You'll lose your boots if you carry on. Where is Delaney, anyway?
He's in the wheelhouse.
Tell me something, Mr. Campbell. Have you ever met Duke Delaney before tonight?
Oh, I never did, but he challenged me, and nobody's going to say that Seamus Campbell chicken on a bet.
Hey! Oh! Look, you'll never live to collect that wager if you don't chicken out of here right now. Come on, baby, leave this crazy guy. Come on. Get into a folks.
Where are you going?
Smoker room. Got some unfinished business to attend to.
Why, he's right over the boiler house.
I'll be quick like a bunny.
So you got here at last.
Delaney. What sort of crazy bet was that to lay with Camber? You knew he wouldn't refuse.
If he doesn't make 20 knots, I get $5,000.
Look, if you know what's good for you, you get out of here fast.
But what about my prince?
We're still afloat, aren't we?
Don't forget I paid you to look after them if anything happens to his showboat.
I'm taking them right now.
All right, see you in your office later.
Cannon! Hurry!
Where's Camber? Camber, where is he?
Here I am! Right here!
Well, what did Alaska say?
You're right, Cannon. Those boilers are buckling at the seams. The crew's already in a longboat.
Okay, join them. You too, baby.
What are you going to do?
Look for Delaney.
He's already left in the dinghy.
Well, that wraps it up. Come on, lower away!
What's the time, Miss Marston?
4:15.
What's keeping him?
He'll be here. I only hope he doesn't get tough.
Well, that's where you and me differ, Miss Marston. Nothing will give me greater pleasure than to personally teach Duke Delaney a lesson.
Ah, that's probably him now. Miss Marston, go into the inside office with Cannon. You know what to do when he claims the prince.
I know. Come on, Cannon.
Come in.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Mason.
Oh, come in.
Oh, nice of you to wait up for me.
Service is our motto.
Did Cannon get the prince over to you?
Yes, he did.
Not damaged, I hope.
No, not damaged. There they are on the table over there.
Ah.
If you just look at them and, see that they're in order.
Sure. Yeah, just as well I heard, young man. I had a feeling that guy, Seamus Campbell, would sink that showboat.
Are they your prince, Mr. Delaney?
Yep, they're mine. As you say, in perfect order.
Good morning, Mr. Delaney.
Well, if it isn't Connie Marston and Cannon. Well, nice to see you again.
Not for long, Duke Delaney. I have a warrant here for your arrest.
You got a what?
I have to warn you to come quietly.
Quietly?
You heard the lady.
Has this torch singer gone out of her mind?
Not a torch singer, Duke Delaney. Special Officer Constance Marston of Interpol.
Seamus Campbell, whom everybody suspected of double-dealing, was in fact a reformed criminal, whose intentions with his showboat were of the best. It was Duke Delaney who was the nefarious operator in the woodpile. Delaney had substituted two of the smoke-room prints with genuine oils stolen from a wealthy American collector. He knew that he could never get them through customs, but they could be removed in an emergency from a sinking ship. He played on Seamus Campbell's love of gambling, knowing that the old boilers on the showboat would never stand up to such a head of steam. Cannon, therefore, inadvertently brought the paintings ashore for him, But he reckoned without Constance Maston, who was on his track from the very beginning. She, too, suspected Camber at first, but Delaney overplayed his hand and walked right into the trap we prepared for him.
What would you say they're worth?
That's hardly the point, is it, Harold?
Oh, now, don't tell me the poor little rich girl is getting all sentimental.
No, Harold, not sentimental. It just occurred to me that a girl doesn't get married every day. I suppose that most brides reflect on their wedding presents with a certain amount of sentimentality. It's really the thought behind the gift, not its cash value.
Well, that's quite a speech for you. Having regrets?
I haven't much say in the matter, have I? So let's forget the whole thing. I'll be back for tea if anyone asks about me.
Where are you going?
I have an appointment with a man at 33 Half Moon Street.
No bells for the bride. She was a beautiful girl, and her pale, wan expression added to her beauty. There was a sad wistfulness about her, not at all what one might expect from a 20-year-old girl on the threshold of matrimony. She announced herself in a quiet, subdued voice, and once having heard her name, I suddenly knew all about her. No, I'm no psychic. Her whirlwind romance and sudden betrothal had covered the front page of every newspaper in England. It was rumoured that her father was a multimillionaire. She confirmed the rumour.
My father's Jeremy Peyton, the shipping magnate. I'm June.
Could I send for some tea, Miss Peyton?
No, thank you, Mr. Mason. I shan't be staying long. A friend recommended your firm to me, and I just popped round to see if you could supply me with a bodyguard.
A bodyguard?
It does sound melodramatic, I know. But the fact is, Father and friends have gone to an enormous expense over my forthcoming wedding. The wedding presents alone are worth a king's ransom. We have guards employed, of course, security men and so on. But I felt I ought to have someone of my own. Some trustworthy man who could keep an eye on me and the wedding paraphernalia, and who wouldn't be known to all the other watchmen in the grounds of the house.
Oh, well, we can supply such a man. For how long would you need his services?
Just 3 days until the wedding.
Are you staying at Buccleuch House?
How did you know?
Oh, the name of your house, you mean? Well, it's been in all the papers.
Oh, yes, of course, silly of me. Yes, Mr. Mason, I'm staying at Buccleuch. The man would have to stay, too. I'll have Mrs. Winniemead, the housekeeper, fix him up with a room. I'd actually like him to drive me back this afternoon. I said I'd be home in time for tea.
All right. Excuse me a minute. Send in Cannon if he's there, will you? Thank you. Cannon is one of my best operators. He's an American and knows his job thoroughly. I'll tell him that he's to be your personal guard at all times and never to let you out of his sight whilst you're in the grounds of Buccleuch House.
That'd be perfect, Mr. Mason. Cannon, did you say?
Yes, Cannon.
You drive very well, Mr. Cannon.
Oh, thank you. That's what the chief says, Miss Peyton.
That you drive well?
Yeah, that I drive him crazy. Say, you'd better watch it.
Watch what?
Well, that's the first time you laughed since I got the job as your chaperone.
Is it? Oh, dear. I suppose I must cut a rather rueful picture for an about-to-be bride. It's nerves, I suppose.
Oh, don't ask me. I never got married. I'm not the nervous type.
I bet you're not. Mr. Mason said a nice thing about you.
He did?
He said you were one of his best operators.
Oh, then my guess is this job's going to take a few days.
3 to be exact.
I knew it. Every time the chief gets me out of the way for a few days, he's in a good mood. And that's the only time he's free with his compliments. Snap.
I laughed twice. Yes, you're right. I have been a little depressed. I don't know why I'm talking to you like this. You must be terribly bored with my prattle.
No, I never get bored in the company of a beautiful lady, even if she is about to walk up the aisle with another guy.
You're very nice, Mr. Cannon. And it does help to be able to talk to someone. You know something? The Buccleuch is always crowded with people, and here it's the loneliest place on earth.
Mm-hmm. What's he like? This fellow you're getting hitched to.
Harold? Oh, he's a man about town, you know. I'm sure you've heard of him. Harold Tyson, polo player, racing driver.
No, I'm just not the social type, I guess. Tell me something. How many guests will you have at this wedding?
About 1,000.
Holy catfish, 1,000? That's some wedding.
Now you know why I'm so nervous and highly strung.
Do I?
It's possible to perceive too much, Mr. Cannon.
Okay, I'm back in my place, man. Tell me about this car instead.
Haven't you seen one before?
Oh, sure, from a distance, but I've never driven in one.
It's a Stanza Landon.
Yeah, I know that, but why is the back divided from the front?
It's meant to have a chauffeur where you are and any other servant where I am. The passengers sit behind the glass screen.
With curtains drawn. Nice and cozy and private. But what happens if they want to give the driver an instruction?
They can use the intercom. It's right by your left hand.
You mean this thing here?
That's right. It's always on talkback, so the passengers can hear you, but you can't hear them.
Oh, a sort of butler and footman security script.
Like to see it work?
Sure.
Well, pull up and I'll get in the back.
Okay.
Don't drive. I'll rejoin you in the front after I've talked to you on the intercom. I get claustrophobia shut up in there. Hang on. Cannon, take me for a drive to Fortnum and Mason.
Yes, my lady, but could we make it just Fortnum? Mason is my boss's name, and if he saw me now, I'd get fired.
Drive on, my man.
Yes, your ladyship. Say, can I open her up on the bypass?
Of course. Be careful, it's a very powerful car.
I shall be absolutely reckless. After all, I might never get the chance to drive in one of these things again.
I think you will, Mr. Cannon. I think you will.
Who's that you brought back with you?
Another guard.
Great Scott, what for? This place has already got more guards than an army barracks.
It's a personal guard for me.
You serious, June? And what on earth do you want a personal guard for?
Father thought it might be a good idea.
Then that's different, of course. Papa's word is law.
You don't make any bones about why you're marrying me, do you?
Should I?
It's one thing to be a cad, quite another to be ill-mannered.
Cad? That's a good word. I haven't heard that used since I was sent down from Oxford. Now, what's Papa worried about anyway? Does he think you might be kidnapped and held to ransom?
I'm already being held to ransom, Harry.
No, don't get all mushy again. Anyway, I can't see that you have much to complain about. In our circle, marriages are usually arranged. And I'm reckoned to be quite an eligible bachelor around London.
Yes, aren't you just? Except that I've never even seen most of the places in London that you frequent.
You're building up for a row, dear.
No, Harold, no row. There's no fight left in me anymore. What's so funny?
I was reading the Morning Courier before you came back. You should have seen their leader page. Romance comes to Buccleuch. A long dirge about our wonderful wedding. You know, it occurred to me that that writer would have a fit if he saw us now.
You should go into the advertising business. You're certainly a great one for publicity.
Oh, do you really think so? Well, don't worry too much about it, June, dear. With all the boodle I'll have in 3 days' time, I intend to buy myself a regatta special and race it at Le Mans. It's a very fast car, and I could easily write myself off. So you see, there's every chance that you might be a widow before you're hardly married.
You're a sadistic beast. If you'll excuse me, I have a chore to do.
There's nothing left to do. I've checked all the wedding presents and had a conference with the reception organizers.
I have to show the new guard his duties. Mrs. Winniemead will have given him his quarters by now. I'd like to show him the grounds.
Mind if I come along?
I'd rather you didn't. He has a great sense of perception, and he's an outsider. I'd hate anyone to get the idea into their heads that there's no romance at all in our blessed union.
The face of an angel and the tongue of a viper. Very well, my dear. If those are your sentiments, I'll adjourn to the billiards room. Your father has a footman with a penchant for snooker. Not quite as good as me. In fact, I've already taken 30 bob off him.
You're gambling with the servants now. Oh, well, I might have known. I'll see you for a cocktail before dinner.
And what's the name of this private eye of yours?
Cannon. Mr. Cannon. Mr. Cannon?
Yeah.
Mr. Cannon?
Yeah. Wow. You really look something.
You've said that every day for the last 3 days you've been here.
Yeah, but I never saw you in a wedding gown before.
Like you, Mr. Cannon, I've never been married before.
But what are you doing back here? Aren't you supposed to be with the bridesmaids or something?
Yes, I'm going back now, but there's something you must do.
Just name it.
I want you to get the stanza from the garage and take it round to the west gate. You remember that little gate on the other side of the terrace I showed you?
I know it, but what do I do for a key?
Here. That's the key to the stanza, and that's the key to the garage.
Well, what's all the mystery?
No mystery. The police just rang and said the route to the church is jammed with people and that a few hundred marchers are converging on us here.
Marchers?
There's been a bad strike at one of Father's factories.
Well, that's tough on your wedding day, too.
Oh, never mind. Uneasy lies the head and all that. Now, you know what you have to do?
Sure, get the spanzer and wait by the west gate. But who do I wait for?
It's just a precaution. Wait here until you get word from me. Now, off you go and don't talk to anyone.
Mum's the word, ma'am, but you sure do look like $1 million.
Thank you. Now, off you go.
I'm on my way. Hey, Miss Brayton, what gives? Why are you here?
I'll explain. Just let me get in the back behind the curtains. Can you hear me, Mr. Cannon?
Sure I can.
All right. Now, drive out along Weber Road.
Drive? But what about the bridesmaids and your father?
The trouble at the factory is serious. Please do as I ask. Start now.
Okay, but this sure is a wacky wedding. You okay in the back there?
Yes. Now you must drive along Weber Road until you come to Smith Street. There you turn right. I'll show you the route when you've got that far. Please hurry, Mr. Cannon.
Whatever you say, but that's not the route to the church.
I noticed. We're all converging from different points. It'll be all right once we're at the church.
Don't you think I should stop and buy some silk ribbon?
No jokes now, Mr. Cannon. It's just here that you turn. There's a little cottage with a red roof here on the left. I want you to stop there for a minute.
At the cottage?
Yes.
May I ask why?
I just want to tell a friend what's happening quickly.
Oh, boy, this is worse than a shotgun wedding. That the place there?
Yes. All right, pull up.
How long will it... Say, what happened to your wedding gown? What goes on?
I had a bag packed in the back of the car ready. Please don't ask any questions, Mr. Cannon. What I told you about Father's factory wasn't true. Not a word of it. I just made it up on the spur of the moment.
But the wedding...
There isn't going to be any wedding, Mr. Cannon. In fact, as from now, there isn't going to be any me.
Looking for space to hang and dry your washing? Washline distributors have the solution. Their rotating and fold-down wash lines take up the smallest spaces. Ideal for townhouses, simplexes and balconies at affordable prices. Galvanized or powder-coated and available in 5 different colors. For 24-hour delivery, installation, reliable and friendly service, phone Washline Distributors on 011 792 2486. That's 011 792 2486. Wash lines for every space and need.
The following classic Springbok Radio commercial comes to you with the courtesy of the Springbok Radio Preservation Society of South Africa.
New Pepsodent has Earlium, an amazing discovery that actually polishes teeth so sparkling clean and white, dulling film can't find a hole. Feel the difference with your tongue.
You wonder where the dullness went when you polish your teeth with Pepsodent.
New Pepsodent, the white toothpaste you can feel working.
Pepsodent, Pepsodent, Pepsodent.
Cannon watched June Peyton run through the cottage garden and disappear round the back. Then, his wits returned, he leapt from the spanzer and chased after her. But Miss Peyton had planned her escape carefully. A parallel road ran along the back of the cottage, and Cannon had barely reached the front gate when a powerful engine burst into life, and a green sports car swung out and roared away along the black ribbon of road. June Peyton at the wheel. Cannon returned to McClue to pandemonium.
What in blazes has happened to the girl? Now look here, Harold, if you two have some kind of full practical joke, I'll cut you both off without a penny.
I'm as bewildered as you are, sir. I've asked the chambermaids if they've seen her, but all they say is the same thing. They haven't. She was dressed in her wedding gown, ready to leave, and that's the last anyone saw of her.
Now look here, the girl just can't disappear into thin air, man. I mean, don't be such a dolt.
I don't know what to say, sir.
Well, I do. You should never have stayed at McClue last night. It's supposed to be bad luck if the groom spends his pre-marriage night under the same roof. Not that I'm superstitious, but blast it, man. I mean, there are 1,000 people waiting out there, not to mention heaven knows how many of my employees. Why didn't you spend the night in the local tavern?
The footman's luck changed.
What's that?
Well, I didn't bring my checkbook, sir.
Checkbook? Oh, what fat lot of use your checkbook would be, even if you brought it. I'll take the riding crop to that girl when I find her.
Steady on, sir.
Now, don't you argue with me, young fellow. I'll horsewhip you, too.
Look, her bodyguard.
What's that?
That's her personal bodyguard coming across the lawn.
What the blazes are you talking about, sir?
The personal bodyguard you organized for her, sir.
I organized? Personal bodyguard? Have you taken leave of your senses?
That man crossing the lawn, sir, his name's Cannon. June told me that you'd engaged his services as a personal bodyguard to her.
I did no such thing.
You didn't?
I said so, didn't I?
Then why did... Excuse me, sir. Cannon? Cannon, over here. I have a nasty feeling that we're about to get to the bottom of this mystery, sir.
Mr. Tyson?
Where's Miss Peyton?
She's gone.
Gone? Where?
Well, search me.
What is this fellow talking about,
This
Harold?
is Mr. Jeremy Peyton, the bride's father.
How do you do, sir?
Who are you?
Well, the name's Cannon of Assignments Unlimited. I was engaged as a personal bodyguard to Miss Peyton.
Oh, you were you? And who engaged you, may I ask?
Miss Peyton herself.
Harold, get the police. Have this man locked up.
Just a moment, sir. Look, do you mind if I have a word with Cannon in private?
What for?
Well, I think it might be better for all concerned. I might be able to clear this up with him and even find June.
Look, then hurry up, young man, and be quick. And if I've been made a fool of, you'll rue the day, all of you.
Over here, Cannon. All right. What happened?
Well, Miss Peyton asked me to bring the Spanzer round to the west gate. I did, and she arrived in her wedding gown alone. She told me some cock and bull story about a strike in her father's factory and how everybody was going to the church from different directions because the workers were in an ugly mood. Well, I saw no reason to disbelieve her. I'm employed by her anyway. So we drove off to a cottage off Smith Street.
Red roof?
Yeah.
Then what happened?
Well, she traveled in the back with the curtains drawn. When we got to the cottage, she changed into day clothes. She ran through the cottage garden and drove off in a sports car.
What color sports car?
Green.
Oh, it's hers. So the bride ran out on me. Well, here's one for the books. I just can't wait to see old Peyton's face when he finds out. 1,000 guests.
You're, not concerned about the young lady?
Of course I'm concerned. They'd be impertinent.
Well, don't you either. I'm not in your employ, buddy, and from what I've seen since I've been walking on the lawns of Buccleuch, I'd just as soon punch you on the nose as look at you.
Fair enough. I might take you up on that one day, but not now. Look, Cannon, I'll go and break the news to the old man, and when he's recovered from his apoplexy, I'll join you in the billiard room for a drink.
Why?
Well, the girl ran out on me. I want to know why.
Conceit seems to be your strong point.
I don't mean that, you fool. If she didn't want to marry me, why didn't she say so in the first place? Why go to all this trouble and then run out on me on the last minute? And she didn't do it on the spur of the moment in a fit of nerves. She planned it. She planned it very carefully. Do you know that she told me her father had engaged you as a bodyguard?
You don't say.
I do say. Can you imagine what this will mean? The old man will cut her off without a penny. He'll be fit to do murder. Well, she must have known, so that she's deliberately committed economic suicide.
Well, it sounds crazy to me too, Tyson, but this is where I came in and this is where I moved right out.
No, it's not. You failed in your duty.
I did no such thing.
You did. You were engaged as her bodyguard. All right. Where's the body? I'll tell you where. Flown. And you're going to help me find her.
And bring her back.
After what she's done to that money-grabbing, miserly old pompous skinflint of a father of hers, she won't ever dare show her face in here again. Now, will you help me find her, Cannon?
But, what use is she to you without a penny in the world?
No, it's you who's asking for a punch on the nose.
touche. Well, I don't understand it, but I'll do it. Okay, Tyson, I'll help you to find her.
But finding Miss Peyton was easier said than done. She disappeared into thin air. Cannon began by trying to trace the whereabouts of her green sports car, only to find that she'd made arrangements for its sale days before. She'd left the car with the dealer, signed the documents, and walked out into the wide world without so much as a backward glance. Harold Tyson became more and more agitated as the days passed, without a sign of his ex-fiancée, and he suggested that we contact the police. They were loath to cooperate since, well, Miss Peyton had passed her 21st birthday since her sudden disappearance, and her father, Jeremy Peyton, refused to request the services of the law. As far as he was concerned, his daughter was as good as dead. He certainly never wished to set eyes on her again. Cannon got his first break one day whilst pacing the office floor.
Assignments Unlimited.
Is that Grosvenor 5995?
Yep, it is.
A personal call has been booked for a Mr. Cannon at this number from a Miss June Peyton. The time is for 3 o'clock. Can Mr. Cannon take the call then?
Yeah, June Peyton, yeah, sure I can take it then.
1 hour and 20 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Hey, too late, confound it.
Who was it, Cannon?
A personal call coming through for me in 1 hour and 20 minutes from June Peyton.
Well, where's she ringing from?
I forgot to ask.
Well, ring the exchange and they'll tell you.
Oh, so they will. I'm going nutty. The brain box doesn't work right anymore.
Oh, well, I'll do it for you. Miss Fairweather? There's a personal call coming through for Mr. Cannon. Let's see, it's 3 o'clock. Find out from the exchange where he's coming from and let me know. Right?
As easy as that.
Well, what'll you do?
Any advice, Chief?
Well, it's your business, Cannon. Assignments Unlimited left the case when the 3 days were up at Buccleuch.
Well, if it's a trunk call, she must be quite some distance out from London. If I tell him now where she is, he might have time to drive down there and find her before she has a chance to dodge off again.
Then why don't you do that? The exchange will have the answer to your query in a few minutes.
But how do I know she wants to see him?
Well, from what you've told me, Harold Tyson is the last man on earth she wants to see right now.
Yeah, but you know, Chief, I've got a hunch. I don't know why, but there's something awful screwy about this setup. I mean, take Tyson, he's a changed man. He couldn't give a fig about that dame when she had stacks of loot. And now that she's flat broke, he's mourning after like a sick calf.
Well, love, I'm told, is a peculiar emotion.
Yeah, it's downright odd.
Yes, Miss Fairweather. Oh, just a minute, I'll take that down. Beaconsfield Hotel, Oxford. Yes, I got it, thank you. Get it?
Yeah. That's where he went to university.
The Beaconsfield Hotel?
Oh, no, Oxford. He got sent down, June Peyton told me.
Quite a rake, Mr. Tyson.
Guess so.
Well, it's no good just sitting around there, Cannon. Do one thing or the other.
Yeah, but if only I could be sure she'd still be at the hotel after she's spoken to me on the phone.
Well, you can't, can you?
If I can tell him now, he can make it while she's still on the phone to me.
Well, it's quite a drive, you know.
Yeah, but he's some driver. Pilots machines at Le Mans.
A courageous rake.
No, I suppose so. Okay, here goes. 1, 2, 3, 6.
Hello, Tyson here.
Tyson, this is Cannon. You feel like a fast drive?
Where to?
On your own to the Beaconsfield Hotel, Oxford. Can you make it in under an hour?
With wings.
Then sew on some feathers, Sonny. That's where June Peyton is. Assignments Unlimited.
Is that Grosvenor 5995?
Yep, Cannon speaking.
Your call to Oxford. Speak up, please.
Thank you. Hello?
Mr. Cannon?
Hi. Where have you been all my life?
I just had to ring you to explain. I felt it was rather a dirty trick running out on you like that. Can you forgive me?
Well, there's nothing to forgive. I just wondered why you did it. So does Harold Tyson.
He was only interested in me for my money.
You was is right. No more. Now that you're broke, he's only interested in you for you.
How can you be sure?
Well, take a look behind you. So long, Miss Peyton. Oh, and by the way, if you and Harry want to know how to make an honest buck, might I suggest that you take up novel writing and get him to act as your publicity agent?
Novels?
You're a great girl, Junie, but you're also the biggest liar I ever met.
You see, June Peyton was in love with Harold Tyson all the time, and he with her. The barrier between them was the fabulous wealth of her father. June knew that she could never be happy with Harold under the shadow of an arranged marriage, so she decided to test him under the severe conditions of poverty. She planned everything to the smallest detail, and her gamble came off. Oh, she didn't have to write novels for a living. Old Jeremy Peyton got lonely in that great rambling house, and so he forgave them both. His daughter's plan brought out the best in him, too.
What in heaven's name was that?
What was what, Mr. Cornish?
That scream. It came from the loft.
The loft, Mr. Cornish? Now, who would be in the loft while the bells were ringing?
I heard a scream, I tell you. Someone's up there.
You're just feeling a little overwrought, Mr. Cornish. Now pull on your tenor bell like a good fella. Then you'll hear a sweet, melodious sound. Go on, pull.
Nothing. Nothing happens.
Oh, dear, then the stay must have broken. Perhaps that's the sound you heard. It makes a funny noise when a stay breaks.
I could have sworn it was a scream.
But it wasn't. It couldn't have been. Just your imagination. I'll get someone out to mend the stay in the bell loft.
No. I mean, we can't have a stranger here. Not a man from the village.
It won't be no one from the village, Mr. Cornish. There's a firm in London does all sorts of odd jobs, and no questions asked, so I'm told.
No questions?
Let me do the worrying, Mr. Cornish. These people are most reliable. I'll give 'em a ring from the Manor House. It won't take 'em long to get here. Their offices are at 33 Half Moon Street.
From a country house to the north of London set the wheels in motion. The name of the caller suggested him to be an ecclesiastic, but his intonation belied this calling, and, well, it left me wondering. I couldn't imagine the voice emanating from a pulpit, and yet the man's problem seemed normal for assignments unlimited.
The name's Purley, Mr. Mason, Parson Purley. I'm well known in Potter's Bar, and I have a problem with the tenor bell stay in the loft. I don't know if you're acquainted with bell ringing.
Not technically, I'm afraid. What exactly is wrong?
The stay on the tenor bell is broken. It's really quite easy to replace, but the climb up to it's rather dangerous. I can't get a man from the village, unfortunately. The old hands are too old, and the young ones... Well, I don't have to tell you what the modern-day youth is like, do I?
Well, I can't say that I see anything wrong with them. However, if you can't find a local man, you can't, and we'll be pleased to send someone. How do we find you?
The job will require 2 men, actually, Mr. Mason. I can explain how they go about replacing the stay in a few minutes, but it will definitely require 2 pairs of hands.
And you can't help yourself?
My arthritis precludes me from any physical labour, I'm sad to say.
All right, then. 2 it is. Where are you ringing from?
Well, actually, I'm telephoning from the Squire's house. Cornish Manor House, it's known as. One of the showpieces in this part of the world. I'm very friendly with the Squire.
So my men are to report to the Cornish Manor House?
No, Mr. Mason. If they could report to the village inn, the Gun and Magpie, it's called, I'll meet them there.
The Gun and Magpie. I see. Tell me something. These are church bells you're talking about?
What else, Mr. Mason? What else?
Yes, of course. When do you want them down there?
This afternoon, if you can manage it. I'll book them into the village inn so they can stay over if they're not finished by this evening. You see, there is some urgency, Mr. Mason. We have a campanology lecture tomorrow evening, and I'd like the tenor bell back working by then.
Oh, I understand. Very well. I'll have them report to the Gun and Magpie after lunch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mason. Goodbye to you.
Goodbye. Odd-sounding fellow.
Who's that, Chief?
A man with a bug in his belfry.
Don't you mean a bee in his bonnet?
I mean exactly what I say, Canon. Parson Purley. What an odd name. Canon?
Oh, yes, Chief?
Do you know anything about ringing church bells?
No, but I'm good at fixing alarm clocks.
Oh, ask a silly question. There's a man down there. Well, I suppose he's a reverend, really, although he doesn't sound like one. There's a man down in Potter's Bar. A stay has broken on one of his church bells, and he wants 2 men to go down and fix it.
Well, I thought the verger always got the lousy jobs.
Well, apparently it's dangerous.
Oh, I see.
He said he can explain how you go about it in a few minutes. I imagine it's the climbing up into the bell tower that's dangerous. Feel like taking it on?
Sure. Who goes with me?
Well, that's quite a point, isn't it? Everyone's out, and I've got an appointment with Sir Edmund Croft this afternoon over that security guard job for the bullion shipment.
What about tomorrow?
But there's some urgency.
There always is.
Hi, Chief. Hi, Canon.
Hi, Gail.
Hello, Gail. Did everything go off all right?
Perfectly.
Gail, would you take on a job that entailed climbing up into a belfry?
What do I rescue this time? A bat?
Well, you'd be Canon's assistant in making a running repair to a bell stay.
Oh, easy. When do we leave?
Right now. It's in Potter's Bar. You could have lunch on the way.
Oh, boy, an expense account. Oh, but let's wait until we get to Potter's Bar. There's an offbeat pub there that sells cider and whelks.
The Gun and Magpie.
Chief, how would you know a place like that?
Well, that's where you meet the client, Parson Purley.
In the pub? How quaint.
That occurred to me. By the sound of his voice, he'd be more at home in Petticoat Lane than in a pulpit. However, that's no concern of ours. Take the car and enjoy your lunch.
Roger. Well, what are you looking so sour about, Canon?
The first time in 3 weeks we get an expense account, and you have to pick a pub that sells cider and whelks.
Sir, 2 pints of cider, 2 pints of whelks, and a loaf of Ovis with farm butter.
Thanks. We've got to meet the local reverend here after lunch. Will he come in the bar, or should we wait in the lounge? We don't know him, you see.
Reverend Martin Wells, sir?
I mean Parson Purley.
Him. You had me fair worried for a minute, sir. Well, if Purley said he was going to meet you here, then he'll be in the 4 Ale bar.
Who is this Parson Purley, then?
Oh, he's a foreigner up from London. Came here a couple of years ago when the old church was up for sale. He bought it and the 10 acres of land that stands on it. He's a pig farmer, and from what I hear tell, not a very good one. Still, he's always got plenty of ready about him, so maybe he's got private means.
Then he's not a parson.
Oh, bless you, lady, no. The opposite, I'd say. No, it's a nickname. You know, from him buying the old church. You know how it is.
Yeah, well, we came down to mend one of the bells.
Oh, them. Drive you balmy, it would. There's folks who'd like to have seen him taken out before the sale, but, well, there they are, and well, they are his property, so he can do what he likes with them, I suppose, can he?
You mean he still rings them?
Yeah, every full moon. Clanging away like the marker boys at Southend. There's plenty who thinks he's got a screw loose. One thing, though, he don't get no pinching on his place. The locals reckon the place is haunted, and what the Reverend Wells has to say about him don't help much either.
Well, now I know why the verger didn't risk his neck.
Hold it, Bitterary! Excuse me, ladies, sir. All right, Ted, I'm coming.
Well, what do you know?
The chief's got second sight.
A deserted church, haunted at full moon.
If you're trying to get a rise out of me, Canon, you're wasting your time. We mend the bell in the daylight, with any luck this afternoon.
Excuse me, the barman said that you're the man from London who's come to fix my tenor bell. I'm Purley.
Oh, hi, Mr. Purley.
Mr. Purley?
Well, the bartender said the parson was on your nickname, and we're taught to be polite.
The barman's a fool. However, let's not dwell on it. Didn't the other man come with you? I distinctly told Mr. Mason that the task would require 2 pairs of hands.
Well, meet my assistant, Parson Purley, Gail Hamilton, assignments unlimited.
A woman?
Don't worry about her, Mr. Purley. She's as good as any 2 ordinary men.
It's not that, it's, how are your nerves, miss?
Like Toledo steel.
She can climb anywhere and has a head for heights.
Oh, I see. Well, Mr.
Cannon,
we have a society in Potter's Bar. It's a private society, and the details don't really matter. Suffice to say that I'm the head of this society, and the name Parson is not altogether an irreverent nickname.
I did hope to have the tenor bell repaired this afternoon, but at a hastily convened meeting it was decided that no work could be carried out in the old church in daylight.
Oh, I see. High jinks under the high moon.
That was not terribly funny.
Oh, don't worry about me, Parson. I'm the fifth wheel to the wagon. Whatever you want, we'll do it. Anywhere, anytime, remember?
It was because you have to work at night that I was thinking about the young lady. There are certain scurrilous rumours about the old rectory. The locals in Potter's Bar are notorious gossips.
And they say the joint is haunted. Gail here will take it all in the right spirit.
That's right.
Then if I may be permitted to show you the ropes... Yes, show you the ropes, both literally and metaphorically. You see, it's in the ropes that the danger lies. If you don't do it right, you can hang yourself better than the public executioner could.
Splish, splash, the water hogs splash all day long. Using up the water, it's too late when it's gone. If you want to help them, this is what to do. Make sure the water hog is never you. Just make sure the water hog is never, ever you.
The following classic Springbok Radio commercial comes to you with the courtesy of the Springbok Radio Preservation Society of South Africa.
Hot rice pancakes. There's something to sing about.
Tastic rice pancakes, of course, because Tastic rice is wonderful in all sorts of recipes.
And Tastic rice is rich in the vital B group vitamins, and it's so economical.
So insist on perfect cooking Tastic rice.
Fantastic, fantastic, tasty, fantastic, tastic rice.
Tastic rice cooks perfectly every time.
Fantastic, fantastic, tasty, fantastic, tastic rice.
There's a lovely Tastic rice recipe book in full color and absolutely free, waiting for you right now.
Send 10 empty Tastic rice bags or facsimiles to Box 20, Industria Transvaal for your copy of that wonderful Tastic rice recipe book.
At that moment, as Cannon and Gail Hamilton talked with a shifty-eyed Parson Purley and the gun and magpie, they had no knowledge of the desperate cries wrung from the lips of some unknown sufferer in the bell tower. In fact, there was no logical reason for suspecting Purley of anything abnormal. Cannon, however, is a cautious operator, no doubt engendered by years of volcano lip living, and so it was that he and Gail proceeded to the old church after dark with not a little trepidation.
You okay, Gail?
I'm fine. The air's musty, though, like rotten vegetation. Yet the church grounds are on a slope.
Swine.
Who? The villagers?
That's the smell. Purley's a pig farmer. Parsons Purley's prize pigs permeate the parsonage.
Pooh. What do you say to a pig, by the way, if you meet one?
I don't know. I guess you'd say it's swell meeting you. They'll be penned up anyway, I hope.
Why do you hope?
Well, pigs running loose can be dangerous.
You're kidding.
I'm not. A hog will panic if it's suddenly frightened in the dark and charge. And 400 pounds of porker in your midriff and you'll come a proper cropper, my girl.
You're just saying that to make me nervous.
No, not really. I was just trying to take your mind off the hideous ghost that stalks the lonely church at midnight.
You're a pig.
You be careful, I don't charge. Well, that's it. We're going in the right direction.
Gives me the shivers. Why do we have to make the repair at night? I think that barman's right. Parson Purley's as nutty as a fruitcake.
It could be. But then he doesn't know we're starting 1 hour early.
What was that?
I don't know. But it sure didn't sound like the mating call of a nightingale.
It came from the direction of the church.
Well, they won't expect us around yet. It's maybe one of their screwy rights, like a thumb screw.
Well, what do we do?
We'll fix the bell stay like the man said. That's what we came for. Come on, can't be far now. Barely a scream away. Penny. Penny for your thoughts. I never complete the quotation. I once asked a doll in Idaho, a penny for your thoughts. She thought I said a penny for your shorts. Of course, it was her bloomer.
Karen, I appreciate your kindness in trying to keep my spirits up, but my morale would improve greatly if you just shut up. Anyway, there's the old church ahead now.
Yeah, and all lit up. We skirt round the side and shinny up to the bell tower. I'll have a quick look inside to see if anybody's around.
Well, I'm glad the lights are on.
Yeah, makes it easier to work. You go on around the back. I'll take a look in the front door.
I may as well come with you. There's no real hurry.
But why don't you admit that you're scared to blazes over that two-headed ghost?
I am not scared.
Okay. Go and look in the window. You see anything?
Not a soul.
Okay. Come on, let's go up. There's some iron staples in the wall here someplace. They lead right up to the loft. It saves us going via the ringing platform, and it's safer.
Why, safer?
Well, you heard what the parson said. If you catch your head in one of those ropes, it'll hang you quicker than the executioner. Oh, here we are. Here are the staples. Okay, Gail, honey, let's climb. Come on. Up. Just mind I don't tread on your fingers, huh? Come on, it's not much further. Nearly there. Yeah, that's me. Now you come up. Go on.
Thanks.
Yeah. There, you see that little one that's tilted nearly upside down? Well, that's where the stay's broken. Well, it's easy. It shouldn't take more than an hour.
From the parson's explanation, I don't see how it works.
That's because you have no mechanical mind. You see, the ropes down below on the platform are each attached to a bell. The rope is pulled until the bell is in an upright position. Then a light pull, and the bell swings down and rings. Those oak staves at the top of the circle are the stays. If they weren't there, the bell would swing right over in a full circle. The one on the tenor bell is broken, as you can see. That's why the bell's tilted at a crazy angle.
I see. But the big bells only clear the floor by a couple of feet. Why, if anyone started ringing right now...
Well, go on, say it. The bell would crush you to pulp. But we're safe. There's nobody here.
We didn't look down on the ringing platform.
Well, suppose you look now. Yeah, through that hole in the floor. I'll get the tackle ready to move the tenor bell.
All right.
Hey, what's with you?
Come, come and look. Down there.
Oh, what can you see?
A dead boy hanging from a bell rope.
Yeah, I see him.
That scream we heard.
Yeah, maybe. Look, we gotta get down there and cut him down. Come on, this way.
The lights. The lights have gone out.
Hey, Gail, get down. Lie flat. Get down, Gail. Flat on the floor. Come on. Look, if you keep flat, you'll be all right.
Who's ringing then? There's nobody there except a dead boy hanging from a rope.
Look, I'm going to crawl over to the center hole. You stay here and keep flat. If you try and stand, you'll distribute your brains around the bell tower.
What are you going to do?
You can only be a ghost, and I brought my ghost cure outfit. Now you stay where you are. Now stay flat in your tummy, baby, but crawl over here. Come on.
Whoever it was, you frightened them away.
Yeah, maybe. Look, you hold the gun. I want to use my flashlight. If anybody shoots, fire at their flash.
Okay.
All ready? Nobody. Not a sign of anybody the bird's flown.
Cam! The body, it's gone.
So it is. I never saw a faster resurrection.
And the rope's been cut. The rope he was hanging from. Who could have got up there?
Now listen carefully, honey. You and me, we're going to climb back down those outside staples and run for it across the fields. I want you to play act that you're awful scared, okay?
Who says I need to play act? My knees are knocking anyway.
Yeah, well, with the price of nylons today, that's vandalism. Come on, let's go.
All right.
Now, don't fall whatever you do. You okay?
Yeah, fine.
We're nearly done. There. Hello?
Sorry, did I startle you? Good evening, Mr. Cannon. Right on time, I see. Shall we go in? I have the key.
How long have you been here, Pelly?
Oh, I've just arrived this minute. Why, did you get here early?
We did. And you won't need the key. The door's open.
Really? Who opened it then?
It was open when we arrived and the lights were on.
Follow me, quickly. There. It's locked, as you see. Let's go in and I'll switch on the lights. Take a few. Literally and metaphorically.
Really, old man, you have some explaining to do.
Yes, I have.
You admit it?
Not perhaps in the way you think. You arrived here early tonight and you thought that you found the door of the church open and the lights on.
We didn't think. That's what we saw.
Allow me to continue, please. You took the outside wall ladder to the belfry, and when you looked down onto the platform, you saw a dead lad hanging from a bell rope. The lights went out and the bells started ringing. You climbed back down and met me.
Say, what is this, a murder confession?
No, merely a repetition of a strange psychic phenomena that my society has been trying to unravel. You see, none of those things really happened. You imagined the whole thing.
Yeah, you go tell that to the ghost squad.
I see you're not convinced. Very well. Shall we climb up to the platform and cut the poor lad down?
Somebody has done that already. When we looked again, the rope was cut and the body had gone.
The rope was cut. Please follow me.
Do as he says, girl.
Well, here we are. Now, Miss Hamilton, which rope was cut?
Cannon, it's all in one piece again.
I know it's frightening, but no harm can come to you. It's a sad tale. The boy who was accidentally hanged by the bell rope.
You mean there was a boy hanging there?
Yes, a tragedy. But it happened nearly 100 years ago. Now, if I stay with you, do you think you might mend the stay?
Sure, but that only requires one man to fix it. While I'm up there, Gale stays down here with a gun.
A gun, Mr. Cannon?
Yeah. You see, I'm allergic to bats.
Do you think we should tell the chief about the psychic phenomenon, Cannon?
Sure, but only after we've laid that pesky poltergeist.
Laid the ghost?
You think we're going back to London? Well, we're not. This road leads around the back of that old church, and we're paying the phony parson a fleeting visit.
But why?
Mainly because I think all that psychic phenomenon is bunk. Then again, it's maybe I don't like some cheap chiseler trying to murder me. And don't give me all this, all in the mind jazz. If we'd been 10 seconds longer dropping to the floor, Mr. Aubrey Mason would be advertising for 2 new operators. Now, there's a stream runs from here right past the church. Come on, take off your shoes. We walk in the water, and if it gets too deep, we swim.
But why go back?
Because I got a feeling that the parson's going to have a meeting in that church tonight, and I want to be there to listen to his sermon. Only I don't want him to know about it.
Must we walk in the river?
Yep. The parson uses those hogs like watchdogs. And there's something about pigs I didn't mention. Together with the camel, it's the only animal in the world that can't swim.
Parson, I didn't mean to kill him. It must have been an accident.
Of course it was an accident, my dear Timothy. Pardon me for using your Christian name, Mr. Cornish, but we've become very close over the past few days, and you can treat me as a true friend.
Will the police believe it was an accident?
And you, a wizard of the black magic circle, Mr. Cornish? I'm afraid they won't be easily convinced. But the lad's body has been neatly disposed of. Pigs are omnivorous animals, you know. Of course, I shall need a little more cash, say £5,000.
Parson, that's blackmail.
An ugly word, Mr. Cornish.
You're like your mug, Parson.
Huh?
Don't do that. This gun has a reputation for being consistently accurate.
Who are you?
The guy who nearly bought a pig in a poke. The game's up, Parson, and you, whoever you are, don't have to worry about that kid. He's alive and kicking. It was just a stunt.
Where is he?
Where I found him. In the vestry, and is being guarded by a very, very tough baby. Yeah, he's in the vestry. I knew all along that the dirty jobs went to the Virgin.
Parson Purley's game was blackmail. He inveigled Timothy Cornish into the disgusting rites of black magic, the ringing of bells being an important function. He staged the fake hanging of his youthful accomplice, meaning Cornish to find the body. But Canon and Gail Hamilton arrived at the church an hour early and saw what they thought was the dead body of the boy. In fact, his body was supported by a box, the type provided on any bell-ringing platform. Knowing he'd been seen by strangers, the youth turned out the lights and began to ring the bells with the obvious intent to kill my two operators. But Canon is hard to kill. Oh, and he's a hard-headed businessman, too. Parson Purley went to jail for a long time, but Timothy Cornish settled the bill, quite handsomely, too.
Kid, you've had this mad fixation about climbing a mountain. I just don't understand you.
You don't have to understand me, Roger. All I ask is that you accompany me on one climb.
For the last time, Mabel, I won't do it, especially at a time like this.
That's just what I thought you'd say.
Then why even bother to ask me?
Because for one idiotic moment I thought that you, my brother, might grant me one small wish. Oh, but don't let it bother you. I'm sure I can find someone else.
A guide? You'll have to tell him all about yourself. After all, that would only be fair on the guide, and I don't think that when he knows the true circumstances, any guide will take on the job.
It's for that reason I'm not going to ask a guide. At least, not the ordinary run of guides.
Don't tell me you're going to the Boy Scouts.
There's a firm in the West End that specializes in unusual jobs. Assignments unlimited. They might be able to help me. Oh, it's worth a try anyway. I'm going up there this afternoon. Their offices are at 33 Half Moon Street.
My usual wont, to introduce to you my client before the story unfolds. But tonight, I'd like you to eavesdrop on a London scene that occurred just 24 hours before my client decided to come to 33 Half Moon Street.
So you came, eh?
As you knew I would.
Don't worry about the two blokes on either side of us. They work for me.
Afraid of witnesses, Sid?
Not of these witnesses. In fact, I'd like them to get to know you better. For future reference, like.
If it's the money.
It's always the money, Mr. Dix. It could hardly be a social occasion, could it? I mean, you and me, we're not on the same social
Why don't
scale.
you get on with it and say what you have to say?
I hope your purse is as big as your lip.
It's just a matter of time. I told you that.
You're right. A matter of time. You've got exactly 1 week.
A week? I can't guarantee anything in a week.
I can. Show him your toothpick, Eddie.
A razor.
Guaranteed to give you a clean shave. Right down to the bone.
Now, wait a minute.
No, not a minute. I'm a reasonable man. A week. Either you produce £3,847 at this time next week, or you meet Eddie for the second time.
You can't do this to me.
Want a demonstration?
Please, Sid. I don't know for sure if I'll have the money in a week's time.
You should have thought of that before you played the GGs. Suppose you'd won. I'd have paid you, wouldn't I? And I wouldn't have asked for time, would I?
I'll pay you interest.
Mr. Dixon, I'm interested only in the lolly, in cash. I'll see you here, same time next week. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to go out and pay 25ers to a geezer who was lucky today. Backed 6 winners out of 8 starts. It was a proper carver.
Fate has a crooked finger, but it points with inexorable directness at destiny. In a ragged shack, leaning bleak and lonely among the barren foothills of Mount Snowdon, a heavily built man sat down to his meager supper. His face bore the lines of strain, the strain of frustration tainted with pent-up anger. A faded leather jerkin hung limply on his shoulders, and his faded denim trousers rolled down over his high-top boots as though to hide their tattered shame from the world. He said nothing as he idly stirred the learned dumpling and the thin soup. It was his wife who broke the silence, a thin, mousy woman with a red nose, her bony body enshrouded in the voluminous folds of a corn-sack apron.
How'd it go at the meeting?
Same.
Don't you ever give up.
I'll win in the end, Lucy.
That's what you've been saying for the past 6 months.
Just have patience, lass.
I've got patience, Jack Hawthorne. Lots of it. The patience any mountaineer's wife must have if she's to remain in her right mind, but patience doesn't pay the grocer's bills, and you don't have to look at your supper too hard to know we're starving.
I know that.
Then why don't you do something about it, man?
Like what?
Get another sort of job.
Here we go again.
Well, anything's better than sitting here day after day and things going from bad to worse. Just a temporary job. Just something to tide us over.
If I leave now, it means the committee has won. I'll never get another job as guide as long as I live.
Then let's go back home to Shapfell. We didn't do so bad.
That antique. The money's here.
That's a laugh.
Well, it wasn't until that bloated beggar had his heart attack on the east face.
That's no way to speak of the dead, Jack Hawthorne.
Maybe not, but how was I to know he'd die on me? What am I supposed to do? Give every client a medical before I take him up?
You're supposed to bring him back alive.
I'm a mountaineer, not a ruddy white hunter.
Well, you haven't lost all your sense of humour anyway.
That's a blessing, I don't think. Giggs fell from that ledge because he had an heart attack, not because of my incompetence. I could lose any of those toughies on that mountain.
Everyone knows that, look.
And why won't they let me back into the committee? Answer me that. What? No, don't waste your breath. If I were a third-rate gilly like the rest of them, I'd have been back on the mountain the day after he was buried. So blazes with the committee, I say. If only I could get a private job without their sanction.
But everyone goes to the committee for recommendations.
Don't I know it? You know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see one of them Gaelic gentlemen take up someone who wasn't really fit to go and have him die on him.
Jack Hawthorne.
All right, it's a terrible thing to say. But if it happened, they wouldn't have a leg to stand on, would they? They'd have no choice but to let me back into the committee. Just one accidental death when the climber wasn't fit to climb.
My client was Miss Mabel Dixon, a well-bred young lady of some 20 years. She carried herself with a proud bearing that indicated a strong character, a strength her physical appearance failed to match. She was pale and wan, and even the twinkling eyes and generous smile couldn't hide some intense inner suffering, which is probably why I was surprised at her request. She wanted to climb a mountain, and she asked me to provide a companion. I learned nothing of her from our brief encounter. It was to Cannon that she filled in the details on their journey west in the train compartment.
I so want this holiday to be a success, Mr. Cannon. And I would like us to be on a friendly footing.
Well, I'm the epitome of geniality, ma'am.
Then we can start by using first names. I'm Mabel.
Well, now, there you got me. I only go by my nickname.
That is Mr. Cannon?
Cannon.
Your nickname is the same as your surname.
Well, you said you wanted fun. The name's Cannon, but believe me, I'm no big bore.
All right, then Cannon it shall be. Have you done much mountain climbing?
Well, I gave Everest a miss, and I find something offensive in tropical snow, so I passed up Kilimanjaro. But I can crab a wall and negotiate a chimney, so I guess I'll do.
I'm so glad.
And I guess I'll pick up a few tips from you.
Well, not from me, Cannon. This is the first mountain I've ever tried to climb.
Huh?
Will it make any difference?
No, I guess not, but why start with Snowden? I mean, you could have had your first lesson on a coal mine slag heap or something.
When my father was alive, he wouldn't let me go. His excuse was that we couldn't afford it. I took that with a pinch of salt. Oh, we weren't terribly rich, mark you, but I knew it wasn't the expense that dictated his motive.
He just didn't like the idea of his favorite daughter hanging by a slender thread on her life, is that it?
That's better put than you realize. However, we did have one wealthy member of the family, an aunt. The same name as myself, Mabel. She was a crotchety old thing, but underneath the temple was a heart of gold. She left me a tidy sum in cash, and I can do what I like with it. Poor Roger was furious.
Who's Roger?
My brother. Aunt Mabel just never took to him somehow. But then she never was on the best of terms with anyone. In her will, she said I could do anything with the money except loan any to Roger.
And that's a bad thing?
Oh, you don't know Roger. He's always in some financial jam or another. I suppose that's why Aunt Mabel made the condition. Of course, Roger's my beneficiary. everything goes to him when I die.
Well, his chances are about as good as the Irish sweepstake. But tell me, why didn't he come on this trip with you?
Self-sacrifice is not Roger's strong point. Oh, but I'd much rather be with you anyway. You don't think I'm balmy, wanting to climb snow? Or do you?
No. I mean, different people get kicks out of different things. I once knew a guy who was a pothole addict, and crawling around underground caves. Now, I'd say the urge to climb mountains is a much more normal quirk. Don't ask me why, because... Well, maybe on a mountaintop you're nearer to heaven.
Yes. You would be nearer to heaven, wouldn't you? You talked about my hanging by a slender thread on my lifeline.
Yeah, a mountaineering term.
And a medical one for me.
What do you mean?
I've never been really strong. And for what's wrong with me, there's no known cure. Oh, the last thing I want is to appear dramatic. I'm quite reconciled to the fact.
But, Mabel, if your health isn't all that good, why in Pete's name do you want to climb to the top of Snowdon?
Why does your friend want to go potholing? All my life, I've looked at the mountain peaks cooling themselves in cloud. I've wondered, how I've wondered what it would be like to stand up there, just for a moment, to breathe in the cold air, to feel the mist at my feet, the hard rock under my hand, and the green world below stretching away for mile after mile. Can you understand?
Yeah, I guess I do.
Then you'll take me up, Cannon?
Sure. I'll get you up to the top of that mountain if I have to carry you there.
Oh, you mustn't do that. If I wanted to reach the top the easy way, I could take the mountain railway. I suppose you did know there was a railway running up the easy slope.
A railroad on the easy slope? Now, that never entered my head. Mabel, I was born on the other side of the tracks, and that's where I aim to stay. Anyway, what would you do with an ice pick in a Pullman coach?
Oh, it's hardly that sort of railway.
Well, for you and me, the trippers who go by loco are loco. Us, we'll let off steam on the sheerest rail we can find. Oh, there is one thing, though. We'll have to hire a guy.
Must we?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Oh, but I mean, knowing about me, will they let us go?
Well, what about you? I'm hiring the guide. You're just tagging along. Nobody need know a thing. And you and me, when we're right on top of that mountain, we'll be a king and a queen. We'll be monarchs of all we survey. We'll hold hands and breathe in that cold air, and just for a moment, we'll know what it's like in paradise.
Die goeie ou dae van Springbok Radio is terug. 20 onverkrygbare liedjies nou op 1 CD. Met al jou gunstelinge, Virginia Lee, Cora Marie, Anton Goosen, Sonja Herold, Cupido en vele meer. Herleef Springbok Radio, Afrikaanse treffers.
Enjoy the best of both worlds. Only 2 hours drive from Johannesburg and Pretoria and half an hour by air. The magnificent Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park, just 10 kilometers from the Pilanesberg Game Reserve and Sun City Resort. It offers an exciting escape from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Reasonable rates, excellent food, friendly service and comfortable air-conditioned rooms. It will ensure a memorable stay. Activities include tennis, squash, horse riding, the Lion Park, and much, much more. Call now to make your reservation on 014-573-1000. That's 014-573-1000. Or visit their website at www.destinations.co.za/Sundown Ranch. The Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park. 2 worlds in one.
The Mountain Hotel is snug and cosy with a cheerful untidiness. In summer, the great open fireplaces grin a broad grin of welcome, as though to entice the visitor back when the bitter snows of winter blanket the fells. But this afternoon was warm, and the hot sun shoveled in smells of new-cut hay through the lattice windows. Mabel Dixon sat quietly reading, awaiting the return of Cannon from the village. His return was much quicker than she'd anticipated.
Oh, you're back early. Is something wrong?
No guide.
You mean they're all engaged?
I mean, no guide will take on the job.
Oh, but why?
You mind if I pour myself a drink?
Of course not. But Cannon, why?
Give you one guess.
Me? But you said you wouldn't tell them.
I already knew. Cheers.
Oh, but how could they have known? Who could have told them? Oh, I see.
What do you see?
You don't want to take a chance on me, so you told them. Well, I can't say that I blame you. I suppose it was stupid of me to expect anything else, really.
I did not tell them. And before you continue to upbraid me as a low-down heel and liar, let me inform you, Miss Dixon, that I intend taking you to the top of that rock pile alone by myself.
Cannon, I'm sorry. Oh, please don't let's quarrel. It's just that... Well, how could they have known?
Now, you said that you had a fair circle of friends. You even said they were mostly women. Now, I don't want to be disparaging about the fair sex, but, well, you know how women...
They wouldn't.
Well, and they might have meant the best.
But nobody knew, I tell you. I didn't tell anyone.
Well, the committee knew and refused a guide. And they didn't find out at a seance, and they didn't know about it by mental telepathy.
Well, hello, sister.
Roger!
Quite a cozy nest you picked out, my fledgling. A welcome change from the London gin palaces I'm used to. Ah, aren't you going to introduce us?
Mr. Cannon, my brother Roger.
How do you do?
Right.
You, I take it, are the man from Assignments Unlimited.
Roger. Roger.
And a wit to boot.
Roger, how did you know I was here?
You travelled by train, my sweet. You had an uncontrollable urge to climb a mountain. The booking office said you were headed towards Wales. Well, I'm no Sherlock Holmes, but I didn't need a Dr. Watson to tell me your destination was Mount Snowdon.
Why did you come?
I couldn't sleep thinking about all those mountain guides and you panting along an ice cap.
You told them?
The committee? Yes, I told them.
You beast!
Now, steady on, old girl. What I did was for the best.
You deliberately made it impossible for me to climb the mountain.
Wrong. I've made it possible for you to climb the mountain without any embarrassment to the mountaineering committee. I will be your guide, me in person. All my gear is stacked in one of the hotel rooms, and we can take off for the summit at any time you choose, weather permitting.
When I asked you to come with me in London, you refused. Why the sudden change of heart?
Remorse. I didn't really take you seriously at first, but when I rang Assignments Unlimited and they said you'd hired one of their operators, well, I thought I'd follow you.
May I ask a question?
Certainly.
Are you a mountaineer?
In an amateurish way, yes.
Uh-huh. Then what makes you think we don't need a guide?
We?
Yeah, well, I'm coming too.
That won't be necessary, Mr. Cannon.
No, I only don't go if the lady says no.
Really? Then what does the lady say?
Mr. Cannon comes.
A nice, cozy threesome it is, then?
Wrong again. A foursome. You forgot the guide.
There'll be no guide. The committee wouldn't touch us with a bargeful.
No guide, no climb.
It's hardly your decision, old boy.
Well, I'll find a guide.
You want to bet?
Why not? From what your sister says, you always lose anyway.
In her little expose of our family life, did she include the reason for my concern over her safety?
She told me about her sickness.
That's the same thing.
Is it? Well, you know, safety is a loose term. I mean, a funeral pyre is lit by a safety match. Like I said, I'll find the guide. And I wouldn't bet on it, friend, because I was blessed with extraordinary powers of persuasion.
Lucy! Lucy, where are you?
Out the back. What's happening? What's all the shouting about? Jack, you're smiling. I haven't seen you smile in 6 months.
I've got a client.
You haven't?
I have, and a rich one too. Yunk.
A yank? Oh, that's rich enough. You're not pulling my leg.
Of course not, lass. A party of 3, English couple, and the Yankees paying.
Oh, Jack, I never thought to see it happen. I didn't say out to you, but I never thought to see it happen.
Well, it has happened, lass.
And I've got £5 in advance.
Oh, yeah.
Here.
I've forgotten what they look like.
You'll be seeing plenty of them from now on. What are you doing, lass?
I had it away in case of sickness, like. Reckon it'll do for a celebration now, huh?
You're a one, you are.
Oh, I knew that committee would see reason in the end. They had to.
It's got nothing to do with the committee as this job.
Nothing to do with the committee? Then how did he find you?
One of the party, the girl, has something wrong with her.
Something wrong?
Aye. Weak heart, for all I know. Anyway, they wouldn't recommend a guard, so they ain't come to me. He must have had word somewhere that I'm not a member of the committee.
Oh, you mustn't do it, Jack. What if she were to die up there?
No sense in looking on the black side, is there? If she's going, she's going. They must know what they're doing. It's all legal and above board.
The committee must know, Jack. They wouldn't refuse her for nothing.
And if I were a member of the committee, I'd have to abide by their ruling, wouldn't I? If they hadn't kept me out of the committee, there wouldn't be any trip to the mountain, would there? So if she dies, I can't be held to blame, can I? And if 20 people a week arrive with weak hearts, the committee can't stop them climbing, can they? No, not as long as I'm a freelance and willing to take them. Let's drink to that lass, shall we? This is the hard part. See that your ropes are tied secure. All right, miss?
Yes?
Mr. Cannon? Okay. You, Mr. Dixon? Fine. Now, we move out across the face. This is where you find out how a fly feels. Whatever you do, don't look down. All right, the order is me first, then you, Mr. Cannon, then the lady, and Mr. Dixon brings up the rear. I'll tug as well as shout for the next one to follow. Here I go. Come now, Mr. Cannon! Miss Dixon, your turn. The rope snapped! It's the rope! Hold on! I'm coming back! Where is she?
Down there. The outcrop broke her fall and she's clinging to a ledge.
I hope to heaven she can hang on.
How do we get down to her?
From here, we can't. I'll have to climb down and come up to her.
But the wall overhangs. To try that would be suicide.
I'm the guide, Mr. Cannon. Suicide or not, that's what I'm going to do. You two wait here.
You can't do it, Hawthorne.
I know my duty, Mr. Cannon.
Wait. It's no use, Hawthorne. Cannon's right. It will be suicide to try and climb up there. Anyway, it'll take you too long. She's not very strong at the best of times. She'll never hold on there until you can reach her.
You got any other suggestions?
Yes, I have. There's a ledge running along the face. I think we can reach her along that.
It's crumbly, Mr. Dixon. It's liable to give way underneath you.
I'll take that chance.
Yeah, I see it. And I think I can make it.
This is my wicked cannon. She's my sister. Anyway, I'm by far the lightest. There's less chance of it crumbling under me.
I can't let you do it, Mr. Dixon. If the rock crumbles, you'll fall to a certain death.
Just try and stop me. Now listen. I'll take a line with me and tie it round her. Stake in this end, and I'll swing her out if the ledge gives way, right?
Good luck, sir.
Yeah. Good luck, kid.
I got her. We're coming back.
Well, what do we do now, Hawthorne?
Just pray, I reckon, sir.
Take it.
I've got you. You all right, miss?
Yes. I'm all right.
You don't know how lucky you are.
Can you say that again?
The mountain challenged me. And I won.
Wasn't the mountain challenge you, Mabel?
What's that?
Take a look at this rope where it snapped. It's been cut with a knife halfway through.
In his customary laconic tones, Cannon told me the whole story back in the office at 33 Half Moon Street. But he'd taken no action in the matter, and this I thought odd. But, Cannon, if that rope had been cut halfway through, then someone tried to murder the girl.
Who, Chief?
Well, from what you've told me, both Hawthorne the guide and Roger the brother had ample motive.
Well, they were both ready immediately to risk their own lives to save her. Roger, as a matter of fact, did risk his life. Now, that was a gallant act on his part. And, Chief, you don't organize the murder and then risk your neck to save the victim. Anyway, if the murder of any particular person was intended, then it was intended for me.
You? Well, who on earth would want to murder you?
Nobody. But you see, I rang the changes on our equipment before we started. I figured Mabel Dixon would be safer with my rope and tackle. How wrong can you be? Somebody wanted an accident on that mountain, and it wasn't Roger Dixon or Jack Hawthorne.
Then who?
Well, that's anybody's guess, but there's one thing. Nobody on the committee is jealous of Hawthorne anymore. He's right back with it. In fact, they've asked him to be secretary.
And Roger Dixon?
Oh, his sister got him out of trouble. The old aunt's will said no loan, but it didn't preclude an outright gift. I do hear tell he's given up gambling for good. Must have been the mountain air.
Have you heard from Mabel Dixon?
Yeah, well, as a matter of fact, we're going away for the weekend, mountain climbing, and well, this time we know the way.
You! No! Please! No!
Interesting little parcel, isn't it, Charlie?
Yeah. Looks like a box of chocolates wrapped in brown paper.
Expensive chocolates.
You can hide it.
Presents are always concealed from the receiver until the day of giving. This will be no exception, Charlie.
Well, where will you hide it? In a safe deposit box?
No, Charlie. What if we wanted to give it away on a Sunday? The banks are closed on Sunday.
Well, where then? It's got to be somewhere safe since it's so valuable.
In the offices of a man named Aubrey Mason.
Who's he?
A most reliable gentleman who operates from an address in the West End. 33 Half Moon Street.
I never actually met Hiram Fraser, in person, that is, but I spoke to him over the telephone. That he was an American was obvious by his accent. That he was eccentric, like most Americans I've met, was evident in his peculiar request. Mr. Fraser had purchased a wedding present.
We've never met, Mr. Mason. I took your phone number off an ad in the weekend newspaper. It says, go anywhere, do anything.
We have a reputation in that regard, Mr. Fraser. We try to live up to it within reason.
Oh, and that's just fine. The place I want you to go to is in Pell Street near Tower Bridge. What I want you to do is look after a parcel for me.
A parcel?
It's a wedding present for the daughter of an acquaintance of mine. I just arrived in England and have to go north on business. And now I hear that the date of the wedding is undecided, and I don't want to be caught short.
It sounds like a very special parcel, Mr. Fraser.
It is. Well, it's very valuable anyway.
I'll send a man to pick it up, of course. But, well, wouldn't the parcel be safer in a bank?
I thought of that, but the banks close on Sundays, and that day, I'm told, is very popular for weddings in England.
And if the wedding is on a Sunday, you'd be stuck with a parcel in a bank.
Well, not only that, Mr. Mason, I might not even be here in London. If the wedding present's in your possession and I'm in the north, I can telephone down and you can deliver it.
Well, that seems a sensible arrangement. We'll be glad to act for you, Mr. Fraser.
Thank you.
Now, where can I contact you?
Well, I'm leaving in an hour, and I'm not sure where I'll be staying in Greenock. It's best if I ring you in a few days. The parcel is at number 84 Pell Street. The woman there will hand it over. What's the name of the messenger?
Cannon. Just plain Cannon. I didn't bother to fill Cannon in on the details, merely instructing him to pick up a parcel at 84 Pell Street and bring it straight back to the office. This was a pity in a way, since Cannon's suspicions would surely have been aroused. Fraser had said the package was very valuable, yet it was handed to him by a filthy old crone, landlady of the flophouse slum that was 84 Pell Street. However, Cannon collected the neatly wrapped package, tucked it under his arm, and began his return journey via the tube.
Phew, what a rush. Mind if I sit next to you while I wait for my train?
It's a free country.
Oh.
Oh?
You're an American.
That's right. Any objection?
No, of course not. I'm sorry if I sounded rude. The trouble is I've an incurable habit of talking to people I don't know. That makes me forward, doesn't it? I didn't expect an American.
Oh, forward in England maybe, but friendly in the States.
Do you know Hiram Fraser?
I can't say I do. Should I?
He's an American. That's rather like the old lady who asked General Montgomery if he knew her son, Private Smith. I just wondered.
Uh-huh. And where are you off to in such a hurry?
Earl's Court. The next train in is mine. You?
No, the inner circle, the one after yours, gives me a better connection.
You're going to the West End?
Yep, Half Moon Street, you know it?
Yes, I do. I do work there. Oh, there I go again. My insatiable curiosity.
Well, that's all right. Sure, I work there. As a matter of fact, I'm in the process of delivering this parcel there. How about you?
I work in a boutique in Charing Cross. Not a terribly highfalutin one. I'm delivering a parcel, too. And that's what I've got in this paper bag.
As a matter of fact, I was more interested in what you were doing after work.
I make it a rule, Mr. Cannon, never to meet the people I gossip with a second time. Oh, there's my hat. It'll blow onto the line.
That's all right. I'll get it. You just watch my parcel, huh? Yeah, here you are. I just made it. Hey, miss, your hat. I'm the Lord. Miss, your hat. My parcel. Oh, there it is on the seat. What a dizzy dame. Well, maybe they give out free hats in that Charing Cross boutique. Well, this is me. And maybe I'll work the Prince Charming routine on that Cinderella. I suppose a hat's as good as a shoe any day.
It looks a very ordinary parcel, Cannon. I wonder what's inside.
Chief, remember curiosity killed the cat?
Oh, I've no intention of opening it. That would be unethical.
Not only that, it'd be immoral.
What the dickens is that thing you're fiddling with?
Thing? Oh, Chief, this is a fine example of the milliner's art.
That? A hat?
And until the draft of an oncoming train in the tube whipped it away, it graced the head of a most attractive blonde, but she disappeared underground via the tube station. I used that means of locomotion on the way to and from 84 Pell Street. It's not safe to visit that area in a taxicab. That is, if you could talk a cab driver into going there in the first place.
To Pell Street? Well, I must confess I don't know the area myself.
Yeah, well, that doesn't surprise me, Chief, because your club has little in common with Skid Row, I fancy.
Cannon, I've learned to accept your descriptive powers with equanimity. Look, you'd better lock up this package in the safe.
Okay.
We're responsible for it, and Mr. Fraser said it was very valuable.
Valuable? A parcel from Pell Street?
Mr. Fraser is a rich American eccentric. He's bought a most valuable wedding present, and we have to look after it until he either calls or sends for it. Now, be a good fellow and put it in the safe.
Boy, he must be eccentric. You said Fraser? You know, that name rings a bell somewhere.
Yes?
Inspector Bottomley of the yard to see you, sir.
Oh, send him in, will you, Miss Fairweather?
Yes, sir.
I wonder what Bottomley wants.
A donation to the Police Widows and Orphans Fund.
Chief inspectors don't collect gratuitous handouts.
Chief, you know, someday this class distinction will drive me back to Arkansas.
Come in.
Afternoon, Aubrey. Cannon.
Oh, hi there, Inspector.
Hello, Inspector. Pull up a chair.
Yeah. Thank you. Rum day, isn't it? 1 minute it's boiling hot, and the next you wish you brought your overcoat.
I agree. But you obviously didn't come here to discuss the vagaries of the weather.
No, I didn't. I came to see Cannon, as a matter of fact.
Okay, I'll come quietly, Inspector.
I'm serious, as a matter of fact.
Well, as a matter of fact, I'm not. What is it you want to see me about?
Mind if I ask you a question?
Go right ahead.
That plaster you have stuck on your chin, had it there long?
3 days, kept myself shaving. Why?
I'm not concerned with the reason for the plaster, just that it's been there all day today.
I smell a mystery.
I don't suppose by any chance you were anywhere near Pell Street today?
No. I was right in Pell Street, number 84, but I didn't park a car illegally. I went by tube.
Then it was you. The woman gave me a perfect description.
Of me?
Yes. I never thought for one moment that it would be you, but now she gave such a detailed description that you came to mind immediately. What were you doing at 84 Pell Street?
Well, I picked up a parcel and delivered it back here. Say, what is all this?
Had you any idea what was in that parcel?
Of course not. My job was to pick it up, not inspect its contents.
Where's the parcel now?
In the safe.
Oh, may I see it?
Well, of course. But I can't allow you to open it, I'm afraid. It's in trust, as it were. I'll get it from the safe.
Why are you so interested in a parcel, Inspector?
As a matter of fact, I'm more interested in the people who called at 84 Pell Street today.
Here you are, Inspector.
Oh.
It's neatly wrapped, isn't it?
Yes. Who told you to collect it, Aubrey?
An American gentleman, Hiram Fraser.
Fraser?
Well, what's got into you?
Yeah, I knew that name rang a bell. The broad on the tube station.
Well, this is obviously no time for your comments on your doubtful girlfriend's Cannon.
Let him talk, Aubrey. What, girl on the tube station, Cannon?
Well, I collected the package, I went to the tube and sat on a bench to wait for the train, and this dame sits down beside me, and, well, she seemed surprised that I was an American, and she asked me if I knew a guy called Hiram Fraser.
Had you ever seen the girl before?
No, never.
But if you were collecting a parcel from Mr. Fraser, surely you would have developed the conversation?
Oh, may I butt in? I didn't tell Cannon anything about the assignment, except that he had to collect the package. Well, there seemed no point. It was such a straightforward job.
I see. And she mentioned Fraser, and you denied all knowledge of the man. Did she ask you about the parcel?
Yeah. Just let me think a minute. She sat down. Yeah, she was carrying a parcel too, but hers was in a paper carrier. Yeah, I knew something was phony.
Yeah, well, what is it?
Well, you know how you do. I tried to make a date. You know how it is, and she said, Mr. Cannon, I never get to meet the people I gossip with a second time, or words to that effect.
Well, what's funny about that?
I told you I'd never met her before, and I didn't tell her my name, but she knew my name was Cannon. And just before the train pulled in, her hat blew off. I ran to get it, but when I got back, she was already on the train, and she vamoosed. The hat's on the couch over there.
Do you know what this means?
Yeah. Yes, she was laying for me, but why?
I have reason to believe that the innocent-looking parcel on Mr. Mason's desk contains a fortune in concentrated narcotic.
Wow. Then, we'd better open it.
But can we? I mean, without the owner's permission.
I can obtain permission from the authorities.
Well, won't that take a few days?
No, not in this case. Where murder is involved, permission is granted almost immediately.
Murder?
Yes. Acting on information received, I went to 84 Pell Street and found a man, a merchant seaman, with 2 bullets in his heart.
Cannon shifted uneasily in his chair. I confess to feeling a little apprehensive myself. There seemed nothing for it but to wait for Inspector Bottomley to speak.
Well, Aubrey, do I ring the yard, or shall we have an unofficial opening ceremony?
Well, you know best. It's really unethical to tamper with a client's property, but, if murder's involved, it doesn't matter.
Fortune in drugs. This I'd like to see. So, Fraser becomes the mouse, and you, Inspector, the cat.
Yeah? What makes you say that?
Well, it's obvious, isn't it? The guy called Fraser said he'd either collect the parcel or have me deliver it. All you have to do is wait his instructions, then, bingo, you got him.
I should tell you that the information I received was in connection with the narcotics. I stumbled upon the murdered man by accident, so to speak. His corpse lends credence to the information.
Oh, well, let's open the wretched package and put ourselves out of our misery.
Yeah, with $1 million worth of snow. Yippee!
Your sense of humor, Cannon.
Hold it, Chief.
There.
Holy smoke. Well, what is it, cocaine?
Flour, Cannon. Plain, ordinary flour.
I don't get it.
Somebody got it. The real parcel, I mean.
What real parcel?
Well, surely it's inconceivable that a man would send you all the way to Pell Street to pick up a parcel of flour, bearing in mind that the man's an American and it's not April the 1st.
Well, I'm as confused as you are, Inspector.
Did I say I was confused? A man is sent to pick up a valuable parcel of narcotic. Somehow he finds out what the parcel contains. It's to be left in his office for an indefinite period until a mysterious voice on the telephone calls for it or asks for it to be delivered. No other person handles the parcel, and yet, when it's opened by the police, it's found to contain plain, ordinary flour. Now, I wonder what happened to the fortune in narcotic.
Jeremy, are you suggesting that Cannon stole it?
What's your explanation, old guy?
Now, wait a minute. Look, suppose I enter the storytelling contest. A cop gets the tip-off that the junkies in Pearl Street are holding a parcel of dope at number 84. So he goes to investigate. But a messenger has already taken the parcel away. Description of messenger given by old crone of boarding house keeper. But before the messenger got there, somebody rang the changes and handed him a parcel of flour. One of the boarders in 84 got to know about it, so he got the chop. The only dope the cop finds is a dead one with a bullet in his gizzard. How's that?
The story? It shows an inventive imagination. Unfortunately, Cannon, the dead sailor was very dead. In fact, he'd been dead for 3 days.
It seemed inconceivable that Inspector Bottomley should suspect Cannon. And yet it was a rum situation. Everything Bottomley said was true. Only Cannon had handled the parcel, and although we might never hear from Hiram Fraser again, it was ridiculous to think that he'd deliberately have Cannon pick up a worthless package of flour. The inspector left, leaving in his turn a sullen and rebellious Cannon, whose resentment turned suddenly into action as he swept from the office, determined to make Bottomley eat his words.
Hiram S. Fraser, would that be the gentleman?
Yeah, that's the one.
Immigration stamp Thursday the 23rd. Arrived aboard the steamship Salem, docked at East India Dock, Port of London Authority.
I just want to know the name of the captain of the SS Salem, and how can I get hold of him?
SS Salem? Well, that's Captain Mike Tager. Oh, as to how you'll find him, I don't know. His ship's sailing under a new skipper on her voyage to the east. He's been transferred. If I was you, I'd ask at the shipping line.
A tall, blonde girl, very good-looking. She lost her hat in the tube station, you see, and, well, I'd like to return it to her. She said she worked in a boutique in Charing Cross.
There are so many boutiques and hairdressing establishments here nowadays. It's all these young men with their long hair and guitars, you know.
Yeah.
Could I see the hat, perhaps?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, that is made by Alphonse. 3 streets down. Come to think of it, I know the lady you seek. A charming girl.
What's her name?
Name? Oh, it's Jeannie Tager.
Yes, we have the home address of Captain Tager, sir. He does work for us, after all.
May I have it, please? It's a matter of some urgency.
Oh, certainly, sir. Yes, here it is. Number 84, Pell Street.
Hey, Chief. Chief, I'm hot on the scent. Nose to the trail like a bloodhound. In fact, I figure I have this whole caboozle set up and sewn up.
Well, where did you go?
Oh, I've covered half London. I know the name of the ship that brought Hiram Fraser to this country. I know the name of the skipper, and I've traced that broad in the tube station.
Well, good for you.
Now, look, I'll be away for 24 hours, and after that I'll have the guy who engineered this dope racket.
It'll take less than 24 hours, Cannon. First, you have a job to do, to deliver a package to a man called Charlie Johnston at the Bull and Gate in Pitman Lane. Tonight.
Can't somebody else go, Chief?
I don't think you quite understand, Cannon. Hiram Fraser has sent for his parcel.
His what?
Yes, on the phone an hour ago.
What's their name again?
Charlie Johnston, the Bull and Gate.
Johnston. Bull and Gate. Did you tell Bottomley?
Well, yes. The inspector's been informed.
Well, that's great. So all I have to do is deliver the package and wait for the long arm of the law to nab him as he accepts delivery. Nothing could be simpler. Do you mind if I sit down here?
Help yourself, lad.
Thanks.
Now, you here on business or pleasure now?
Well, a bit of both, really.
If you're looking for a berth, I got a few open for seamen and greasers. What's your rating?
No, I wasn't looking for a berth aboard ship.
And what else in the Bull and Gate?
As a matter of fact, I came to see a man called Charlie Johnston. I don't suppose you know him.
Johnston? I'll say I know him. He's here with me as first mate aboard the Solemn.
Solemn?
Not a bad old tub. More than I can say for Charlie Johnston. I've seen many a better first mate than him. But these days, you have to take what you can get.
Then, you'll be the skipper of the Solemn?
X. The company's transferred me to a bigger packet. Passenger line. Mind, I prefer cargo. It has less tantrums.
Captain Tager.
You know my name?
We've never met before, but I know your daughter, Jeannie.
Is that so now? She didn't tell me she knew any Americans.
Oh, well, no, we just met casually. Tell me, which one of these guys is Johnston?
Now, he's the big fella at the end of the bar.
Well, I've got to deliver this package to him. Maybe we could have a drink when I'm through, huh?
I'll be here.
Okay, I won't be a minute. Hi there, are you Charlie Johnston?
That's me. What can I do for you?
Well, the name's Cannon, assignment's unlimited. I have to hand you a parcel.
Oh, yes. Yes, for Mr. Fraser, is that it?
Yeah. Oh, here you are.
Oh, thanks. Yes, that's nice and efficient. Have a drink?
Thanks, yeah, a beer.
2 pints of wallop, Julie. Are you the nervous type?
No, why?
Well, you keep looking towards the door as though you was expecting someone. Oh, thanks, Judy. Have one yourself. Well, mate, cheers.
Yeah, mud in your eye. Say, I'll need a signature for the parcel.
Oh, sure, yeah. Got an invoice?
Yeah, here you are. And the address as well.
Yeah, well, it's printed here. There you are.
Thanks. Are you going to be here long?
Yeah. Another hour or so. Why'd you ask?
Oh, no reason. I was offered a berth with Captain Tager's new ship. He's over there in the corner.
Was, you mean? He's just left.
Oh, well, you know, he's said to come back to his table.
That's Tager all over. Never could rely on him. Well, don't let it worry you, shipmate. You're better off without a berth under him.
Oh, thanks for the drink. I'll be seeing you.
So long, shipmate.
Assignments unlimited.
Chief, it's Cannon.
Oh, yes, Cannon. What happened?
Nothing. Not a thing. Are you sure you told Bottomley?
Of course I'm sure.
Well, I handed over the parcel to Johnston. He just took it, and I had a drink with him, and I got him to sign a receipt. Still nothing. I waited outside, and he's just driven off in a new car, and nobody followed him. Chief, there just weren't any police there at all.
I can't understand it, Cannon.
Neither can I. Listen, Chief, I'm going to 84 Pell Street again. I've got an idea that Captain Tager knows more about this than a little. If Bottomley gets in touch with you, tell him where I am, okay?
Check. Tread softly, Cannon.
Yeah, sure, Chief, like a cat. And my claws are bared.
Oh, this is it. Captain M. Tager. Okay, Captain, this is where you sing.
Yes?
Hi, Jeannie. Remember me, Cannon. I owe you a hat.
Oh, yes.
Do you mind if I come in?
Suppose not.
Thanks.
Hello, shipmate.
Johnston.
Come in, shipmate. Come right inside.
Better do as he says, Cannon. It's not the first time he's used the gun and meant it.
Meaning what?
That you shot Seaman Ridley when you found out about your filthy racket.
You talk too much. Fraser shot him anyway, I didn't.
Tager's not the only one who talks too much. All right, buddy, where's the snow?
The what?
You heard. The cocaine in that parcel that you swapped for flour.
No, mister, I didn't swap anything.
That parcel was full of cocaine when you got it. I was here watching the old dame hand it to you. When you got it, it was the real McCoy. What happened to it?
Dropped dead.
The girl first, Charlie. Use a knife. It's quieter.
What are you going to do to my daughter?
Mess her up, son. The face, Charlie.
You better tell him where it is, Tager. He means business.
What the? Call it, Charlie. You two Fraser. You're all under arrest.
The cops.
That's right. A nice reception committee. And we've heard enough to send you to the gallows and your colleague with you.
Cannon sat down on a sofa in 84 Pell Street and scratched his head as the murder squad hustled Fraser and Johnston away. Bottomly, now all smiles began to explain.
You see, Cannon, Captain Tager knew that Johnston, his mate, and Fraser, his passenger, were trying to smuggle narcotics into the country. It was he who informed us at the yard. But Fraser had made arrangements to have the parcel removed to a safe place. And where safer than your office at 33 Half Moon Street? But Captain Tager couldn't get hold of the parcel before the boarding house keeper passed it on to you. And I let Johnston discover the switch, reasoning that he'd come here looking for you and the captain. Well, we heard everything.
But how was the switch made?
I did it. I'm sorry, Mr. Cannon. When you chased after my hat, I swapped parcels. Daddy had made one up just like yours, and I thought you wouldn't notice the difference.
Oh, so I got double-crossed.
Triple-crossed, Cannon.
Cannon.
Wake up, lover boy. You've got work to do.
Gail?
Who else?
Well, what is it? What do you want me to do?
Rescue a cat from a tree.
Oh, no, come on. It's only 6 o'clock. The streets aren't even aired. Be serious.
I am serious, and you're the only one available. The lady's name is Mrs. Maud Blanchard, and she'll pick you up in half an hour outside Aubrey's pad.
Aubrey's pad? What's that?
It's a pet name Penny Fairweather and I dreamed up for the officers at 33 Half Moon Street.
It's often been the case that the client, contracting for one of my operators, has not always been what he seems. The call to my office from Mrs. Maud Blanchard was to rescue a kitten from a large elm tree in our Hendon garden. Let me say at the outset that there was nothing mysterious at all about Mrs. Blanchard. In fact, she was a pillar of Hendon society. However, the ramifications of that simple cat rescue operation were to echo like thunder through the quiet suburb.
On time, like the Big Ben clock.
What are you doing here? I thought you said on the telephone that I was the only one available.
At the time you were. There was a change of plan.
Great. Okay, so you can rescue the cat.
Wrong, Cannon. Mrs. Maud Blanchard, the cat's owner, says it's too dangerous for a woman to handle. Pussy's perched on the nethermost branch.
Well, the lady's obviously never heard of Gail Hamilton. Oh, by the way, where is she?
Mrs. Blanchard? Oh, she's gone in search of a tranquilizer. I'm to drive you to her house in Hendon, in your car. Well, the chief has taken the office car to Dover.
You drive my car? No, that's real danger. I'll be the pilot if you don't mind. Come on, hop in. No dice, Gail. Take a look up there. See where the kitten's gotten itself? That branch won't hold my weight.
Shall I try?
Well, you might look like a bird of paradise, honey, but weight-wise the resemblance ends there.
Thanks.
No, we got to devise a new plan. Now, you see that branch below the cat, the one that hangs over the neighbor's wall?
Uh-huh.
I want you to climb out along that limb and get ready to catch the kitten. I'll go up above you and cut through the branch it's perched on. That way it'll fall right in your lap.
All right. Have you got a knife?
Mm-hmm. And whatever you do, don't let the critter fall into the next-door neighbor's yard. There's a real mean-looking dog prowling around in there. Okay, let's try, shall we?
Right.
Go on up. Hey, take it easy. Mind my fingers. Why have you stopped?
Shh. The neighbors are coming over this way.
So?
Well, we haven't got Mrs. Blanchard to explain if they see us. We'll look a proper couple of Charlies if the neighbors see us up in this tree.
Well, they can see the cat, too.
A grown man and woman trying to rescue one small kitten. Canon, I'd be embarrassed.
Okay, so we lie low. It's on your head if that kitten falls into the jaws of Fido next door.
Shh. They're coming right up to the wall.
Okay.
I've given a great deal of thought, Drobviz, to where we could put the box. I finally decided on a place by the wall here. Not only is it out of the way, but the Blanchard's elm tree next door, see, hangs right over it.
Is that important, Enid?
I think so. The place is permanent shade, and the ground is always soggy. Dig your heel in the soil, you can feel for yourself.
Yes, you're right.
Hardly the part of the garden to which you bring a young lady in stiletto heels. That'll guarantee its anonymity, until the treasure hunt is officially announced.
How many people are you expecting at the party?
Oh, about 50.
Are they all from the upper middle class?
Really, Drobviz, the way you categorize people.
I was taught that the English upper middle class were the epitome of honesty and good behavior.
Then it's time you dismissed your instructor. Once they know that a treasure hunt is to be organized and that the prize is a case of champagne, they'll be all over the grounds to try and find the treasure with a hearty disregard for the rules.
You amaze me.
Do I? Then I'm flattered, Drobviz. Now, it's of paramount importance that young Kenneth Tracy finds the treasure. I'll explain how we go about that later. Right now, I want you to get a spade from the gardener's shed and cut out a square of turf under this tree here. Dig a hole, put the box in it, and then replace the turf exactly as you found it.
Yes, I'll do that, Enid. Is the box watertight?
Of course. I'd hardly entrust £10 million to a cardboard carton, would I?
I shall see that you get full credit for your ingenuity.
You can have the credit, Drobviz. I'll stick with the cash and the sweet life. Well, come on. We've not got a great deal of time left before the party, and I have 101 things to do.
Did you catch all that?
Every word.
Well, what do you think?
That there's going to be one swell party here tonight.
Well, the party game yet, and the jackpot's £10 million.
That must have been just a figure of speech.
Well, that's some figure.
Well, that's got nothing to do with us.
I'm not too sure. Although that Drobviz guy speaks perfect English, he's a foreigner. And why should the regal-looking dame cook the treasure hunt for the sake of a case of champagne?
It's none of our business, Canon.
Yeah, well, I'd sure like to be at that party tonight.
There you go again. Your mother must have reared you on Pinocchio.
50 guests. Well, that's an awful lot of people under fairy lights. They wouldn't even notice another two. Say, how's your wardrobe on party dresses?
Are you suggesting that we gate crash this party tonight?
Well, they won't give us an official invitation, that's for sure.
But why do you want to go, Canon?
I want to get a look inside that box that friend Drobviz is shortly going to bury. What else?
Wouldn't it be easier to satisfy your curiosity by simply waiting until Drobviz has hidden the box and then shinnying over the wall to take a look when he's gone?
You forget Fido, the bull mastiff. He knows we're up in this tree, and from the look on his slobbering mug, he's wishing we'd fall out of it.
Great bells and buckets of blood.
And what's with you?
The cat we came to rescue.
Well, I don't see it anymore.
Well, I do.
Well, where is it?
Don't look up, look down. It's over by the kitchen door, lapping at a saucer of milk.
Did you get a look at the front gate, Gal?
Yes, there's a man on duty in green livery. He's checking all the invitations. So that lets us out. How do we get into Mrs. Blanchard's garden? Won't her door be locked too?
You bet. She wouldn't have her cats stray, but I got a key. I won't use it again after tonight, I promise. I'll drop it where the gardener can't fail to see it. He'll pick it up and think he just dropped it by accident. I checked whether the front gate was bolted, and it wasn't, so let's get inside. Now, come on. Be nice and quiet, because tranquilizers are not available to Mrs. Blanchard's cats. Oh, and take it easy up that elm tree. If you rip something, you might have a hard time explaining in the ladies' retiring room. But come on, up quick and over. Come on. Made it.
Shall we look for the box now?
No, let's mingle with the motley throng. I want to make sure the old dame and Drobviz are nowhere near this end of the garden.
Pray silence for your hostess, Mrs. Enid Blythe Shearer.
Thank you, Kenneth. Darlings, I just wanted to welcome you formally to the party. I think you all know each other. Oh, except perhaps a very dear friend of mine from Oxford, Mark Droblis.
Hello.
After the buffet supper, we're to have a treasure hunt, and the prize will be a case of champagne. And no cheating. You'll each be given the first clue, and then you have to follow the clues you'll find. They will finally lead you to a buried box. Instructions are on the lid, and the first one to fulfill these instructions will be the winner. Now, I want you all to have a simply marvelous time. Come, Kenneth, you can get me a glass of punch.
Yes, of course.
Gail, come on, move over here out of sight. Make like we're shy young lovers.
Oh.
You heard what the lady said. They all know each other.
Except for Droblis.
And you don't look a bit like Droblis. Here, hang on to this glass.
Where did you get that?
I brought 2 of them with me. And a half bottle of champagne. Just hold it a minute. And don't drink it too fast. It's only a prop.
A prop is what I need right now.
There we are.
What about the bottle?
Well, toss it over into Mrs. Blanchard's garden. Ouch. Mrs. Blanchard's going to be real upset when she finds one of her cats has hit the bottle. Okay, I'll look for the turf where you hid that box. You keep a lookout, huh?
Right.
Okay, I got it. Now give me that hand trowel I told you to put in your bag.
Here.
Thanks.
Have you got it?
Yeah, just hang on a second. Yeah, it's a little box a foot square.
So Mrs. Blythe's sharer was only playing the fool when she said it contained £10 million. You couldn't get 1,000 into that thing.
Well, it doesn't have to be banknotes, does it?
That box is awfully small for the crown jewels.
Oh, there's some instructions on the lid. Let me see. It says, take this treasure chest to the warehouse in Merchant's Lane, Stepney. Say to the watchman, I am the bearer of good tidings. He will take the box, and after you've left, telephone here to confirm that you've completed the task.
The things the idle rich cook up.
Well, this treasure hunt's cooked up for a guy called Kenneth Tracy, remember?
But what's inside the box?
I don't know, it's locked.
Well, that's never bothered you before.
Doesn't know. Just a minute.
Well, what's inside?
2 flat pieces of metal.
So it is just a gag after all. I told you all that talk of £10 million was baloney.
Well, you put these 2 things in your bag.
But why?
Just do as I say. I'll lock this box again. And put it right back where we found it, minus the contents.
What on earth's the point of keeping 2 worthless flat pieces of metal?
Those worthless flat pieces of metal are engraving plates. Engraving plates for turning out unlimited quantities of counterfeit banknotes.
Being unaware of the dangers that were to beset Cannon on his self-appointed mission, I confess that my sentiments towards him leaned in this direction. Had I known what Droblis really represented, I would have been apprehensive, to say the least.
Merchant's Lane. This is it. Now, what did the instructions say? The warehouse. Well, I hope there's not more than one. Oh, that must be it. I hope it's right, or the watchman will think I'm loony. Good evening. Are you the watchman?
Yeah.
Oh, quite the conversationalist, aren't we? I have a box and a message. Make sense to you?
That's right.
All right, here it is. Oh, and the message. I am the bearer of good tidings.
Righto.
There. Oh, don't forget to telephone Mrs. Blythe Shearer. Good night.
Hello? Oh, it's you. So he arrived all right. Good. The password? Fine. What did you say? Repeat that. But that's not possible. if this is any of your doing... Oh, I see. Very well. I'll inform Drobviz. Good night. Drobviz? Drobviz?
Hello, Mrs. Blythe-Shearer. All present and correct. I delivered the tin box and the man said he'd phoned.
Get out of my way.
Why, Mrs. Blythe-Shearer, is something wrong?
Something disastrous. Oh, Drobviz.
Did I hear you calling me, Enid?
Yes, there's been an accident.
Well, I can see by the look on your face.
We'd better go into the study.
Is there something I can do, Mrs. Blythe-Shearer?
Yes, drop dead. In here, Drobviz.
Very well. What is it?
He delivered the box. It was empty.
What did you say?
The box was empty. Carl used his duplicate key after that ass Kenneth Tracy had left, and the box was empty.
But I put the plates in there myself.
I know you did, but someone took them out again.
But who? Nobody went near that elm tree. And even if they did, how could they have known a box was buried there? Or for that matter, how could they have opened it?
Oh, it was a simple two-lever lock. Any skeleton key could have opened it.
Now let me think. The place we decided upon, under that elm tree, was known only to you and me. I put the plates into the box in this study, and we walked together to the tree where I buried the box under the new cut turf. There was nobody else in the house at the time. Even the gardener had been sent off.
So one of three people could have opened that box. You, me, or Kenneth Tracy.
You can exclude us. I have a duty to perform, and the plates would be worthless to you. It's what they produce that holds your interest.
Don't make me out too mercenary.
Then let's kid ourselves, Mrs. Blythe-Shearer. Get Tracy. I want him in here. Go now.
As you wish. Kenneth? Kenneth?
Oh, it's you.
Oh, I lost my temper, didn't I, darling? So sorry.
All right. But what was it all about?
Well, I received some disturbing news on the telephone.
About the box? Did I deliver it to the wrong address?
No, dear boy, of course not. You went to the right place. Dear friends, the winner of the treasure hunt is Kenneth Tracy. And so I'm going to ask him to come into the study and collect his prize, a case of the finest champagne. Come, Kenneth. And you can pour me a glass of champagne to show that you've forgiven me.
A pleasure, Mrs. Blythe-Shearer.
This way.
I've never known such an easy treasure hunt in my life. I only had 3 clues to follow, and there I was under the elm tree. It was a piece of cake.
Why did you open the tin box? That wasn't in the instructions.
But I didn't open it.
You lied.
Now look here, old boy.
What did you do with the contents of the box?
I didn't touch it. It was locked. Mrs. Blythe, please, what's this all about?
Talk.
You'd better do as he says, Kenneth.
Well, what do you want to know?
You opened the box.
Oh, I didn't. I didn't. I swear I didn't. Leave me alone, please. Tell him to leave me alone.
Won't stop until you tell him, Kenneth.
Who's that? Tell them to go away. You, come here, and if you so much as whimper, I'll wring your neck.
Yes, what is it? Oh, that's a...
What was it, Enid?
A note from my neighbour, Mrs. Blanchard.
Throw it away.
I'd better not, Drobviz. She expects an immediate reply. If she doesn't get one, she'll become suspicious. I've always been on the most formal and correct terms with her.
Correct? Well, then read it quickly. There's little time, and I must find out what this pipsqueak did with the plates. Oh, hurry up, woman.
Drobviz, I think you ought to hear what she has to say.
I have no time for foolish, neighbourly memoranda.
It's more than that. We must get rid of Kenneth. Send him back to the party.
So that he can tell everyone that I beat him up. Are you quite mad?
I must read this to you in private.
Right. You, come here.
What are you going to do?
You're a ruthless brute, aren't you?
Sometimes I have to be. Very well. What does the note say?
Dear Mrs. Blythe-Shearer, I have a small complaint. One of your guests threw an empty champagne bottle over my wall, and it landed on my new kitten. The poor creature was so frightened that it ran to the top of the elm tree and refuses to come down. Listen. Only this morning I paid a firm in the West End 10 guineas to rescue the kitten from the top of the elm tree, and I feel a little distressed that the effort was all to no avail. Sincerely, Maud Blanchard.
Have you taken leave of your senses, Enid? What do I care about a kitten trapped in a tree?
The elm tree drove this, the elm tree. Don't you see? When we buried that box this morning, there was someone up in the elm tree. He must have seen and heard everything.
Great Scott.
Now we know where the plates disappeared to. I was sure that spineless ass Tracy had nothing to do with it.
Well, what can we do now?
We must get rid of Tracy. For a while, anyway. Oh, pour a bottle of champagne over him, and I'll tell everyone he's had too much to drink, and that you're going to take him home. Put him in a car and take him to the warehouse. Carl can look after him there.
And the place?
I'll ring this firm in the West End. I'll get the address from Mrs. Blanchard.
You'll ask them to come out again to rescue the cat?
I'll ask for the same man. They won't know my voice, and Mrs. Blanchard's voice on the telephone can't be very much different from mine. She quite naturally asked for the same man, since he completed the job satisfactorily last time. Oh, hello. Yes, Mrs. Blythe Shearer here. I'm fine, thank you. Look, I'm most terribly sorry about that bottle incident. Yes, they do get a little rowdy. What's the name of that firm in the West End? I would like to bear the cost of bringing the man out again. Well, yes, I thought I'd get onto them right away. We can't have a poor kitten stranded in a tree, can we? The thought is too terrible. It might easily fall. Yes, Mrs. Blanchard. Those of us with a gentle nature abhor these things. Oh, just a moment, I'll jot it down. Right. 33 half Moon Street.
Yeah?
Cannon?
Yeah. You still in that phone booth over from Mrs. Blythe's house?
Yes.
Look, did you ring the office and give them your number?
Of course I did. That's why I'm ringing your phone box. Has anything happened there at the warehouse?
Silent as a tomb. Why did you phone?
Penny Fairweather's just rung up to say that Mrs. Blanchard's kitten has run up the tree again, and could we come at once to rescue it?
Mm-hmm. And what did Penny say?
She said all right. But here's the rub. Mrs. Blanchard said she especially wanted the same man who rescued the kitten this morning. She said she'd taken a fancy to him.
Well, Mrs. Blanchard had ever set eyes on me. That's what I expected her said, but she never even saw me.
Yeah. Fishy, isn't it? Cannon.
What was it now?
There's someone coming through the Blythe Shearer's gate. It's Drovis. He's supporting someone. Looks as though he's drunk.
Well, take a good look. Who is it?
It's Kenneth Tracy, the young man who took the box to the warehouse.
Are you sure?
I saw him arrive at the warehouse, didn't I?
Yeah. Well, then my guess is that Drovis will bring him here. Look, leave that phone booth and come on over here right away.
To the warehouse?
To this phone booth in Merchant's Lane. Ring Penny Fairweather and tell her what you're doing, and tell her to stand by that office phone.
Okay.
Now make it quick and make it quiet. And Gail,
Yeah?
keep your hands free because you might need to use them.
I had the most difficult time getting away, Drovis. What on earth do you want with me at the warehouse at this time of night? Who are you?
The name's Cannon, ma'am. I believe you wanted me on a cat rescue job. No, don't try anything. All your friends are here. There's Carl, Tracy, Drovis, and the place.
Don't touch me. You're a man. You wouldn't hit a woman. That's right. He wouldn't hit a woman. Drovis!
While Drovis was phoning you, he had my knife at his back. Quite a setup you had organized, Mrs. Blythe Shearer. I congratulate you. On the currency racket, that is. But for that stinking game you tried to play tonight, I hope you go up the river for a long, long time.
There was a strange ending to the story, and I was anxious to hear from Cannon's own lips exactly what had transpired. He sat as usual in my office, arms akimbo, a cigarette dangling from the corner of his unsmiling mouth.
You see, Drovis was a communist agent, and the plates were made behind the Iron Curtain. When they started rolling, the country would have been flooded with phony money. It's an old trick with the communists to disrupt a country's financial structure. But what got my goat was the method they used to recruit suckers into their net. Young Kenneth Tracy was a cinch. Once he delivered the plates, they would then have blackmailed him into working for them. Enid Blythe Shearer would have had little trouble in proving that he was an accessory to their crimes. And they got Enid into their net by the same method. Oh, and by the way, Chief, we won't have to go to old Mrs. Blanchard's house again on a cat rescue because I gave her the phone number of the local fire brigade.